This is Audible.
Bunnygirls, a Bunnygirl Harem adventure. Written by Simon Archer. Narrated by Ron Osborne. Chapter 1. Foot Masseuse. This is what I deserve, I thought. It was just like me to push too far. What's a bunny like me doing disobeying my master? I could do nothing but lay suspended by the steel cables around my arms and midsection, keeping me in place in the air above the giant hole below me. My tan house servant rags were torn, ravaged by the wolves who chained me up. The shredded clothes revealed the palest of white fur, thin enough to be just skin, at my shoulders and up my thighs, dangling below me as I merely hung. I could have passed for one of those hairless bunnies. They were so strong and confident. One of those girls would have never been caught. I just was a light-furred foot masseuse before, but now that I'd angered my master and been sent to this prison, I didn't know what I'd be called. My pink nose twitched nervously as my ears, long stretching out my short pixie-cut hair, drooped in despair. If I had just kept to myself, I would never have been in this nightmare. I wished it was a nightmare. I wished I could just wake up and that everything would go back to normal. The encircling stone patterning twirled out to the stone columns holding up the ceiling in this wide abyssal silo of a chamber. Though I couldn't quite turn myself around, I could see my captors, 5 lumbering wolf guards encircling the entrance, each easily twice my height or more. They stood on their hind legs, casually stomping about the room as they patrolled it, constantly keeping watch over both the door and me, their captive. The wolves' hunched backs seated both their broad shoulders and their wolfish heads, an exaggeration of viciousness in every hungry canine and furrowed snout. The shaggy fur that coated them thinned at the ends of the arms, long and thick like a gorilla's, and their legs as powerfully wolfish as their heads. Black claws stretched out from both their paws on their hind legs and the claws in their primate-like hands. Covering all this, they wore thin leather armor, confident that this was more than enough to protect against another wolf's attacks. A tail of wild fur poked out from the hole in the armor, swaying behind each of them. What could I do against masters like that? What could any rabbit do? Breaking the silence, an unearthly buzzing swelled and echoed throughout the room, growing louder and louder as the hole beneath me glowed a purplish hue. The cables feeding out the hole began to glow as well, as the purple light quickly wormed up their lengths, spreading to the anchor points and up to where I was held. I shrieked as an excruciating jolt of agony shot through my whole body, draining me of energy as the purple hue encompassed me. An eternity passed as the metallic buzzing continued to pierce through the room, the wolf captors merely watching this evil, arcane mechanism torture me. Once the moment was over, the buzzing died back down slowly, the purple glow following suit as it crawled back through the cables like liquid draining from a straw until it fully retreated to the hole and the glow faded away from it. I took a few breaths of desperate air, but quickly halted my breathing when I saw the wolves still looking at me. I stifled myself, hoping not to draw their ire by annoying them in any way. The wolves, having seen the spectacle already, returned to their posts as if nothing had happened. The cables' glow had left new black marks on me, as well as spread the black marks that were already on my body and almost sizzling from the heat left behind. As hard as I tried to keep myself quiet, controlling the breathing, the pain proved too much for me, and I let out a small whimper. The biggest of the wolf guards, his uniform stained blue with a golden medal on the shoulder pad, snapped his head to look at me, supremely offended by the barely audible noise. He stomped over to one of the stone columns where a long wooden pole was hung. The implement was twice the wolf's massive size, with a small hook on the end. With 2 hands, the elite wolf guard took down the pole and swung the pole over his head before smacking it against my head and shoulders over and over again in a brutal attempt to teach me not to make noise. It had quite the opposite effect, as I let out a whimper at every hit, the small hook occasionally pressing against my snowy flesh like a thick needle to increase the pain. Oh, I was still desperate to keep myself quiet, but the whimpers escaped my mouth all the same. Between the hits of the pole, I could hear faint sounds of popping coming from the walls. While the beating didn't help the focus, I managed to correlate the popping to a new smell that I was picking up. I'd smelled some strange smells before, even from wolves, bunnies, and hares alike, but nothing quite like this. I almost couldn't find a word for it. I was intoxicated by it. Suddenly, the beating stopped as the elite wolf froze in place. His nose twitched as he lifted his snout in the air. A few more sniffs to the air prompted him to lower the pole to focus on what he was smelling. With one final sniff, he squinted his eyes in frustration, his ears twitching around like searching radars.
"Someone's here,"
the elite wolf spoke in a growl like the crackling of embers.
"Is it the Baron again?"
one of the wolf guards asked, looking to the elite wolf.
"We haven't gotten any more meat since the last time." "What does he want now?"
another one piped up.
"Do we have to switch out another one?" "Quiet!"
the elite wolf barked at his subordinates.
"It's not the Baron. It's a slave and something else." "Something?"
a third wolf asked to clarify.
"Watch the door!"
the elite commanded with a snarl, and the others backed away.
"We've got company, or fresh meat."
As if on cue, the faint pop picked up on the other side of the iron door, and the other wolf guards could now hear it. They went to pick up their weapons, a few mauls and spears that were lying on the ground, and pointed them at the iron door as another pop, louder, sounded off again. A third pop, more like a small explosion, and the wolves gripped their weapons tighter in anticipation of discovering the source of the commotion. They waited, and waited, and waited, but the popping noise stopped altogether. Flaring his nostrils, the elite wolf popped his neck as the eerie feeling crept into the room.
"Check on the others,"
the elite wolf ordered.
"Tell me what they know about this."
The elite wolf signaled for two others to approach the door with some quick nods of the head. The two candidates kept their spears facing outward. One of them moved the iron handle, pushing the door outward, while the other went to stab at the opening, catching nothing. From their little peephole, the outer chamber seemed empty and dark. The two wolves stepped through the opening, and the iron door slammed behind them. Right afterward, two more pops went off. The elite wolf snarled, the growing suspicion of danger now being all but confirmed in his mind. He walked over to another pillar and picked up the spiked mace as he readied himself.
"Cowards!"
the wolf shouted.
"Come face me! Your popping trick won't work so easily on the strong."
An answer to the challenge came in the form of the iron door swinging open by itself, though the outer chamber seemed empty still. Both of the two wolf guards set their heavy mauls down from over their shoulders and approached the entryway as they sniffed about. From out of the entryway, two figures flew in. The first one to enter was familiar, a hairless bunny. She had smooth and creamy skin, very noticeable by her flying kick of an entrance to the face of one of the guards, smashing the creature into the pillar behind him. As she landed, she flipped her black ponytail behind her, moving some strands of hair behind her second ears and positioning herself to make another attack. Oh, she seemed so confident, her bunny ears bent ever so slightly as they rose from her head, and her sleek leather armor hugging her hourglass figure tightly. An unbuttoned red overtunic, designed with black stripes running down and across it, with the sleeves rolled up to the elbows, draped over the leather, hanging down to her thighs. Her legs were bare, save for strange black armor wrapped around her thighs and her shins. The creamy color changed into white as she reached past the black wraps to her lower thighs, down to a pure, wintry hue at her feet. Her wolf victim could barely keep his body upward, leaning on the pillar that he just slammed into for support as he suffered from his concussion. The second figure to enter wasn't familiar in the least. He came in at almost the same time as the bunny, swinging a strange club straight to the other wolf guard's jaw. Holding it by the black handle, the brown head of the club met the wolf's face 2 more times consecutively as the male kicked the wolf into the other pillar. He was male, yes, but also hairless. I'd never seen a hairless hare, let alone any amongst the rabbits without rabbit ears. He only had the little pair at the sides, tucked under dirty blonde hair with a slight curl to it. His face had some hair on it too, covering his strong jaw and most of the bottom half of his face. He wore a red tunic, just like the bunnies, over his large shoulders, lined with faded black strips, both straight down and across, the intersecting sections overlapping and becoming darker. Coming out from the rolled-up sleeve of the tunic was a sleeve of chainmail, protecting him underneath. This was all worn under another garment held by straps over his shoulders, covering his chest and strewn all the way down his sturdy body to his wide leather shoes, brown with a darker tip covering the toes. He carried a musket on his back, though it was designed unlike any I'd ever seen, as well as a black pouch at his hip, right at the bottom of the loop of his overgarment. And it was blatantly, almost painfully obvious that he was the source of the intoxicating scent. With the others all disposed of, the male came up to the elite wolf, who bared his fangs, teeth, and maul. He held his club in two hands, but at different parts, the head of the club pointed back at him. With a hand outstretched, a grip at the bottom side of the handle, he shifted it back and forth, pointing it at the elite wolf's snout. I then realized that this thing wasn't actually a club, but a strange musket of sorts, like some of the wolves used. I knew I had to understand how it worked and how it got so tiny. I had to get to know this man better.
One chance.
The man spoke with powerful authority in a rugged tone.
Surrender.
The elite wolf barked, opening his maw to bite at this intruder. A deafening bang shredded the air as the male's musket fired, and the wolf's face burst open in a grisly display of blinding fire, like that of a mythical dragon, pushing the wolf backward as his body tumbled into the hole behind himself. With a cracking thud, the corpse landed somewhere in the darkness, and I didn't want to think about the visual aftermath. The male looked over to the other wolves, who had just regained their footing. They looked at the male and lowered their gaze from him.
You work for me now.
The male pointed a finger at one, then moved it over to the other.
Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
They replied in unison.
Our strength recognizes yours as superior. We will serve you until one of us dies.
Wolves were bizarre creatures.
Head back to the entrance. Help the boys out there if they need it.
The male told them.
Tell them Dragon Oak sent you, and we'll be out real quick.
The wolves obeyed, taking their weapons and moving through the iron door to protect their new boss. I didn't know what to think of this. Who was this male? Why had he come here? No rabbit, even one of the old hair nobles, could hope to win a fight with a wolf, but these two just took on 5 right here, and they must have dealt with all the guards in the outer chamber and the ones outside. That kind of feat is barely possible by the strongest wolves. Or maybe he's... No, I couldn't bear to hope for that. And yet, something in my heart couldn't stop me.
You're gonna be okay,
the male called out. I looked down from my suspended position, seeing that he was looking right at me. I could see deep into his brown eyes as my heart leapt into my throat.
We're gonna get you down from there.
I could feel my cheeks reddening, so I closed my eyes and looked away in the hopes that it would stop. Do you know how to get her down, my lord? The bunny with him asked, the sound of her voice wafting through the air like a gentle breeze. She walked over to one of the anchor points to the cables to get a start on helping the suspended victim.
I was hoping you would know.
The male looked at the other anchor point, inspecting it for clues as to how to work it. He then investigated the room, quickly locking his eyes on something behind me.
Ha! Over here, Hopper, I found something.
Hopper, the other bunny, bounced over to where the male pointed, moving out of my vision. Shall I pull this now, my lord? Hopper called out from behind.
Not yet,
the male said, looking at the hole beneath me.
We want to do this right.
He walked over to the pole the head wolf was using before, picking it up and eyeing the hook at the top.
All right, I think I see how this works now. Try to pull the lever slowly, see if it lowers her down so I can catch her.
Hopper's grunting followed soon after, as she tried to pull the mystery lever just enough to make it budge. The unearthly buzzing whirred to life again as the purple light rose from the hole. I screamed in reflex at the terror of being subjected to it again.
Screw it, I said. Slam it down.
The male swung the pole towards me, hooking it on one of the cables around my stomach. He yanked as hard as he could, while the loud clanking of rusty metal signaled the cables to drop me. The buzzing grew to its loudest as the light began to spread quickly up the chains. Hand over hand, the male pulled me over before diving beneath me with open arms. The cables loosened around me, and the male pulled me out before the purple light reached the loose metal still curled in a circle as they lay on the ground. The buzzing grew even louder than before, to the point where I had to cover my ears to withstand the sound as I felt myself become wrapped in warmth. Suddenly the buzzing popped, disappearing along with the purple, as if someone had just turned off a light. I kept myself curled up, afraid of everything else that might happen in the next moment.
Hey, you're okay now,
the male said as he stroked the side of my face. I looked up to see him and realized I was now bathing in the intoxication he exuded. On impulse, my lips were meeting his, feeling the softness of them despite the ruggedness of his features as I held his face in my hands. I quickly realized the imposition I had just created, yelped, and scrambled out of the male's arms, crawling away to hide behind a pillar. I peeked around to see the male still looking towards me, not having moved from his embracing position. Hopper then moved over to the male, helping him up.
I don't know what just happened,
the male said, not moving his eyes away. Makes sense to me, Lord Hank, Hopper replied. It's almost exactly what I would have done in her place. She probably thinks she's offended you.
You didn't offend me, ma'am,
Hank, the male, called out to me.
You can come out. I swear I don't bite. I'm potty trained and everything.
A former house servant like me didn't know what that last comment meant, but Hank's voice was so much softer than before now. Just hearing it helped put an ease to the anxiousness in my chest. As I looked over at the two of them, it was obvious that Hopper was Hank's slave, but she seemed so happy near him, so comfortable. I'd never seen any slave, bunny or hare, furless, furred or shaggy, act that way. I had so many questions for Hank, for the both of them, and my anxious heart beat in my chest all over again. But something about this male, this hare with no hair, made all of that anxiousness not matter. So I stepped out into the open.
There you go,
Hank said.
How are you feeling?
I couldn't open my mouth. After such an offensive gesture as I just did, I couldn't bear to even look at him.
I promise I'm not mad,
Hank chuckled in his chest.
It was cute. I'm happy that it happened. Heck, I might want it to happen again. You can talk to me.
How? I started to whisper. How does your musket fit a bullet inside?
Pardon?
Hank said. Then his face lit up with understanding.
Oh, the shotgun. Yeah, it's got special rounds inside it.
He pulled a few little cylinders from a slot right underneath the barrel to show me.
It also doesn't just shoot one bullet, but a couple of dozen little ones.
My eyes widened as I stared at it. That was a bullet? It's a genius idea, but how could you make it so small? How did the bullets go into the barrel to be fired? Where's the gunpowder? Do they require special charms to function? What kind of bullets does the one on your back fire? Where did all of these come from?
Whoa, slow down, miss.
Hank put his big, rough hands on my face, holding me steady as I bounced around excitedly. My cheeks flushed with red again as I realized I had been speaking those thoughts out loud just now.
We can talk guns in just a bit,
Hank assured me.
But first things first. What's your name?
I'm a foot misuse, I replied plainly. Or at least, I was before I was sent here.
That's real good to know,
Hank said politely.
But could you tell me your name?
She doesn't have one yet, my lord. Hopper put a hand on Hank's chest.
Right.
Hank sighed quietly.
I'll leave that alone for now. You seem awfully book-smart for a bunny. None of the hares that I talked to could tell a barrel from a beanstalk, and here you are getting all technical. You wouldn't happen to know how to read Caniculus, would you?
I looked away before breaking from Hank's hands and backing away. I couldn't bear to tell him the truth about that. What if he tried to lock me up like the wolves did? I tried to stay away from those books, I really did, but I couldn't help but look at them. Picking up the little tricks of the words and shapes was easy, and I was learning so much. But I shouldn't have wanted to learn. I should have focused on my job.
Hold on now,
Hank said, coming up to me and pulling my chin up.
You got nothing to worry about. I could take it or leave it either way. I was just hoping you could read some things I have lying around. If not, fine by me. We can find a reader later.
I spoke up hesitantly. Do you want me to read it for you?
Wait, so you can read?
Hank said, almost shouting. I nodded my head, and Hank punched into the air in excitement.
Look at that! 2 birds, 1 stone. I can't wait to see what we got.
Hopper joined in the excitement, clapping and jumping joyously while Hank picked her up in a swirling hug as they kissed, Hopper's feet pointing to the ceiling. He set her down, then went over to me and picked me up in the tightest hug I'd ever experienced in my life. Before I could even think, Hank's lips were against mine, in a kiss that felt even better than the first, his invigorating scent washing over me. I could spend an eternity in that moment. Sadly, it ended, but I got to look into those deep brown eyes of his again.
You,
Hank said to me,
are beautiful.
With that, he set my little frame down, picked up the shotgun he had dropped earlier, and put the bullets back inside so we could clip it to his side. He walked up to the door and opened it for Hopper to step out. When he looked over to me, I hadn't yet moved from my spot. I couldn't compel myself to do so. There was one nagging question on my mind, one that would help put all of these crazy things together. I had to know, but couldn't bear to ask. I'd read it 100 times, heard legends from dozens of other slaves, and it all pointed here. Hoping for it had left an ache inside as the wolves carried on their cruelty. But that hope was the last thing I had left. I had to know if it was worth it.
You look like you're itching to ask a question.
Hank called me out.
Go on, ask. I'll answer just about anything.
Are you the hunter? I blurted out before Hank could finish, gasping and covering my mouth before any more words could escape. A pause filled the air as the tension cut through me like a swarm of bees.
Well,
Hank stretched the word out.
Mostly, but also not really. It's a bit of a doozy to try to put together plain.
What the heck was that supposed to mean?
I can tell you the story on the way out.
He motioned for me to follow, which I promptly obeyed. As my new master, I couldn't help but want to do anything he asked, or just wanted.
And pay attention, this gets complicated real quick. For starters, Hopper's part is where it really begins.
Chapter 2. Hopper. When I was much younger, I didn't go by Hopper, and was just a simple housekeeper for a noble, like any rabbit was in the great burrow. And, like any other rabbit, hare, and bunny alike, my noble was a wolf of little mercy and much fury. No one knew about life before the wolves came, and family ties were cut early by the wolves to keep us from gathering in any way. From time to time, an older slave might speak of the stories of rabbit nobility who attempted to rally a defense against the wolves, but these armies were quickly crushed by the wolves' superior physical might. On the rare occasion, where no wolf was around to hear, they would spread the tale of the hunter, a hero of legend from thousands of years in the past, who fought the wolves and drove them back into obscurity. Somehow, they returned from their long respite and warred against rabbit province after province. The wolves established themselves as the new nobility, turning any surviving rabbit nobles into slaves and taking over the entire world in a swift campaign. While Timberpine, the lord of my estate, never spent a day without physical violence to a slave, especially the women, no slave was pushed to attempt to escape this life, especially when escape was akin to death, with wolves patrolling constantly. The wolves wanted to harvest the inherent magical essence inside the bunnies, the uses of which were lost to the rabbits for hundreds of years, save for one special ability that was still being hunted down. So, being a good slave and a good housekeeper, I learned to live as any rabbit would live, and merely accepted the world order. If I kept my mouth shut and never stepped out of line, I could live a relatively decent life without pain, at the very least. I learned to attempt to be content with that. That was until the night I ran away. Like any other night, I was doing my duties well. It was just after the weekly party that Lord Timberpine hosted at his estate, and it ended just like every other week before. Wolves did not eat anything without at least a little rage involved, and the meats they gorged themselves on would end up mostly on the floors and the walls. Lord Timberpine had gotten into a competition with another noble over some drinks, and the two had passed out along with all of the others. So I cleaned the house, just as I always did, hopping over slumbering wolves as I picked up every wasted piece of meat and threw it away. I then collected every dish I could find that was not buried beneath 400 pounds of fur and muscle, though I could push one over if I really needed to, and put them inside the kitchen to clean them. I was teaching another slave to be a housekeeper like myself at the time, as instructed by Timberpine's wolf overseers, a young hare barely beyond his childhood years. He was rather clumsy and prone to accidents, as one might be prone to breathing. Still, I was able to keep his buffoonery in line, and he saw me as a fairly kind and thoughtful teacher, thankfully. I had only been assigned this extra task a week before, and it was to be his first time helping clean Timberpine's soiree. This particular night, a group of the wolf nobles had decided to roam the estate, leaving a trail of spilled booze, rancid meat, blood, and broken furniture as they crawled through the house. I had my new apprentice tend to the rest of the kitchen cleaning, while I, as a good housekeeper, followed the trail and made it disappear as if they never were there. I could even map out the events of their little escapade. They went into the kitchen for food, fought in the kitchen, went to the courtyard, fought in the courtyard, went to Timberpine's bedroom, fought in the bedroom, then roomed the holes for a bit before passing out in Timberpine's study. As I approached the study, I became conflicted. The study was forbidden for slaves to enter. Many rabbits had died from forgetting that this was where the study was located and entering by accident. It was also a goddamn mess in there, and Timberpine would whip me half to death, in the most literal sense, if he saw the travesty of filth in his office. I chose to clean it. Moving the wolves out was probably the hardest thing, but I made quick work of it, using my powerful legs. Even among the naturally gifted bunnies, I was pretty proud with what I could pull off with mine. Once they were moved out, I got underneath all of the chairs, the shelves, behind the shelves, under the carpet. It was almost prolific how many places they managed to soil. Once I had gotten every spot shiny and spotless, I finally got to the desk, cleaning it up spick and span, when I spied into a slightly open drawer with some papers inside. Well, I had already gone into the room to clean it. It would be a shame if I didn't also clean these drawers as clean as they could be. If I just checked it, just to be sure, then I could say I did my duty as a housekeeper. Plus, I couldn't help but look once. I took a quick peek. Several papers were thrown about inside, all of varying sizes and colours. I didn't quite know why I thought this would be a fun idea. The wolves didn't allow slaves to read. As I pulled papers out, I felt more and more that this idea was foolish, and that I could get into some lethal danger if I lingered here. Just as I was about to leave, I heard the familiar snarls of my Lord Timberpine echoing through the holes. With all of the extra cleaning I had to do, I had no idea how much time I had been eaten up. It was well into the day by this point, and well past the time that Lord Timberpine would recover from his hangover and food coma. I barely managed to hide behind the desk before the wolf noble stepped into the room, sniffing about. Each sniff was stuffed and wet, just as they always were when the wolf recovered from such ailments as a raging party. I could do nothing but watch Timberpine's paws on the ground in the hopes that I could keep out of his field of vision. Slowly, Timberpine took steps to the left, and I to the right, staying deathly low and keeping the desk between myself and the Lord's eyes. When I reached the front of the desk and Timberpine the back, I ran into a problem. Timberpine had closed the door behind himself, and his desk faced the door directly. Timberpine was also tall amongst wolves and could see the entire door from his chair, keeping me trapped in that position. The final complication, Timberpine's dulled senses would eventually wear off, and he would eventually pick me up in such close proximity. I had no choice but to wait for Timberpine to leave the office, but it had to be done quickly, or I'd never leave it alive. Or I had to wait for a miracle. Timberpine looked at the papers strewn about on his desk, thinking aloud as he did so.
"Did I leave these out here?"
Timberpine spoke, a posh accent crammed into his inflection. No other wolf sported this accent. The proud lord invented it to seem more noble and superior to others.
"What a mess. I should have the maid come clean this up, then flog her for coming into my office. Or maybe I should have that new hare clean it, then flog them both."
A pregnant pause loomed as I imagined every way that Timberpine could pounce over the desk to kill me. I had been discovered so quickly. If the door could be opened quickly enough, I could slip through it in a single jump and be out the door. I knew I could outpace most others, but I'd never had to test it on a wolf.
"I'll just clean it up myself,"
Timberpine continued.
"My head is killing me too much to howl for her. Where is she, anyway? The banquet hall is still a mess. Maybe I'll have a flog for that later. Might make me feel better."
I didn't know whether to shout in frustration, shriek in fear, or sigh in relief. I was finished with the banquet hall when I left to clean the hallways. Either way, I had to stifle all of it as I continued to think of a way out of the study, and Timberpine shuffled through the papers.
"What's this?"
the Lord continued.
"Right, deeds. Deeds, writ of ownership, writ, blank, deed, blank, letter from Lord Harleman I need to wipe my ass with and return as an insult, writ, and—"
The noble stopped listing his papers, and I finally had an idea. Timberpine's fancy cane was stowed next to the door, in the bin, which the noble only used if he wanted to flaunt his superiority over another noble. The bottom of the bin wasn't visible, even to Timberpine. I could grab it, hopefully without being noticed, and make a dash for the door while hooking the handle from the other side with the cane, slamming it shut to give me that crucial half-second I would need to escape unnoticed. If I was fast enough, I could make it over to where I was expected to be before anyone suspected a thing. My long legs reached over to the cane bin, anxiously keeping within the zone of concealment allowed by the desk.
"Suspects?"
Timberpine read one of the papers aloud.
"Oh, right. The one suspected of having that gift, the slave gift. What was that called? I'll think of it later. Looks like I already got a few crossed off. The old cook, the stagecoach, the washer, and the dryer."
I hesitated for just a moment. I knew most of those servants. I'd worked with them. And I knew that they had been taken away to the Baron's castle. I kept a reflexive shudder from coming out of my mouth at the thought of what the Baron did with his slaves. And the Baron looked kind in comparison to the more powerful wolf nobles. If the Baron had to give a slave up to one of them, dying may have been a better fate. But I couldn't think about that at the moment. I had to get out of this study or die.
"Next on the list is—" "Oh, perfect!"
the regal savage shouted.
"I was just looking for a reason to replace the maid. Now I can just kill her."
My surprise at hearing myself be mentioned in a death list pushed my foot just ever too far forward, pushing the cane forward and bumping it into the wall. Timberpine stopped moving and attempted to sniff the air with his clogged nose, clearing out the airways to bring smell back into his nostrils. He growled at the realization of another presence in his precious study, a killing intent flooding the psychic space. Right at that moment, the door swung open, and one of the wolf nobles who crashed through the house stumbled into the study, still somehow inebriated.
"Timber time, you rabbit's asshole!"
He slurred out the best he could as he attempted to address the lord of the estate.
Why, 'cause I find my house.
The drunkard proved a suitable distraction for both the hungover lord and myself, neither of us possessing the ability to understand what was currently happening. His head fell down to look at me.
Who's this bunny bitch?
I was the first to take advantage of the opportunity, kicking against the desk to rock it out between the drunken lord's wide stance. The force of the kick smashed the desk against the back wall of the study, pinning Timberpine in between them. I was through the hole, past the kitchen, and running through the woods by the time Timberpine's raging howl echoed out to the treetops. With such a wild head start, I had no trouble losing most of the estate guards sent out to chase me. A select few, though, outpaced the others, closing the distance between us at a troubling pace. I dashed left, they pounced right. I bounced off a tree to turn a corner, they bolted down a straightaway in the trees. I dared not to look back. The huffing of sour breaths getting closer was enough to tell me I wasn't fast enough. I took to the treetops, looking for any advantage. Hopping from branch to branch, tree to tree, I kept my path sporadic. The wolf guards were relentless, keeping their eyes on me as I pushed through the leaves. I heard a thunderous thumping from below as one of the wolves charged. Like a strike of lightning, I used his monstrous strength and crashed into the base of the tree I was landing on, tripping me as I fell backward towards the ground. My hand managed to catch onto another branch of the next tree, but the first had fallen into it, creating a domino of fallen timber. Jumping to the forest floor, I slid underneath the tree right as it came crashing down, putting a wall of lumber between my assailant and myself. That still didn't prove enough for one of them, as the beast leapt right over the fallen tree and rushed towards me, closing the distance faster than I could think to stop him. Turning corners, jumping up branches, dancing from treetop to treetop, the wolf was right on my tail at every maneuver, and only getting closer. I was going to die. This dread welled up inside me, forcing me to realize I hated what these wolves did to my people and me. I didn't want to live beyond this moment. I wanted things to change. I reached out my hand, like I expected by some miracle someone to reach out and save me, to help me fix this. But I was alone. The creature reached his own beastly hand out, grabbing onto my ankle as we had just jumped into the air. Right at that moment, I felt something in my chest, almost like a spark flare up, as if a light had turned on from a dusty lamp for the first time. The spark flew up my arm, tingling past my fingertips, and out into the space in front of me. I couldn't see anything yet, but I could feel something happening. In a flash, or more of a blur, of motion and light, my orientation flew every way it could. My directions were switched, up was down, left was right, and I fell right into the strangest creature you'd ever seen. Chapter 3. The inner workings of this damn temple were so complex that I was more than glad we had a way to pass the time like telling this story. Plus, it gave me time to think of a name for the new girl. She was a dainty little thing, the flannel I gave her covering most of her body like something between a nightgown with sleeves and a full dress. Not counting those ears, she stood about chest to neck height on Hopper, and her head came up to my lower ribs. Her pink nose and fur gave her a much more rabbit-like appearance than Hopper, but I was told that was pretty normal for rabbits. The girls, or bunnies as they were called, had all kinds of body types, ranging from fairly fluffy and rabbit-like to basically human-looking with rabbit ears. The hares, or guy rabbits, were mostly rabbit-like and were pretty easy to spot. Maybe a few were more human-shaped, but for the most part, if you spotted a giant jackrabbit in a coat, you were talking to a hare. This new bunny fell a bit into the middle, though. Pale as a fresh winter sheet, her fur covered her from head to toe, save for the dark brown hair and the pixie cut on her head. She had more rabbity legs than Hopper did, with little bunny paws at the ends, though Hopper's legs were longer and thicker because of those hips of hers. And not that the new girl didn't have a nice set of hips of her own, even covered by my flannel. Now, about that name. She was obviously smart and full of questions, even if she was too shy to speak up about it. Looked like once you break that shell of hers, she'd talk your ear off trying to learn something.
I was trying to be more creative than I was with Hopper, though she loved that name for herself. Still, I had to come up with something that clicked, you know? "You want to take it from here?" Hopper asked me, putting an arm around my lower back. "Oh, yeah," I snapped out of my train of thought to focus. "Where were we again?" "Right where your part begins," she answered. "Right," I said triumphantly as I looked at the new bunny. "You're about to learn a thing about a wonderful world of mysticism called Tennessee." Back home, I lived a pretty simple life. I was a bit of a local handyman, and I made a good living off helping people out with odd jobs. Cars, plumbing, heating, construction, moving, pest control, lumberjacking, you name it. You needed anything fixed, moved, lifted, shot, or just plain done right, you called Hank McCallum. While I tried to stick mainly to helping out in Forest Hills, people from all over the state would call me up in need of something. It was always pretty easy to get what I needed for a job. You could have called up someone from 20 miles out, barely knew them, and they'd give you the shirt off their backs in exchange for a kind gesture. If I was ever in a jam, I'd built up enough favors to get any help I needed for a job. Plus, I wasn't always paid in money, which was fine by me. For a while, I was a roamer, so I never really needed much from anybody. The reason why I stuck in Forest Hills was because of a man I helped out with his clogged toilets. Plumbing was shot to hell, but I was able to get the parts I needed to get it all running smoothly in no time. I wasn't going to charge a widower 20 years into retirement a dime, but that Mr. Pendanski insisted on paying me something. He had an old summer home he never used anymore that was free for me to have, and it would have been rude of me to turn that down after so much insisting on his part. Boy, it really hadn't been taken care of in a while, but that wasn't a problem for me. The property was a good 50 acres of timber, and that was just the legal part of the property, so I had plenty to fix the place up. The place was pretty far from any markets, but I wasn't aching for food. A few good traps here and there, plus some tactful use of my 700, and I was good for the year. I mostly used the leather for strips, so I didn't worry about keeping the caliber low. It was a pretty simple life, and I was fine with it. I would admit, I was more than welcoming to the call to adventure when it came knocking after a while of that. Never thought it'd come by way of saving a cosplayer in the woods, though. I was out in those woods on someone else's property, getting rid of a grizzly bear that had killed their daughter. It was a sad business, but it had to be done sometimes. Yeah, I know grizzly hunting's illegal in the States, but these were special circumstances, and I got a permit to let me go out there. Thing is, grizzlies don't live in Tennessee, so it was mighty perplexing what had happened. Based on how chaotic its trail was, the poor thing was most likely poisoned by some assholes thinking they were slick archers, and didn't even bother to finish the job. Probably couldn't even tell what was 2 feet in front of him and had just been wandering all the way down here. This was more of a mercy thing than a hired hit. I wasn't taking any pay for this. I tracked the bear deep into this forest for a couple of days, and I'd finally caught up to it. Sure enough, the beast was wild as a forest fire, scratching up trees with its own head and swiping at nothing. I was hoping to be a lot farther away to make the shot, but this was the best I'd had of it so far, and it was getting too close to a nearby campsite for me to wait for another one. So, about 40 or so yards away from it, I set up my shot on a hill above it and set my sight on it. Damn thing moved like a drunk fly, made it hard to keep a solid lock on a kill shot, but eventually I lined up right for his heart. Next thing I knew, something crashed into me, rolling me a dozen or so feet to the side as I wrestled with some strange force. I stopped the tumbling with my arm so I could get my bearings again and see what the hell happened. It turns out, the thing that hit me was the curviest woman I'd seen, dressed up in a maid outfit and wearing a pair of bunny ears on her head, who was now straddling me. Her face told me this was completely by accident. But I didn't have the kind of time to untangle all of that just yet, what with the grizzly so close by. Luckily, my rifle had come along with me for a bit on the tumble, but unluckily, it didn't stick around for the whole thing. And, most unluckily, the bear heard the tumbling. "Sorry about this, ma'am," I said, pushing the poor girl off me as I moved to grab my rifle. I would have just used my Glock or sawed-off shotgun, but a grizzly tends to laugh at the idea of being troubled by most pistols, and the grizzly killing range of most shotguns is between too damn close and mauled and crushed to death. The beast roared as it fumed towards us, swerving like a sleeper on the highway as it snapped at nothing. It had all but closed the distance between us before I got the rifle in hand, lined up another shot, and put one right between the eyes. The great bear's momentum carried it forward, pushing its body right up to about a couple feet away from the mystery girl. Altogether, it may have been one of the biggest grizzlies I'd seen, about as long as my pickup and maybe just as heavy. And before I could take a breath to celebrate, the girl was clambering onto me like she was drowning, clawing and scratching to get behind and hide.
"Please, Hare," she pleaded with me. "Your musket! The wolves! They're right behind me!"
Whoa, what wolves? I asked her.
"There! Right the—"
She pointed out into an empty forest. Squinting out, I thought that maybe I could have picked out some dogs far out into the distance. Nothing. "It looks clear to me," I said to her. "Besides, most packs are much further north than here. You're not running into any wolves today."
"But
She searched the trees for these wolves she was talking about. I'm guessing she also found nothing, since she slumped down to the floor.
What happened to them?"
Probably went up north with the rest of them," I said, rolling my shoulders. "How long you been running, anyway? You aren't dressed for forest work, that's for sure."
"I don't know,"
she said, glancing out towards nothing.
"I was just trying to keep the wolves away, but they were so relentless. I thought they had me."
Looks like you lost them by a mile and a half." I walked over to help the little lady up. With all the nasty beasts out of the way, introductions are in order. Name's Hank McCallum, at your service. What brings a lady of your... I looked over her outfit again. Sure enough, I wasn't hallucinating the maid's outfit. Like any maid's outfit, the bottom was never considered, and she didn't wear any stockings to hide those defined and pearly thighs like a marble sculpture colored like butter. Those legs could have gone for days if they weren't stopped by the floor, and even exposed to the elements, they were strong as oak trunks. They were supported by her equally powerful hips, looking even more full by the tiny waist above them. She was as gifted above as below, though her top was attempting to keep that as contained as possible, like a sports bra. God took his time with her arms, making them just as slender as they were toned. When I saw her face, though, I was thrown for a loop in the best ways, my jaw dropping just from taking it in. How could such a smile, so innocent and soft, and such eyes like a cloudless sky in August, ever have been subjected to being dragged out into a forest like this? And why was she wearing bunny ears all the way out here?
"My lord,"
the girl said to me, giving me a confused look.
"I don't mean to speak out of turn, but are you well?"
"Oh," I said, realizing I was staring and ogling like a schoolboy in his first girly mag, and quickly turned away and grunted, hoping my red face didn't give me away. "Sorry, ma'am. I was just admiring the good Lord's craftsmanship of your... Maybe for now I needed to keep such thoughts to myself. Dress. Your dress. It's got all the right... It's very full in all of the... It's good craftsmanship."
"Oh, yes, my master's spinners are quite skilled in there."
She trailed off mid-thought, as if she was remembering something. That something soured her face into a painful, deep sorrow like I never could imagine. I felt silly just standing there, not being able to help her. A big part of me was trying to stay polite and respect the lady's personal space, like any gentleman would do. But it was plain as day she was hurting something awful in her heart. Maybe it was just because she was beyond gorgeous, and I'm a sucker for a pretty face. I don't know, call me a softy, but there was some kind of connection between us I couldn't quite explain, something that made me feel so close to her when I didn't know anything about her. I guess an instinct just sort of kicked in as I embraced her in my arms. If I could have squeezed out some of that pain, just a little, I would have thought I did a good job. For all I know, she could have been thinking about spilled milk, but it didn't matter to me. I just knew I needed to be there for her. It wasn't long before she was putting her arms around me, too, and we just sat there for a moment.
"Lord McCallum, I'm so sorry."
The strange maid broke the silence, releasing her arms.
I didn't mean to impose in the slightest. Please forgive this intrusion.
Honey, it is all right, I said to her, loosening my arms just enough to get us face to face. Ain't no lords in this forest you gotta worry about. We were way outside of your role-playing zone by miles, at least. No muskets, lords, or wolves as far as the eye can see. Do you even know how far you've drifted?
Well, my lord, I was just at the estate.
She craned her neck from behind her, looking over both shoulders as she scanned the nearby forest.
Then I was chased by the wolves, and then, somehow...
She retreated into herself like she was embarrassed about something. Hey, speak up now, I said to her softly. Ain't no shame in being lost. You're in the Cherokee National Forest, darling. That help you out? Is this estate nearby?
Cherokee,
she started again.
I don't know where that is.
Tears dripped down her face. Oh boy, I said, wrapping her up tight in my arms again. You are quite the lost little bunny, aren't you? It must have been a terrifying situation for her, and I was putting on a bit of a spirit to help her feel secure. Where'd you come from, anyway? Maybe I can give you a ride back. My truck's a ways away, but it'll take us where you need to go in a snap. She didn't answer, just kept bawling into my shoulder as her arms clung to my sides. Good thing I was wearing layers, not that I minded in the least. Being a good crying shoulder was one of the many services I provided for others, along with quality hugs. Looked like she needed both of those right now. Soon the bawling died down to crying, and the crying died down to weeping, then whimpering, and finally she had gotten every tear out of her. As much as I could have stayed there for hours, there was an important matter at hand, so I checked on her to see how much longer she needed. You doing okay? I looked down at her, pulling her chin up with a finger. You think you can be all right for a little while? She nodded as she pressed her cheek against my palm. That's my girl, I said as I let her out of my embrace. Now stand back. I gotta find a way to get this half-ton bear all the way to my truck before it starts stinking up. The Hermansons will want to know this is done, and the state will want me to register this bad boy. We'll get you back to your estate, don't worry. I'll just load this up first. Stretching my arms out in preparation to move this corpse over this little hill, I glanced over at the girl to see her blushing and avoiding eye contact with me. I had a little honey glow of my own, hoping I didn't overstep any bounds. There was one bit of chivalry that I remembered when seeing her standing in the cold in barely anything. I slipped my arms out of the loops of my overalls so I could get to the buttons of my flannel, unbuttoning them and taking them off. I handed it over to her, only to see her staring at my bare chest with a loose jaw. Oh, Lord! I pulled the front of my overalls up to cover my shame. I'm so sorry. I wasn't trying nothing. I just wanted to give you some cover for your legs is all. Not that I don't want to see them. They're very fetching. I'm not trying to ogle, I swear. I just was thinking... I composed myself before I completely transformed into a giant ass. I was just thinking you might be cold. You can tie this around those hips of yours. She said nothing. Absently taking the shirt from me, she continued to stare at my chest as I put the loops of my overalls back on. I wasn't a slim guy by any means, and maybe a little hairy, so I was sure she was pretty shocked to see all of that, especially without any warning. It wasn't like I had a gut or anything. Lifting logs and hauling game every day kept the occasional snacks on the side from creeping up on me. My build just meant I was more likely to win a strongman competition than be a model. She blinked a couple of times, then looked up at me. Her tone took a complete turn as her eyes widened and she bowed her head.
I wasn't looking, my lord,
she said frantically.
Please forgive me. I was merely admiring the...
She paused, looking at my chest again as I walked down to the bottom of the bear, her eyes tracking along.
Craftsmanship, she shouted, turning away from me. Of your overgarment. It's all very well structured, like I've never seen before.
She buried her face in the flannel. Maybe she wasn't just shocked about me being shirtless. Wiggling my arms and shaking my feet out, I prepped my back to support the bear while my legs lifted it up to the top of the hill. The incline was fairly shallow, making this more of a push than a lift. I did have some appreciation for my spine, so I was more than happy to have whatever help I got. With a fair amount of traction and breathing, the bear finally crested over the top, resting on the higher flat ground with the Bunnygirl. She had my flannel tied around her waist and was wearing it like a floor-length skirt. I paused to take a quick break before the long journey of bear moving. I'd never actually weighed how much I could lift, what with the lack of fancy gyms nearby, but I was sure that stunt proved I could compete with the best. "Say," I said between some breaths, "I never caught your name. What do I call you?"
"A housekeeper, my lord," she said plainly. I was.
She took on that sad look again. "I'm sorry about that," I said, picking up that this was a sensitive topic. Getting fired is scary stuff. Happened to me once, but my boss at the time was doing some shady business, and calling him out apparently wasn't good employee behavior. I wouldn't worry about that too much. If you can't go back to that estate of yours, we can drop you off anywhere you need. Anyway, I was more curious about your name. What do you go by?"
"I was a housekeeper, my lord,"
she said again, looking at me with those blue eyes that could make anyone's heart just melt. "I'm not asking you about your job title, especially for a job title you don't have anymore," I said, walking up to her. "I could give a rat's ass about what you did before unless you're proud of it. I'm asking you what your name is. You have a name, don't you?"
"I'm not a noble, my lord," she said. "I'm just a slave to a household. My work is my title."
"Why are you so committed to this role-play thing?" I asked her, looking at her maid's dress. Is this more than role-play for you? You're not just a part of some billionaire's crazy fantasy. Or are you part of a crazy billionaire's fantasy?"
"I was part of my lord's household," she started to explain. "But I overheard my master saying that he wanted to kill me for having some sort of gift."
"Jesus Christ!" I couldn't help but let out. "What in the hell's wrong with this guy?"
"He was angry with me, and it's his right to do with me as he will."
The fear I saw in her eyes broke my heart, and this master I've never met boiled my blood hotter than my grandma's special chili. "Nuh-uh, no," I put the foot down. "That's some horse crock. You don't get to punish people just for having gifts. I don't care if you're the goddamn president. Where the hell is this guy?"
He has an estate in Thumperton Port."
Now, I don't claim to be a historically inclined or geographically gifted individual," I said, still burning but confused all the same. "But I'm going to have to question whether that's a real place or not."
"It's as real as this Cherokee we're in now," she said to me, a puzzled look about her. "Thumperton Port is the most popular city in Briarwood, and a proud part of the whole of the great borough."
"All right, now I know you're trying to mess with me," I said to her. "Where are you getting all this from? With the muskets and lords and servants and the fake bunny ears." I took a slight stroke of the ears as I mentioned them, and the girl let out a quiet moan. "Are you still hurt? Let me see."
No, my lord," she said, a crimson to her face again. "I'm more than fine. My ears are just sensitive right now."
"You're telling me that your fake bunny ears are sensitive," I said, to which she gave me a fairly blank stare. I eyed her suspiciously, stroking up the long ear once again, but for a couple of moments longer. With the longer stroke, the moan was louder and much more primal than before. I've heard fake moans that a sexy escort type might try to pull to make you feel confident. This was definitely not one of those. I put my hand near the top of her head. "Mind if I—" She gave me a nod, and I felt around her head for the headband keeping her ears on. There was no such headband. My hand drifted over to the base of one of her ears, and the other moved some of the hair around for a better look. The ear was a part of her head. Proper hookups and everything.
"My lord,"
she looked up to ask me.
"May I ask you a few questions?"
"Ask any you like," I said, stroking her hair back as I stared at her bunny ears. "I'm gonna be asking a few of my own in just a second."
"What happened to yours?"
she asked of me. "What do you mean?" I had a suspicion about that already, but I needed to clarify to be sure. Something real strange was going on. Didn't know if it was Russian genetic experimentation, black magic, or some Illuminati alien conspiracy, but something weird was happening all the same.
Your rabbit ears,
she clarified, confirming my suspicion that hers weren't grafted on, but were there when she was born.
You only have your second ears. What happened to the rabbit ones?
I don't have a rabbit pair, I told her. I'm not a rabbit person. I'm a human person. But you are not a human person.
What's a human, if I may ask?
She asked me.
Is that what they call the hairless hares? It's so strange that you're born with only the hairless ears. I've only ever seen other hairless bunnies before. You must be extremely rare, my lord.
All right, I think I found the problem here, I said aloud, my Sherlockian instincts kicking in, if I had any. Where did you say you were from? The big place, not the estate or the town?
The great borough,
she answered. And there were a lot more rabbit people there, I imagine?
Yes, hundreds, thousands, she answered again. Hundreds of thousands. Many more than I could hope to count to. We make up the entirety of the serving class for the wolves.
Now that's an interesting bit of info, I remarked. You say you serve the wolves, like the ones chasing you before? Your old master was one of these wolves? And now everything was falling into place. She thought I was an oddity because she came from a place where her rabbitness was commonplace among most of them, except for these wolf types. If they were abusing and randomly killing her people, her imaginary wolves from before were now a much more visceral threat.
Yes, Lord Timberpine, she said. Lord of the Timberpine estate, though I don't suppose... She turned her face away, but her piercing blue eyes still stared into me. Suppose what? I asked her. She could have supposed whatever she liked, and I may have just agreed with her for the hell of it. If I may be so bold as to ask anything of you, she said with a playfully pleading sway to her shoulders, could you take me over as my new master?
Hold on just a tick, I said, addled as the dickens. What you need a master for?
Please, my lord.
She put her face and hands to my chest.
Please take me into your household. I promise I won't get in the way of your other servants. I'm an excellent housekeeper, and I'll do anything you wish of me, day or night.
I don't have any other servants, honey, I told her flat out. I've always done my own work. If I need help, I ask a neighbor down the road, and that's always just for the job at hand. My own house don't really need cleaning, 'cause I'm never in it. I ain't looking for any of that.
So,
she said, looking up at me with the most potent puppy dog eyes this side of the Mississippi.
Do you not want me around? Are you not pleased with me?
What? I said, absolutely incredulous at the thought. Of course I want you around. Look at you. A passionate, pretty thing like you'd be the toast of any town you walk through around here. It's just, we gotta find out how to get you back home, honey. And I think it's real far away from Tennessee. In fact, I'm sure it's far away from anywhere around here.
But if you won't be my master...
She kept those puppy dog eyes on me, and my soul pulled itself apart trying to keep looking at her.
Then Timberpine still is, and he wants to kill me. If I can't be your slave, I don't know what I'll do.
Well, when you put it like that, fine, I relented. Twist my arm, why don't you? I'll be your master if it'll keep you alive, at the very least. As long as you're happy. I had no idea that a bear hug to knock the air out of your lungs could ever have come from a small package like her. But come it did, along with the muffled squeal of an ecstatic girl who just got a dream fulfilled. I still didn't know what to make of it, but she couldn't have been happier about it. All right, you can keep hugging or get off whenever you want, I told the beautiful barnacle. But I still got a bear to get out of here.
Oh.
The girl unstuck herself from me, hopping excitedly, then stopping herself to give a polite bow.
As my first service to my new master, allow me to move this for you.
She clapped and hopped like a kid in a candy shop, bouncing her way to the side of the bear, which was already starting to smell. She turned around and fell into the grizzly's side, bracing her legs with a fierce look of determination.
Where to, my lord?
Her voice had that silly helium tone you get from squishing your neck. Oh, honey, that's probably a little too heavy for you. I attempted to curb her enthusiasm. I couldn't bring my field dressing tools out here, so I can't get the thick meat out. Maybe you should just sit back and let me handle this for now.
But I want to serve.
She stretched the last word with a childish and warbled inflection. Okay, you win, I relented yet again. Give it a go. So far, for a master-slave relationship, she's been getting me to do more than I've been telling her to. There wasn't any denying she was happy as a clam about it, though. I'm glad I could give that to her.
Hee-yah!
The girl let out what I could only assume was a yelling grunt, though it may have been an announcement for what followed. The mulching sound of dirt flying churning pieces into the air heralded the bear's corpse as it propelled across the forest floor, a cream-colored rocket hurtling its way from its spot and out at least a half length of a football field. The only thing keeping it from going farther was the tree that she crashed the bear into, with a long thunderous boom, almost like a twanging door stopper at its lowest possible note. I couldn't even attempt to fathom the strength involved to do that.
Ow!
I ran over to the crash site, praying that she was all right. Sure enough, she was already dusting herself off. When I knew she was safe, I couldn't help but laugh my ass off at the ridiculousness of what I had witnessed. How does that even happen? How'd you do that? I gasped. That was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Does it please you?
She cooed. Does it please me, she says. I chuckled from my chest. Yeah, I'm very pleased that you possess enough strength to kick a rock into orbit. Are all rabbit people like that?
No, just me, she said,
hiding a bit of pride behind her lips as she spoke.
Other rabbits all have pretty strong legs, but even other hares don't stand a chance against me. Only the best for my master.
You did all of that with just your legs?
Yeah,
she said.
What else would I do it with?
And then I was struck with what I thought was brilliance. Hopper! I shouted like it was the scientific discovery of the century.
What does that mean? She asked me.
That can be your name, I told her. Because you can do that with your legs. It was like some kind of super hop or something. You're Hopper.
Hopper?
She puzzled.
Is that what you want me to do? Would it please you if I hopped for your purposes and pleasures?
Don't make it like that, I said to her. If you're really going to be a servant to a handyman, then you're going to have to do all kinds of things while working with me. Not just the super hops. It's a name, something just for you.
But I'm not a noble, she said. I can't have a noble name.
Well, then, don't consider it a noble name, I reasoned. It's not about achieving some sort of proper title or not, and I need to be able to call you something besides mate or hey you. Think of it like... I tried to think of a good parallel for her. Like a universal job title. You're not just going to be a hopper or a housekeeper or a maid or whatever I might need. You're going to do all of that and more. You'll be a hopper with a capital H.
A universal job title?
She visibly tried to wrap her head around the idea. Yeah, for everything that you bring, I continued. Take my name, Hank. I don't just perform Hanks or what have you. I do a little bit of everything. I fix, I clean, I lift, I haul, I help. And all of that, plus a whole lot more that even I don't see, makes me Hank. It makes me very good at being a Hank because I'm being me. And no one can Hank as good as me.
So,
Hopper was piecing it together with her furrowed brow and wiggling nose.
I'm Hopper. I do all the Hopper things, like housekeeping, and the super hop, and anything else you want?
I mean, you don't have to do just that, I tried to assure her. You can do what you want, too.
I want to do what pleases you, she said,
looking deep into my soul through my eyes as she scooped up my heart with that smile.
I want to please you with everything that I do.
I'm telling you right now, that's a fairly low bar, I said to her. I'm fairly easygoing and pretty happy all around. You really can't lose.
Then I can only move up from here,
she exclaimed, falling back into the bare corpse to push it again. How did she make what would usually be a disgusting action so adorable?
Where to next, my lord?
How about you just push with those strong legs of yours while I steer? I said, still not quite believing one girl could have moved all of this monster by herself, let alone across this distance. If you get tired, let me know. And that's a master's order, before you get any funny ideas about pushing past your limits without telling me.
As you wish, my lord.
Hopper dug her legs into the ground to begin pushing the beast out, while I stood by the front with a hand on it, guiding our strange little vehicle through the woods and on to the adventure of a lifetime. Chapter 4. Getting to the truck was simple enough. Hopper had more than enough stamina to make it all the way over. We loaded it up, finally dressed it with my tools, showed the Hermansons the body to give them some peace, registered it with the state, gave the bulk of it to a local taxidermist, and took the meat home. Good thing I'd just emptied the coolers in my truck. Keeping Hopper's aggressively overt master-slave vocabulary toned down may have been the hardest part of the trip. And not that I minded so much. I was never ashamed of her, but I didn't want to draw much attention to ourselves or have anyone figuring out too much about her special anatomy, or have any government types poking around and wanting to dissect her or something. Luckily, we were fairly incident-free, just the odd stare here and there. And then we were back at the cabin. And that very well could have been because I forgot to put my backup flannel on until we got to the cabin. Only problem now was figuring out how Hopper got over here in the first place and doing that in reverse. Hopper had told me all about what led up to her getting in here, and I was mulling it over for most of the truck ride. The wolves are hunting down a special gift, huh? And Hopper felt something happen to her right before she came here. And that was definitely not a gift you'd want your slave class walking around with if they could have just left whenever they wanted to. If I was right, she already did it once, so all we had to do was do it again, but on purpose this time. We were just miles away from all the libraries that still had no information about any of this, and a universe away from any libraries that actually had information in Hopper's world. Wouldn't even know where to look in either place if we could have. Also, the last time Hopper had her world-swapping experience like this, she was in a life-or-death situation of heightened adrenaline and panic. We were going to find another way to get this done, I was sure of it. I just didn't know how yet.
My lord, may I ask some questions?
Hopper was sitting beside me in my truck, curled up inside my shirt. Even with those rock and roll legs, she managed to tuck her knees in to make a little plaid ball of herself. By heavenly grace, that booty couldn't quite fit inside, and could still be seen as she leaned against the window. And not that I was peeking. Too much. Of course, I said, leaving my train of thought behind. Can't promise I got any good answers for you, and not much learned of things outside my work and where I'd been.
Do you know of the hunters, then?
She asked. I know of some hunters, I answered. Hell, I'm one of them. I suspect that's not what you were really asking about.
Does this world have many of them?
She popped herself up the window to bring her full attention up, resting on the backrest to stay upright. Of course we do, I said. It's a proud and noble tradition. Some folks look down on it, and others just plain do it wrong, but it's got rich history all the same.
Do they hunt wolves?
They hunt our wolves, sure, I answered. It's not legal most places, but it still happens. Some places don't have any, where others have them like pests.
Do you hunt wolves, my lord?
There was a powerful hope in those eyes. Yeah, I've taken care of a few problems with wolves, I answered. You gotta be clever with them. Most game runs when you shoot it. Wolves make it their business to try to turn the tables. And it works for them more than I'd like to think about.
Do they turn the tables for you?
She continued to press in as she leaned in towards me. I'm still here, aren't I? I quipped. Though I'm not too sure I can use the same tactics with your wolf people. Are they like you? You know how you're rabbits, but you've got people parts too? Do your wolves have people parts?
I wouldn't say they're anything like us, she told me. They're brutish and cruel, mindless and hateful. If they have a cruel noble to work for, they share in all of its brutality.
Nasty creeps, I remarked. But I was talking more about body shapes, arms and legs, that sort of thing. Do they walk on 2 legs like you and me, or all 4?
2 legs,
she replied.
unless they're running. They use their front claws for holding weapons often, like their hammers, and some of them with their muskets.
All right, that clears up a few questions, I said, pushing my hair back in a moment of anxiety. Firearms meant they wouldn't just fight like beasts. Cruel and brutal as they could have been, tools at that level suggested they might have had some idea of battle tactics. So, this Timberpine wolf, what can you tell me about him? You a fighter, charge-in type, or more of a thinker-planner wolf?
He thinks of new ways to punish his slaves when he's bored, she said,
looking down at the dashboard as if it was playing a memory for her.
I don't think I've ever seen him fight. Lord Timberpine hasn't been challenged as long as I've served under him.
You got a mate to worry about? I asked her. I know our wolves work together in those kinds of pairs all the time. Makes them a bitch to take on when you're alone. No pun intended.
Wolf nobles don't have mates, she clarified. They have never even shown an interest in mating, especially not with rabbits. They abuse their status and nobility, and especially our sexuality, but they have never partaken, at least not with their slaves. I also can't tell if there are bunnies among them at all. I've only heard of hares.
You mean no girls, just men? I scoffed quietly. It's odd. Do you think maybe that it was just Timberpine who didn't have a mate, and he didn't happen to like rabbits, but you just didn't know about other nobles?
Wolf nobles traded slaves often, she explained, so stories of other nobles spread between all of us. They can't find a difference either. And no nobles have taken to visiting or relating to another for anything conjugal.
You'd think beastly wolf people with political power would be all about abusing sex, I pointed out. Can't fit my head around it. So, I changed the topic. We find Timberpine, we kill him for being an evil piece of horse shit, and then what?
What do you mean, my lord? She asked me.
Well, your world's packed with wolves, right? I spelled out my thought. So, once I put one in Timberpine, what are the other ones going to do? Do I gotta worry about revenge or something? They're not just gonna let me walk away with murder, right?
You wouldn't go away, Hopper said, puzzling in her twitchy nose. As the victor in combat, you'd take over his estate, merging all of his property with yours. You'd take your proper place among Thumperton Port's elite.
What? I was a tad skeptical. They're just gonna let a random foreign alien kill a politician and take all their stuff?
That's how Timberpine got the estate previously, according to the older slaves, she said matter-of-factly. The wolves require a simple system of succession and ownership. A rabbit can't take up nobility because the wolves are far stronger. Just like my legs are strong, their whole bodies are more so.
All of them? I saw her move a full-grown limp bear a couple of miles like it was nothing. If the wolves could have done more than that and had the same strength in their arms, I didn't know if I could have competed.
That doesn't matter.
She poked an arm through the flannel sleeve, placing it on my leg as physical reassurance.
You have your special musket. You're like the hunter of legend.
What did he do?
He's the one who saved us before.
Hopper's other arm poked out as she used her hands to help tell the tale.
The older slaves say that long ago, thousands of years before any of us, the wolves first showed up in the Great Burrow. The hunter, using powerful magic muskets, fought them off, driving them away to the farthest corners of the world. He followed after them to make sure they never returned again.
But they did anyway, I grunted. Seems one hunter, even a legendary one, can't hold the line forever. Gotta give him credit for making sure they stay away for some millennia. Does the legend say if he brought his magic muskets with him? To his grave, maybe?
Some of the legends say he had hiding spots, she answered. There's no story about where he put those spots, though, my lord.
Helpful. I was trying to stay positive. Trying real hard, honest. But it was looking real scary. Just one handyman against some super wolves. If I could keep it 1-to-1, I might have a shot. Hopefully it'd be from my gun, and hopefully that'd put them in the ground.
Have I upset you, my lord?
Hopper pulled her feet out from the cocoon she made.
Do I not know enough about the hunter legends or the wolves to please you?
No, you're fine, I said, patting my free hand on her leg. I just gotta think about this like any other job. If I don't have the tools I need, I make do with what I got. And what I got is some of my own muskets, which I'm willing to bet are leagues ahead of what they were dealing with back then.
So, you'll do it?
She got to kneeling in her seat, stretching out the seatbelt as she shifted around.
You'll fight the wolves and retake the estate? You'll be the hunter of legend for us?
I don't know about being a legend, I said to her, but I sure as hell set my sights on Timberpine before I even knew his name. He's as good as dead already. Chapter 5.
How does the truck contraption work?
Back in the catacombs, the new girl was filled with questions about the new world I told her about. What felt mundane to other humans and me was a marvelous bit of magic for her, putting a childlike bounce to her step.
If it's some kind of carriage, where are the horses to pull it? Does it have its own automatic mobility? How do you supply the magical energies without bunnies to generate it? How do the windows retract into the doors without shattering? Are they tempered with some kind of solidifying resin? Or maybe the material...
Hey, one at a time, girl. I put my hands on her shoulders to put her back on the ground. A truck is a vehicle with a motor, no horses or magic. The motor turns the wheels by using pistons that are powered by explosions from fuel made by crushing ancient dead animals and plants for millions of years. We know how to make better windows. That should have about covered the questions.
The windows are amazing,
Hopper exclaimed as her echo reverberated through the catacomb walls.
They can go up or down whenever you want with just a twist of this little arm on the side. And Lord Hank said that some of them just have a button.
With a twinkle in her big brown eyes, the new girl quietly gasped at all of the new information, and I could tell gears were turning in her mind and her imagination was sparking. Her name was right there, in that imaginative part of her, but I couldn't quite get the word for it. I wanted it to be better than the other ones so far, which haven't gotten much better with the practice.
How did you get to our world, then?
She started another line of scientific inquiry.
Did the truck have an instrument that allowed you to somehow detect the anomaly that allowed Hopper to travel to your world, giving you the information you would need to calculate a way back?
I was just getting to that, honey, I assured her. So, after the drive... I stopped telling my story mid-sentence, my face probably making for a ripe tomato color. The new girl and Hopper looked at me curiously, and for good reason.
What's wrong?
Hopper asked me.
The
inquisitive young lady's spark faded as the abused mentality resurfaced.
I shouldn't have spoken out of...
You've done nothing wrong. I put a lid on that as soon as she started, laughing it off. This type of reaction was common with rabbits, as I had come to learn. Dismantling the social stigmas attached to it was about making it absolutely clear that no offense was taken as soon as possible. I was just, hesitant to actually tell the next part.
Why?
Hopper asked.
Do you mean when you and I had...
Yes, that part, I interrupted her.
Why would that make you stop the story?
Hopper asked again, sincerely.
This practice would have been ordinary among the rabbit nobility of old. Do they not let you talk about the servants your lord sleep with back on your world?
The new girl put in her question, equally unashamed, apparently.
If I may, there's valuable information to be gathered if I could figure out exactly what triggered the event initially. The more we know about it, the more we can manipulate the limitations we have to work with, develop new capabilities, and make new discoveries. Also, I'd like to know...
She gulped deep in her throat, her eyes looking up to me as she tilted her head down, unable to impose herself even now. Bunnies, I swear. How do you say no to that? All right, I acceded. I guess if you're okay with it, there is a point to that part of the story. I'll try to be discreet. I returned to the story. After a long drive home, keeping Hopper from falling out of the crank window she was so fascinated with and jamming to some tunes to pass the time, we finally made it back to my cabin. I parked the truck in my usual place and got out to start unpacking. Here's my personal estate, I guess, I said, pulling some of my bags out of the truck bed. It's not much, but it's where I set up shop between jobs. Don't worry too much about cleaning or anything. It's always a mess. Go where you like, but don't wander off too far. I'll call you when I'm done unloading, and we'll get something figured out. The bunny followed me around, trying to pull one of my storage bags out of the bed. It was the one that had my tree stand and my tent in it, plus a few random tools I threw in there. All the strength in her arms wasn't enough to keep a hold on the bag for her to lift. After a few humorous tries, some adorable fussing and grumbling, and a big breath, she lastly limboed herself through the handle hoop, carrying the bag over her shoulder like a big satchel. From there, her legs took care of the rest, as she skipped over to the house to drop the bag off. With her new system, unloading the whole truck was easy as pie. I had put the last of the bear meat in the freezer and was heading over to my locked trunks to inventory my weaponry. I needed to be locked and loaded if I was going to be taking on these wolf nobleman creeps. I was met by my bunny-eared shadow as I turned around from the freezer. Hey, what's up? I asked her. Is something wrong?
No, my lord, she told me. I'm following orders from my master.
I don't remember giving any orders, I said back to her.
Yes, you did, she accused me. You did it just a while ago.
And what was that exactly? Honestly, I was blanking a little.
You told me to go where I like, she answered. I like you.
Well, that's mighty kind of you to say, I chuckled, putting a hand to the side of her neck and gently stroking her cheekbone with my thumb. Flattery will do you no good, honey. You can't raise your position with me any higher. As you like me, I like you just as much. Except I'd use a mite stronger word than that.
If you do like me this way, would you allow me one request?
Her hand hooked into my wrist as she fell into my palm. Anything for you, dear bunny. I brought my other arm around her waist, lifting her up just enough to get her heels off the ground.
The older slaves had heard stories of our ancient ancestors, which I was always fascinated to learn.
The bunny breathed into my chest as she drew circles on it with her finger.
Long before the wolves were around, and there was rabbit nobility in our lands, there was a certain tradition among them. It was considered an honor for a noble's first slave to be untouched by anyone, even another noble, and he had the privilege and the right to bed the slave when she was of age as a rite of initiation for him. The wolves don't care for any rabbit, so those of us who are not selected for breeding more slaves are left untouched.
So, have you ever been picked? I pushed her hair behind her human ear, enthralled by the sound of her voice alone.
My role as housekeeper was chosen when I was very young.
Her fingers spread out as her palm pressed up against me, rubbing my pectoral up and down.
So I never deviated from my place. I was shown to be infertile, and therefore useless to them in that way. However, each household was to keep their own slaves and breed them, so there were places in every property to facilitate this. I would often peek into these rooms out of curiosity, just to see what I would never experience for myself.
The sly girl unhooked one button on my overall, as I had already done to 3 down the back of her maid's outfit.
The way they touched each other.
With her finger and thumb, she undid the buttons of my shirt as her hand flowed down my chest, her other fingers gliding along with the sensation. My own fingers were already undoing the few buttons left on her back, moving them to her shoulders to unhook the last ones.
The way they moaned with every breath.
With the last buttons gone, her outfit fell to the ground, exposing her velvety blonde skin and letting her delicious breasts breathe to full size for the first time in what must have been ages. I pulled her closer to me with one arm and was running my fingers through her hair with the other, as she let out a moan of her own. I noticed a burn mark on her side, right under her ribs, in the shape of an almost perfect crescent moon, with a star between its points. My anger swelled, and I morphed it into passion, resolving to take any of the pain she may be feeling away that I could. In the next moment, I was back into smoothing my hand over her, as she pressed deeper into my chest, more determined than ever to show her she was safe with me.
Every part of him coming together as one.
Her mouth pressed into my neck, a nipping bite forcing my hands to press into her back and her glutes as she moaned once more. My own clothes had also fallen to the ground by now, and I could feel every inch of her softly whipped tones and folding curves.
I found it fascinating, and yet I never wanted it. Then
her hands began to explore the vast expanse of my back, while mine took their time with her breasts, first feeling into their sides, pressing them together as I fully experienced their size. She pulled on my shoulder to lift herself up, wrapping her legs around my waist as we looked at each other, face to face.
But now that you've saved me, and I am yours to do with as you please, I'm asking you, my lord,
she whispered to me almost voicelessly,
would you do me the honor of allowing me to initiate you into true nobility?
I didn't have the patience to let her finish. My lips magnetized to hers as I pulled her into me as tightly as I felt I could. Her bosom pressed into me as she pulled herself closer with a hand around my neck, and our breathing became synchronized in intensity. I moved us to my bed as I pulled her panties to the side with my thumb, opening the way for our union. She fell to the mattress, her hair and bunny ears spread out like a black flame with white streaks upon a canvas, while I placed a hand down to hold myself above her and took my boxers clean off. Carefully, slowly, I guided my way to her, caressing the entrance to prepare her for me. I could never brag about size, only that others have found me rather stretching, and I wanted her to be comforted as well as pleasured. Apparently, she didn't have much patience either, as her legs pushed me in from behind with full force, her warmth pulling all of me into her at once as she screamed with ecstasy. She arched her back, digging her head and shoulders into the mattress as her hips ground into my own. A groan escaped my own mouth in that first push in, but I couldn't hesitate as I pumped into her over and over again. Every beguiling part of her jiggled with every thrust, hypnotizing me with their rhythm and enticing me to strengthen my force. I looked into her eyes, a painful desperation upon them in anticipation of what was to come as waves of delectation flowed through both of us, bringing us closer. Like she had just described to me, every breath she took was filled with escaping moans, the animalistic pressure taking hold of her very core. The sweat of our bodies quickly rose, glossing her skin over like a fresh coat and mine in beads of endurance. Time slipped away as our flesh merged on a level beyond physical. We glided through several positions, her on top of me, below me, turned around so I could witness her flawless back and voluminous cheeks, holding on to every part of her as if I was clinging to life. Finally, after each shot of thrill and excitement rose through me, and orgasm after orgasm flowed from her, growing more intense every time, we were back where we started, with her resting on the bed and me looming over with one hand. My hand fell to the elbow, still plunging into her as my hand brushed through the flaming strands of black hair, and the other traversed her body up and down, surveying every curve and jiggly fold. As my fingers stroked her bunny ears, she let out a quiet cry, and I let my hand off in fear I had caused her pain. Wordlessly, she reassured my actions by placing the back of her wrist upon my arm to lower me down and begin again. With her other hand, she closed her fingers around my other wrist, guiding the explorations up her body, passing over her thighs, hips, breasts, and finally up to her neck, where she placed my grip around it. My life is in your hands, my lord. Her delicate digits danced up my arm as my sensations danced along with them. Do with it as you will. Taking her cue, I slowly began to press my fingers against the side of her neck. You have power over me, as no one has before. The grip tightened, ever so slightly, increasing in the subtlest manner I could muster. I put my complete trust in you, master. I kept my palm away from her throat, keeping her windpipe clear to breathe as she wanted. If it weren't for keeping her safe and healthy alone, I was voracious for those moans of hers. I could feel her quivering and instinctively slowed my pace down while increasing my power in tense preparation for her culminating moment. Without twisting or folding anything, I enveloped both bunny ears near their base with my fingers, leisurely yet deliberately, bringing my hand up and letting the soft fur flow. Her legs tightened around my waist as she tightened around me, her hands almost glued to my face and her eyes fixed on my gaze. The moment was here, and I sped my thrusts up like a machine piston, maximizing her pleasure as my own rose to cosmic heights. She let out a scream that shook through the house, and probably the whole damn woods, as her tightened grip on me peaked, then released all at once, while I let my hand go from her neck. I'm a little embarrassed to say, but there was a definite hand-shaped red mark left behind. Her eyes were pouring out tears, but her smile calmed me, as she giggled and kissed my face all over. Her lips met mine once more, and she held her body close against mine, not letting any part of me go just yet as I rose to my knees. I looked down at her as she latched onto me and kissed my neck again and again, savoring her first time as long as she could. Yet, even with all of this heat and passion, I felt a bit of a cold breeze on my shoulders, which may have frustrated me a tad. I just fixed the insulation in this place. But now wasn't the time to worry about that.
You did it, my lord,
Hopper smirked with another kiss.
You're amazing.
Weren't nothing special, I chuckled, glad that she enjoyed herself so much. I just want to see her happy is all.
And that alone, plus your dedicated expertise,
she breathed heavily, pressing her breasts against my pecs while she still rode that climactic high,
will keep me happy forever. But also,
she tilted my chin upward toward the ceiling. It was my absolute pleasure. Good Lord! Where the wood paneling of my ceiling was supposed to be, there was instead an oval-shaped disc, thinner than a fine hair, floating stuck above me. Its edges were lined with a purple light that danced like tiny thunderstorms around it. Upon this disc was a vision of a forest, upside down from my perspective, with trees stretching down as tall as the sky below. A cold breeze kicked up from it, bringing with it a couple of fallen leaves from the forest floor above. One of them landed on my head. I picked the maple-like leaf off, inspecting it properly. A normal fallen maple leaf may have been yellow, red, orange, brown, or any fall color. This one was black as midnight tar, with blue veins of stems shooting through it. I've been in plenty of forests, but not one with trees and leaves like this. But I reckoned Hopper had. Oh, good gravy. I searched around my house frantically while Hopper stayed latched on. I gotta get my guns packed and ready before this thing closes. We can just throw most of it through, get a few clothes on now, put the rest on when we... Hopper raised her hand up, closing her fingers into a fist. Upon her command, the disc portal closed, as if it were never there. I turned my attention to Hopper with a raised eyebrow. Am I to live under the assumption that you can bring that back up again? The Bunnygirl nodded with a grin brighter than a white Christmas.
I could feel my connection to this power increasing as it grew more intense.
She looked at me with those puppy dog eyes.
It almost called out to me, and I just needed emotion powerful enough to fully unlock and understand it. Before, it was fear, but now I've found something much stronger. Are you pleased?
Honey, I mean this with my whole heart, I promised to her. You're gonna have to learn one day that I am filled with absolute pleasure with you at all times, and most recently from you. Now go get dressed. We got a trip to plan. With a slap to her astounding ass, then 2 hands to her ribs, I lifted her off of me, setting her down so we could get ourselves cleaned up. After showing her how the shower worked in my bathroom, I let the lady wash up first while I took a quick preliminary wipe with my washcloth. As she got out and got dry, I couldn't help but tarry with my eyes on her before prepping to hop in the shower myself. While I did that, I spied Hopper looking in the mirror, assessing the marks on her neck. I almost turned away, not feeling mighty proud of going that far with her. But then she took a ribbon from off her maid's outfit, using it to tie her hair up in a high ponytail, exposing every part of her neck as she twirled around to see the whole mark. With a quiet and satisfied giggle, she pranced over to where my flannel laid, picking it up, rebuttoning it, and putting it on herself.
What are you doing with that?
I said, halting my step into the shower. The girl's cute blush rose as I caught her wearing my shirt.
I'm so sorry, my lord.
She went to undo the buttons.
I shouldn't have deigned to wear a noble's clothes. Please, forgive me.
Slow your roll, honey. I put a hand up to calm her. I'm more than happy to share, and I'm sorry I don't have much in the way of dresses and such. I guess I'm more curious why you aren't wearing your own stuff. I'll see what I can do about keeping your legs warm.
My legs are fine, my lord,
she assured me, putting her hands in the oversized sleeves up to her face. Her shoulders were raised just a touch as she retreated into herself.
I was merely...
You ain't in trouble, Hopper, I affirmed. Say what's on your mind.
This one smells like you,
she muffled through her sleeves. I swear, a puppy and a kitten playing in one sock wouldn't be near as cute as her right then. You can keep it then, I said. I've got at least a couple dozen more waiting.
If I may be so brash as to advise you,
she spoke up from her hands.
You should bring as many as you can. If you're allowing your servants to wear these, then all the bunnies will want one you've worn, most assuredly.
All the bunnies? I stood confused. What do you mean?
Well, when you begin building your estate, she informed, you'll be gathering many bunnies as slaves. Once you've taken a bed with them, they would be comforted immensely by this gift, just as I am. It would mean the world to them, and they would be most grateful. I want them to have this same security and safety I feel as well. Only if it pleases you to do this, of course, my lord.
Just to make sure that I'm hearing this right, I clarified. As a noble in your world, the great borough, all of the female servants I procure are sleeping with me? As a given?
Of course, she declared, as if avowing law. It is your right to do with all your slaves as you wish. If you receive even a fraction of the pleasure that I did from your noble initiation, I wouldn't doubt it would please you to bed as many slaves as often as you possibly could.
The possibility hadn't even crossed my mind. Hopper blew all the other girls I'd seen or been with out of the water on every level, even the ones with a similar body type or personality. If there were more like her, I couldn't even imagine what I'd do. I'll bring extras then, I stated definitively, to which she smiled that cute smile of hers, leaving me to wash and think about the implications of the task I was about to set up upon. I'd no idea of the dangers I'd be facing once I stepped through that portal, but with rewards like that, it could have been a portal straight to Hell's front gate, and I would have been more than willing to face this challenge. Those wolves wouldn't know what hit them. Chapter 6. All washed up, bags packed, locked and loaded, Hopper and I portal hopped over to the mysterious woods of a new world. Taking my first step, I took a deep breath of the fresh air of a strange place. I took special care to bring my best gear, my comfiest hiking boots, thickest overalls and flannel, compact field dressing kit, survival backpack, 3 best knives, and a freshly sharpened machete. The proper thing to do, I figured, was to give Hopper the most protection, so I gave her the Kevlar vest and arm wraps I was gifted for a job. For her, they were leg wraps, and that was probably better anyway. Also, lots and lots of layers. Anything that jammed up claws and teeth, we were wearing, including my lumberjack shirt and pants. They kept chainsaws from cutting my legs off, and they'll do their best to keep these dogs from biting. My 3 most reliable guns, the .45, the sawed-off, and my .700 hunting rifle, were all freshly serviced and ready for action. I'd had them reinforced in the past to weigh a bit more so that they didn't break when you hit something with them. Sometimes you couldn't pull out a knife fast enough when a predator was charging, and you had to improvise. I lost a lot of good guns that way. If the portal were bigger, I might have just filled up the truck with stuff, along with all my extra gas cans, but the portals only got about my height before they really started to hurt her. We weren't going to need it, though. If we ran out of something, we could always just pop back whenever we had to. That gave us an edge. Hopper insisted upon carrying the extra ammunition for my guns along with the bag of survival rations herself, even though I was more than willing. She also bought 2 packs full of flannels, also upon her own insistence, which I had tightly packed up so that they didn't hang out weird. As long as it was on just her back, Hopper could take it as far as we needed and not be weighed down. You'd think this might have been overkill, but I was more than fine with carrying some extra weight than dying. And Mama didn't raise no space hog. Like a 3D puzzle, everything fit on our backs nice and pert, even if it was a bit heavy. There weren't any delusions from me about what Hopper might be going through when she would come back here. By the sound of her story, she didn't leave on great terms or with a lot to reminisce about. Still, I thought maybe she might have been just a pinch more stable coming home, holding on to a little cup of hope we'd take back her home from the wolves or some such. Her face told me I was wrong about that. I could see why. The first thing I saw, like a sore rattle on a rattlesnake, was the trees. Or rather, the lack of trees. Across the eye's view, stumps of once proud, otherworldly oaks and redwoods littered the landscape, giving us a clear view of the gray skies I'd take to be an omen of the dreariness to come. Hills, as far as the eye could see, rolling over and over again, leaving nothing to look at. It almost made me cry. Forests are my life. This kind of devastation was exactly what I hated about people back in my world, too.
What happened?
She whipped around in every direction.
Where did all the trees go? I was only gone for 1 day.
Oh, must have been especially disorienting for her. She probably was in these very woods when she portal hopped out of here. And this was part of her home. I'd imagine it'd be like driving home from work to find your house bulldozed. You bet I'd be throwing a tiff right quick about that. The gears were turning for me right there, but it wasn't for a while before I understood what was really going on. All right, honey, calm down. I grabbed her by the shoulders. We're going to find out what's going on here and fix it, okay? We'll get some trees back here proper soon as we can. We'll plant an acorn and a pine cone for every tree missing here. You with me?
Yeah.
She got her bearings again.
I'm with you.
A few pats to her shirt skirt to flatten it out, and she was right as rain.
I apologize, my lord, for my heinous display.
Let's just make that a rule right now, I demanded of her. You're not going to apologize for being human. Or bunny. Rabbit. A person. You won't apologize for having humanity. Humanity's universal, even for bunnies like you. Don't you hide that, pretty thing.
Yes, my lord,
she said with a giggle.
I wish only to please you.
Well, good job. I started walking. You've already been crushing it. We're going to find a spot to make a mobile base camp of sorts, then portal in some more supply. Hey, turn round. A sandpaper voice called out from behind us. I looked to see who had the audacity to be so rude, and lo and behold, it was a group of goddamn wolves coming out from behind a hill about 50 yards out. Shaggy and matted fur coated each of them from stem to stern, with a black, gray, and pale gray variety to differentiate the three of them. Meat columns hung from their crooked humpbacks, with monkey hands and black claws at the ends. Their giant wolf heads stuck out like a thick shelf, bearing their yellow canines, which must have been the size of a $50 each. Beady little eyes still had plenty of room for thick, white irises on what was otherwise like black marbles. Their hind legs were also wolfish and muscled, digging into the ground with unsheathed claws. As ugly as they were, they managed to dwarf it with their foghorn yelling. "What are you slaves doing this far out?" The black one shouted at us with a sandpaper voice and what could only be a Cockney accent. "Looky here, boss!" The gray one, with a whiny voice and the same kind of accent, pointed at me. "That bunny's got a musket on him." "That's the ugliest bunny I ever saw," the pale gray one with a gruff voice butted in. The least annoying voice, and it was the one I wanted to shoot the most. It didn't matter who it referenced, Hopper or me. Either choice was twitching my trigger finger. They all were. There wasn't even a moment to pop my pistol holster before a streak of creamy legs zoomed past my head and crashed into the pale wolf's face, sending him twisting through the air as it fell straight to the ground, smashing against a stump before falling limp. Hopper stood next to the other two wolves as she landed, a finger out towards her victim.
"How dare you!"
she shouted, as much as her voice could shout.
Lord Hank is a beautiful human male, and you will show him the proper respect.
You know what? I was proud that she never thought for a second the insult was towards her. If every girl back on my world thought like that, magazines like Vogue would be out of business. That's self-confidence right there. When the other two went to look at her in shock, the confidence shrunk away, as a socially instilled fear washed over her face. A quick shot from my pistol struck the gray one in the side of the eye and glanced past the black wolf's face, drawing blood for both as they dodged at the last second. These things were fast, no lie, but I got their attention, and that was enough. You can't really count accuracy at that range with a .45, but you can count on getting a couple of bullets out in a second. The black wolf broke into a charge at me, hounding on all fours, but the gray one turned his attention back to Hopper. I fired 2 more rounds at the gray one in the hopes of at least wounding the mutt before getting the machete unsheathed, putting it right in between some slobbering black jaws. My attacking dog man couldn't quite stop himself in time to save his wolf cheeks from being slashed open, his jaw hanging open too far in a gruesome display. I pressed that blade further in to keep him from retreating while firing 2 more shots into the top of his neck. With a smooth swap, I flung the beast to the side, slicing the jaw close to clean off as the body fell limp. Taking out the rifle, I trained it on the gray one, ready to pull the trigger on instinct. Hopper's swift ass-whooping stayed my hand as I watched her thoroughly trounce her mangy assailant with those beautiful legs of hers. Didn't matter how the creature was swiping and swinging, Hopper kept out of the way like a leaf in the wind, all the while visibly cracking bones with every kick. I kept my finger off the trigger, waiting for a clear shot to take this thing out without risking Hopper's safety. Then the gray wolf got aggressive, keeping Hopper boxed in as he pushed further on her. I just about squeezed the trigger before Hopper opened a portal behind her. Another one opened above the gray wolf at the same time, and when she jumped through the one, she fell down the other to smash the thing's head. It fell forward into the portal Hopper just made, falling through it and out the other to end up twisting his neck with the weight of his own body as he landed in a limp pile of his own. That was going to come in handy a lot, I could already tell. I put the rifle away, running over to her to pick her up in the tightest hug I could. With a quick kiss, I set her down, pulled out the pistol, and shot the gray one in the head once, just to be safe. Saving ammo was important, but not getting jumped was essential for survival.
I defeated a wolf, she exclaimed proudly.
Damn right you did, I fed her confidence.
I was so scared I was going to die,
she said with the exact same energy as before. But you didn't. I was trying to keep her in that positive mindset.
I didn't.
She hugged me almost as tight as I did her.
Oh, you're the best.
I'm not the one who just magic portal smacked a wolf into submission, I reminded her. Only one of us has the claim of Wizard of Whoop-Ass right now, and it ain't me, ma'am.
You think I could have done that by myself?
She scolded me with a tone that couldn't scare a fly off.
I couldn't look a wolf in the eye or raise my voice near one before. I couldn't even kick a door open if I was angry. Now I'm shouting and kicking them without thinking. Do you know who did that to me?
She poked my chest slowly, yet aggressively.
You did that to me.
She noticed her informal tone and looked away from my gaze.
Forgive my indignance, my lord.
Nothing to forgive, ma'am. I picked her up to kiss her on the forehead. My humblest apologies for bringing such madness upon you. Whatever was I thinking? I set her back down. I'm glad I could help. Could you use your wolf-bashing legs and make sure the black one over there isn't coming back up? Speaking of which, I went over to the paler wolf who was sitting up to nurse the concussion Hopper just gave him. He was looking at the black one's dead body while I aimed to shoot him in the head. There was some information I was going to squeeze out of him before he kicked the bucket.
Is he dead?
The pale one asked. Sure thing, I said, keeping him in my sights. Sliced him up myself. You're going to tell me everything I need to know or you join him.
I'll answer what I can, boss,
he grunted as he stood himself up.
I'll concede to your strength, and we'll do as you wish until one of us dies.
It was as if he was reciting an oath with that last part. Whatever, kiss ass, I laughed. He didn't get to switch sides that easily with me. I happen to have preferred my back without stab wounds in it. What happened to all the trees around here?
Cut down for construction, boss,
the pale dumbass replied. I rolled my eyes, as if I couldn't guess that part. Why else would he cut down trees? It looks like I'd have to be a little clearer. How did they do it overnight? I asked him nice and slow.
These trees are pretty thick, boss,
he answered.
Rabbits got weak little arms. I only get a couple done a night.
Then who the hell cut all these down the other day? There was already an inkling in my mind about what happened, but I wanted to know for sure.
The slaves cut this part down about 5 weeks ago.
His answer confirmed my suspicions.
They've gotten most of the lumber around here over the past year or so. My old boss said something about trading with other towns for lumber now, but I wasn't really listening. Is that what you mean by the other day, boss?
There was a bit of a time skip between worlds, apparently. It made sense now that I knew, but it was still troubling. Was that Timberpine Wolf still at that estate? He must have been. There's no real reason for him to leave. There's no telling how long Hopper was gone, though, with a minimum of a year passing by and a day in my world. Guess I should have been glad she portal hopped over when she did. That also made portal hopping between worlds a bit trickier. We might end up wasting years resupplying ourselves, and all the while, wolves would still be torturing bunnies and hares all over. We'd only be able to portal hop if we absolutely needed it. Is Thumperton Port close by? I switched to another question.
A couple of weeks' travel, yeah, he answered.
That was not close by. This damn dog just could not give me any good news. We'd have to conserve our resources a lot more if we wanted to get to Timberpine with a solid arsenal. Hopper said she was running away up until later in the morning when she hopped over to my world, and she was running straight from Timberpine's estate in Thumperton Port. That means we'd pop back much farther away than that. Anytime we pop between to resupply, we could end up right on their doorstep or 1,000 miles away, and the time skip would give the wolves all the time they needed to replace the ones we'd dealt with. It'd be like we'd have to start over every time we ran out, only we'd be dealing with new terrain each time we popped back in. Maybe, just maybe, the locations between our worlds had some matching parts, and we could just find out where Thumperton Port would correlate in my world and hop from there. But that was just a theory, and the time skips would still happen. We needed to get a stockpile from here. We needed some legendary muskets. The Hunter of Legends weapon caches, I asked. What do you know about those?
Only that you rabbits aren't supposed to know about him or those.
The pale wolf's gruff tone revealed a bit of prejudice.
All bosses tell their pack to beat a rabbit who mentions it. Even the nobles and such don't like to talk about him.
They were still afraid of the hunter. If those caches were real, they'd have wanted them found. That could have been how these beasts got their hands on muskets in the first place. It was worth checking out, at least. Beats possibly having to conquer time and space. Do you know of any places with heavier guard duty that seem odd? I asked. Structures that no one uses? Random patches in the wood?
There's a bit of forest we aren't cutting down just a little way from here, he said. The Baron has 2 packs guarding it every day. Ours was one of them.
Hello, Hunter's Cache. You're gonna take us there. I motioned with the gun for him to get up, calling out to my Bunnygirl. We're heading out, Hopper. I spied over the pale wolf's shoulder to see Hopper poking at the black corpse with her foot, checking to see if it would move. It did not. When she heard my voice, she skipped over to my side as I pointed our captive ahead of us. Where are we going? She asked as she hugged onto my side. Our wolf boy here is going to lead us to one of the hunter's caches. I started walking, and the pale wolf stayed ahead as we moved towards the weapons cache. Oh, good! She unhooked her arms for a couple of quick claps. You've started your pack already, my lord. My what? Your pack! She hopped excitedly along. You've won your first pack underling. You think I want this beast working for me? I looked at her like she was nuttier than squirrel crap. I just killed this boss. Don't tell me you believe this switching sides angle that he's pushing to get a better shot at killing me. He's a part of your pack now, my lord. She stopped hopping around to explain. You've killed his old master and have claimed his loyalty and servitude.
Didn't I say that already?
the wolf butted in. You shush, I snapped at him. What kind of idiot would have believed the crap you were selling?
I don't have any crap on me, boss,
the dumbass said back. Oh, I had half a mind to shoot this wolf in the leg for that.
What is crap?
So you're telling me. I turned to Hopper while summoning all the patience I could for this wolf. He's just going to follow my orders without question and not try to avenge his old boss? And no strings attached?
They don't have loyalties beyond life and strength, my lord, she continued. If someone were to kill you, then he'd be loyal to them. Lord Timberpine has won over many wolves for guarding his estate by killing their leaders in single combat in the courtyard.
All right. How does the first leader get their loyalty then? I asked. Are they just born following one?
We follow the first person to win against us in a fight, boss,
the wolf answered, even though I didn't ask him specifically.
After that, whoever kills the boss inherits that win.
What if someone else beats you without killing your boss? I asked. Seemed like a strange oversight to not think about, even for a bunch of mutts.
Doesn't matter,
he said.
You haven't beat the boss, so you haven't earned the win from them. I'll fight to the death before I give up my boss, whoever that is. It's an honor to die serving strength. But we don't help out with personal battles. You have to keep your proof you deserve to lead.
Once we run into Timberpine, I retorted, or this Baron I've heard about, you'll flop like a fish. I'm not a part of your wolf society, and they're the top bosses around here. Do I have to beat them to make sure you never turn on me?
They're not my boss,
he replied simply.
You are.
It's a very simple chain of command,
Hopper chimed in.
Wolves only follow their master. If your pack members get their own pack members, that doesn't make them a part of your pack. Your pack members are completely loyal to you, and theirs will be loyal to them. Since their boss is your underling, you can tell your underling to tell them what to do. He never served the Baron, he served the Black Wolf, who had his own pack leader, and that one his own, which eventually leads to the Baron of Thumperport. Eventually. You've cut him out of that chain since you don't have a master.
So, you're not actually loyal to me, I addressed my new underling. There were some doubts about the whole thing, but at least I understood it. You're just following this wolf code of strength, just like all the other wolves, including the nobles. It's just this patchwork link of boss-subordinate relationships that form the whole society.
Yeah, that's the gist of it,
he confirmed.
I'm not ashamed to say it. Wolves are pretty dumb altogether. We can't be bothered with these lists of bosses and such. Much more simple to have just the one to follow. If the higher-up nobles need you to do something, they can worry about running it down the chain.
That was the most ridiculous system of government I'd ever heard of. If it's true, though, then that solves part of the huge problem of dwindling resources. As I was losing bullets, I'd have to be careful to keep some wolves alive so I could grow my pack. Plus, now I really only had to kill pack leaders, and the rest would fall in line. What do I call you, anyway? I spoke to the newest recruit.
Whatever you want, boss,
he answered.
My old boss called us grunts, but I'll respond to anything.
Do you not have a name either? I asked.
Only nobles have names, my lord,
Hopper reminded me.
Having a name is a very prestigious claim, and signals others to try to claim it for themselves. If an underling ever tried to name themselves, which they would never dream of, it'd eventually get passed up the chain through harsh discipline, and then forgotten so that no one else could use it.
I don't know if I'll ever get used to the lack of names. I rolled my shoulders, warily setting my gun down while still watching the wolf. I'm calling you Toby.
Is that a kind of grunt?
Toby, the pale idiot, inquired. No, that's your name, I said, wondering how many times I'd have to have this conversation through this whole adventure. When I say Toby, I'm talking about you and only you. When I call out Toby, I'm expecting you to answer and obey. You can be a grunt or anything else you want to be as well. As far as I'm concerned, you are Toby.
What does a Toby do?
He asked, looking as confused as a wolf's head can be, cocked head and all.
Think of it like a special kind of underling.
Hopper helped clear things up.
You are now Lord Hank's grunt, a part of Lord Hank's pack, and that makes you a special type of grunt that only you can be. The name encompasses all the things about you and what you do. Everything that you do to help Lord Hank is part of being Toby. No one can be a better Toby Then you.
I'm Toby.
The new Toby pondered this title he'd been given. He scratched his head with his big, lumbering forehands, lurching forward as he led the way still. Not to ruin an adorably sweet deed, I whispered over to Hopper as we followed. But I thought you hated wolves. Why'd you help him out?
I didn't mean to speak out of turn, my lord.
She blushed and avoided my gaze.
I was just informing him about what serving under you is like. Yes, a part of me is filled with dread, knowing he was working with other wolves and hurting my people. His boss was ordering him to do terrible things, and so was his boss's boss. But he's part of your pack, just like I am your slave. I know that you would never hurt me, so he can't hurt me either. We're all working together now. I can't afford to endanger you or anyone else in your growing household if I hold on to my hate.
Honey, that's gotta be one of the sweetest damn things I've ever heard in my life. I reached a hand over to her hip and pulled her close. Though I must say, you're making these names I'm coming up with look like royal knighthoods. I'm not nearly creative enough to even make them sound good.
These names are special, she blurted out. My lord, your underlings and servants need to know what having one of your names means. They should all be able to appreciate what a strange and wondrous gift it is to be called something that only refers to you, to have something that makes your work and struggles matter, to not be just another replaceable tool.
The sleeves of her cotton shirt unrolled, and she put her hands to her mouth with those sleeves hanging over. You'd have had to have seen it to know just how heart-melting it was to see her as she snuggled up next to me.
I love my name,
Hopper spoke softly.
And I'm not the one who made them sound like that. I was only telling Toby what you told me. He's the best Toby, and I'm the best Hopper there ever was.
Son of a bitch. I supposed she was technically right. When I was saying it, I was just trying to explain the naming idea better, so she would let me call her by one. I wasn't planning out a mantra for how my estate would be like. Good Lord, it sounded like a PSA slogan, not a noble calling. It didn't matter in the long run, anyway. You didn't get to pick how anyone reacted to what you say. You could only say what you mean. Guess that was just what they needed. Chapter 7.
Isn't he amazing?
Back at the catacombs, Hopper interjected her opinion into my story, seemingly unable to contain it.
Not even a few moments after coming into our world, starting from the very bottom, and already making history as the first hare with a pack.
All right, settle that down now, I said to her with a hand to her hip. Clearly, I only did half of the work, and I'm not a rabbit. I'm a human, with none of your guys' super-strength legs or amazing abilities or nothing. Don't be making a mountain out of this molehill.
That just makes it more impressive, sir.
The new girl, who I had to name soon, or it'd kill me, put in her 2 cents.
If you really aren't as strong or as fast as even any rabbit, let alone any wolf, you've accomplished more than anyone has in thousands of years, even just by that point in the tale.
It's not... I just shot them, I stammered out. I've dealt with lots of dangerous animals just like that, and the gun makes it pretty easy. Hell, it should get the lore title too, if we're assigning credit where it's due. There was a small pause as we walked without speaking, our footsteps tapping through the dark passages and chambers. After an awkward moment, someone finally spoke up. And you'd have been shocked as I was that it wasn't Hopper or me.
If I could make a request, sir.
The girl broke the silence with some mustered courage.
May I see the pistol?
I gladly handed it to her tiny cradling hands, which gave the pistol the appearance of needing 2 hands to fire. Given her diminutive size, that may have been the case.
Do the bullets use some kind of gadget or magical device to direct the projectiles into the target for you?
The girl inspected the piece.
It could use magnetic forces or powerful miniature vortexes to guide them to where they need to go, but that would require quite a bit of power for a small device like this.
No, I answered. You still gotta aim.
Then if...
She spoke again, still gathering courage and strength.
If I may be very, very blunt, sir.
You may, I gave permission. Even outside this social circumstance, having the option to ask to be blunt would be a great idea to implement back in my world.
Your diminishing of your achievements is demeaning.
She spoke bluntly, just as she intended.
Even if you're trying to be humble, you can't just dismiss your contributions because you have the tools to make them. They wouldn't have happened without you, and it makes the rabbit race sound pathetic when you make light of your actions, which we haven't been able to replicate once. It's a lord's duty to have a better appreciation for achievements, even his own, if he's going to evaluate his household appropriately.
Hopper and I stared at her, completely floored by the ferocity we'd just witnessed. The new girl's face was indeed fierce, like a lioness. And not to justify the horrible actions of the wolves in any way, but I could see why a tyrannical slaver might want to try to shock that fiery spirit of hers out. Just add a pinch of confidence, and any of these Bunnygirls were a force in nature to be reckoned with, each in their own way. Nobody moved, as we all just let that moment sit. The lioness's face turned back to the meek slave, cowering at the fear of retribution.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
She peeped out as if it were one long word. Blunt is what you offered, honey, I said with a breathy laugh of disbelief. Blunt is what I allowed, and blunt is what you delivered. And if I may use just a fraction of that bluntness, you can't just take back your words like that if you're working for me. I promise to say what I mean at all times if you'll do the same. Deal? She came out of her little shell of arms, peering out of her defenses to see that I meant her absolutely no harm. After a short while, she ever so slightly nodded her head. Very good, I declared, walking up to the girl and placing her cheeks in my palms. With this pact, I hereby name you Tinker, since you're so good with all the technical things I can't even begin to understand. This is your special name, only for you. It's yours to have and to keep forever. I kissed her lips, her twitching nose tickling my own cheek, then let her go. You're a real spitfire, you know.
Where did all of that come from?
Hopper walked over and bumped the stunned bunny with her hip.
I've never been half as brave in my whole life. Nobody deserves a name more if you ask me. You kicked a wolf in the face, Tinker pointed out. You heard how mouthy he was, Hopper justified herself. Besides, that was just an instinct. I didn't mean to be as terrifying and wise as you just were.
Tinker's eyes shifted from side to side as she tried to process all of this new information.
Can you continue the story?
It looked like we were overwhelming her just a tad, and she just needed a focus shift off of her. Of course, I obliged. You best prepare yourself for the wonder that is dealing with having wolves under your employ. See? There they are! Back in the story, Toby pointed out the obvious patch of woods that was still there amidst a field of stumps, like flares of foliage signaling anyone who even looked at it to come to find the important thing they were hiding there. You could see it a mile away in this ghost town of woods. Should have just left a sign out if they were really looking to keep the place marked so noticeably. Except, maybe it was too obvious. A sign really would have been better for these tree-hungry wolves if they were trying to deforest the whole place. And I already knew they didn't care about their slaves' livelihoods, so we were only left with the option of deliberate action on their part. Not that the tree thing was any concern of mine at the time. I was only thinking that kind of thing as I lined up a shot from behind a stump. Damn trees kept getting in the way. We had about 6 wolves to deal with, all different colors, just like Toby's old group. Blonde, brown, black, and gray, black with some white, gray with black spots, and a dark red. This group was wielding weapons, 2 spears for the blonde and brown, 2 war mauls for the 2 black ones, and 2 muskets for the red and gray. Working off the whole pack mentality theory of wolf leadership, I tried to find the leader through body language to end it quickly. After about 5 minutes, the only thing they were saying was bored out of their minds. They were all just standing around, picking teeth, scratching heads, rubbing trees with their legs. No interaction at all to tip me off to power dynamics. I told my people all the information as I saw it.
Did you see the hunter's storage chamber, my lord?
Hopper asked as she laid next to me.
Perhaps a door or a latch?
Nothing yet, darling. I kept my side on the black and gray one since he was the biggest of the group. Without a clear leader, I was going to take out the big one at least to thin the herd. If I was lucky enough, That would be him, and this would be over with only a bullet lost.
Your musket's not gonna hit from here, boss.
My better expert than me on my own goddamn weapons expert lackey informed me.
You're just gonna give away where we're hiding.
Thank you, Toby, I said, focusing on my shot. I'll keep that under advisement.
Make sure to take out that leader,
he said, as if it was a new idea.
That's the best way to beat the pack.
Thank you, Toby. Lord, give me strength.
Get ready for anything,
I said to my household.
I'll thin out what I can, but you'll need to each take a wolf when they come over here.
I squeezed the trigger, and the shot rang out through the valley. They all looked over, and a second later, the big guy fell over dead from a headshot. Loading another round in, I went for the next shot, and they had just noticed the fatality. Another bang, and the wolves came prowling for us, running at blinding speeds. The shot hit the Red Musketeer in the neck, forcing him to fall behind the wrist. I still wasn't used to their speed yet, and their vitals moved differently than wolves from my world. Once I learned the rhythms, though, no more sloppy shots. One more to hit the Gray Musketeer in the shoulder, and I stood to switch to the pistol and machete.
Take the leader and the bunny,
the black and white mauler barked to the other two beside him, sporting his own Cockney accent, but with a chipmunk smoker-like voice.
The uppity slave with the musket is mine.
He was a good deal smaller than the other wolves, and would not have been my second pick for leader of the pack. Guess we both made wrong assumptions at that moment, him thinking I'm a slave still, but my assumption wasn't going to get me killed. I got a few rounds into his chest before he was on me, and the blonde and brown spear wolves had charged my compatriots. The leader's plan involved using his war maul as a battering ram, slamming into me and crushing my bones into sand as it tore my flesh apart. I did not let that happen. Instead, a sidestep let me get a gash into his side. With the overcharging throwing him off balance, he didn't have the time to dodge another shot to the back of the head. His stupidly immense strength, however, helped him to swing that metal block right from my side, throwing me off as I dodged just enough out of the way. That move put me right into a glancing shot to my side from the musketeers, who had just got up to us to start firing. For such a little beast, it could swing that hammer like it was hollow. I couldn't so much as point my pistol in his direction before he had another swing heading for me from over his head. The machete was practically useless when he could swing the heavier weapon with just as much speed, and the sound of it hitting the ground as I moved out of the way told me all I needed to know about the necessity of never being so much as glanced. My pistol also seemed to just be pissing this one off, so I changed up the strategy to using the shotgun, in the hopes that having no face would keep the wolf from attacking. The musketeers had another shot at me while I switched around, keeping me from shooting, and this as I maneuvered away. And, like I suspected, it knew some basic strategy and was keeping me in his distance with his mobility. I tried kicking the damn dog man away, but I pushed myself more than moving him any. Little, in his case, seemed to be more akin to compact or dense, swinging his big monster mallet just as well as if he were the size of the one I killed before this. And these stumps weren't making things any easier, keeping me from moving as fast as I wanted, while also looking behind myself to keep from falling. But maybe they could have been. I slowed my dodging pace and surveyed my surroundings to get a lay of the local geography, all the while teasing the beast to come in and hit me. It worked, as he swung harder and faster to try to hit me when I was getting so close. The musketeer shots were starting to feel more like flesh wounds now, but it wasn't enough to do any real damage. Like a moth to the flame, the wolf took one step too aggressively and swung his hammer right above his head. Usually, he might be able to bring it back around for a second strike, making a bit of a twister motion as it stayed in the fight. However, this time there was a stump in the way of his foot. He was tripping, trying to regain his footing in the air, which led him to the second stage of my trap, the hill. With a landing place far below what he was expecting, he fumbled the acrobatic stunt he was trying to pull, giving me all the time I needed to blow the back of his head off. He tumbled down the hill like a rag doll, spilling blood from his open skull as he flopped and slopped. With a turn of the head, I was ready to put some pellets in some more wolves, but I was met with a termless surrender from the other wolves. The musketeers had stopped fighting, and the spearmen had knelt down in front of Toby and Hopper. The two attacking wolves slashed and bruised to no end. Hopper's assailant, the brown spearman, had the maximum number of black eyes, and Toby's blonde was looking striped like a tiger. Meanwhile, the two of them didn't look touched at all. So, I looked at the parlaying wolves, scanning for any signs of a trick. We good? There going to be a problem?
You have beaten us and killed our leader,
The blonde one spoke up.
Our strength submits to yours. We shall serve you until one of us dies.
Do any of y'all have names? I asked around with my gun. They shook their heads. All right, so we begin. I pointed to the blonde one. Old Yeller. To the red one in the back. Foxhound. The spotted one. Scooby. And finally the brown one. Lassie. Those are all your new names. Think of them as titles or whatever else helps you out. That is what I'm calling you individually. The newly christened Lassie uttered.
Not to question you or your leadership, but I don't know how to lass, boss.
Is it like scoobing, sir?
Scooby asked.
I might need some help being a scuba. I have 2 titles, boss,
Foxhound said.
When do you want me to do fox tasks, and when do you want me to do hound ones? I think I should be fine with mine, boss.
Old Yeller committed to his interpretation of his own name.
Oh, wait, am I only supposed to do that to the old slaves? May I ask who's covering the younger ones?
I think the next pack I take over is getting serial numbers. I'm only explaining this once, I said slowly, thinking through how to streamline this. Your name refers to you alone. It doesn't have to do with any specific jobs at all. I, or anyone else, will be referring to you by this name, and I expect you to answer and obey when I do. Are we clear about that?
Almost.
Scooby put a clawed gorilla finger up.
Are any of us still expected to scoob or lass at all?
You'll do anything I tell you to do. I pointed an authoritative finger at him, taking the moment to head toward the tiny forest patch. Don't worry about the name so much as the sound. I make that sound, you answer and respond. This way I can tell each of you to do different things without confusion. Supposedly.
Wait, is it like a noble name?
Foxhound spoke up as the group followed.
Don't only nobles get to have noble names?
Nope,
Hopper chirped as she bounced to my side.
Under Lord Hank, everyone gets a special name that lets the master call out to you and helps you do your special job. When he gets his estate properly built, you will be expected to do anything that he wants, not just one job forever.
Yeah, it's like a catch-all job title.
Toby helped out.
Anytime the boss wants something done, and you do it, you're doing what your name means. I'm Toby. What the devil is Toby?
Old Yeller shouted.
Is his Tobin going to get in the way of my yelling?
And that was a weirdly familiar phrase. Did wolves have a devil to worry about? Did any of them? I just need a system to call on all of you. I cut through the discussion. Noted, wolves are denser than cement on a cold winter day. I can't be saying that wolf over there or the other one next to you all the time, or we aren't getting anywhere. It's real simple. All you gotta do is respond when I call out the name, okay? No jobs, no skills, no nobles, nothing you gotta think about beyond the sound of it. It's just a way for me to talk to you specifically when I need something from you specifically.
Oh,
Lassie said, as I hoped he'd finally gotten it, so I didn't have to do this again.
That's pretty smart, boss. The old bosses had just been calling all of us, "Hey, you."
What?
The other 4, including Toby, responded.
See?
Yes, it's a much better system, I said, trying to relax, or at least loosen my shoulders from the frustration. No more of that idiocy ever again. Now we're moving on to the whole new idiocy. How did these meatheads manage to keep a whole race under their foot? There had to be a smart one among the nobles, which was a scary thought. The dumb ones had given me trouble, but the smart ones might have killed me if they had gotten the chance. Hopper, as attentive as always, had hopped onto my back with her legs around my waist, putting some tender love and care into my shoulders. while the 5 wolves who worked for me argued about names and jobs some more. She was a ray of sunshine in the middle of all this. I was starting to invest more hope in this cache than I may have intended, if only because the alternatives of complete wolf army dependency were looking more and more unappealing by the minute. When I could finally figure out how to get these ideas in their skulls quickly, we were in business. Until then, I focused on cool breezes and quiet chirping birds to help me relax. Humble beginnings, right? Chapter 8. I looked around the itty-bitty forest, searching the 20 or so trees around for anything suspicious or man-made. A hunter's traps were fairly easy to find if you knew what you were looking for, and I was willing to bet that the hunter was no great exception. However, the cache was probably more like a hunting blind, which was only slightly harder. As long as you weren't a duck, you could probably just see it. I was seeing no blind or trap in this little forest patch.
"It's not over here, boss,"
Scooby called out. The other wolves were searching around along with him, sniffing the place about for anything. The fact that they weren't finding anything meant that there probably wasn't any gunpowder around, which would mean the cache had already been raided or it wasn't here. But it had to be here. There'd be no other reason to post guards around the place.
"Not over here,"
Toby called in.
"Not here."
Lassie followed.
"Nothing where I am,"
Foxhound reported.
"I didn't find the hunter's special cache."
I was interpreting Old Yeller's insistence upon the volume as his way of saying he was committed to the cause.
"That's the whole place swept, my lord,"
Hopper capered up to me.
"Do you still think it's here?"
Whatever's here is valuable to the wolf nobles. I inspected the tree some more. Even if it isn't the hunter's cache, we have to find out what it is so we can either use it or take it out of play. At the very least, we'll have to find a way to block this off.
"Do you want us to guard it again?"
Foxhound lumbered over.
"But, for you?"
No, that's not necessary, I said, feeling the side of one of the trees. I'm pretty sure I found something. I had a hunch about something, and I decided to give it a test. As I pressed against a tree, I felt something give way, but couldn't see anything. In fact, I saw fewer things, specifically my fingers, as my hand was slowly disappearing into the tree. That wasn't normal tree behavior. I still felt the bark against my fingertips, and my fingers still moved, so I was sure I was fine. The scratching and rubbing of lumber against lumber crawled up my forearm until I could feel the space inside. Once I reached far enough in, there was some sort of shovel handle kind of thing right at the edge of my fingers. That was about the point where the muscles in my arms lacked the leanness they were robbed of by a life of physical labor. But my hunch was right. The trees were kept right here because they were part of the hiding mechanism. They must have realized it only after they cut down most of the trees, but they didn't know which one it could be. Since they could never find it, they just had to make sure no one else did. Wolves were just that dumb, as I was beginning to realize.
"Look at that,"
I said, still trying to touch the handle. Luckiest guess of my life. Glad it didn't take long. I could have been here another couple hours checking all these trees for this.
"So that's why we had the trees cut down,"
Scooby theorized in astonishment as he approached.
"They would have tried to eat us."
He might have looked a little smarter if he had just left out that second part. He didn't, and wouldn't in the future. "Hopper, would you mind putting your hand where mine is?" I said, taking my hand out of the illusion in the tree. Scooby, Foxhound, and Toby all marveled at the miracle they had just witnessed. There's a switch to pull, and my arm's not getting me through to it.
"I mind nothing you ask me to do, my lord."
Hopper skipped over to my spot to feel up the tree, sliding her hand into the illusion.
"My previous hypothesis is now under suspicion as to the presence of a digestive biological component to this foliage,"
Scooby said, wordier than a thesaurus with a soul.
"What?"
Toby gave Scooby the tilted head of a confused puppy.
"Oh, I used to work for a noble who liked to read,"
Scooby explained.
"Used a lot of words to say stuff. I guess some of it stuck." "What did you just say then?"
Foxhound asked.
"I have no idea,"
Scooby admitted. Hopper moved her shoulder back, and a clank echoed in the tree. About 10 feet away, a piece of the forest floor, about as tall and wide as 2 people, rose out of the ground, unguided by anything. Beneath it was a half-foot of stone, lined with strange symbols and drawings along the edges of it, glowing an arcane emerald. Below it, a stairway led into what appeared to be a dark room.
"What is that?"
Hopper looked at the floating hatch door with a wondrous twinkle to her eye. "Do you not know?" I asked her. "This is new for you too? Because I was trying not to freak out earlier with the illusion because I thought this was normal here."
"Such things are only used by the most powerful of nobles."
Hopper walked over to the top of the revealed staircase.
"Even my old master didn't have access to anything like this. It's as hoarded and secret as it is powerful."
"And such things are literally magic?" I asked.
"What else would they be?"
She looked at the symbols upon the edge of the stone. "I don't suppose you would know what this says or means?"
"I recognize the word for cloud."
The bunny touched the green lines upon it.
"The cooks and butlers knew a little bit for their jobs and taught me a few things."
That makes sense," I said, walking down the stairs into the mysterious magic bunker slowly. I stopped for one more follow-up. "Maybe I should have asked this earlier, but how do y'all know English, then, if you aren't learning your own language or some wolf speak?"
"This language has been around as long as anyone can remember, my lord," she said to me. "The old rabbit language had been lost for ages before then."
That was helping to confirm some of my suspicions about the Hunter of Legend's identity. No way a separate world just came up with a language exactly the same as back in the human world, especially when they had one of their own already. It had to be introduced to them before now. If I was right, Hopper might have been more on the money about me being the hunter than either of us knew at the time. "I'll tell you if it's safe." I broke myself from my thoughts and walked down to the bunker, looking around at the hidden treasure we had uncovered. And good news, the hunter cache was not a myth. The walls of the stone bunker were lined with weapons of all different kinds, armors of chainmail, and supplies to wage a one-man war against a beastly scourge. Tables of maps, plans, designs, and other such things laid bare on the wooden tables set up with even more supplies underneath, all for devices and technology, possibly magical in nature, built solely for the purpose of helping the hunter on his mission. The legacy of the Hunter's Crusade lived on in one more way, and this was more than enough proof that he was from my world in the past. With the time skips between this world and the other one, coming from my world in the fairly distant past meant coming to this world in ancient history. Bad news, it was all old antique junk from the Revolutionary War. The weapons were all musket rifles taken straight off George Washington's back, with rotten wood in their handles. The metals of the barrels and the blades were rusted all to crap, along with the chainmail and the armor. The supplies were mostly musky, damp gunpowder, save for 1 or 2 powder horns, half full each. There were 20 or so metal pellets, rusted to crap as well, which would mean 20 dead wolves as long as my wolf musketeers didn't ever miss a kill shot. If they'd conserve powder, we might be able to keep the bullets from exploding from the cheap metal, and hopefully recover and reshape some rounds to reuse. If we didn't use enough powder, though, the wolves would more than likely survive being shot, since my modern firearms had trouble when not shooting directly at their vitals. With the limited powder available, 10 usable shots would have been a miracle. Along with those plentiful stores, we had dank medical supplies, outdated since before the Civil War and expired since before America's 3rd president came into office. The maps, plans, and designs were torn, dusty, and written in the same writing as the symbols on the floating hatch door, so I was functionally illiterate. Maybe I could have gotten Hopper to read some words on it, but that'd have been more likely to help me build my own death trap than something helpful. The maps were obviously out of date as well, considering they showed drawings of the trees that are no longer there, making them distinctly unreliable. This was everything I had at my disposal now. If I misused even a fraction of it at any point forward, we were all dead. I ain't proud to say it, but a table was flipped. A yell was let out. A wall was punched. Just enough to take the edge off the rage while no one was around and nothing could get hurt. Childish, I know. I put a few too many eggs in this basket with a missing bottom.
Are you okay?
I heard the gentle sound of Hopper's voice as she came down the stairs, responding to the tantrum I was throwing. She was more sliding down the stairs than walking, sitting on each step as she went.
Didn't I tell you to stay outside?
I snapped, far too harshly. I wasn't angry with her at all. It was just a little embarrassing for her to see me like this. I tried to put it back as soon as it was let out.
You said you'd tell me if it was safe.
She looked at me as if I was one of those wolves outside.
Is it safe?
I breathed out the frustration. She didn't deserve any of it. And we had backup plans, so I had nothing to get in a tiff about. A foolish boy dreams of a magical fix to his problems, but a man takes action. Yes, it's safe in here. A setback like this won't change nothing.
Setback?
She looked around.
Is this not the hunter's cache?
Nah, we found the right one, I assured her, leading her out of the bunker with a hand to her back. We did our job right. It's just this hunter who didn't make any tools that could last thousands of years in your world or stand the test of innovation. We got to try to go back to my world to resupply and make our camp here. With that, we were outside the cache, and the dog squad was standing just outside to stare at us.
How was it, sir?
Old Yeller asked.
Where's the magic musket?
No magic muskets for us, Old Yeller, I informed him. But that don't mean we're out of magic just yet. Hopper and I have to pop back through a magic portal to another world for a bit. You guys stand guard here until we get back, okay?
Is that command for all of us?
Foxhound inquired.
You didn't use our special names.
Yeah, I should probably do that, I chuckled. No point in holding on to frustrations of bureaucratic minutiae at this stage of the game.
Old Yeller, Lassie, Toby, Scooby, Foxhound. Guard the cache until we get back, all right? Can do, boss.
Toby took a position around the entrance to the cache, along with the others. They stood in scarily equal lengths apart in a pentagon, standing completely straight, almost like totem poles. You ready to portal hop over? I asked her, stretching out my legs. First, we're gonna just test how long you can keep the portal open for, and don't want the wolves waiting too long for the time skips in play.
Okay.
She braced herself with her hands outstretched, conjuring the portal with her hands. As her focus increased, her resolve steeled and her passion engorged, she pushed forward as her powerful magic did nothing. More twisting of her hands around themselves, spinning like some Las Vegas witch. And nothing came out. No powers, no magical bolts, no window into another space. It was a solid 5 minutes in, and Hopper's face was fixing to pop like a red balloon. I don't think it's happening, honey. I put a hand on her shoulder as a burst of gasping exploded out of her, recovering from straining herself for so long. Is there something wrong?
I don't know.
She looked at the ground, drawing circles with her foot.
I thought I had mastered it already. I'm sorry I've displeased you, my lord.
What did I say about your master-pleasing, huh? I turned her shoulders to look her in the eye. You're always doing great. I ain't gonna stop you from trying, but I'm ordering you now to keep that in mind while you do.
Yes, my lord.
She broke out of my arms to hug my waist as I felt the spot become wet with tears.
What's the problem, boss?
Lassie spoke up from his statuesque post. A slight portal snafu, nothing more, I told him. Stay here while we try to open one somewhere else.
Portals don't work in the Baron's territory, sir,
Foxhound stated.
He keeps them away so the rabbits can't get out. We were told to look for portals and bunnies as well as to guard this spot,
Toby added.
And we found we were supposed to bring it into the Baron's castle.
That would have been nice to know beforehand. Not only did we have an armory full of mostly useless equipment, not only were we going to have to spend the time to learn the ins and outs of portal hopping and time travel at the same time, but we couldn't even use the portals any closer than smack dab in the middle of nowhere, forcing us to spread out whatever we brought over thinner than a pancake. And that was if this goddamn Baron didn't decide to pull his magic portal jammer doodad over the area as soon as he figured out we were trying to kill Timberpine. And to make matters worse, all of the time-skip, colonial-era mumbo-jumbo could be screwing over finding Timberpine in the first place. It'd be almost a full day between Hopper coming over and us portal-hopping back. We could have missed him by a country mile. He could have been dead 50 years by now. And, the icing on the cake, they were looking for portals and bunnies. They could have been already waiting for us to show up with a trap I couldn't outmaneuver without knowing where it'd spring up. I could have only hoped against them looking for Hopper specifically. That would have taken the element of surprise right out of our hands and put Hopper in the most danger in one swoop. I couldn't let that happen, and I never would. Chapter 9.
The portals don't work here.
Back at the catacombs, Tinker asked about the problem we'd been having, the tumblers in her head spinning and turning with ideas and numbers I was sure would be like Egyptian hieroglyphics to me. Yeah, but we're working out a solution to that problem as we speak, I said, making sure she knew we weren't worried. And you've already been a big help for that. We'll be seeing in just a bit what—
The emotional trigger!
She exclaimed suddenly. Catching her excitement, she gathered her wits again.
Sir, Hopper's emotional trigger for portals could help me figure out a way to counteract the nullifying effect if I could get the right materials. I might be able to help her focus and connect with her powers, possibly project a field that could allow her to utilize them without restraint.
Don't overwork yourself, honey. I'll put a hand to her arm. We'll be fine. You'll have your own part to play, don't you worry.
But I want to help.
Tinker hopped anxiously in place.
Sir, there's more I can do for you if you just give me a chance.
You'll be getting plenty of chances. I held her still at both her arms. You will never have to worry about being useless around me, and I will always be happy with anything you bring to the table.
Everybody works to their best ability under Lord McCallum,
Hopper added.
You'll be meeting the others soon, and there'll be a place for you. Plus, you're already going to read for us. I have a lot to offer, though,
the mechanic bunny insisted.
I want to make sure you're the best hunter you can be, even if the first hunter couldn't leave you anything behind.
Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that, I corrected her. Some things need a double take to be truly seen for what they are, and to find everything that's there. Back in the bunker, in the story, things were looking pretty tight. That wasn't going to stop me. If I had to pick off wolf packs one by one until every noble's underlings worked for me, I could have waited as long as I needed to build that up. We were going to win this if I only had one limb on my body to fight with. So, it was back into the bunker for inventory. I was going to make this bunker feel like a military base by salvaging and stretching every last resource we had. The lessons were learned. It paid to always move forward when everything was crashing down, even if it meant changing what you were going to do. Turns out that we had way more than my initial evaluation would have suggested. 2 salvageable muskets, giving me 2 more ranged wolves when I needed them, since wolves hadn't bothered with changing designs in the millennia they'd been around, and some workable bayonets for all of them. Still a fair amount of bandages in the medical kits, and most of the alcohol wasn't opened, so we had plenty to stave off infections. From all the kegs combined, we had enough dry powder for all the pellets we had with us to fire with wolf-killing grain counts. The paper of all the documents was sturdy as hell for old paper, so we could have carried it all out of the place to get it read somewhere else. All accounted for, I was starting to like the odds. We could build on this. The only question left was what the hell were these weird little arrowhead-looking rocks with the magic symbols on them? If it weren't for the floating door with some kind of thing on it, I would have thought these were medals from the hunter. They were also glowing, so there was magic going on here. We just had to figure out what it did. I only had 3 of them here, plus one somehow stuck to the side of a powder horn I had filled up, but that could have been a really good thing if these things were super magical. Hopper, come read these to me, if you please, I said to my inventory assistant, who was putting all the bottles of rubbing alcohol in the shape of a heart.
I am always pleased, my lord.
She skipped over to my side, looking at the marked stones I held.
What are these?
I was hoping you would help me find out. I handed them to her.
Let's see.
She gave them her best scholarly oversight.
This one says fire, and this one says storm.
She set those 2 down.
This last one has 2 on it. One of them says cup, but I don't know what the other one is.
Some kind of cup magic? I took the stone from her. Fire and storm are sounding really good, but what do we do with a cup? If the other word was ice, we'd at least be able to keep our drinks cold, maybe.
I would imagine that powerful nobles would never want to drink at an uncomfortable temperature,
Hopper giggled.
Some of this magic may just be for quality of life.
However, we do have a clue to help out with the last one. I held up the powder horn with the symbol on it. Maybe the cup means that it has to be stuck to a container.
Maybe it lets you put more inside of it, my lord?
Hopper threw out an idea.
The other words could be something like bigger or more. More cup.
I looked inside already. I had to refute her. It didn't look any bigger, and it ain't heavier than the other full powder horns.
Did it do anything to the inside? She asked. Is the powder somehow different in feeling or smelling?
Not that I've noticed. I gave it another whiff, not noticing a change. Better than all that, though, what if... I picked up an empty powder horn, pouring the contents of the first one into the second. In a short while, the second one was full to the brim. And so was the first one as well. That's the stuff. I looked at it, satisfied at the 2 brimming containers in my hands. The magic rock keeps whatever cup it's on full, no matter how much you pour it out.
That's amazing!
Hopper took the normal powder horn from my hand.
We would never run out of gunpowder. We would never run out of anything we needed.
Hold on there, ma'am. I slowed her giddy train down. It's stuck onto the powder horn, and I ain't risking breaking a magic horn of explosives. Looks like we're stuck with endless gunpowder and one other thing we want. It also looks like we can only pour it out forever and not fill it.
That's still amazing, my lord.
She looked at the other cup rock.
Think of the possibilities. We could make giant bombs, or we could make explosive traps, or we could line all of the walls of Thumperton Port with powder and blow all the walls down when we rush it.
She then made explosive noises with her mouth, accompanied by her hands expanding as each charge went off. The enthusiasm is appreciated. I snickered and held her arms down. And we may try one of those, but for now, I'm going to expand the definition of cup. For example, I took out my 3 guns, deciding on the pistol to experiment with, since it had the most common range for combat. I took the magazine out, picking up the cup rock. Before I made any permanent decisions, my careful eye examined the width of the rock and the magazine in the same line of sight to make sure it would still fit inside. Satisfied that it could, I fixed the rock on. A flash of light ran from the top of the rock to the bottom, almost like a seal being applied, and it became fixed in place on it.
Ooh,
the curious bunny cooed, looking intently at my hands while I worked on all of this.
That's pretty clever, my lord. You never have to worry about running out again.
If this works, I'll never worry about even reloading this thing again. I popped bullets out of the magazine as I talked. As long as it doesn't have a battery or something.
A battery?
She asked me. Some little thing inside to keep it ticking, I answered. Certainly hope the magic doesn't run out. These damn rocks don't come off once you put them on.
Maybe call them charms, my lord, she requested. It sounds more fitting for a lord's magical armory than rocks.
Sure thing, honey. I allowed it, quickly rethinking my words to say something more royally fitting as well. Sustained. Approved. Acknowledged. Verily? Whatever, go ahead. I hoped I wasn't expected to sound like a lord when I became one.
How many do you think you'll need, my lord?
She looked down at the table I was dropping bullets on. I hadn't even noticed I'd thumbed out at least 40 out of a 17-capacity magazine, and a few had rolled off onto the floor as the pile kept collapsing on itself. I think that'll be good. I slipped the forever extended magazine into the pistol again. Start loading the good papers and stuff out. I'll see what I want to do about the rest of these charms here, and keep a lid firm on the forever horn. Could drown all of us if we left it tipped over long enough. These things were permanent, so I had to pick wisely what I did with them. I also didn't know what they would do once they attached to anything, or even what they would attach to. They were lying on the table well enough without sticking, and maybe they don't like wood. As of right now, I was thinking that gun modifiers were the best use, purely because I couldn't even guess the implications of them being attached to anything else. If I attached the fire charm to the machete, would it set just the blade on fire or the whole thing? Would it turn into fire and destroy my machete? Anything could happen. The sawed-off was going to have to make the sacrifice, only because close range is not where I want to be with these wolves, and that's the shotgun's effective space. I was willing to lose it if anything happened, but making it much more devastating would be a lot of fun. And so, on the side, the fire charm went. After I unloaded the thing first, of course. It was stuck on, so it could have been working. And the gun wasn't on fire, so I could still keep it. It also meant no fiery machete if I found another one. I knew it would have been impractical to have it on fire all the time, but it would have been so cool. My inner child was a mite disappointed, but I was sure we could both settle for a magic shotgun. The next set of experiments would have to be done outside the bunker, so that's where I put myself. Hopper was heading back down to grab another load when I realized I had left a lady alone to do all the heavy lifting herself. Very ungentlemanlike of me, especially when I knew a few wolves who would do that instead. "Hopper, you can go back out here with me," I told her as we both headed up the stairs.
"Are we leaving everything else here, my lord?"
she inquired. "Nonsense, my dear. There's plenty for us to use here, but we have people for that kind of labor now. Boys," I addressed the barking brigade, "would two of you kindly carry the supplies out of the bunker and set them next to the pile Hopper started?" Lassie started.
Which two of us are boys again?"
I was considering the "hey you" system of naming again for these wolves as I resisted rolling my eyes. Maybe it was my fault for thinking they should have been able to glean some contextual meaning from my words. Then I remembered who I was dealing with. Subtlety of thought was as far from them as east from west. "Lassie and Foxhound," I was more direct this time, "go get the supplies from the bunker."
"Can do, boss."
The blonde and the spotted wolf left their posts to obey, passing us as they headed inside the bunker.
"Am I to understand that you don't want me to perform such tasks, my lord?"
Hopper asked me.
"Do I not work well enough to please—"
"I am pleased." I spoke before she could quite finish her sentence. "I just would rather you come with me to possibly set something on fire with magic." Bouncing feet and clapping hands followed me as the little arsonist happily joined the magical experimentation. I went to find an open space, so we actually didn't have to set something on fire. After not exploding when putting the live round in the fire-charmed shotgun, I aimed it up in the air and took a shot. The whole sky glowed bright red as flames shot out of the barrel, spreading out into the open space with heat and light. I could feel the finger and thumb of my pump-action hand getting a little crispy from being so close to the fireball that exploded out. The flames quickly died down, and Hopper and I were left with fairly giggly expressions on our faces. I inspected the gun, finding that the flames somehow didn't make the gun any hotter, but the shot still required a round to fire, it seemed. Thankfully, even though the fireball was massive, nothing actually caught flame. Smokey the Bear would have been proud. But we were the ones who made the fire in the first place. Smokey the Bear would have been neutral, I guess. Satisfied that these charms were safe enough, I slapped the storm charm on my pistol, excited to test it out on someone later. While the storm rifle seemed like a cool idea, maybe shooting out lightning bolts instead of rifle rounds, a light show like that would only give away my position. Lassie and Foxhound had finished up the heavy lifting, having brought up everything I asked them to. There were also some piles of moldy wood, some metal shards, and literally everything else inside the bunker. I might have been a little irritated that they still needed such specific instructions to do simple things, but the piles were separated from the usable supplies, and they would be the ones putting it back in there. At this point, it was becoming more my fault for not learning my lesson.
"I couldn't find the place for this, boss."
Foxhound held up a red book both Hopper and I somehow missed.
"Does it go in the rusty supply, the rotten wood supply, the damp supply, or the clean stuff supply?"
Why don't you hand it over here, Foxhound?" I held out my hand to grab it. It took the red beast a second before he registered his name, then he passed the book over to me. I started to thumb through the pages to figure out what kind of designs it could hold, only to be surprised that it was formatted like a journal. I knew that for a fact because it was also written in English, and the first journal entry dated back to 1784. Chapter 10. William Knight.
strange land of Harem in South America. No, somewhere far away from anywhere. 25th of February, 1784th year of our Lord. Had I found myself privy to the fortunes of the future my fate would thrust upon me, perchance, it would have behooved me to perhaps have endeavoured to learn another language in my youth, that I may have understood the inherent qualities shared between all speech. To attempt such learning in the older years has proven to tax the mind as much as any puzzle or riddle would. This journey was almost thrown into the deepest wood, along with my hopes of survival within them. I had long but forgotten to write within these pages, or rather left the pages as blank as my motivations to continue onward. To leave this world forgotten would have been a blessing, if only to end it. No one needs a captain like William Knight. Not a captain who has failed so miserably as I. Only by the change of the seasons do I know that today marks 1 year since I had come upon this place. I supposed a celebration was in order for my survival. Having missed Christmas, Thanksgiving, Easter, and every holiday of my old land, I'd come to appreciate the consistency and stability such monotonous events held up for the world. I've even found myself dreaming of muskets firing over my head as I returned to the battlefield, ready and fighting to free America from her ties to the crown. Such trivialities are beyond my worries now. The wolf-men prowl for me even now, their beastly howls haunting my sleep. Their brutish power was more than I could ever hope to conquer, and their primal ferocity humbled even the mightiest bear I had hunted. I had lost the will to fight them as the days raged onward. The struggle wore down upon me, keeping them off my trail as I fought to survive each passing hour, or at least to the next moment. My only driving force to continue was the thought that though my own torture was hellish, the torture and anguish heaved upon my fellow soldiers trapped here with me couldn't be put into words. I had to survive for their sake, so that at least a breath of the brave men I fought beside lived on. But today is indeed a day for celebration. After all this time, having believed myself trapped alone in a mystical circle of hell designed for a sinful hunter like me to know the hearts of my prey, I have connected to others who live here as well. There is a whole tribe within these lands, in fact. My discovery of them is shameful, to say the least. Having gained the confidence to lay a trap without attracting a wolfman to me, I thought myself having caught a new species of hare, almost as tall as a man. Imagine my surprise when the beast spoke to me in a man's tongue, though I knew nothing of the language. I freed him, and in his nonverbal gratitude, he guided me toward the rest of his people. What strange people they were indeed. If I were asked if there were a link between the likes of hares and rodents and the likes of man, I might have called the questioner mad for asking. Now I have seen that a hare and a man share a common people with these hare men. The males are often more amongst the sight of rabbits of unusual size than men of rabbitish quality, but the women can appear anywhere from a form caught between the hare and the man to a form of a woman in all qualities but with the addition of bunny ears upon their heads. If I were to speak my mind, I would call every form most beautiful and ravishing, in spite of their rodent-like qualities, though I'm finding the quality of time spent among them has made such rapidness unnoticeable, as if it is a part of what made their figures so compelling. Their ways were quite outside my own sphere, though some familiarities were present. Though the villages were small inland, the houses rather snug, and the communities deeply connected, I could find a collection of families having housed haremen outside of their lineage, serving within the family. These servants would do anything within the household, from the cleaning and maintenance of a property, to serving as a medic or butler. The households didn't actually choose spouses between them, but instead they pick out a set of mates from the servants of either their own household or another. They negotiate between households for these servants to move between them, and a household can have several servants in this role at once, even to only one head of the household. And the similarities with rabbits spreads out to copulative efforts as well. Goodness. But enough of that. The hope lied not in these people and their anthropology alone. While the people gave me something greater than myself to fight for, the shamans were the ones to give me the strength to fight. Wise and knowledgeable servants, along with servants of great magical power and unique ability, were chosen to advise households and provide them with whatever magical assistance they were asked to. Yes, the magic of fairy tales from my land was a real presence to study here. The shamanistic caste was made up entirely of women, as the male hair man possessed no magic within him to do the job. They possessed these little talismans and totems that can imbue objects with power straight out of King Arthur's court. One allows a musket to shoot out a thunderbolt, and another turns the shot into an entanglement of vines to trap even some of the largest beasts in this land. Some of these shamans were such monstrously avid learners, behaving more like intellectuals and scholars rather than spiritual mediums. Even as I was attempting to grasp their language, they had begun to speak my own in turn. They even looked upon my weapon and somehow knew how to replicate its mechanics. Their insights must have also been magical in nature, as I could not find a smelter or blacksmith among them. My rusting pipe was replaced before I could refuse the offer, and it worked even better than before. I learned so much from them, and they were so kind to me. I could only repay them with an end to the threat of the wolfmen once and for all. My men deserve better than to be survived by such animals. These people deserve better than to live under the fear of a scourge they had no hand in bringing about. All hairmen were timid by nature, as I had come to see among them, so no soldiers or military were present among their servants, and they chose not to fight in most cases. The heads of many households would often decide upon pacifistic and non-violent ways to resolve conflicts, and the households were to do the same. I had thought to fight this fight alone, never being one for rousing speeches to move hearts, and I hadn't the patience to teach a couple of dozen fresh faces about the horrors of war. They were weak, and would only get in my way. Some of the shamans, however, possessed great gifts among them. While there were those who could learn and create the special enchantments and make objects do almost anything, others were capable of turning the magic within them into powerful storms and infernos held in the air with their will, as if they were Merlin themselves. Others still could move between spaces using doors in the air, traveling anywhere they could see or feel in moments, where it would take the best of America's ships to do the same in months. Yet none of these gifts were ever used to fight, and none of the households offered to join us. It confused me at first, but I learned that the shamans that I was working with were not being tasked with helping me from other households. Instead, they had been given to me to be my own servants. For reasons I could only guess, maybe for helping that hairman down, I was treated as a head and given my own household to use as I saw fit. They had become mine to command. That explains the very blunt offers the shamans were proposing to me. I suppose my face could be mistaken for the breast pocket of a redcoat when they asked. I don't know if I'll ever return to America. I don't know if I'll see the banner fly free over those blue skies. But I know I won't die here. I will fight on. I have to, no matter the cost. I will not lose. I will save them.
Chapter 11. Well, that explains why there are so many guns for one guy. I finished reading the diary from the hunter's cache aloud. Looks like our legendary hunter was one Captain William Knight of the Revolutionary Army. And he got a little magic help from the local ladies. I'm already ahead of the game. It's been a little more than a day for us. I've got better guns, and I'm also picking up wolves along the way. Once we shut down the portal jammer and find a bunny who can read, we could find a way to teach them to shaman up more charms for us.
So, do you think, my lord,
Hopper said, almost voicelessly,
when the journal talked about how some shamans could move through places in moments in what would take others months, do you think that could be me?
Do I think you could? I said to her coyly. There's no could about it. Do you think there's a chance you're not a shaman? You're my shaman. You've been a shaman since the beginning, before I even met you. Don't you give me that could nonsense. There's no doubt about it.
So,
she barely breathed out.
Do you think that I could have been like one of...
Hey, I said to her, what did I just say about could? I already know what you're asking about, and it's are. You are. Or am, in your case. I am.
Do you...
Opera thought through the sentence again.
Think I have been like those shamans who helped the hunter against the wolves?
Sometimes you gotta think through your phrasing. Assumptions are not the norm around here, and literal interpretation and obedience are. I was guessing Hopper was only trying to be as faithful to my words as possible. Sometimes you gotta bridge that culture gap yourself, and sometimes you gotta overlook a sentence butchered upon your instruction. Yes, you am indeed. I picked her up to kiss those soft lips. You've already beaten 3 wolves by yourself with your legs alone. I've only got 1 up on you, and that's with advanced weaponry and years of informal combat experience.
Sure kicked my ass,
Lassie spoke up, still with his 2 black eyes.
Thank you, Lassie,
Hopper muffled through the sleeves of her flannel shirt. Good job, Lassie, I gave his beefy arm a tap. Way to overcome some interspecies prejudice. That was strangely nice of you.
It's true,
Lassie responded.
You're my boss, but the bunny's the one who beat me. I can always respect that.
It's all just a strength game with you guys, ain't it? I remarked. Does that mean you don't respect me?
You earned the win, boss,
Lassie replied.
You defeated the guy who defeated me, so, for me, it's like you already fought me. She's just the one who kicked my ass now.
Well, I appreciate you complimenting Hopper all the same, I said to him. I know there's history between the races, mostly just you wolves being shitbags, but I can recognize that something like that might be hard. I appreciate you not keeping that old cruelty while working for me.
She beat a wolf 1-on-1,
Foxhound chipped in.
That's what being a wolf is all about. She's a wolf now.
Ain't that something? I watched a strange untangling of societal norms unfold. Just so you know, I want you treating all my people nice like that. I don't care if they've never lifted a finger to fight in their life, you keep off of them. I looked at the rest of my wolf warriors. That goes for the rest of you, too, I addressed them. Lassie, Toby, Old Yeller, Scooby, all of you play nice with any rabbits who serve me. Or any rabbits at all.
No being mean to rabbits at all, but what if they're weak?
Toby asked as if it were relevant.
What if someone else's rabbit disrespects you? What if one of your own rabbits doesn't obey? Shouldn't we help to keep them in line so they recognize your strength? They aren't like wolves, boss. They don't fight, and they don't respect the fight. They gotta respect the win you earned. It's your right to make them know that, and we can help.
I ain't strong when I'm putting people down, I told him. I'm only strong when I'm helping people back up. If you're working for me, you gotta help people up too. If you were hurting people while you were working for me, what does that say about me? Do I gotta make others suffer so I can feel strong? You abusing other people don't say nothing about how I fight, about how I won those battles. It just said I don't have the self-respect to stay kind to others. It says I don't think I'm strong, so I gotta lie about how strong I really am by putting others below me. The more I put them down, the more I'm thinking myself weak. Are you gonna lie about my strength for me? Or do you just not think I'm strong enough for the win I earned? I'll fight anyone who wants to challenge me here and now. None of the wolves could look me in the eye. I took that as a sign I was getting through. Gotta make sure all my wolves understand that when I get more. I ain't coming into this system just to propagate more cruelty that I can't see behind my back. I don't fight to prove how strong I am, boys. I wrapped up my impromptu speech. I already know how strong I am. I fight because there's something good to fight for. I fight so I can put my strength to that good use. That's why I have strength in the first place, and that is what makes me strong. It makes me strong enough to beat any of you and anyone else I'm going to have to fight. I took a long look at Toby, who was feeling my words the hardest. Looking out at the other wolves, it was really clear they weren't going to pull anything while working for me, at the very least. Maybe I wasn't going to make all of them rabbit enthusiasts anytime soon, but I wouldn't have to worry about any mutinies or secret abuses with them.
I wasn't trying to make you look weak, boss,
Toby apologized.
I'm sorry about their disrespect. I know you're strong, I'll swear.
Buddy, I ain't mad. I put a hand on the pale fur of his giant shoulder. You said some dumb things because you've been living under a shit boss forever, and you don't know any better yet. Long as you don't do those awful things they were having you do while you work for me, we're good. Putting that all behind you is going to take a new kind of strength, but you're one of my boys now. You'll make it happen. With a solid pat to the shoulder, I let Toby go, turning my attention to the piles. Oh, Yeller, Foxhound, I started making orders. Start shoving all these piles back in the bunker. Make sure to leave the clean supply alone. Lassie, Scooby, put the clean stuff in bags so you can carry it all when we leave. Neatly and gently, please. Toby, I handed the big gray wolf the magic powder horn. Open this up and turn it over at the bunker entrance. Hold it like that until I say stop. Faithful as a bunch of Labradors, they were on their tasks as soon as I finished giving the orders. The blonde and red wolves were scooping their arms like construction shovels, dumping it into the bunker in a waterfall of decrepit clutter. It was mirrored by a waterfall of black powder on the other side as Toby held the horn upside down, looking right at me like a hunting dog waiting for my whistle. The brown and spotted boys were doing their delicate best to put the alcohol and the pouches on the tarps from the bunker slowly, their pointed black nails and rigid movements making them look a bit like those claw machines at the fair.
How do you do that, my lord?
Hopper whispered to me as we watched the wolves work. Do what? I asked her. I felt like I had missed a part of the conversation even as it just started.
Those words you say, she clarified. How do you know when to pick the best ones? The ones that get right to where they're feeling and make it warm and safe?
I flustered through a response. I'm sorry about that. I wasn't trying to give a speech or nothing. Just some feelings getting out of me, I suppose. I'm not picking words out of a list so much. It didn't mean to talk all y'all's ears off.
May I make a request, my lord?
She clung onto my arm as she asked. Anything you want, my dear.
Would you please not apologize for doing things like that?
She bluntly entreated.
I know that it's not my place, but you make it sound like you did a bad thing when you ask me to forgive you. I'm not the one who should be forgiving you anyway, my lord. You shouldn't have to apologize for anything.
What kind of man would I be if I decided that for myself? I said to her. A humble man keeps his integrity and his sense of self. If I didn't ever think I did something wrong, I wouldn't recognize the monster I've become in the mirror. So I will keep apologizing.
Oh,
she loosened her grip on my arm.
I'm sorry for the insolence, my lord.
She went to walk away before she was caught in my arm, like a rabbit in a snare of love. Hey, I looked at her ocean eyes. What did I say about you pleasing me?
But I didn't...
You didn't have to. I stopped her. I could see it on your face. I'm always pleased with you, even when I'm disagreeing with you. That don't change with the tide, darling.
Okay.
She rested her cheek on my palm as I brought it to her face. Her heart was still a little heavy, telling by her subtle pout. Maybe I needed to soften my stubborn head a bit. And I suppose, I rolled my eyes playfully and dramatically, I shouldn't be ashamed of doing things that make you happy. I promise to try to show you that better.
Thank you, my lord.
She gave me a quick peck on the lips. You're mighty welcome, ma'am, I said to her.
You know,
she gave me that coy look I love so much.
Your lordship should be aware by now that some bunnies like me have 4 ears instead of 2. You'd have to talk a lot more than that to get all mine off.
And don't you underestimate me, honey, I took her challenge. My mama was a town gossip. She could put enough words out before breakfast to fill the libraries of the world with dictionaries. If there's one thing she gave me, it was her mouth for filling the space with gab like the Mississippi's filled with water. The cows come home before the ends of my speeches do. Do not test me. I will be victorious.
I'm sure that those are great measurements on your world, my lord.
Hopper giggled at my proud and boastful statement.
I just don't know what any of them mean.
It means I'm the best gabber this side of Thumperton Port, ma'am, I promised her most firmly. If you challenge me, rest assured I will have 4 adorable little ears off by the time I just get warmed up.
If it's anything like I've heard so far, I can't wait.
She pressed into me with a kiss.
What now, boss?
Foxhound came up to us, forcing me out of what I'd rather be doing to answer his question. I was half tempted to just ignore him for another couple seconds before Old Yeller, Scooby, and Lassie were behind him, waiting for me to speak. Breaking away from Hopper's lips, I addressed them. Everything in place? I asked the boys.
Everything except whatever you have him doing,
Scooby said, pointing over to the pale gray wolf as he stood over the bunker entrance, keeping the gunpowder waterfall steady above it. Already the floor of the bunker was completely covered, raising the level of the floor a solid couple feet at least. Toby was still looking right at me.
Toby, you can stop now, I shouted over to him. And make sure to put the lid back on the horn. Everybody step over here.
Toby followed to the litter, twisting his arm back upright and putting the lid on the endless horn. All the wolves came behind me as they awaited the next step of my plan. Well, not so much a plan as a precaution. If the wolf nobles ever found this place, they'd know that we were here by the fact of all the missing things we took and the mess the wolves made. Hopefully, this little trap would whittle 1 or 2 of them down before they reported back. Hopper, I asked my lovely bunny servant, could you see if you can make the floating hatch door lower itself just down to most of the way? I need a little space to work. Hopper waltzed over to the tree with the illusion on it, reaching inside the fake bark to get at the lever inside. I placed myself over the edge of the bunker door opposite the top of the stairs, waiting for the hatch to come down.
Say, now that I think about it, boys, I looked over at the wolves, what happens if the pack boss dies of something like a disease or this trap, for example? Or they just get too old? Could I still prove I killed them with my trap somehow?
The wolves cocked their heads as Hopper operated the mechanism, bringing the platform lower. They didn't answer for a time while they processed my question.
Why would that happen?
Old Yeller asked. What do you mean, why? I shook my head in confusion. When the boss has to kick the bucket, but they didn't get beat in a fight before that, what happens to the pack? They get caught by surprise, they just keel over from heart disease, or they get too old to keep living. What happens to the wins he collected?
Are you talking about sneak attacks?
Toby asked for clarification, then explained away.
If you don't give a challenge up front, it's a sneak attack. Doesn't matter what happened. No challenge, sneak attack. If you get attacked by a sneak attack and you still win, it's like the other wolf challenged you and lost, so you still get their stuff. Wolves have to accept a challenge from another wolf, but nobles only have to accept challenges from other nobles. If you challenge them, and they don't have to accept it, but you still attack them, it's still a sneak attack. Some wolves get sneak attacked by other wolves, but most of the time they get sneak attacked by drowning, or sneak attacked by getting hit with some construction planks, or sneak attacked by something heavy falling on them. When a sneak attack kills a leader, the pack breaks up. Happened to my own boss, Noble.
Scooby told his tale.
We tried to kill each other right afterward, and the little guy came out on top. Then he got beat by a different wolf who worked for a noble.
So, no sneak attacks, no trap kills, or all of the wolf's pack members and their stuff is up for grabs, I said as the hatch got within my reach. That's something I should be thinking about now. I started assembling the string, weight, and matches onto it, even as it got lower.
Hopper, try to stop it now if you can.
I turned back to the wolves while I worked. I'm going to have an heir to the household for when I get old and gray. Can't have you all trying to eat each other and my rabbits when I eventually die.
Do you get old, boss?
Foxhound asked as the platform froze a foot above the entrance.
I thought that only happened to rabbits. I mean, I thought you might be a bunny,
Toby agreed.
With the hairless parts and all, but you're a lot bigger than them, and you've got that face hair and no rabbit ears. You some kind of weird-looking hair,
Old Yeller blurted out. Hold on now. I finished tying my trap up and addressed a glaring oversight.
Do wolves not age?
Oh no, I haven't been doing that,
Old Yeller said.
I always thought aging was what happened when your weakness finally killed you from the inside, Scooby added. That's why it only happens to rabbits and animals.
How long have you guys been around then? I asked. New information kept changing the whole game on me, raising way more questions than answers. I waved to Hopper to lower the platform all the way down.
Oh, it's gotta be...
Lassie furrowed his wolfish brow as he thought about it.
At least a year?
If I didn't know wolves as well as I did right then, I'd have never believed Lassie was being completely honest with me. Didn't make things easier to figure out, though. I could pull off a year's worth of agelessness the same as these fool wolves were trying to. It takes way more than a year to properly age, Lassie, I told him, stepping onto the forest floor the platform was now a part of. You're telling me you're only a year old?
That's as far back as I remember, boss, he said. But I'm pretty sure I was doing stuff before then, too.
So, you think you're all ageless based on a communal hunch?
We don't have any old wolves like the rabbits do,
Foxhound offered his rebuttal.
We're all in prime fighting condition right now. Rabbits have a lot of old people. I've seen some rabbits die from the old
Yeller said.
No wolves.
I did think that a bit odd. An all-male society with no interest in sex with any females seemed like a recipe for self-extinction. If they weren't aging, that would keep them from dying off. Where the hell did they come from then? Maybe I should have been worried about some giant mama somewhere. My shivers couldn't bear the image of such a monstrous thing. Maybe they were like sponges, just kind of oozing off another one. Or maybe they were grown like plants out of the ground, only coming out of the ground as full-grown plant men. Or maybe they were like lizards who... Dear God, I had to hold back my lunch when my mind was just adjacent to the thought of that. That was a kind of rabbit trail I didn't want to follow. Wolf anatomy wasn't my concern right at that moment, and I promised myself I would never think about anything remotely related to that thought again. You wouldn't happen to know how you guys get more wolves, I said, hoping to choke that last thought into oblivion where it belonged with a less disturbing reality.
Not really, no,
Toby answered.
Haven't seen any new ones to ask them.
Huh, great. I just had to repress those ideas indefinitely, I guess. I distracted myself with double-checking if I remembered all the parts of my trap. I had the string attached to the hatch covered, I had the release attached to that, I had the weight locked in the release, and the matches attached to the weight, using a special makeshift holder that kept them pressing the heads against the striking surface I attached to the inner side of the entrance. The hatch opens, pulls the string to the release, drops the weight drags the matches across the striking surface to light the match catches all the gunpowder on fire, our tracks are covered, and a pack leader might get caught in the explosion, taking it out of play for a little while. It was a long shot, but we had the powder for it. We always had the powder for it, any time, all the time. So, we all ready? I asked the gang. All this new Revolutionary War gear got me craving some good old-fashioned guerrilla warfare. What do you say, boys? The wolves were silent, looking at each other or the ground. Come on, speak up, I prompted them. You want to fight some nobles or what?
Are you asking us for our opinion?
Foxhound asked, sounded dumbfounded at the thought. Yes, I answered, with maybe a little bit of sarcastic flair that said, who did you think I was talking to?
I think that...
Old Yeller blurted out.
I'm thinking that obviously, we should,
Toby tried to fill in, his mouth shaping no words, but instead what might have sounded like a whining howl if it was voiced.
If we're trying to, do something that, will do something...
As he stumbled through his sentence.
We should do that.
I'm laboring under the significant delay to my cognitive faculties in an anxiety-induced response to the ingrained societal pressures stimulated by the request to utilize said cognition far beyond the capacity previously expected from the cultural norm I had acclimated my psyche to previously.
Scooby spouted randomly, using those fancy words he doesn't recognize. He probably didn't understand what he just said, but I think I was getting enough of it to grasp what was going on. Do you guys not make your own opinions? I asked, though not with the lack of surprise I would have had with any other being in any world.
We've never had to with our jobs,
Toby explained.
We just do as we're asked. We know how we feel about rabbits, mostly,
Old Yeller defended.
Except the ones that you have, of course. And now all the other ones.
Let's just head out, I said rather candidly. I can't be telling you what your opinions about things are, no matter how lordly I end up getting. Just do what I tell you, and you're free to feel and express what you want. You don't like something you're told to do, that's fine. You don't like what I'm doing, you can tell me. I'll at least consider anything you ask. Fair?
I don't know,
Toby squeaked out. Good enough. I stomped away to lead the charge. Grab the stuff and let's go. Chapter 12. Weeks passed by slowly, all of us carrying on to Thumperton Port to beat that timber pine into a pulp. Rations were getting pretty low, even with my separating them into smaller chunks and stretching them out. I was perfectly fine. I had the army chocolate to keep me by. By design, it isn't something you can scarf down at any given point, so I was never running out until the next harvest moon. I had packed a lot of army chocolate specifically for its easy rationing for me, and a few oat granolas for Hopper, since rabbits, both their version and on my world, couldn't eat the chocolate. Neither can dogs. My 5 new hungry dogs couldn't have touched either of my major food reserves for weeks. How was I supposed to get them all the way to Thumperton with no food? The only thing I had for them was a handful of homemade jerky. It wouldn't even last one meal. It's good stuff, but it isn't magic. It certainly tastes like magic, let me tell you. Even I wouldn't be eating it this trip, just in case things made a turn for the worse. For the jerky to be effective, things had to be almost as bad as they could get on the trip. Yes, I did, in fact, already try the powder horn. It didn't work on the strips, just made them all bitter and more flammable. More than likely, it was because the magic worked on one particular item at a time, and it was already set for pouring out gunpowder. Or maybe it just hated me. I didn't know. If I found a way to remove the charms, I might have considered a jerky horn later. There had to be a way for them to eat. They were stationed way out there by themselves. They must have had reserves to work with. No such luck. They were expected to hunt for their own food out there, which was what Toby's party was going out to do. I thought that was the solution. Send them out hunting, bring back some fresh kill. They could supply their own food, and I would never have to think about it. So, like always, I was trying to look on the brighter side of things when they were looking bleak. The sun was shining a bright blue, which was a beauty to see. A whole different place had a whole different sun with a whole different color. If I learned anything from science class, this place had to be built a whole lot different from my world with a blue one. I was thankful I could breathe, and without the trees about, there was a hell of a view out to the horizon in every direction. With all this free time on our hands, I had time to reflect on the new things I was learning for this journey. For example, do you know what's really hard to find in a forest with no trees? Any big animals that want to live in a forest that has no trees. Those idiots searched high and low for any kind of good game and found nothing. I was keeping my own eye out for anything resembling an edible animal. This world of wolf and rabbit people wasn't going to just have run-of-the-mill deer running around. I was excited to see what was out there. I'd be the first man in thousands of years to bag a new creature no one else alive had ever seen. No such luck there either. It was like a desert out there, but with grass and big flat stumps to trip over. All my boys were stationed out here, miles away from the next town, to protect a bunker that the nobles hadn't even found and to die of hunger. This was starting to look like the worst-case scenario. Unfortunately, that meant keeping them all hungry for most of the trip. But it was a lesson learned and knowledge gained. It refocused my resolve to find timber pine so I could work to rebuild the forests around here bit by bit, developing a deeper motivation for my goals. I could find strength in that, and in the fact that I still had Hopper with me. We helped each other keep a chipper smile and a hearty laugh throughout the trip, even when we were both starting to get a little hungry and a little upset. Rations did not make for filling meals. Speaking of which, do you know what happens to wolves when they starve for too long? When you had to deal with a human who was angry, there could have been harsh words or flaring tempers, rash decisions, even abandoned commitments. For the most part, though, you could have remained confident in the number of limbs you were going to have by the time you finally got to some food. There was security in that you never knew you had until it was gone. More accurately, when a toddler experiences hanger, there is destruction. Kitty chairs are tipped, drinks are spilled, toys and little punches are thrown, all as an expression of a primal rage that this tiny ball of wimpy fat rolls was hopelessly attempted to convey to the cruel world that had spurned them so bitterly. They didn't have the brains or the life experience to really properly communicate their emotions into passive-aggressive remarks of fragile patience, and they don't have the physique to cause any real harm to those around them. Wolves were a different story. About 3/4 of the way through the trip, tensions rose to their peak, and I was busy restringing whatever snapped, including the tempers of my wolves.
What can we have what you're having?
Lassie groped with his long arms towards the bar of chocolate ration I held outstretched away from him, my foot resisting his push further to grab it.
It's going to kill you, you stupid mutt.
I held my .45 by its barrel, smacking Lassie's muzzle with the butt of it, as if it were deterring him in any way.
It's chocolate. Chocolate's poison to dogs. Are you listening this time? Poisonous. It will hurt the whole time you're dying.
This was about the 20th time I'd explained this concept, and that was just to Lassie. I had just told all of this to Foxhound a moment prior and was trying to maneuver around his unconscious body with one foot while holding Lassie with the other.
Will it fill my stomach?
The brown jackass's fingers squirmed and wriggled like spider legs as it tried to drag Lassie's body just the extra few inches he needed to touch the forbidden bar.
You'll just throw it up an hour later.
I flipped the gun to hold it properly by the handle.
You know the drill. One chance. Surrender.
Just a taste.
Lassie couldn't get the whole sentence out before a quick and loud bang rang out. He was convulsing in quick spasms, falling off me and releasing his lecherous claim to the chocolate. A shot to the leg with the storm-modified pistol sent electric waves throughout his body, incapacitating him quickly and efficiently. He wasn't dead, and he healed quickly, just like the rest of them. As long as you spaced out your heavy damage, you wouldn't have to worry about their frustratingly needy lives. Lassie also wasn't one to be so amped for food, even as a hungry wolf. He was probably the calmest of all of them, with the least amount of attempts to try to kill himself on the chocolate. This was an escalation. Before this instance, each wolf would have acted this manic separately, and I would have dealt with them accordingly. Their ravenous appetites and short-sighted temperaments kept ramping up with the time we spent traveling, but they were quelled just the same. This time, however, they had all acted up at once, which proved to be a bit of a complication. Less than a minute previous, I was fighting off 5 dogs, and they almost got their hands on their death bars. I couldn't even look in her direction, let alone tell her to stop, when Hopper snuck into my space, broke off half of the chocolate, and ran, getting 3 of them to chase her. I kept the other 2 with me and handled them as effectively as I could. When I was done with all that, I turned my attention to the rest of the wolves, who were in a similar mindset as Lassie was as they chased Hopper around at blinding speeds. The zipping bunny was keeping a steady pace ahead of the hungry dogs chasing her, thanks to her still being able to eat something and keep her energy.
Bring them over here,
I shouted over to her. At the call, she turned a sharp corner, gliding across the stumps as her chasers crashed into them like a NASCAR pileup. Unlike a NASCAR pileup, the crashing meat vehicles used their long arms and claws to regain their footing, diving back into their crazed sprint toward her. I took a bit of a power stance as I aimed towards Toby, Scooby, and Old Yeller, hoping that Hopper would take the hint as to my plan. Even though I'd stripped their leather armor to make this easier, since the storm bullets were heavily dampened by shocking the leather instead of the target, I couldn't miss these shots with Hopper in the way. In a normal situation, we could have strategized verbally to coordinate against beasts, but these could listen, so my body language had to be fluent so as not to tip them off. She nodded, perching herself in her run to look like she was jumping. The wolves bought the fake, jumping above her in anticipation of catching her up there. She changed her form at the last minute, tucking her legs as she slid underneath me, stopping herself on a tree trunk with a thud. As helpless as fish out of water, the wolves all spun wildly around in the air as they were shocked by my storm rounds crashing into the ground in giant crumpled balls of different colored furs. Surprisingly, that was easier than some of the other times, though much more intense. Most of that was thanks to Hopper's intervention, though I promised myself I wouldn't ever put her in a position like that again. They were obviously getting weaker as they were getting hungrier and more desperate. I walked up to each wolf, waking them up with a hit from the butt of my gun. Nothing brutal, just firmer than what was probably necessary to wake them up. I was more than a little pissed this time. Like sorrowful sloths, they groveled at my feet. Never again. I spoke deeply. My voice was hard to control when I was upset, but these hounds had gone too far this time. I could have handled these mangy mutts any day, but Hopper would always be off limits. Understand? There was a pause among them. The aura I felt from them told me they knew they fucked up big time.
But Hopper took some chocolate, even though she...
Old Yeller tried to justify himself like a 600-pound child. He got a pistol whip to the head, as did the rest of them.
Understand?
They all nodded their heads like depressed tortoises, a couple of them whimpering a bit to try to earn my pity. It worked better for them the first time, but lost its appeal by the 41st. Never in my wildest nightmares would I have seen pistol whipping and live rounds to be necessary tools for discipline, but when it's either that or let a beast tear into someone's arm, possibly yours, possibly a loved one's, you put away such strict moral codes to reach the greater moral goal of keeping everyone alive and fully limbed. If those wolves had ever doubted that I could take any of them on in a fight, I was sure I'd thoroughly rectified their thinking. I could barely stomach the fact that this had to happen. My hope was that Hopper was still feeling safe and that these dogs could last the rest of the trip. Something had to be done. Now it was time I bit the bullet. Granted, this was always my backup plan, but I was really hoping it wouldn't have to come to that. But it did. Worst case scenario. The most disappointingly aggravating part of all this wasn't in the lost time, or the strained forbearance, or the unbearable intensity, or even the sore muscles from all that ass-whooping I was laying on thick all the time. Besides seeing Hopper's life in any kind of danger, as well as her passionate aura dim so low from the stress of all this, I was mostly angered by the fact that I had to give up that jerky. Dried venison, brown sugar, red pepper with a pinch of black, a few special spices for kick, all smoked with oak wood. Oh, I learned that recipe from a grateful customer, more than enough payment, and it was the first time I tried making it myself. It was also supposed to just be a snack. I didn't bring enough for a full serving for me, let alone all of them. They could only have a strip every morning from here to make it the rest of the way. And it wouldn't be in any way satisfying after starving for so long. Thankfully, those strips were still packed with some powerful protein, keeping energy up for whoever ate it. It'd help take the edge off, if only just the tiniest bit. Better than nothing. Keep in mind that I hadn't had a bite of this jerky yet. These tasty treats were special to me, and I wanted to be able to savor them after a great victory. In a bit of trivial selfishness for my own amusement, I considered every other option, from tying them all up and dragging them the rest of the way to feeding one wolf to the others. I considered killing all the wolves and using their meat for more jerky. And for one split second of madness, I even considered feeding them one of my arms to keep them away from my precious jerky. Then I realized just how crazy that would have been. They just have wanted the other one. Needless to say, they got their damn jerky. As I was evening out the portions for each of them, giving them their sinfully delicious spiced meat, my mouth watered like some kind of spit dam broke in there. The thought of the army chocolate became spiteful in my mind. I couldn't believe that I could never have this magnificent jerky, and I was stuck eating this stupid, bitter, deliberately disgusting chocolate. But they were calming down, and that meant less stress for all of us. I supposed it was worth it, even then.
My lord, if I may.
Hopper stood beside me and gave me the army chocolate.
If it would help you survive and keep your pack alive, perhaps I could give myself...
Nuh-uh, no, never. I shut that meaningless life, meaningful sacrifice bullshit down before it could breathe its first breath, taking an angry nibble of the foul chocolate. At no point will I ever tell you that you have to die so that I can live. If it came down to it, I would name you the heir to my household and give my body to them so you could make it out of here. That's also not going to happen. I'm disappointed that this is how it turned out, but not unprepared for it. These wolves have learned their lesson and will have to live off this absolutely divine jerky they don't deserve.
You sound upset, my lord.
She massaged my arm to soothe me.
This jerky is obviously very precious to you. Is that why you wouldn't give it to them before? I would never want to force you to choose between me and something you love.
Okay, let's not get melodramatic. I swung my arm around her. It's just jerky. I was looking forward to eating it later is all, and it wouldn't have helped if I gave it to them at the start. Maybe just as hungry now as they just were, but then I'd have no jerky to appease them with, and this whole mess would have lasted longer, maybe killing some of them. Maybe killing one of us if we underestimated how manic they'd act. Now their wills are broken, and they'll accept the jerky without any fuss. I'd hoped that they'd be able to last a bit longer so I could give them bigger portions later, or maybe save at least something for myself, but I guess that's what they chose. Maybe now they'll appreciate my oak-smoked gourmet treat. Was I really that obsessive over it?
Well, you did make an emergency plan to get them to eat it properly on this trip, my lord, she admitted with a giggle. And you kept whispering the ingredients to yourself when you handed out the strips.
Yeah, that's a little weird. I humbled myself as we both sat down on a stump. Maybe I shouldn't have been so focused on this jerky.
Well, the pack is peaceful now.
She looked at the tired dogs chewing their strips slowly.
Things seem to have turned up well.
I didn't know being a pack leader was going to be this exhausting. I laid back onto the stump, looking up at the evening sunset. A blue sun changed the color palette so much. I couldn't even begin to describe the new combination of colors, the blues and greens washing out into the craziest explosions of violets. I was floored. Are bunnies and hares this much trouble too?
Have I been that much trouble, my lord?
She lay down beside me and rested on my arm.
I hope I'm not...
I just gave her a look this time.
You are pleased with me,
Hopper said, finally starting to get it as I smiled at her.
You aren't mad at me or think I'm doing a bad job. You were just joking about bunnies and hares being troublesome.
Yeah, I can tone down the jokes like that if it bothers you, I said, watching the sun finally disappear into the horizon. The stars started to come into the sky, filling it up like a sparkly drape over the world. I could hear the wolves behind us snoring, even from the dozen yards of distance we were from them.
If I may be frank, my lord.
Hopper slithered a leg over me, pulling herself up to straddle me.
You'll find I'm not bothered by many things that may come our way if it means I am pleasing you. Tiring days, slumbering monsters.
She untied her hair, letting those dark waves fall into the midnight sky.
Cold nights.
Her fingers undid the top buttons of her plaid shirt.
Wooden stump beds.
With her hands crossed, she pulled the bottom of her shirt up and over her head to reveal her creamy skin and bountiful view of her own, moving on to the bra she kept from her maid's outfit.
Hard demands.
She continued her list, letting her chest breathe and unhooking her overalls as my hands got busy exploring.
Sweaty work.
Jesus Christ, Hopper. I lifted myself up to her lips, letting the straps of my overalls fall. A man can only handle so much in one day.
Then I can handle things from here, my lord.
She pushed a hand on my chest, lowering me down to lying again.
You've been working so hard this past week. Let me make it up to you.
And so, she did. Once she started, I forgot all about the aches and pains, my jerky, and all of this long day, letting the stress fall away with her every movement. William Knight wasn't kidding about those rabbit women. Boy, howdy. Chapter 13.
Oh, you are the most powerful warrior I know about, sir,
Tinker stated as we walked through the catacombs.
And I've read about a lot of heroes. I've never met a wolf that let anything get in between them and a meal, let alone 5 who willfully submitted like that.
That's just like dogs in my world. Their stomachs with fur and claws attached, I said, then taking a pause to think about the implication of her words. Do you mean the jerky when you're talking about a wolf meal?
No, I meant Hopper,
Tinker said, letting some of that bluntness out again.
Wolves eat rabbits a lot. Mostly the nobles, but sometimes a wolf grunt would be rewarded with one to eat. The hairless bunnies are considered a delicacy, my lord. Hopper included. Although some nobles tried to appear more lordly by restraining, other wolf nobles would have specialized breeding of their slaves to make and sell for desserts and snacks.
Do they now? I said, holding my stomach as it turned inside out. I guess that explains your willingness to be eaten alive so hastily. I took a breath of disbelief. It just doesn't stop, does it? The horribleness and depravity the nobles keep drowning themselves in. Every time I think I've reached the bottom of the barrel, there's a whole other barrel beneath the panels, like a wooden slide straight to hell.
I'm glad you are not like that, my lord.
Hopper gave a polite bow.
I very much appreciate you wanting me alive enough to fight off 5 starving wolves for 2 weeks.
Yeah, don't mention it. I welcomed her. I'd do anything for my people to stay not eaten. I know they wouldn't pay the kindness when it came down to it, but I'd do the same for the wolves too. They're monstrous mutts, but they're my boys. And you two are thousands of times more precious than that, at least. I was sneak attacked by 2 hugs before I could defend myself as the girls pinned me from both sides. A welcoming warmth filled me up, feeling them press into me as they were showing that they appreciated me. It may not have seemed like much, but it was more than enough to force a tear from my eye. I trapped the pair in the tightest hug I had in the repertoire. Both of them were nuzzling their faces into me, and I was done.
The nobles couldn't have been as simple, though, sir.
Tinker looked up from the hug.
How did you navigate the wolves' challenge acquisition system when you look like you?
She caught the bluntness just after it came out, breaking away from the hug in her embarrassment.
Not that you look bad or anything. You're very handsome. You're the most beautiful man I've ever seen, in fact.
She blushed so red that I was worried her head was going to pop.
Not that I was trying anything or wanting anything specific. I was just observing. It's an observation. Just like your shirt is red, and your overgarment is a dark brown, and your chest is very muscular, and I'd like to see it closer at some point.
She tried to seal her lips, but the sentence came out before she could stop it, forcing her to just stare at me with wide eyes to see my reaction.
If I may be bold, she's as bad as you, my lord.
Hopper kissed my cheek and rubbed my chest, turning to Tinker.
You've made some very accurate observations. You're in for a treat. I would never,
Tinker stuttered out,
have asked out loud about that.
Jesus, I couldn't hold in my laugh. Hopper joined along with me, walking over to Tinker and taking her to her own side by the hip to walk her along.
You okay, Tinker?
Hopper asked her. She didn't respond, her wide-eyed stare keeping forward with her pace.
Tinker? Hello? Oh!
Tinker jumped as she snapped back to reality.
That's me. Sorry, I'm not used to having a name.
I'm sure there's a lot you're adjusting to right now, I sympathized as I walked beside them. You can take it as slow as you need. Would you like to hear how I managed to deal with the nobles, looking as beautiful as I do?
Yes, please,
she whispered.
Reaching back to the story, the edge of the treeless forest was finally breached.
With no incident from the Wolves' Bedlam incident onward, we finally, by the grace of all that was holy in 2 worlds, made it to civilization relatively unscathed and sane. My dogs were dragging themselves along by this point, only moving at the mention of jerky. Hopper was now much more chipper, without the constant beast angst looming over everything, which put a spring in my step too. It had been a whole mess of setbacks and discoveries, but we were getting close to our goals as of this moment. As we made it past that final hill, I looked out onto the slope leading down to our destination. What I beheld was probably the worst bit of landscaping I'd ever laid my eyes on. There were many, many attempts at stump removal around here, clearing out most of this plot of land of the stump field we had become accustomed to these past few weeks. What was left behind were poorly covered dirt blotches littering the ground like the earth had some kind of allergic reaction, or like freckles from the devil's ass cheeks. I could have done a better job on my first day working out as a punk kid, and I couldn't tell fertile ground from fertilizer back then. These damn wolves tried to put some little ranches down, probably attempting to cover their shame, sprinkling the place with 3 buildings I could see with fenced corrals coming off them. Then I saw the most miraculous sight of my life. My prayers for food were answered, as these corrals, like any good ranch, had big beasts inside them. If you took a moose and fattened it up, or you took a cow and blew it up to moose size, you might have something similar to how these thick livestock looked. They had tight fur coats over their bodies, with beefy legs stretching down from them almost like hairy tree trunks. Their gargantuan feet had 3 toes on the front, each with a nail like a horse's hoof, and a thick toe hanging off the back with another horse hoof. They all had horns growing out of their heads, though to call them just horns would be making things too simple. On the smaller ones, which I assumed were the females, their horns grew up and over their heads, meeting at the top in a circle. The edges were lined with little spikes curved upwards on each side, leaving a little space at the very top where the spikes pointed towards each other. The others, the big meaty fellas, were crowned with horns patterned and thick like a ram's, but with the point curling upward, and more horns sprawling out from the bases like the curved branches of winter trees. They were more akin to antlers in that way, and gave them the royal status of king amongst farm beasts in my mind. The strangest thing was that the fur covering each of them was a bright emerald green, with dark green swirls dancing along their bodies, down their legs, and up their faces. Each one's swirls were different, some of them looking like tribal tattoos on mighty native warriors for the tree-horn males, and thin strands for the circle-horn females. From then on, I started calling them Emerald Royal Cattle, though finding out what Emerald Royal Beefsteak was like would have to wait. Just past those ranches was the city of our aspirations and vengeance. For a place run by vicious brutes, it was a beauty to behold. Walls surrounded the landscape edges of the town, making a crescent shape as the ends stretched out part way into the sea. From our overview, I could see the buildings packed like sardines lining down stone roadways, like veins in a gray leaf, sprawling out towards the waters. The gray stone turned to brown wood when the town turned into a dock, with almost half the buildings resting there as well as the land. Tiny little blips danced around the sea just beyond the town, probably fishing for food or visiting one of the barges sprinkled around, with even more housing. At the centers of this town, sitting on its own star-shaped island, a castle rose above the rest of the town like a mountain. Well, not so much a mountain as a dark box, the fortress walls being as tall as they were wide, and creatively designed as I would have expected from wolves. Even from here, I could see it was a majestic locale, rivaling places like Venice and Paris, though I'd never been to either. Damn shame that the place was run by cruel monsters, but we were aiming to fix a part of that, at least. And I was aiming to find out about that steak at some point.
This place is...
Hopper looked out into the town with me.
What happened?
I take it there's been some remodeling, I said to her, guessing her dilemma already.
I only caught a glimpse of it running away, but...
She paused for a moment to ponder.
I don't remember so many tall buildings.
Is Timber Pine's estate somewhere in there, then?
Yeah, right down there at the wall, I think.
Hopper pointed to a spot halfway between the rightmost point of the crescent wall and the gate in the middle, more precisely at the large chunk of property built off of it, taking up more than a couple of blocks in its little district. I would have remarked that Timber Pine must have kissed a lot of barren ass to get the biggest place besides the Baron's castle, but I knew better than that. Wolves only get more of anything by killing other wolves. Timber Pine was no different. The size of his property was a testament to the pile of corpses in his wake. "Well, the place is still there, it seems," I remarked gladly. With all this time-hopping nonsense, I appreciated how lucky we were to be close enough to the time I wanted to get at Timber Pine, or at least the estate. "You've known this place longer than me. You got any tips on how to make this work? I'm open to suggestions."
"I'd never left the estate until my escape, my lord," she answered. "I've memorized every hallway, but I don't know what the city looks like."
"You boys know any more about this?" I looked over to my wolves, lying on the ground next to us. "Do you have any more meat flakes, boss?" Old Yeller was lying on his back, panting his tongue like a slobbering golden retriever. "I'm all out, sorry," I said to them. That wasn't all true. I had a penny-sized chunk left over, which I was saving for if we ever found a fresh full-cup charm again. I was going to have some of this jerky if I had to clone a new deer with magic and remake it. "I'm hungry," Lassie moaned. "I'm tired," Foxhound groaned. "Are we there yet?" Toby droned. "Woe be unto us of forest earth and primal soul," Scooby started up.
who languish upon this barren land with nary a morsel of— Ow!
I smacked his nose with the butt of my gun again.
I'm sleepy,
Scooby finally bemoaned, stopping his nonsense poetry he was prone to jabber off. All right, the Five Stooges here aren't going to be helping out with empty stomachs, I reasoned. Let's see if we can't feed them something. How'd you plan to do that? Hopper asked. If you steal one of the cows, the ranchers will try to hunt you down. Are the cattle considered part of wolf packs? I asked her. If I killed the rancher, would I get the ownership of the cattle? No, cattle do not fight, Hopper explained. According to some former ranch hand slaves, they're treated like property, similar to rabbits. More than likely, the ranchers work for a noble who owns it. Do they visit their ranches often? That's up to them, my lord, she answered. Every noble has different ways of managing their estate, with the baron being inside his castle all the time. He doesn't give out many orders to govern how the nobles run things. Tell me what a noble usually wears. I pulled out my hunting rifle to use the scope, spying the 3 different ranches for any signs of nobility as Hopper described. They like wearing blue coats and frilly shirts, my lord. She leaned next to me as I scanned the area. Blue is hard to find dyes for, and frilly shirts are fashionable to them. It makes them look nobler to other noble wolves. The blue is the easiest way to spot a noble in a crowd. No pompous-looking blue wolves like that in the area, from what I could find. Even if I could just snag the blue coat with my boys behind me, other wolves might finally start assuming I'm a noble instead of an escaping slave. I might have been worried about being discovered before I realized something. Timberpine had no idea who I am, and neither did any noble in this world. And with the food supplies gone at the bunker where the boys were working, I guessed nobody checked on them, and they wouldn't be noticed if they were missing. I'd been completely inconspicuous so far without even trying. I was starting this almost completely neutral. I didn't need to piss off any nobles before I had a real foothold around here to push back on, and I didn't want to start a war with so many rabbits in the crossfire if I could avoid it. But doing so required that I be taken seriously as a lord, which meant I had to find a blue coat at some point.
So, not to rush you, boss,
Toby wheezed out exaggeratedly,
but when are we going to eat next if you don't have any more meat?
I'll get to that, just wait a minute, I rebuked him. I was answered by a collective groan from all the wolves.
Fine,
I caved into their terrorist demands.
I'll try to get something now, you big babies.
I got up from my scoping spot to head down.
I'll be back in a little bit, hopefully with some food. Wait here for me.
Be careful,
Hopper spouted with a reaching hand, instantly blushing as she pulled the hand back.
My lord, I hope you return safely.
Don't worry, honey. I gave her a peck on the cheek. If I'm in trouble, I'll start shouting waffle fries at the top of my lungs. Don't come down until I say that, okay? No matter how scary things are looking.
Please don't let it get scary, Hank.
Hopper wrapped her arms around the back of my neck. She then retreated again, sliding her hands down my chest as she looked away.
My lord, I'm humbly requesting you use caution.
I promise I'll never have to say the code word. I kissed her forehead, breaking away from her touch. I didn't see any nobles around anyway. Maybe I could wrangle up a beast with a dash of charm, a pinch of deception, and a great heaping pound of luck. Not my strongest area of skill, I'd admit, but stealing a giant cow completely undetected was even less so. What I lacked in skills, I made up for in calm during a crisis. If a rancher tried anything, I'd have to try to take them out quietly, but I was hoping it wouldn't come to that. Given our luck so far, though, that was completely up in the air. Given how stupid I'd known wolves to be, this was still feasible. So I walked down to see where my fortunes lay. Time to put all that acting experience I'd never had to work. With a hunch to my back and a shuffle to my step, I approached the closest rancher. He was a thin, sort of pinkish-white wolf, but still just as tall, wearing a tan tunic and brown pants, with a stick in his mouth that he was chewing on casually while he sat out by the cattle. The chair he sat in leaned against the side of the little cottage-like building his corral was attached to, as the rancher stared out into nothingness, just enjoying the view.
Evening, good sir,
I meekly stated, trying to sound as weak and cowardly as possible. My falsetto was as atrocious as a fiddle handled by a monkey, but it had kept me from sounding confident.
My master makes a humble request to you and your ranch.
Why don't you have a musket, slave?
The rancher immediately questioned my fashion choices with his breathy, jug-like voice. This was fine, though. No need for any waffle fries yet. I was prepared for that question.
My master didn't want to carry it, sir, I explained. He has me carry some things for him sometimes, just like he has me talk to others on his behalf sometimes. I was going to leave it, but I knew I was going to forget it wherever I put it, because I'm a stupid slave.
Yeah, you guys are pretty stupid,
the rancher agreed with me.
Why does it look so weird?
It's broken, I replied.
Maybe I should have prepared for that one, too.
It makes sense why you're carrying it around, then, instead of him,
he reasoned.
So, what does your master want?
He'd like one of your cattle.
I prostrated myself.
If it pleases you, good sir.
You're going to have to take it up with Lord Mainwood,
he responded.
They're his cattle. I'm just watching them for him.
My master already did that,
I lied.
Trade's all finished and final. That's why he sent me to come to collect. They've both agreed to one heifer.
I don't know about that.
He resisted my lie.
Mainwood would be pretty mad if I let a cow get away. He told me not to let them escape.
They wouldn't be getting away, though, good sir,
I argued.
Mainwood traded the heifer himself to my master. I'm just here to collect.
How do I know you can handle it?
He questioned.
You slaves are pretty stupid. Can you get them to your master all right?
I got this broken musket here well enough, didn't I?
I argued again.
My master would be pretty mad at me if I let this cow get away.
I guess that's fair.
He accepted my logic, getting up from his chair as it slammed to the ground with a muffled thud.
Which one does he want?
I think...
I pretended to inspect and identify the specific cow for the fake trade.
He said that he wanted that one. Get out of here, you vermin!
I heard a shrill voice shout from behind me. Both the rancher and I turned to see a light brown wolf marching over to us from the next ranch down, followed by a dark brown wolf in rancher's clothes running up to him with a towel. The tanner one was fuming, dripping wet from the chest down. He had tiny braids in his blue-dyed neck fur and wore a blue coat with a frilly undershirt.
What's a slave doing near my cattle?
I found Lord Mainwood. No one knew anything yet, and could have stayed that way as long as I kept my cool. Still was going to hold off on those waffle fries a little longer, since this might have been a great turn of events. I didn't have to get them to believe my story. If I could get them to challenge me, I'd be in business with an official noble title and a blue coat to boot.
He said that you made a trade with his master, Lord Mainwood.
The rancher next to me ousted me and confirmed my guess.
He wanted one of the heifers.
I've done no such trade with any noble.
The Lord's high voice was like a needle straight to the deepest part of my ear.
I've been enjoying a hot steam soak in my ranch bath all morning, and have had no other business hence.
What, on God's green earth, or in the great burrows, was a ranch bath? Why would you have even considered having, buying, making, or inventing something to be called a ranch bath? What possible advantage could there have been to having a ranch with a steam bath in it? I couldn't believe I failed to spot this pompous tan asshole earlier because he had a penchant for staying inside one of his ranches with a goddamn bath inside it where I couldn't see him. A musky steam bath that must have reeked all day and night with dank cow smell. Uncomfortably eccentric lords aside, we were still fine. I was looking at too many witnesses to make this quiet, so I had no choice but to push onward and play dumb.
My humblest apologies, Lord Mainwood.
I bowed before him as I continued my deception.
My master had informed me. Why does this slave have a musket?
Mainwood demanded to know as his voice pitched to dog whistle levels as he emphasized his words.
He says he's carrying for his master, Lord Mainwood.
The rancher defended me.
The master doesn't like carrying it because it's broken.
Well, it does look weird enough to be broken,
Mainwood agreed as he calmed down a slight bit. That calmness disappeared as soon as it arrived.
Why did you bring this broken musket along to steal my cows? I wasn't stealing any cows, I swear, my lord.
I stated my fictional case, playing the fool.
My master told me that you and he had made a trade, and I was supposed to collect the cow for him. I swears, my lord, I swears.
I was overselling it a bit by the end, I'd admit.
Do you swears by the name of your lord?
He convicted me with an accusatory finger.
What is the name of your lord anyway, if he is indeed a lord at all? Lord...
I struggled to come up with a name that might sound convincing enough, and maybe a little intimidating and mysterious.
Dragon Oak. Lord Dragon Oak, good sir. Dragon Oak, eh?
The Lord pondered the name as he stroked the fur at the top of his neck like a beard. Out of his mouth, it made me wish I had just used my own damn name.
That's a little intimidating and mysterious, but he has insulted me nonetheless. Take me to this Lord Dragon Oak at once.
I'm exceedingly sorry, my lord, I said, trying to stall for time as I weaseled my way out of this mess. It was time for the all-or-nothing strategy.
But I must check if you know the proper vocabulary to speak with him. My vocabulary is impeccable,
the proud lord exclaimed.
It shan't be questioned or doubted, least of all by the likes of a hare so hairless.
I would never dream of such a thing, my lord, I said, praying deeply that my trick might work if I just kept at it.
But the mighty Lord Dragnoak must be appeased in this manner in order to indulge an audience with anyone, noble or otherwise. He is as eccentric as he is deadly. Deadly, you say?
Lord Mainwood looked upon me incredulously.
Would it truly be so deadly as to so brazenly insult another noble without fear of retribution?
I ask not any questions, my lord, I said, rolling with the idea as I tiptoed through my own web of lies.
I only help clean up the bodies of the other wolves as he wishes. I am not impressed.
He put on a face of courage.
I've ended the lives of many wolves to get where I am now. There are few who are my equal.
Then it would be no trial at all to recite the words he requires, I reasoned.
Should you be able to do so, that is. It's his way of rooting who he may challenge to claim their properties. If you cannot comply, he may inconvenience you with a fight to the death. All right, have it his way,
he finally agreed, repulsed by the idea of such an interruption to his ranch bath time.
What words must he know that I know?
Repeat after me, I instructed him, coming up with the phrase to say.
I,
the Lord repeated after me.
Challenge,
I said the next word.
Challenge,
the Lord followed suit.
You,
the next word along.
You,
the next word repeated.
Two,
I went.
Two,
he went.
A,
I stated.
A,
he stated.
Surprise,
I spoke.
Surprise,
he spoke.
Duel,
I uttered.
Duel?
The Lord questioned the word.
What's going on here?
Please, let's continue, my lord, I urged him. It would be a shame for him to think you've failed at this point, where so many others have.
Fine, continue, slave.
Mainwood gave me permission to move on.
Two? Wait.
The Lord stopped me again.
I already said that one. It's a different two, my lord.
I pulled an explanation out of my ass. Maybe I should have really thought through the wording on this.
There are many, and he wants to know if you have them mastered. Then he shall know of my dictionary acuity like no other,
he declared, getting into the spirit of my fake test.
Two.
I began reciting again. He shouted. Death, I said the last word.
Death,
he blared out to the heavens. The Tan Lord was putting his full chest into it as he successfully passed the test.
Would you be so...
I started the next set of instructions.
What?
Lord Mainwood kept going before discovering his mistake.
Oh, I thought we were still going. Please don't fail me on the test.
It is quite all right, my lord. I forgave the big noble jackass setting up the trap. Would you be so kind as to repeat those words back to me in order?
I challenge you to a surprise duel to the death,
Lord Mainwood said to me.
Hold on, I got the twos mixed up. Let me try again.
I shot him in the head with my .45 before he let out another word, the bang reverberating throughout the hillside. With only a small, squeaky utterance, the Lord slumped down dead upon the ground. Challenge accepted. I put the pistol away, looking at the two ranchers. Both of you heard that, right?
That wasn't a sneak attack. He challenged me to a surprise duel. That should still count.
Sure does,
the rancher I was speaking to answered.
My strength submits to yours. You have my loyalty until one of us dies. Oh, all that for me too,
the other rancher said, still holding the towel.
Oh, I guess. Who are you?
Lord Draganoak, I revealed with a hair swish. The two of them gasped at the drama of the plot twist like a couple of fangirls. A very relieved Hopper skittered down the hillside to greet me, probably informed by her rabbit ears. I took the blue coat off of Mainwood's body, trying on myself and finding it just a little bit too big to wear. However, it did make a majestic cape that flapped dramatically in the wind as my two new recruits marveled at me. Lord Draganoak had arrived. Chapter 14.
Yes, you can have other animals at the ranch.
I bellowed the end of a long train of questions at the newly trained Poodle, the pinkish-white rancher, and Shepherd, the dark-brown rancher, as they participated in the age-old wolf tradition of not understanding how names work. We had all gathered into the ranch with the ranch bath in it, simply because it was big enough to have 7 bear-sized animals in it at once comfortably, and not because of the musky cow smell. The two new students sat down like school children in front of me, while my other idiots were busy chowing down on the Emerald King beef I had sliced up for them. Hopper was watching to make sure they all got their fair shares of the meat, giving any greedy dogs a good kick to make sure they stayed in line while she held my new lord's coat with her hands.
All you have to do is respond when I call your name. Please tell me you understand.
They gave me stares that were somehow tensely nervous and completely blank all at once.
What is your question?
I exuded out my built-up vexation as I guessed what they were thinking.
Which one of us is Poodle again?
Poodle asked.
That's you, Poodle, I answered,
still breathing out vexing leftovers.
Am I Mainwood?
Shepherd asked.
You,
a pause to gather the last shreds of strength within me,
are Shepherd.
Oh,
he said, poring over this information I had given to him at least 10 times previously.
Can I still...
Yes!
My teeth were gritted close to cracking.
You can do whatever as long as you aren't screwing me over anywhere, and also do what I tell you. No harming or talking badly about rabbits, no harming other members of my household. That's it. It is not that hard.
But it was hard for them, apparently, as their canine brows scrunched and their black noses twitched, taking in all the knowledge they had gained over the past hour, which was only one piece of information repeated about 1,000 times.
Let's switch over to something else.
I gave up on developing their understanding of high-intellect concepts to focus on other matters.
Do you know if Mainwood has an estate I need to collect on? Anything else besides these ranches?
I don't have an estate, boss,
Shepherd stated.
Did your old boss have one, Shepherd?
I looked the mutt right in the eyes.
You are Shepherd? What did your old boss own, Shepherd? Where is his property, Shepherd?
I'd only seen the ranches, boss,
Poodle answered.
He didn't ever leave this area, just switched between these ranches a lot. He slept in the ranch bath, mostly,
Shepherd added.
Will you be doing the same, Lord Draganoak?
I will never touch that bath as long as there is blood in my veins, I told him. And I was hoping that the noble had a house in the city. It'd be nice to have a place where we could scope the Timber Pine estate out from the inside, or at least an excuse to get inside the city. Do we have any special access papers or items we need to worry about?
You can just go in, boss,
Shepherd said.
It's just a big opening in the wall with guards.
Yeah, why can't you just walk inside?
Poodle asked.
Do you not like gates? I know they're pretty loud when they open and close, but that almost never happens, so you're safe.
Out of anyone else's mouth, that would have been a condescending insult that would have gotten him punched in the snout. Once you'd explained the same concept to someone to the point of insanity, though, you know when they're honestly dull as a bag of rocks.
You said he owns the ranches.
I switched topics again.
Does he own all of them?
Yeah,
Poodle said.
There's 5 of them.
How do I prove I killed Mainwood to the other ranches? I asked them.
I'm not dead yet, boss.
Shepard said before I glared at him. He thought it over, then realized what I was actually saying.
Oh, you could probably just take his head with you. Prove it.
Is there an easier way? I hoped.
Probably not, boss,
Poodle answered.
You could probably try to get something that smells like him, but anybody can find that. Some people try teeth, but who knows whose teeth are whose?
You guys can identify each other by smell? I asked them, formulating what could be the greatest linguistic revelation in wolf history if I was right.
Yeah, everybody smells different,
Shepard said.
Sometimes it's subtle, but you can get the difference if you smell it enough. We each got our own smell, even rabbits, and even you.
That's it, I shouted out. That's what names are like. Names are like smells. Y'all have names just like y'all have smells. My names for you are just noise smells that I can shout at you to find your specific smell. Everything that you are is everything that is in your smell and in your name. It's in my name and smell, and Hopper's name and smell too. There was a quiet over the ranch bathhouse, followed by the collective "oh" of 7 canine beasts discovering and mastering a new concept for the first time. There we go, boys, I called out to them. Go chew that over and enjoy yourselves a while. The hard work begins in just a bit, so rest up until I call on y'all. This discovery sparked a roaring discussion between them, all talking about their names and smells and introducing themselves to old co-workers and new, as if it was their first time meeting. They all seemed happy to be together now, unlike before, when they were just next to each other purely by association with me. They huddled together in a circle as their discussion turned into a murmur between them. So, Hopper walked over beside me, holding the blue coat up for me to look at. Do you like it, my lord? If it helps me find timber pine, I'll wear anything, I said, taking the coat from her to try to put it on again. As soon as I slipped the first sleeve on, I noticed a stark contrast to the looseness the sleeves had before. Putting the second sleeve on, I looked over the ensemble, realizing that it all fit remarkably well this time, like it was a custom-cuffed overcoat made just for me. How the hell did you... I had some practice, she said, overlooking her fine work. Wolf nobles don't do as well in clothes as they would like to believe, and would often blame the nearest slave for rips and tears to save face. I figured it was an easy way to keep people safe if I fixed them before they noticed. I'm no seamstress. I couldn't do anything fancy, but I can fix and fit well enough. It's been less than an hour, girl. I turned around to try to see all the different parts of it. That's some crazy fast work. They actually look good. Where'd you get string? I had to use parts of my old maid's uniform, she said. I've got plenty of these striped shirts to use anyway. She twirled the extra long sleeves of my flannel she was wearing. Why don't you fix those with your voodoo seamstress powers? I asked her. Because... She sunk into her shoulders as she brought her covered hands up to her mouth. I still want you to wear it again later. The last one stopped smelling like you. Well, soon they'll all be smelling like me if we don't find a place to wash up. I gave my armpit a whiff, finding only rancid sweat and death. Whew, that is rap. I'm betting every wolf in Thumperton Port knows my name by now. Timber Pine Estate has a bathhouse, Opera let me know. That's something you can look forward to. Is it anything like our ranch bath here? I looked over to see 7 happy wolves, all different colors of the dog rainbow, splashing around in the hot water as they had fun in the doggy pool. As long as you don't let the wolves bathe in your bath, it won't be, she soothed me. I would suggest keeping them very separate from the servant and personal baths. Noted, I let out a laugh. They can have the ranch bath. It was sad to think that they might turn on me in a second if I wasn't careful with them. They'd turn on Hopper or my other servants if anyone thought I was dead. Looking at them now, though, it made me realize they weren't being malicious. They were just like dogs trying to please their owners. Giant, monstrous, stupid, dopey, talking dogs. They bit because they thought that was what their masters wanted, and they didn't know any better. If they tried any of that now while I was their master, I'd shut them down faster than a nuclear blackout, no matter how master-pleasing they were trying to be. Now that you have the appropriate look for a lord of your stature, Hopper looked over my fancy coat once again. What is the new Lord Dragonoak going to do? That's a pretty good idea, actually, I said, drawing inspiration from her. I might just be able to use that name as a cover to keep myself from looking like an independent until I make my move. Fighting this game by their rules is going to require some tact from us. Until I say so, call me only by Lord Draganoak.
But, Lord Hank, she started to question, then corrected herself. Lord Draganoak, not to question your wisdom, but how is the new name going to make any difference? They're going to be working against the wolves either way, right?
Lord Draganoak is going to be a visiting noble from far away, I described the idea, who works under Lord Hank McCallum. An independent noble is a powder keg in this situation, even at the lowest rungs, and the smarter nobles are going to realize that. As soon as I'm discovered, everyone will want to try to defeat me so they can claim both myself and all my properties and pack. If the Baron finds out, he has the whole city under his thumb. He'll squash me before I'm ready. That's too much heat at once when I'm only working with a set of spread-apart bases with no supplies for war. If I'm working under a more powerful lord than myself, it'll raise less suspicion when I start taking properties, since it'll look like I'm gathering power for my own lord, or I'm looking to overthrow him. It'll be business as usual for everybody, and they'll have their guards down.
Yes, Lord Draganoak, she stated, locking in the new name. That sounds like a plan, Lord Draganoak. A clever deception is always a smart plan, Lord Draganoak. You've obviously been thinking this through, Lord Draganoak.
We're going to go about this a little differently than I first wanted. I brainstormed, pushing through a fit of laughter. My original guerrilla warfare idea was all well and good up until I learned more about wolf politics. If we try to storm the place in the dead of night and assassinate him, his cronies are just going to fight until a new guy takes the head, since that'd be a sneak attack. We'd have to subjugate the new boss along with every other wolf, risking Timberpine's wolves gaining their own packs while we went through them. If we can't do that, we'll have to kill them quickly, or they'd just pick another, and we'd have to kill or defeat every damn wolf in the place to get the estate back. Each time it'd get harder and harder, since killing pack leaders would only dissolve parts of the group, even as soon as the one after Timberpine, and the bigger groups would take the wolves that I didn't get to in time. It's a huge drain on energy, time, and resources I would rather avoid. That'd be especially dumb since we could just go about killing Timberpine and get all of those wolves and slaves working for me with no fuss or lives in the crossfire.
But did we not need the hunter's cash to arm ourselves for an assault?
She offered a rebuttal. We definitely still need the firepower, I said. However, the more I'm learning about this place, the more I'm figuring out about how to get what we want as clean as possible. We might have to be a little bit more subtle about it at first to avoid the Baron, but I'm guessing that without a master of my own, I'll be making more than a little mayhem around here when I start challenging whoever I want as I climb the social ladder. Once we can get a serious foothold in the city, gather a bit of rapport around the town, maybe Timberpine will challenge us on his own. If not, I'll just have to become a powerful enough lord that he wouldn't dream of refusing me.
What would you have me do in the meantime?
Looking around, I picked up my bag with some of my spare clothes in it, finding my least-used overalls, handed them to Hopper. Put these on for me, I instructed her. Over your shirt if you don't mind. I started overthinking how that came across, attempting to correct myself in a gentlemanlike manner. Not that I mind, I would love to see that, you without your shirt and overalls. Not in a creepy way, I mean, I'm not wanting you to make a spectacle or nothing. I wiped my head to cool myself down. I just need you covered while we're in the city.
Are you embarrassed by me, my lord?
Hopper undid the buttons to the straps. I am completely pleased with you, Hopper, I stated as clearly as possible. If they were looking for bunnies with a special gift at one time, I don't want to risk any of them coming for you. When I've got enough of a reputation to scare off anyone who'd try to threaten me, you can flaunt all your endowment as you please, as I will also be pleased, believe me. The overthinking began again. Not that you need to. I don't mean to sound like I don't appreciate you or want you to be unladylike. You can wear anything you want, except you can't right now because we gotta hide you. Hopper slipped the overalls on as I barfed out more words, sliding the legs past the Kevlar leg guards I gave her. She finally managed to get them over her hips, hooking the buttons for the straps and on the side. Despite the overall's best efforts, the shape of Hopper's great ass and thighs were still fully available for anyone who saw her, regardless of the covered skin. She'd be spotted for sure. I expected as much, and it was better than nothing, but we needed something better. Damn it, Opera, you are too pretty for this world, I thought out loud on accident, only catching myself when she blushed at the comment. Can you make yourself something to hide all your to hide yourself?
I'll try my best, my lord.
She took the overalls off as she complied.
I wish only to please you.
And make yourself something nice to wear later, also, while you're at it. I gave her one last command. Use whatever of my clothes you need for any of that. Go nuts. I just want you to know that I'm not trying to shame you or anything, just covering you up. I rambled as I dug myself deeper into my humiliation. Just for right now, and not forever. I don't want you to hide yourself forever, just for the time being, while you're hot at your sweet body, your bunny parts. It's just not good to see you right now. I mean, it's good to see you all the time. I like seeing you. I shut my mouth tight before my foot would have to be surgically removed from it.
My lord, are you well?
She put a hand to my bearded cheek. I'm fine, I said with a deep breath. I guess I'm just not good at making polite and respectful compliments when it comes to the beauty of a gorgeous lady like yourself.
But you come up with such sweet things to say all the time, Lord Hank, she said to me. Why is this any different?
It just feels ungentlemanlike, I guess, I admitted. I can speak what's on my mind or come up with a dumb lie easy, but with this, all the words come out wrong, no matter how I arrange them. I ain't the best tool in my toolkit.
If I may speak my mind, my lord, she said, do you have to use words for compliments?
I mean, I got a little confused. You gotta communicate it somehow.
Is that the only standard? She asked. Then I've received many polite and respectful compliments about my looks from you.
She took one of my meaty sausage mitts in her delicate hands.
You've told me dozens of times how much you appreciate the beauty you see in me. They're even more meaningful since you use your words to lift me up and comfort me, not just talk about my shape and color. You make me feel like all parts of me are beautiful.
I'm not following, I said, trying to think back to all those embarrassing compliments throughout our time together. I've been sincere with you every time I've spoken, that's the truth. I've also made a damn fool of myself trying to flatter and flirt a dozen times, just having a doozy of a time remembering any moment those thoughts got out right.
A great leader knows how to communicate their thoughts however they need to.
She rubbed my palms with 2 fingers.
Like an instinct, they know what gets through best to who's listening. Even if they don't believe their words have been more than enough, and even if they don't realize it themselves, they can speak their minds with great tools like these.
My hands? I looked down at the other mitt, which she grabbed and brought together with the first.
I can't count how many times these hands have told me how beautiful I am.
She placed my hands against her face, letting me rub my thumb against her cheek. Without letting go, she then directed them by the wrists past her neck, one to her side and one down her chest. After a moment or two, she let go, letting my hands free as they perused the art gallery that was Hopper's curves.
Are you not telling me how you feel right now, my lord?
Hopper's hands rested upon my own chest, sifting one hand up to my neck.
Wouldn't your hands be as honest as you say you are? Someone like me could only hope to be as eloquent. I've loved your kind words so much, but if you don't think the sounds you make are enough, I can hear what you're saying just fine without them.
Honey, if we weren't in a ranch bath with some giant fusty wolves, I whispered to her, those hands would be singing praise to all of you until their voices were hoarse.
All the more reason for you to claim Timberpine's estate as soon as you can, my lord Hank McCallum Draganoak.
She brought herself up to a kiss.
And all the more reason for me to make sure I'm hidden from those who might want to harm me, so I can be there when you do, and hear everything they have to say.
Oh, thank God, I sighed in relief, kissing her back. I was trying my damnedest to get that hiding but not shaming thing across without sounding like a total...
My lord,
she put a finger to my lips.
If I may be so bold again, would you indulge me in telling when we would be heading out to try to claim that estate? I seem to have accidentally hastened my impatience by quite a bit.
Immediately after you get your hiding outfit done and on, I said like I was starving. I'll start packing up everything else. Boys, I yelled out to my wolves, still having the time of their nightmarish lives in the bath. Dry off, finish the rest of the beef, and pack everything up. We're heading out soon.
Do you need somebody to stay with the cows here, boss?
Poodle asked. Do we have any extra wolves at the other ranches? I asked him. I would have taken all of them, but the cattle needed tending, and I wanted to keep those protected in the event of some kind of attack. The ranches were being consolidated later when I had the time. There was no point in keeping so many of them in one place when one big one would do the trick.
There was one at the ranch stretching room.
Shepard began listing off the wolves stationed at each ridiculous location.
That's where Poodle was. I'm the one at the ranch bath, there's 3 at the ranch aroma bar, 5 at the ranch hair salon, and 9 at the ranch full-body massage parlor. I think that's all of them.
That's an odd amount of wolves, I commented. Any rabbit slaves?
No, boss, Poodle answered. He didn't trust them to know how to treat a wolf's hygiene, so he never kept any.
Let's move a few from the massage parlor and the hair salon over to these 2. I said, almost cracking under the weight of the idea of a ranch spa, which I now owned. Why, yes, they were ranches as well as spa stations. What else would they have been? Regular ranches? That would have just been silly. This spa resort run by giant wolf monsters with no customers and that doubled as a series of beef ranches was now my real estate. I pinched myself to make sure things were still real. I'm still not sure if I was hoping for a dream or not. With that, I loaded up my guns to get ready to head out, hoping that this was the last piece of property I would acquire with such creative architecture. Chapter 15. After redistribution of wolf subjects to their new ranch posts, proceeded by proving my lordly claim and further refining the wolf naming process over another 17 wolves, I brought my 7 along with me to enter the town. Hopper created her disguise, consisting mostly of a cape and cowl made of denim and plaid to hide herself. I proudly stepped forward, showing off my blue lord's coat as much as I could. Thurmondon Port's front gate was fairly intimidating, and I was sorry for brushing off my boy's previous warning about it as inane prattle. With an archway reaching up to at least 25 feet, the path leading in stretched to both ends of the bottom, with a couple of burly wolf guards standing at attention at either one. I looked around for a wolf captain, but found no one who really fit the description. I guess simple solutions were too much to hope for. A murder-collect spree wouldn't have been very low profile anyway. The only person of any official capacity was our first obstacle. This pompous-looking white with black spots wolf in a gray coat stood over a pulpit with a paper on it, holding a quill as he wrote something down on it. He wore a pair of Ben Franklin spectacles bent over the large bridge of his snout, seemingly holding no purpose as he looked below them to see what he was writing, and also having no lenses reflective of the daylight. I had no idea what to expect from the customs department of a wolf city, and with no one in my entourage possessing the background to have a better idea, I was forced to fly in blind. I walked up to the wolf toll agent to greet him.
Hello there,
I started in my manliest voice.
I am requesting, before we begin...
The toll wolf interrupted me to start an official statement with a monotone drone, not taking his eyes off his work.
I must inform you that I have no property or pack to speak of, and am beholden to the official scribe in the Baron's castle. I am not obligated to accept any challenge except from someone within a Baron's pack, or of equivalent or higher noble status, or with sufficient land holdings and property. This is equally true of anyone within the Baron's pack. None of these parties will be issuing any challenges, and any attempts to provoke a challenge from myself or any under the Baron's direct control from any party of insufficient status shall be met with guards who will eat you alive.
Somehow he kept going without even taking a breath.
This will not be recognized as a challenge by the barony, the official scribe, or any within the Baron's pack, and will not result in your increase in property or pack. All guards are also non-pack leaders and will not have any property for you to claim should you challenge one. Entering the city as a foreign element is considered a challenge by the barony. Therefore, upon your death inside any district or property not already part of another noble's estate and outside the constraints of an official challenge will be considered losing to the baron. Any and all assets you possess will be collected and considered a part of the Baron's property and pack upon said death under those specifications. The Baron does not leave his abode in Thumperton Keep for any reason whatsoever and will not leave it for any reason beyond a full-scale invasion."
And on he went.
This statement is meant to simplify the process of acquisition should a perceived sneak attack occur and will not be repeated at any time hereafter. If any pack members within your household do not understand this or refuse to accept this statement for any and all challenging purposes regarding the barony, those members will be subjugated by force by whoever the Baron deems fit or killed, wherein all previous statements about their death within the city will apply. If there is a failure on any law's part to understand this information, it will not be repeated by me or anyone else under any circumstances outside of an order given by the official scribe.
I blinked my eyes repeatedly, the cogs and gears of my mind spinning into overdrive as they processed all of this information as quickly as possible. If I understood the gist of it, there was a bunch of legal jargon that kept the Baron from ever having to lift a finger so long as he remained as powerful as he was. My boys were obviously oblivious to anything the Tall Wolf just said, and Hopper was trying her best to remain inconspicuous, so I was sure she wasn't focused on any of it. However, every rule there was only as enforceable as the Baron and his soldiers could handle. At the end of the day, it was a challenge or perish game. The Baron was planning to sit on the top of the hill and watch the rest of the players kill each other, and I was more than happy to play if Timberpine was a member. I just had to make sure I was getting challenged and not sneak attacked. Wheezing a bit, the Tall Wolf gathered his breath again, apparently speaking all of that in 1 or 2 breaths alone. I was almost impressed.
"What landholdings are you declaring today?"
the Dalmatian-colored wolf asked after he recomposed, still working and focusing on his previous tasks.
"Keep in mind, all landholdings and property will be claimed upon your death within city limits, regardless of any you withhold from stating here. Any and all lords officiated by the Baron will be informed of your property values, and their challenges must be considered while you remain within the confines of Thumperton Port and hold a title below Baron."
That was intriguing information. If the lords were impressed with my landholdings, they might just come up to me on their own. That'd save a lot of time. They weren't going to, given what I had, but the thought made me happy all the same. I'd have more in just a bit anyway. I kept that cool up just barely. "I'm declaring the ranch, spa, resort as my landholdings here today."
"Am I to understand that you are claiming landholdings currently claimed by Lord Mainwood?"
he asked me like a customer service representative would.
"And you will be able to bring sufficient proof that you have challenged and claimed it properly?"
"I have his head, if that's what you want," I said, looking back to Old Yeller.
"Old Yeller, the head."
Old Yeller pulled a sack he was carrying off his back and walked it over to present it to the Tall Wolf.
"Please do not move ahead of me."
The Tall Wolf nipped at me with the most passive-aggressive tone that was ever spoken through air.
"I will be asking your lordly title in a moment after I record that. Oh, curse my fangs!"
At long last, the Tall Wolf had looked up from his paperwork to see our group, aghast at the sight. I was just about to take the head away from Old Yeller, though we had stopped to let the Spotted Wolf shout his curse. With a wave of my hands, I beckoned the bag down so that it could be opened and the head could be presented, then turning my attention to the distraught serviceman.
"Is there a problem?" I asked him. "I can present my lordly title whenever you're ready."
The Tall Wolf's jaw remained open in his disgust, looking at me as one might look at a shit taken on a couch. He then whipped his neck to look at Old Yeller.
"Excuse me, Slave Yeller."
He addressed my pack member with all of the insufferable tone of an entitled rich woman seeking to file a complaint about a slight inconvenience.
"Your master's rabbit slave is speaking out of turn, and wearing the master's fine blue coat. I will overlook this grievous insult if it is disciplined harshly immediately. Where is your master? He was just here speaking to me. Get him here at once."
I won't say that I've had much experience with prejudice directed towards me. If any folk had a problem with who I was or where I was from, they never spoke about it to my face. I'm sure many people might have been plumb scared, but it had left me without the proper mental preparation necessary to let that blatant disrespect just splash off my back.
The master is addressing you now. I spoke plainly and directly. I'd like to finish my registration if you wouldn't mind. Slave Yeller! The registration wolf shouted in disbelief. I demand that you bring your leader here at once, or I will report all of you to the guards. The slave's impertinence persists. Are you not supposed to yell at it for doing something like this?
Old Yeller's joints froze up as he was caught in the tall wolf's awkward imposition. He woodenly turned to me, asking with his eyes for me to command him in some way. I nodded to him, prompting him to speak. I was hoping his voice on the matter would clear things up and move things along quicker than I could.
I'm not a slave Yeller,
Old Yeller told the gray-coated wolf, seemingly coming to terms with the idea of a name.
My name is Old Yeller. Oh?
The tall wolf barfed out before my blonde underling could say more.
You're the lord in question. Well then, why don't you punish your slave before I report this, I would expect it would be something absolutely barbaric for being so unfathomably barefaced. I would suggest cutting out his tongue so he might speak no more insolence in his short life. But I'm not...
Old Yeller turned to me again, and I let him speak again.
The master, he is Lord Hank Draganoak.
Old Yeller pointed to me.
Who?
The tall wolf looked around amongst my other wolves, ignoring Old Yeller's obvious indication.
Is it the brown one? The darker brown one? The red one? It can't be the pale one, I'm sure.
It's him,
Lassie pointed at me.
He's Lord Draganoak. My name's Lassie.
Not Lord Draganoak.
Shepherd pointed at me as well.
I'm Shepherd. His name's Lord Hank Draganoak.
Foxhound pointed at me. The other hand pointed at himself.
Foxhound is my name. I'm Toby, I'll have you know.
Toby stood up to the front, pride in his chest.
I'm the best Toby there is, because that's my name, Toby.
At the sight of the overwhelming evidence contrary to his ingrained prejudice, the tall wolf elected to ignore it, speaking to Old Yeller again.
Old Yeller,
he addressed him again.
If you are indeed a noble with a noble name, but are underneath this Lord Draganoak, then you will present the wolf.
He glared at me as he spoke the word to emphasize that meant specifically not this slave.
Who is your master? I will not ask any of you again. Now, I might have assumed that this covered thing was your master if it weren't so pathetically small. When I'm done, both of these vermin will be brought before the Baron. Then they will punish this impertinent rodent right here and now and cave his little rabbit slave skull in with their heaviest...
As if spontaneously, the tall wolf in his pulpit crashed backward about 10 or so feet, creating a pressure press of wood and stone in the beast's chest for the briefest of moments before the pulpit exploded, showering his fur in sawdust and turning all of his white fur a tannish color. Papers wafted on the ghost of the pulpit before gently falling to the ground, while the inkwell had spun violently, spreading a splattered line of ink up Old Yeller's leg and chest, before it crashed upon the ground with barely any ink left inside to spill. The force of the impact, plus the shock at the completely unheralded event by both the receiver and all bystanders, created a moment of silence at the gate area. The tall wolf let out a faint groan before falling forward, landing upon the pulverized remains of his pulpit. Were I pushed that much more to the edge of my goodwill by this wolf, my focus may have been too blurred to see the culprit of the attack, the very fine leg of my favorite hopper, who had concealed her leg as quickly as if it were never brought out at all. I gave my quick shot kicker a wink and a smile to let her know quietly that I was still very pleased. Maybe we weren't coming in quite as subtly as I was hoping for, but now we were arriving in style. I could build from that.
Does anyone know what happened?
I asked the guards nearby. They only gave me blank stares, telling me that they didn't see what I saw. Thankfully, that blethering asshole was making enough of a stink to draw all eyes on him and away from us.
Anyone? Anyone at all? I couldn't see what happened, my Lord Draganoak.
One of the guards addressed me.
Did you use some kind of rabbit magic on him?
Who can say? I put my hands up, creating the faintest veil of confusion over what I obviously knew. It could have been the wind, for all we know. A powerful wind of fortune like that tends to just follow some people. You know, I've had the same wind blowing through tons of places recently, helping me out where it can.
That wolf didn't have anything, but he's not dead, so no harm done, no sneak attack made. If it was a sneak attack, I guess the wind would have gotten the punishment, right? If the toll booth isn't going to be questioning us anymore, I suppose we'll just be heading in. Another guard spoke up, a quiver to his voice. We're not supposed to let anyone through unless the tow wolf allows them through. Captain's orders. If you, a third wolf said, equally frightened, but with a spear facing me. If you try to get inside, we'll have to try to stop you. Can you stop the wind, gentlemen? I said, walking by them as I ushered my entourage forward. I certainly won't hold it against you, if that's an official challenge. Our kills don't count as challenges. Yet another guard tried to get in my way with a spear, with only a breath more confidence. So long as we're enforcing the Baron's laws. You know, funny thing I'm remembering. I walked up to the guard, looking at him dead in his big dog eyes as I spoke. There wasn't any real mention of any downsides to killing guards. It just says you guys also don't have any property or place to protect you, and the barony isn't affected by it. So if you start a fight, for whatever reason, there's really nothing stopping me from claiming the benefit of gusting on by. The guards quaked in their little boots, shaking at the bravado I was giving off as I played up this ghost wind thing. My boys moved on through, walking up to the giant doors barring the pathway into Thumperton Port. Hopper followed behind them, with me behind them as we all slipped through the opening. I paused for a moment to talk to the soldiers. You've made a very wise decision, boys, I said to them. I'll remember this later on when you're each given a name. You've earned it. And remember, you can't prove anything, so you didn't see anything. Through their confused mutters to each other, I winked at them and slipped through, heading into the town. If they weren't going to let me do my business gradually, I was going to make myself known.
My lord,
Hopper whispered to me.
2 of them are whispering about you.
The hearing of rabbits was like a mobile spy command center, and I was smuggling it right under their noses. I'm sure they all are, I mentioned. What are they saying?
They're going to report to Timberpine,
she said. I saw one of the guards slink off through a door in the wall, disappearing from sight with the clanking of the iron lock. A few turncoats in the Royal Guard was more than enough evidence for me that Timberpine and the Baron were only technically on the same side, which could play out in my favor and earn me that much more time for my power play. This place was a powder keg, and I was the light. Chapter 16.
Didn't you say that you were trying to be subtle about entering the city?
Tinker questioned me back at the catacombs. We made it work for us, I defended our more grand entrance. Wolves respect power. The weaker nobles would keep off of us, and the stronger ones were going to pay attention. Yes, we attracted more attention than initially planned, but we didn't look like we were declaring war when we did so. It was a display of dominance, not aggression. Plus, they can't prove we even touched them.
Would they not see it as an act of war from your fake mystery lord?
Tinker probed.
Or rather, wouldn't they see Dragon Oak's violent arrival as a clear sign that the real you was not here on peaceful terms?
I didn't kill the guy, I said. And his whole job seemed to be to let the other lords know about any new people coming into the city and what they had. He's an intimidation tactic to make the Baron seem more powerful and scary, to get in your head as soon as you walk through the doors. I really didn't have anything to lose by having him worked over.
No, I didn't mean to question your judgment, sir,
Tinker apologized.
I'm sure you knew what you were doing the whole time. I was just asking for a little clarification since Hopper's kick wasn't planned. Thank you.
No problem. Happy to help. I excused her. Besides, that toll wolf was an asshole. Yes, Hopper agreed wholeheartedly and firmly with a frown.
Yes,
Tinker did as well, though not with a frown. But you are right, I admitted. Things were complicated, and moving forward was going to be tricky. Entering through the gates, we came upon the thoroughfare of the town. Bustling would be the most appropriate word for any city the size of Thumperton Port. It was a bit cliché, but it was very fitting, given the open streets filled with street vendors selling wares like jewelry, meats and fish, fine clothes, and elegant armors. There were trades made, laughs shared, and smiles throughout.
There was a gilded calm to everything, and everyone could have a fun day exploring like this was some kind of tourist spot. Under very different circumstances, I very well could have. The place was certainly beautiful at first glance. I might have even called it peaceful or idyllic, if it weren't for all of the wolves walking around with chained rabbits at their heel like dogs. My heart broke just watching it from the front gate, pushing myself to the front of my wolf pack. A wolf in the classic blue lord's colors pulled on an older hair slave's chain when he was walking too slow, yanking at the guy's neck as his feet struggled to catch up. Another noble at a toe claw cleaning station, similar to an old-timey boot shiner, didn't even bother to do even that, just snapping his fingers as the wolf lackey next to him beat the slave cleaning toe claws with a club. A third hare spilled a drip of hot drink from a platter he was carrying, spraying it onto a third noble's fluffy shirt as he sat at a restaurant's outside table. With just a look and a jerk of the head, the noble ushered the slave back into the restaurant, tears in his eyes, to submit himself for punishment inside. Didn't matter where you turned your head, some wolf was physically abusing a rabbit slave. What you wouldn't see in any direction is a bunny. Among all the slaves hanging about, following nobles, carrying nobles on goddamn palanquins, there wasn't a woman in sight. Glad my instinct was so spot on to hide Hopper. I was hoping we could have hidden her among some other slaves, or just passed her off as a non-magical one if anything went wrong, but now I had to come up with a different emergency plan. If it really had to come down to it, I had my eyes on enough nobles for clean shots, which would even the odds immensely as their packs joined mine in the heat of battle. I was confident I could have survived that, but the rabbit casualties would have been astronomical. I wasn't going to let that happen on my watch. Already, the eyes of wolves were turning to look at me, a few offended gasps popping up from out of my line of sight as I walked my group down the street. With this many lookers, every move I made was public knowledge, no matter what I did. Leading the group onward, we explored the town, my eyes open to the interactions between the wolves. I was looking specifically for which wolves worked with which nobles, which of those nobles were higher up than others, and how to tell the difference between them. Like you might have expected, the lower-ranking wolves were far more openly savage, quicker to fly off the handle at a provocation, and more likely to be far more drastic in almost everything. They'd have more wolves following them around, strutting around like peacocks and posing like crabs in the shapes of dog men when they came across someone they were almost going to challenge, but ultimately didn't. Slaves were shouted at constantly, even if they weren't doing anything in particular, and sometimes just because they weren't doing anything. My dogs starving in the desert had more civility in them than anything these nobles combined could hope to scrape together into one jar. The higher you went, the more reserved the wolves became, though not any less full of rage and pride. Their gestures were smaller, but they held more weight with other wolves and slaves. With a few, a simple look would keep another wolf from stepping in their path, and a gesture of the hand would prompt wolves and rabbits alike into action, almost like choreography. They moved slower, but had much more power with each step. The pride of their effect on others showed on their faces, as every glare told the objects of their gaze how ant-like they were, and every smile spoke of how pleased they were that this was understood. They were demons in period clothing, and this hell of lackeys and slaves was built and gamed solely for their benefit. Even with all of their supposed subtlety, they were no less animalistic than the lower-class grunts or slaves they looked down on. I contemplated whether I wanted to strike first or not, given how much my muscles were aching for violence. If I did, my first target would have to be picked wisely, or I'd tip my hand that I was an independent pack leader without any support, and the Baron would be on my ass with every guard before I could make another move. I nobled too low on the social ladder, and I wouldn't have enough new resources to launch a counteroffensive against Timberpine or the Baron, or even the authority to challenge them officially. Too high, and they could just refuse me, and I'd be fighting with only my 7 boys here. I had to think of strategic locations, too, considering where I could bunker down if I had to, and where I could do the most damage. It looked like observe and recon was the name of the game until we could find the target we needed. As long as we laid low, hopefully, these wolves would leave us alone until we could act. If I could trick another high-ranking noble to challenge me, I could be in the challenging ranking I needed. But that still wouldn't guarantee that I'd get enough wolves and land to supply an assault on Timberpine. However, it would let the challenge slide under the radar, since I wouldn't have taken active action against anyone in the Baron's territory. Even that would only work for so long. As if directed to a new point being made in the argument by the universe itself, my attention was drawn to a low-class noble, with an almost orange hue to his fur, shouting at a slave. The noble's jacket was faded, a sign he didn't have the influence to get another one, and the slave was dressed in little more than a sackcloth, another clear sign that the noble's resources were thin. The poor thing cowered in place, a brown-furred rabbit that almost looked the part of a giant jackrabbit in clothes, save for a slightly more humanoid shape to his chest and arms. The noble's jaws snapped just beyond the slave's back. When the quaking rabbit wouldn't move out of the little ball he'd folded himself into, the noble snapped his fingers, beckoning a nearby grunt to hand him a club. Every crack and blow sent shrieks of pain throughout the marketplace. My stomach nearly hurled at the thought of my forced inaction bubbling within. The screams grew louder, the beating swings flew harder, and my hand trembled as I struggled to keep it from grabbing a weapon. My temptations began to present more arguments. Would any of these wolves have cared if I killed this monster right here? Maybe if I tried to make it seem like another noble did it, I could still pass it off without suspicion. I couldn't just sit by and do nothing, right? I racked my brain at how I could satisfy this bloodlust feeling within me as I witnessed this. Then I remembered some sense. The noble was low-born, and killing him in cold blood would only draw attention to me. If the other wolves saw me shoot him, they'd all assume the worst and attack me. Given how I'd seen them treated, they wouldn't bother clearing the streets of the other slaves. I'd have killed dozens of rabbits because I couldn't control myself. I relaxed my hand. Hopper, still wrapped in her cloak, took a step forward to act, probably as enraged as I was. I placed my other hand on her shoulder, keeping her where she was. Her speed was not lost on me, and I knew full well that she would have already smashed that noble's head in before I could have blinked. Her slow start was her way of asking permission, and it broke my heart to deny it. And the rabbit stopped screaming. That relaxed hand snapped right onto the handle of my gun, tensed and ready to unload an infinite magazine into this wolf. The beast hadn't stopped beating the slave, now a cadaver, as it growled incessantly. Every crumb of willpower was brought to bear as my hand slowly left the handle of the gun, leaving it in its holster. I had to keep the lives I was keeping away from harm by not giving in, and all of the rabbits, bunnies, and hares alike had to be free of this once I was done here. The only thing I could do now was use this to strengthen the resolve to fight this. Before, the Baron was an obstacle I was working around to get to Timberpine, and these wolf nobles were beasts that I had to contend with to keep my estate. From that moment, I knew that thinking that was foolish. The whole system would have to change in this city if there was going to be peace. I was going to kill any of these wolves or nobles that put themselves in my way, and I was sure they would be leaping to stop me from ending this. Not a single one raised so much as a glance as this whole atrocity took place. And I know it wouldn't have been manly to admit, but I shed just a few tears. A few more came about at the horror of the noble embracing his animal side, grasping the limp rabbit in his jaws as it walked away with it, his lackey following. I didn't doubt in the slightest that the wolf was finding a secluded and safe spot to eat it. Oh, dear God, it hurt inside feeling helpless. I dried the tears quietly, memorizing that wolf's face and color for when I had the ability to do something about him. And I was going to make it hurt just as much for him. Quite the embarrassing spectacle, wouldn't you say? The sound of a forced British accent and a deep-toned narcissism squirmed its way into my ear. My self-control was being tested that day, first by the ranch spa, then the toll wolf, then the beating, and now this creep's voice, which would have snapped me around with a gun in hand just the day before. Instead, I turned myself slowly to see who the voice belonged to. Unsurprisingly, a wolf noble addressed me. Cloaked in snowy white fur, his wolfish features were more controlled than the others, less mangled and primal, and more like a house pet. He was also a little thinner than others, in many ways more fox-like, while still retaining a fair amount of the brutish bulk necessary to appear like the predator of their species' namesake. While most wolves had eyes like mud, his were a bright yellow, like a piercing beam of sunlight. His noble attire was the classic coat and frilly shirt, but his were toned to darker colors than others, as if showing off just how much more hues he had to stain his clothes with. He was accompanied by 2 guards, stocky even for wolves, both wearing leather armors with metal pauldrons and standing at attention to either side. They had a Secret Service vibe to them, with a no-nonsense scanning of the environment at all times. What was surprising was the brass-colored wheelchair he rolled on, his legs covered in a white sheet to hide them. The chair was as ostentatious as any would expect from a noble who valued themselves so highly, with a silver inlay within the patterning and gems encrusted upon the wheel guards. A silver-headed cane hung in a special slot just behind the chair, ready for him to pull out as necessary. That definitely complicated things. A noble gains power through strength in combat, and I'd yet to learn of anyone who fights well in a wheelchair, let alone among ultra-strength beast combat politics. Another noble should have come and dethroned him already if he couldn't keep him off. Either the wheelchair was a scam, or he had a secret I couldn't have begun to guess. Whatever the case, he would have screwed me over if I ever underestimated him. I just didn't know how he would have done it. I put a hand on Hopper's shoulder as I pushed to the front of my group, my wolf pack splitting like the Red Sea to allow me to pass. Hopper's trembling told me exactly who this wolf was, but I figured I'd play dumb until he introduced himself properly. If there was any sympathy for him because of his wheelchair, it was less than ashes now. That wheelchair was a scam, I just knew it. But he still had to challenge me before I could prove it and then kill him.
I mean for the lower wolves, the bleached noble continued. Such banal displays are so commonplace, one hardly notices their frequent occurrences anymore. I, personally, don't particularly care for hair, but I have indulged myself from time to time when it suited me. Like any noble worth his salt, I only dine upon the finest bunnies when it suits me. It's almost a rite of passage in some cities. I must say I'm curious how a noble of your background would view such a practice. What's your opinion on the taste of rabbit flesh?
This son of a bitch was trying to get under my skin. Two can play at that. Pardon me, you seem to be lost. I ignored the question entirely. Who do you work for? Perhaps I can tell you where he might be at this hour. I had no patience for this nobility crap anymore, but I couldn't just outright badmouth him. Insinuating that he wasn't at a high enough status to have a proper title was the best I could do. Like an ingrown toenail, I was going to pain him until he tried to rip me off.
I would remind you to use your common sense, given your heritage.
He spoke softly, but I could feel the venom in his words.
It takes far more than a coat and peons to get someone of your blood's caliber any respect from those who have respect and peons monopolized. You are speaking to a noble of the upper crust in this city. I am Lord Timberpine.
A monopoly on respect? I said sarcastically, ignoring him. You know, I hadn't considered that. That would certainly save me the time that some nobles constantly spend trying to drum up a facsimile of respect by bothering people they see on the street. Would you tell the Lord who sent you that I appreciate the idea? Seeing as you are only with a coat and peons, your caliber doesn't quite warrant the authority to approach me as an equal, so I'll speak to the person in charge directly. You know what? Don't bother. Simply fetch him for me, and I can tell him myself. I wouldn't want to overtax your abilities.
Do tell me, where are you from?
The snowy lord asked me, attempting to hide his complete displeasure.
Are all lords of your status expected to be so overflowing with respect for their betters? Or is it just the ones of a certain lineage that believe themselves in a position for such manners?
Actually, they have several lessons on respect taught by my culture, I replied.
These lessons are designed to show how much to give to those who deserve it in exact measures. I assure you, I've given out all of the respect that is wise to give when I meet someone like you. Based upon what I've seen in this city, I assume things like respect and dignity must be a rationed resource. I haven't seen anyone who has any. I see that a well-used tongue must be the symbol of power of your land, rather than the collection of strength and might. The icy lord hissed through a smile. Your rather flighty speech must cement your lordship in high standing amongst those with little holdings. I think you'll find the trade value of such flippant use of words holds no value either. Unfortunately for you, respect is only reserved for those who belong to the proper circles and bloodlines. That must be an awful inconvenience for you. That'll be quite all right, I answered in turn. I just had to keep pushing. I'd find something that hurt enough that he'd have no choice but to challenge me to save face. I see that savage barbarism is the currency to trade with here. An interesting thing to base an economy on, as it always seems so debasing for those who dabble in it. You would think that such animalistic behaviors would be indicative of base life forms whose greatest achievements they could hope for would be the consistent consumption of their own dung. Despite that, I find myself staying purely for the financial benefits, since all of that consequently makes a lordship in this city so cheap and depreciated under the current regime.
I'm afraid I must point out that your culture's lessons on value and respect must need tweaking.
Timberpine shifted in his seat with his hands and slipped into a more Cockney accent as his fake posh one wavered. He was getting uncomfortable, cracking but not breaking.
These perceptions you seem to have are the correct measures of respect for you and your kind, and a proper demonstration of where exactly they belong in the social order. It's a cursed company to find oneself in, but you might need to reconsider your stay in our humble city. Your presence may have an adverse effect upon the domestic values, and we'd hate to have to do something rash, but well within our rights.
I'm still considering the venue for a time, I refuted. It's a shame that I'm at such a disadvantage, being fresh out of the debasement and pride so rife among these streets. I seem to have only brought my honor with me. I'll learn to make do, I suppose.
That is a shame,
he clucked sarcastically in his posh accent, waving a hand to his bodyguards.
I would have hoped to do this peacefully, but it seems that you'll be forcing me to exercise the barbarism you've accused this city of dealing in. It is just as you said. You are at quite the disadvantage here.
The two bodyguards stepped up, looking down on me in an attempt to intimidate and terrify. I pushed Hopper into my crowd of wolves before they came up to either side. If I had to, I was confident I could kill both of these saps in a flash, but that would mean starting a fight, and I still could have put that off, just as long as I coaxed that official challenge from this bastard. But how could you provoke a man to fight to the death when they've claimed to have been bound to a wheelchair? I had to get him out of it, but the whole thing bothered me. Why the fake wheelchair in the first place? There'd have been no way to keep a noble title if he couldn't still fight in challenges. And if he really was wheelchair-bound, he had to be an amazing fighter otherwise. What the hell was his game, and how could I get him to show his hand?
I will give you two options from this point,
the winter-colored wolf spoke confidently.
Surrender quietly, and we promise only to harm you and your following just enough to still keep you breathing for a time, perhaps recovering from your wounds in a few weeks. Resist, and such a promise is null and void.
The last sentence dropped the posh accent entirely as his voice deepened in his anger. To be perfectly clear, I formally disclosed a drawn-out disclaimer. We're all to understand that this current state of affairs in no way reflects your recognition of the lordly status of any individuals threatening or being threatened at this time, and therefore will not be treated as any sort of formal challenge or confrontation, meaning that any damage inflicted by anyone during the scuffle is considered nominal. And we are all witnessing that you were the one starting this unprovoked aggression?
There you are with your flippant tongue again.
The tunnel vision lord sighed out his purely Cockney accent as he brushed a hand on his head.
In fewer words, no, I'm not challenging you, nor am I obligated. This battle is meaningless, and I will gladly throw out the trash dirtying the streets if it so suits me, even if it's just lying there stinking up the place.
Perfect. With 2 shots, the pistol I had prepared during my deliberately long speech rang out through the streets. The 2 bodyguards were convulsing on the ground from the electrically charged magic bullets before they knew they failed to start fighting and lost in one fell swoop. As quick as I pulled it out, I put it back into the holster, looking upon the twitching bodies. They were still alive, with their strangely thick necks, and I considered capping the 2 of them right then. Thinking about it, when I took Timberpine's property, I could force these 2 to any job I wanted to. That felt more satisfying. Are you always so lax in your property? I addressed Timberpine again. Seems like a very unwise policy to have. You never know what'll happen if you're not watching carefully. But who am I to argue? You must be the more qualified one, being the one leading the group with all of their members still standing. That got a growl out of him. Timberpine's white ass was shifting in the wheelchair seat, ready to pop like a balloon. Another quip right now would just keep the pressure building up without exploding, so I couldn't just raffle off more. He was smart enough to see through that and stop acting on emotion. I'd lose all my progress. I needed something to agitate him again, stab right at his pride, and force a challenge out of his mouth. That having been said, Timberpine was on the edge and might try something drastic. My guard was up for anything. That was some fortunate foresight, too, since Timberpine popped a gasket harder than any embarrassed rage I'd ever seen. And by popped a gasket, I mean conjured a magical maelstrom out of nowhere. Chapter 17. As subtle as it was expected, a howling, icy whirlwind tore through the market square, centered on Timberpine and his wheelchair as the veiny wolf summoned it, with a swipe of his hands across his lap, as if he was brushing dust off at us. The rushing gust pulled at me, drawing me towards the snowy lord, now much more literal. Soon enough, all kinds of debris had picked up inside the pale tornado, like pieces of store carts, tables and chairs, and anything else that was unfortunate to be near Timberpine and light enough. The debris raced around the circles around us, crashing into wolves as far as 30 feet away as they cowered at the sight of the Lord's tantrum. Caught up in his arcane moment, Timberpine lifted his arms and rose into the air, as if being lifted by invisible angels, or demons, rather. The cloth over his legs had long since disappeared, showing the mangled and knotted wood pegs sticking out of hairy stubs he was hiding. The peg legs were more like wizard staves out of Lord of the Rings or something, and had 5 charms lining up down each one, which pulsed chaotically with light as they generated the massive storm around us. A cyclone manifested beneath him, cloaking the wooden staves and crawling up to his stomach. I felt Hopper press up against my shoulder, her cloak catching more wind and pulling harder on her. How was I ever supposed to anticipate that something like this would have happened? Yes, I knew about charms, but I didn't know what the hell they did except attach to things to enchant them. With the new sudden storm problem, I was forced to make some quick decisions. Timberpine seemed to be still in his storm saint moment, so I capitalized on the distraction. Strategies were abandoned and formulated in a split second as I unbuckled the brooch hood of her cloak, sending it flying into the whirlwind and exposing Hopper. Thankfully, it was much easier for her to move around with the tinier surface area of her narrow frame. With the pistol, I fired thin strands of electric magic into the air wildly, hoping to break the shock on bystanders. No pun intended. "Get out of here!" I shouted over the storm to the nearby people, specifically the rabbit slaves. And the wolf slavers were free to listen, but I didn't quite care what happened to them. Having judged this wasn't a time to wait for responses, I started shooting at the feet of wolves, prompting a more immediate danger to get them moving with zapping sparks. Dropping chains and weapons, the wolves bolted out of sight, followed quickly by the hair servants, carrying their chains with them as they shuffled off. "Y'all get out of here too!" I shouted to my people. "Make sure the rabbit slaves are safe from all this." "But what about—" Hopper started to shout a concern about me. "Do not make me shoot at your feet too!" I pushed her out into Foxhound's arms as the group moved away from Timberpine. "Take her and go!" Obedient to the last, my wolves did exactly what I ordered.
Now, free of any distractions or lives risked, I returned my attention to Tornado Jesus and his torrentially insane idea of a reasonable response to anything. He was still basking in the majesty of his own magical might, allowing me ample time to line up a shot. Hoping that this fight would actually be this easy, and adjusting for wind, I fired straight for his head. Somehow, by more magical nonsense that I was itching to pitch a fit about, Timberpine dodged the lightning-enhanced bullets, sliding in the air from side to side in blurs of motion. The maniacal laughter did not help calm things down. And for the record, I would have hit if he had just stayed still.
"Vermin!"
Timberpine roared through the storm, not even bothering with the theatrics of speech anymore. His speed made it sound like the voice was coming from the vortex itself.
"You think you have trinkets? You think you have power? I am power. You will bow down before your betters. And when I'm done mangling your body, I'll turn your bones into a decoration for my throne."
Oh, good lord, he called the wheelchair a throne. I got a blur bouncing out of the corner of my eye, jumping back just in time to stay out of the way of the insane wolf. Like a meteor crash, Timberpine's shoulder met hard stone as he swooshed past me, tumbling back into flight. I fired 2 shots, one flying away in the wind and the other zapping into his flesh. Not immediately stopped like other wolves, Timberpine manically scratched at the shocking bullet in the wound in his back, tearing through his fine coat as he did so.
"Insolent rodent!"
He quickly tried to get the lightning bullet out of himself as he bounced and flew.
"How dare you attack me with your rodent weapons?"
You know, at one point I was going to have to correct everyone on that whole rabbit-human identification dilemma everyone seemed to have on this world. Sometime after fighting the crazy wolf wizard, though. He blurred out of sight again, only coming back into view at a split second to strike again. Another close dodge, and another meteor slammed into the ground, cracking the stone road as he tumbled into the air again. Both shots from my gun hit this time around, but he still bounced back from the shot to claw at the wounds and disappear. "What makes a wolf want to cut off his own legs and get magic wands?" I asked into the noise, knowing full well the real answer from Hopper's story.
"My legs were taken,"
he shouted from the blurred nothingness.
"by your fellow rat slaves. But when they tried to break me down, I rose higher than ever."
Way to play the racist victim, Timberpine. I would qualify smashing the legs of an assailant actively looking for you after learning they were planning to kill you beforehand as an act of self-defense, not a malicious plot. Call me traditional. Another crash and slam attack with another dodge and another 2 rounds in his back. I was so glad I didn't have to worry about counting bullets in the magazine. A bit of a wrecking ball, this one. While it may have seemed like I was poking the bear wizard here, there was a method to the madness. The blitzing speed was telling me he wasn't in full control of how he moved. That was why he was taking so long between strikes at his speed. In a calmer fight, he'd probably have ended it by now with some reduced speed flybys. But prideful little Timberpine just had to make an example of the mouthy rabbit slave turned wannabe lord with a full-power display he didn't have the skills or willpower to handle. He wasn't thinking at all anymore, and if he was crashing around, maybe I could make him crash in my favor. Taking out the machete, I quickly ran over to one of the sides of the road, heading towards the alleyway between the 2 buildings. The wrecker wolf came at me again, but this time I was ready. With a bit of lucky timing, I slashed and zapped the bastard, tearing at shreds of coat now as it pawed the wounds I made.
"Ugh, your kind is weak."
He searched his bleeding injuries for the bullets.
"You are frail. You deserve to be whipped and eaten as your superior whims deem fit. Why do you resist the natural order?"
Natural order, my proud Tennessee ass. With the period in between Timberpine's tornado tosses, I made it into the alleyway, positioning myself just inside next to the wall. A switch from the pistol to the shotgun made the window just that much smaller from my plan, but I was more than fast enough to accommodate. Timberpine made one more crashing attack at me, apparently not having learned his lesson any of the other times. With the wall there between the furry bolt and crashing into the ground, he ricocheted off,
bouncing back and forth between the two walls of the alleyway with his massive inertia. With my prey caught in my trap, I unloaded all 6 magic fire rounds into the beast, lighting him aflame and blasting lead into him. The flames singed all of his white fur to smoke, with only his light pink skin, charred flesh, and bleeding wounds remaining underneath the few wisps that survived the fire. He was less a terrifying wolf noble with magic powers, as he was now a gross pile of flesh shaped vaguely like a naked mole rat with sticks for legs. He rolled around and whimpered as the fire spread to the wooden objects around him, trapping him in an inferno cage. How the hell was he still alive? He wasn't completely fine, but he had enough breath in his lungs to keep crying after taking 6 shotgun rounds point blank. The question was this a wolf thing or a wizard thing? I was betting more towards the magical cause, simply because every other wolf had been significantly easier to shoot to death. Either way, I kept putting pistol rounds in his head as I moved over to get his legs, in case I was missing some sort of healing magic charm on him. With the fur gone, everything that happened to him was laid bare. The slashes and gashes, the pellets, the bullets. And really, the smell was the worst part, a mix of burnt hair and charcoal, when you couldn't hold your nose with one hand to hold the leg down and another to cut the leg off, hacking away at Timberpine's flesh stump. This was by far the grossest kill I've ever had to be a part of for a beast. I was fairly mentally exhausted, if not physically. And we weren't done yet. Timberpine was just the tip of the iceberg, we discovered, and the Baron was the big threat. If my property was in his domain, he was a problem that needed solving. It was only a matter of time before he decided I was an enemy too. I might have been already. Who knew what magic tricks he had up his sleeve? But, all things considered, this was an excellent nobility kill and claim. The material rewards alone were worth the whole ordeal. A few more charms in the toolkit, for when we get someone who knows charms, a huge boost to the wolf soldier count to probably a lot of rabbits out of wolf abuse, and a proper home base with supplies. The fact that it was Timberpine was just a fantastic bonus. And needless to say, it was a fittingly pathetic end for a racist megalomaniac like him to burn to death. He did not burn to death, however. In fact, burning just pissed him off. The magic leg charms changed to a ruby red, commanding the fire spreading through the wooden scraps of boxes to rise and stretch onto Timberpine's back. The fire poured inside the bullet, pellet, and machete wounds, along with the severe claw gashes Timberpine was inflicting on himself. The pink blobhound shrieked as the flames flickered off in tendrils around him. The dozens of tendrils picked him up, whipping him away from me and taking the halfway done stump with it. Like a spider, the tendrils floated him around the space as they suspended him in the air. I would just like to point out that Timberpine's whole magical signature before had been storms and flying, and the fire was supposed to be neutral. All the charms were glowing, so he wasn't hiding some kind of fire charm I didn't see. The shotgun should have worked. This fiery hellhound malarkey was some bullshit. I could only have assumed that this was some sort of over-charming recoil or the built-up decay from overusing them in one go. Either way, there was a lesson to be learned from this, and it was that charms were dangerous as a rattlesnake if you didn't treat them right. You either played it safe, or you ended up like some kind of mutilated, demon-looking mole rat creature with no legs. And to be fair, some of those were unrelated, but the description was not unwarranted for how much of an asshole he was.
"Vermin!"
Timberpine wheezed out, the breath from his lungs rippling the air around his mouth with heat.
"You were all vermin. We were like fathers to you, raising you in our own homes, watching you grow century after century. Yet you seek to steal our rightful place above you. You are all ungrateful and must be taught respect. The memory of the dead will teach the few that remain for however long it lasts."
Ominous. Timberpine was losing it, but I made a mental note of the phrasing and word choice, mostly because there were some things starting to click together for me. Like my dad always taught me, a yapper needed a tapper from the zapper. Okay, he never said that, but he did teach the art of reflex and initiative. A chatty demon dog was a demon dog begging for more bullet holes, which is what I gave the monster in spades with the pistol, taking full advantage of the endless magazine. But in classic magic likes to cheat for no good reason fashion, the bullet holes turned into more nodes for fiery tendrils to wiggle out of. I guess I should have seen that coming. As the machete came out, Timberpine's fiery tendrils stretched out from his wounds, tickling the walls as they moved the body into the air above my head like a red jellyfish from hell. I threw my fancy new lord's coat to the side, since I knew what I had to do to finish this quick while he was still here near enough to the ground. And it required not caring about what happened to my body for a couple of seconds. Oh boy, this was going to hurt. Tensing my muscles and praying that this would be quick, I dove into the strands of red flame, fully embracing the searing pain and groping tentacles latching onto me. I snatched the peg of the stump already hacked into, shielding myself from as much of the infernal carnage as I could. And Timberpine's hands tried to reach around to my overall straps, but the fire's chaotic fondling burnt through them before he could reach in time. His arms stretched down below himself like a monkey through the bars of a cage, big pale appendages with black claws slicing up tiny cuts to the side of my head. With one hand holding the wood leg steady, I chopped at the rest of the stump in rapid succession, quickly twisting it off as I ignored the pain.
You aren't worthy to even pretend to be a lord, dung rat.
Timberpine tried to taunt me in the middle of all of this sorcery nonsense.
Your filthy hand stole your lordship from a weakling, a theft in the night, no doubt. How could a rabbit have ever dreamed of having any worth in the eyes of every pack-born wolf in the great burrow? You are a low-born. You are a meal. You are garbage. Learn your place.
Because the fashion choices I made today were the important issue right now, obviously. Boy, you are one crazed-up loon, I said with the final tug, chop, and twist to rip the leg off. The fire tendrils stopped groping me, thankfully, pulling Timberpine's body away as I held the wizard leg. Looking at the runes on the charms, the first and only thing I noticed was the red light from the charms growing brighter and redder very quickly. I took that as a bad sign, throwing it as far away into the air as possible in the direction of the ocean bay. I guess that would have been the furthest from where any people were. High in the air, it exploded in a ball of swirling wind and fire. And that would have been the other reason why we don't overcharm. I tied one of my overall straps back on just to keep the thing up before checking my burns. Yep, there were quite a few of them, all tiny, all second degree. For any who might not be aware, those are the hurty ones. The third-degree burns destroy the nerves entirely, leaving the skin fairly unable to feel pain. I hoped Timberpine's bathhouse had a nice cool pool waiting for me as I searched for the fire monster who still technically owned it. Sure enough, Timberpine was twirling around on the street like a ball in a field of water jets, except all red and fiery, flipping over and around as he was dragged in wavy patterns around the street. Even for the sphere's strange design, the fire tendril jets moved Timberpine about with a hustle, zipping in his waltz around.
I will punish all of them,
he snarled, though it sounded much less sinister as his voice warbled with the twirling and whiplashing around.
They will all suffer because of you. Do you hear me, Lowborn? You have brought this bloodbath to come upon your precious kin, and by my example they will remember why we are their masters.
He was still in full mental control, though not particularly mentally stable to begin with, even if his magic powers were completely wild. And he found time to be an asshole when growing and sustaining fiery feelers on his body. How thoughtful. I was still only half done, it seemed. You would have thought that ripping off half the charm sustaining this abomination would have made things easier. Maybe he would have had some of my sympathy if he were a different kind of asshole after something bad happened to him. You know, character growth at the very least. Humbled by the experiences, hopefully. Nope. Still just a racist prick curling himself up in a ball of tentacles. This was getting annoying. Time to get that other wizard leg. Chasing the flame novelty lamp of squiggly bits, I studied his patterns for any clues to get that wooden peg safely. So far, it was just behaving like a chaotic bowling ball, leaving a charred trail similar to a slug. It crashed into the sides of buildings, timber pine included, leaving round scorched spots when it left. Nothing was fazing him. What did I have to work with? Stone buildings and walls, lots of debris, a couple of unconscious bodyguards arranged by the storm to have one's nose in the butt of the other, no civilians, whatever's inside the buildings, dropped weapons and chains, broken wares, a scorched trail leading further into the city. Did I have time to search the buildings? Not if I wanted to stay in line of sight with timber pine. And then, to top it all off, there was a rabbit in the path of the creature, hiding just inside the open window of a roadside shop at the end of the road before a left turn. The window was more than big enough to fit timber pine's whole body and let him wreck the place. More fire from Mr. Absorber's fire when he's a sore loser was the last thing we needed. Glad the fireball wasn't melting the stone of the buildings. I'm sure I wouldn't be alive if it could have done that. But fire's also not supposed to be walking a giant wolf around like a drunken sea creature. This magic fire's been a fickle thing. I was hesitant to keep shooting at it just in case he exploded like that leg, or just gave him more holes to have fire come out of. This thing would have been just a massive sentient billiard ball of flames by the end of this. That's when a three-phase plan came to mind, and this plan did require me to keep shooting it. I had stepped into a closer range with timber pine for the first phase, shooting timber pine repeatedly, which was a smashing success. Even with the chaotic twirling about, I managed to get most of my shots into it, specifically at one point near the bottom at one specific side of the sphere. Timber pine better have been dead when I finally got to him. My .45 was feeling more like a pea shooter. For phase 2 of the plan, my little theory had to be correct, which was looking pretty slim as it hurtled itself towards the rabbit and his useless stone protection. After some aggressive phase 1 application, the theory proved solid, dragging the ball just enough to crash into the frame of the window, redirecting the ball towards the left street and onward in its squirming path. To attempt to simplify the plan, I shot the bottom of the ball where it corresponded to timber pine's body. The ball grows more tentacles for grabbing from that specific side. The ball moves in that direction, if only minutely. Like putting spin on a cue ball, I could have directed it wherever I wanted in town to a degree. I could have influenced it if I shot it several dozen times. And that put us at phase 1 again. With some controlled breathing, I kept a pace to stay close enough for more first phase, passing the rabbit as I quickly jogged by. Now, this next part may have sounded confusing, but I swear I had a plan. "Go to the timber pine estate," I shouted to the terrified little worker. "Ask for the master. You work for him now. Hurry!" I didn't hear a reply and couldn't look to see if he responded with a visual gesture. I could only hope he was all right by the end of this. No, I was not conscripting him into his evil service. By the end of this fight, the timber pine estate was going to be mine, making me the master. I was going to make sure he was safe if he listened. The chaotic, now thickly tentacled ball had spun its way down the street, heading to a right-facing street in a four-way intersection. I needed it to go left again, but the pistol could only nudge the thing to roll towards a straightaway. So we proceeded to the 1.5 phase. The 700 came out, still loaded with a shot, and I gave my fiery cue ball the backspin it needed as an aggressively thick tendril shot out, swinging the ball around to head towards the left street. Like most of the things in my adventure so far, this newest development was rife with helpful and harmful aspects. Helpful, it was going to be heading in that direction much more consistently. Harmful, it would stay in that direction much more aggressively. Harmful, if it ever rotated differently, like if it bumped into something and shifted directions, it would move to that direction, which could happen randomly. Helpful, I had enough rounds to make plenty of super tentacles to counteract and redirect the ball as I needed. Harmful, the more that I added, the harder it was going to be to keep redirecting it. Helpful, if I was precise, I could get a ring of super fire tentacles to make a wheel. I would have to admit that my heaviest rifle wasn't doing me any favors in terms of stamina. But power was the name of the game when fighting magical, otherworldly creatures. This rifle guaranteed kills when it hit, and I had the brawn to aim it just like any other.
I wouldn't have said that the shoulder pain from the recoil was anything to be envious of, though. But the range was phenomenal on this one, so the running was much easier to manage to keep it in sight. Wolf's social engineering and construction complicated things a tad. There was no grid system to the streets, and they winded and curved around as they pleased. I would have been happy with a crescent-shaped grid to match the shape of the city. Like always, the Wolves disappointed me at every turn. Despite their best efforts to be stupidly designed, I got the ball rolling. I took a cue from billiards to work out the solution. I shot my shot, giving this whole situation a good spin. I had my sights set on the task and shot a rampaging fire monster sprouting tentacles to roll around like a squishy foam ball. All right, no more puns. Anyway, the third phase of my plan was to be implemented next, the port. When the fireball landed there, Timberpine would be doused, stopping his fiery nonsense long enough to get close to him and take that other peg if he didn't drown first. God damn it, I still needed a body to prove I killed him. Maybe I'd get the boys to do it. Oh crap, they were wolves. But they were people, too. They had enough humanoid mechanics to dive, so they could have done it. As it rolled along to the next street, taking an unwarranted left when it bounced off the corner of a three-way intersection, I walked down another one, meeting it at another crossing. Keeping parallel with the port's coastline, I aimed the next shot, and with a breath and a squeeze, I sent the next bullet to the target. Another thick, fiery tentacle sprouted from the wound, pulling it towards the port once again. Not enough to give it a straight path, but it was getting easier to predict its movements. The ball's still sporadic path tossed it into a side street on the right, pointing just off straight down to the ocean. The street that the ball now found itself on twisted its path to the right and sent it back up towards the inland, the opposite of the ocean. I had to use a detour through an alleyway, leading to a cul-de-sac kind of garden within the half-curve of the buildings. Coming out the entrance, I spotted the fireball rolling right past me, uncomfortably close.
Die, insect!
He shouted a drive-by taunt as he rolled away. At least I thought that was what he said. The mangled jaw made it harder to understand, especially with the Cockney accent. He still thought we were legitimately fighting. And he was still alive. Somehow. And it would have been easier to herd an army of cats. Cats had at least a modicum of respect for the limitations of how many bullets any one body was allowed to have shot in it before they were legally obligated to leave the mortal coil. Or, at least, they're spooked by loud noises. Point was, the cats would have responded to gunshots better and ran in the right direction. Not that I would have ever pointed a gun at a cat, ever. Never, ever. Gun to my own head. Well, maybe if it was also a giant racist demon fireball monster cat. The analogy still stood. With the two large tendrils set in stone on Timberpine's body, the next one had to be placed perfectly, or else the loop of them wouldn't be centered, giving it a permanent lean. It didn't help that Timberpine wasn't a ball himself, so I had to find the spot myself by studying it through the tentacles, now like fur on him. And I had to wait for that spot to be both visible and pointing towards the harbor. This shot needed all the time I could give it, but I didn't have a lot of straightaway left to waste hesitating, so I set the sights of the rifle on him, visualizing the center line spinning around on it. Focusing, holding my breath, and keeping my heart steady, I squeezed the trigger between the beats. I could have centered it a little better. With the 3 shots into Timberpine lined up in a rotational path, my wheel strategy was officially a success. The success upgraded to a practical victory when the giant tentacles managed to grab the side of a building and ride rooftops towards the harbor, carrying Timberpine to his grave. Problem solved. Problem discovered. Timberpine's stupid magic fire stunt made a few blocks of the city a part of the battleground. While the endangerment of lives was beyond shitty, it attracted some unwanted attention. My limited containment was less than effective at keeping from drawing a crowd of wolf guards between me and the harbor. About 20 or so in total, and I was armed to the teeth, looking dangerous. And my lord's coat was still in the alleyway. Chapter 18. My hands reached over my head, holding the rifle in both as I approached the mob of armed beast people quietly and calmly. No sudden moves, no breaks in action or pace. Every motion was relaxed, every breath subdued and serene. All to hide how absolutely tense every part of my body was feeling from the workouts, the constant battle tactic adaptations, the dozens of severe burns, and the fact that I had to pretend I was a stupid slave again because I couldn't reach my damn lord's coat in time to avoid all this horse crap that was keeping me from collecting the body I needed to prove I killed the lord whose estate I desperately needed to keep me alive just a few more days before the next wave of bullshit arrives to give me a whole new list of problems. I needed a drink.
Don't come any closer, slave.
A wolf guard pointed his musket at me.
Why are you pushing a giant red sea urchin through our streets? Where's your master?
A second guard asked with a bayonet.
When we're done whipping you for disturbing the peace, we'll make sure to tell him you stole a musket so he can whip you too. Where are your ears?
The first one asked further.
Looks like you've already been a pretty bad girl.
Excuse me? What the fuck?
You're pretty husky for a hairless bunny, aren't you?
The second one pointed out, incorrectly and unnecessarily breathily.
Raggedy clothes. I kinda like that.
Oh, dear God, no.
What if we wait on taking her back?
A third one suggested creepily.
Take a detour to the Lord's place, maybe. Maybe grab some supper.
Of all the things I was willing to put up with today, this was one of them. Look, fellas. I spoke softly yet sternly, continually walking slowly towards the rat. Fellow men, of which we share a gender, a raggedy, hairless hare with a strange musket running around shooting a fiery monster through your streets is nothing to be concerned about.
It's not?
The first one asked, genuinely curious about it as he lowered his musket.
It's been tearing up the streets, innit? That's concerning. Is it supposed to be a friendly sea urchin? Why is it on fire? You're a hare?
The third one looked at me, doing the same with his musket.
I can never tell with slaves. You got them naked bunny hands and you got bunny smell on you.
I assure you that's completely coincidental. I kept lying through my teeth. The giant sea urchin was going to be a pet for my master, but he dropped his musket and the creature swallowed him. I picked it up and have been trying to save him. I need you to let me go before it makes it to the ocean and drowns him.
Hey, wait a minute.
A fourth spoke up from behind the guards.
Is that the lord who was challenging Timberpine earlier? No, it can't be him.
The second guard corrected him.
He's got no lord's coat on him.
Gentlemen, please, I salvaged the situation. There is a rational and perfectly reasonable explanation for... The butt of my rifle struck the second guard's face as soon as I got close enough to reach it, knocking him into the third guard as they both fell to the ground. I shot blindly behind me with my pistol as I pulled it out, slinging the rifle's strap back onto my shoulders and ducking behind the first guard. The other guards were finally able to react, shooting at me and hitting the live meat shield I put between us. I put my hand around the guard's neck I was hiding behind, keeping him in front of me as I moved back to the harbor. The musketeers fell quickly to my gun, having left themselves open with their one good shot wasted on the meat shield. That's 6 down, 14 to go. 2 guards and a grunt had spears ready, charging ahead like bulls while I was shooting the last musketeer. The spearheads ran through the armor and body of my meat shield, actually managing to stab into me with the points. With their spears lodged, I took each of them out and dropped the meat shield, pulling behind an alleyway. Oh, Lord in heaven, I hated urban combat. Give me a long chase for a wild elk in a lush forest any day of the week. With only melee fighters left, the narrow passage would have funneled them in a tight group, letting me deal with the last 10 easily. Backing up, I waited for them to pour in, making quick work of the wolves barging in. Gotta say, I need to get another one of these full cup charms for the other guns, and talk about a lifesaver. The last one ran up, his corpse piling up on the others as he died to my last shot. Optimism had a poor effect on the spirit when it turned out you were very wrong. I was tempted to get my hopes up that I could just run over to Timberpine and find his body without any more problems. That was foolish, and I knew it. Looking around the corner, I checked to see what was waiting for me, hoping my instinct was wrong. What I saw only proved me right. Standing about 50 strong, an army of guards, grunts, and accompanying lords had come from where I did, making a commotion about the noise and public disturbance I was behind. A few of them were sniffing the ground, tracking me. Did I have any shotgun shells? Another 18, and a good 20 rifle rounds, along with an infinite gunpowder horn. That might have been the way to go. I opened and tipped over the powder horn, lodging it in a burn hole in my clothes and tying it down with the same overall strap, like a weird tail. Taking a deep breath of all that fresh, smoky smell, I made a sprint for the harbor. By faintest and purest Irish luck, it took them a solid 10 seconds before they noticed anything was amiss, and my long diagonal had reached halfway across the street and out of accurate range for their muskets. This Irish luck was luckier than regular Irish luck, because I wasn't Irish, and we weren't anywhere near Ireland. Also, in no other situation would evil henchmen have taken as long. When the snarling and huffing of a battalion of wolves noticed me, they howled and growled and used their heavy paws to scratch the stone in their strides. With a full, endless pour from a 5-inch opening, I would have guessed I had 70 or so pounds of gunpowder out by the time I could quickly light a match from my pack and throw it behind me. By a careful measure, I also held the horn out to my side for when the fire caught up to me. I couldn't see the eruption of fire because of the common sense to focus on running for my life, but I could hear and see the effects of it. Painful howls and screams erupted along with the fire, and the heat damn near singed my back hair off. I broke the corner in line of sight, using the gun smoke to cover myself from most of the giant pack. The harbor was in sight, the wooden deck flooring only dozens of feet away from me, and the wolves were almost on my ass. My ass was perfectly fine, however, with the gunpowder horn's gouted grains catching fire, becoming a flamethrower rocket for my ass. My inner child wanted to believe that it made me faster, a rocket man of me to where I saw Timberpine take his dive. Fake Irish luck could only last so long, and butt fire was only so helpful to protect an ass. A particularly wild wolf's snarl grew louder as it jumped, more than likely to get over the rocket blast. My equally wild gunshots behind my head took care of that, with a whimper, a whoosh, and a thud. The infinite magazine meant I could just keep the bullets going, hopefully killing whoever else was chasing me. Finally, making it to the dock, I turned to see who was chasing me since I couldn't hear any more snarls. Sure enough, there was only a trail of 5 or 6 wolves from me to the street. Now felt like a good time to make sure the adrenaline wasn't ignoring my ass being on fire. The makeshift belt thing held, though the burning hose coming from the horn was still concerning. A few careful cuts with my knife, and I was now holding a very portable flamethrower, pushing out a good 7 feet of flame continuously. You couldn't have touched the top near the opening, but the bottom hook was still cool to the touch. Ivory didn't burn well, so the horn would survive for long enough. The only problem, besides the constant fire, was figuring out if I still had a gunpowder horn or if the fire burnt it all away, making it an infinite fire horn. The solution for both was water, which was where I was headed next. Before that, I peeked over to the street I was fighting on before to figure out why there weren't more wolves chasing me. My gunpowder ruse couldn't have taken them all out. The wolves were all still there, but they were fighting each other for some reason. Did I kill some nobles with the fire? That would have been pretty fortunate, but I wasn't that lucky. I kept my eyes to see if anything would clue me into a more plausible cause. Sure enough, I saw the familiar colors of blonde, brown, dark red, and pale gray in the crowd fighting the guards. My boys had come to watch my back. I was almost touched. They were pretty stupid, though. Even if I had won their hearts over, I was fairly confident that they wouldn't have had the foresight to come to find me. But a certain ass-kicking bunny probably would have. And she had just come into the opening of the street, having landed on top of 2 wolves. I struggled to find a way to put the horn down and hold the rifle to start picking off wolves. Where do you set a 7-foot flame down? Settling for the stone walkway by the dock, I lined up my sight. As soon as I did, I witnessed 3 wolves fly away from Hopper's piston kicks. I was almost too busy marveling at that to see another 2 wolves get stomped to the ground as she jumped over their heads and proudly stood over their defeated bodies.
That's 7 wolves down in less than 7 seconds. I think she and the boys had a handle on it, although she didn't mind me taking 2 or 3 out around her before she hopped out of my sight. Satisfied, I took the flamethrower horn back and headed back to the dock to begin my search. The wooden harbor was wide, as curved as the rest of the Crescent town, and the several jutting docks and parked ships adjacent consequently made the search for Timber Pine's splashdown zone a brush to sift through. I had the general area pictured, but this was my first time here. I had no tricks to navigate or any inside knowledge. I only had the common sense to know that fiery deathball-sized holes didn't occur naturally in dicks. Sailor wolves, dressed in white uniforms, were attempting to make sense of the hole as they circled around and looked in. They were mumbling to each other, tapping shoulders and pointing as they discussed this new development in the deck structure. If I were a betting man, I'd have said they were deciding who was going to go down to see what happened. A rabbit slave, also in a similar uniform, walked by them on his way to some other job he must have been working on. The wolves took the opportunity to grab him by the throat and dangle him over the hole as the first test subject. That wasn't going to happen while I had a never-ending flamethrower to abuse. "Put him down!" I shouted to them as I approached, waving the horn of fiery persuasion. "Back away from the hole, unless you're feeling a need to get burned alive." Many of them had the good sense to run at the sight of the fire, and the rabbit was dropped to the side, leaving him to run away as well from the carnage. Not the one in the stupid hat, though. A strange, maroonish hue to his fur, his wolfish features were stretched more than others. Longer arms, longer legs, longer face, longer ears, longer tail, like every part of him was tied with some rope and pulled to give him that much more in every category, but with no extra bulk. It gave him a lanky sort of look overall, as if he hadn't been eaten as well as he should have. The hat probably meant he was more official than the other sailors and was a pack leader. As much as I would have loved to get his pack, I had bigger fish to fry. Not bothering to address him, I made a path through the hole, keeping wolves away from me at a very safe distance.
"Who do you think you are?"
The wolf in the stupid hat shouted back in his nasally voice.
"Where's a slave get a torch like that?"
"Are you challenging me?" I asked him, approaching the dock with the hole.
"Why would I ever challenge a slave like you?"
He took a power stance in front of the hole like he wanted to die. Sounds like wuss talk to me," I yelled, marching towards him. If I could get the pack from him on the way, that was fine by me. He was dying, no matter what. If you're scared, nobody blames you. Fire's real scary.
"I will splatter this deck with your guts, you Ah!"
The hat, along with the rest of the sailor outfit and his maroon fur, burned at the touch of my patent-pending negotiation fire. His noodly arms flailed about above him as he ran away from me, avoiding the hole that he possibly could have just jumped in to save his life. For good measure, I shot him several times to put him down. His body thudded to the deck, leaving him to burn quietly under the flames still on him. "Does that count?" I asked the surrounding wolves. "Do any of you now recognize me as pack leader?" A sailor in purplish fur spoke up. "He didn't say specifically that he was challenging you, you know, because you're a slave."
"He said he'd splatter him,"
a green-tinted sailor said.
"That could specifically count as a challenge to resist a splattering."
What was it with these colors?
"That's not what specifically means, you idiot."
The purplish sailor slapped the green one.
"Specifically means exactly or precisely, not implied."
Would you be satisfied with saying that I specifically threatened to burn everyone in his former pack if they tried to fight me or fight each other while I'm here? I stated specifically. And if so, would anyone in his former pack be willing to be subjugated specifically to me as your new pack leader if you didn't want to get burned alive or run?
"Well, I guess if you make it so,"
the purple wolf said,
"specific, our strength recognizes yours as superior. We will fight for you until you or we die."
"Good," I said. "Come hold this fire for me. Someone push this body into the water before it burns through the deck." Like obedient little drones, they followed my commands to the letter. The purple one came to hold the fire, and the green one went with a yellowish one, both of them using their spears to push the former captain into the water. I looked down into the hole to see any sign of Timberpine. Maybe he was just hanging off a support beam, or he floated, so he'd just be right there in the water. Nope. No sign of him, or his magic peg leg.
What do you suppose is down there, Captain?
The purple wolf held a fire right next to both of our faces as he looked down the hole with me.
Jesus!
I pushed his hand to point up again.
Keep that away from anyone's face.
All faces. Only faces that I specifically allow. That includes specific categories.
What about slaves?
The purple wolf asked.
You know, specifically.
Specifically, not slaves, I laid out specifically. Why were y'all stuck on the word specifically? No rabbits, no pack members, not me, just enemy nobles and their pack members. You had to ride them like bicycles to get them to do anything right.
That's a very specific...
He started up before I slapped him across his maw.
Get me some rope,
I commanded. I needed a goddamn rest, holy shit.
We've got to fetch the body out so I can claim the win.
Whose body is it, Captain?
The green sailor asked, finishing with his task. To answer his question, a bursting pillar of water tore through the deck right next to the first one, swirling in a vortex. At the top of the vortex was a blood-red swirl of fluid surrounding the familiar pink and mangled flesh of one Lord Timberpine. The blood-water mix stuck like spikes into the wounds that his body was practically composed of to fill them and hold him in place. His arms were extended with the red water, making long serpentine arms ending in several tendrils. I thought I could maybe see one bloodshot eye still functioning, looking straight at me. Or it was trying to, between the column of water flaying the Lord's body around like a hose on full blast.
Vermin!
Timberpine managed to utter, gargled and bubbling through the bloody ooze coating his face.
Filth! Dung rat! Vermin! Rubbish! Vermin! 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 Vermin!
His body, I said to the sailors calmly, who were all frozen in shock at the sight of this maddeningly monstrous lord. I snatched the burning horn away from the purple wolf.
He's supposed to be dead. You can run away now.
Chapter 19. My new sailors took my command to run very seriously, dashing away from the watery leviathan as it flailed like those inflatable salesman props outside car dealerships. This was just upsetting. Upsetting wasn't really the right word for it, but I didn't have a strong enough word for what I was feeling, nor would I ever have found it in the future. Upsetting was broad enough to fit this feeling into. I was upset. I'd shot him enough to make him bleed to death and to block any organ from working, including his brain. I'd shot his head several times, especially at the top. That's supposed to kill anything. In fact, stopping the brain from working was the killing part of any kill. Everything else was just to help make that part happen, except for magic racist over here. His slew of insults, mostly vermin, filled the air along with the swinging of his tentacle arms and head. From all of his griping, it was painfully clear that he was trying to kill me and unable to control his magical powers anymore to do so. The pillar holding up his body tubed about wildly, but never bent far enough to bend near the base at the deck, making it a safe place to camp out while I thought about how to deal with him properly. I crouched down in the safety space, looking through the things I had on hand while I went over what I knew about him. The bullets weren't working. Well, they were, but they weren't stopping or slowing him. They just made him angry. When he was on fire, the wounds just filled up with flames when I added more. And now they were filled with water since the fire died out. Could they just fill up with anything? Why would they do that? Was that just how the magic worked? Could he have just filled himself up on anything to keep from dying? It wasn't healing him, obviously, but it did keep him functional and demony, if only barely. Was he doing that before? What could he have been filling up with? Air? That would have explained the flying before. I looked up to Timberpine, spotting the wizard leg amongst the flailing. Although it was a little difficult to pick it out fully, I could tell that the runes on the charms weren't glowing red anymore. From here, it looked like blue, and I was betting that color was representing the water, just like the red was for fire. Maybe. Who knew for sure? The heat from the flamethrower horn drew my attention, reminding me I was next to a convenient water source to douse it in. As I did, the fire stopped, turning the horn back to a powder horn. All right, so the horn was back to normal. Did I just make it an infinite damp powder horn? That would have sucked, and also had to be a problem for another time. As the edge of the opening touched the pillar, some of the powder spread out into the watery swirl, the black cloud quickly dissipating into the blue. What exactly was he able to fill himself up on? More importantly, could he do more than one thing at a time? Time to test that out. I poured the horn out over the pillar, just a touch away from the water, so I spared the powder horn from more dampness if it mattered. The black cloud flooded the watery trunk like a viral plague, crawling up the swirls as it reached Timberpine's thrashing body. None of it was going down into the greater ocean, so I wasn't having to worry about polluting for now. When I lived here, I was going to have a clean ocean to look at, damn it. I was hoping this was going to work, but it was going to take a while if it did. I had time, it seemed. Holding the horn in place, I let its eternal fount do its magic. After not too long, the blue water was mostly black. Timberpine's thrashing slowly changed from flailing madness to squirming twitchiness like it was sick. Sick was better than wild, I assumed. And remembering that black powder dissolves in water, I decided to play it safe and add a third element into the mix. I shot randomly up into the vortex, putting in both the bullets and the magical lightning they carried into the concoction I was stirring up. With the dissolved powder in it, the water carried the electricity straight up to Timberpine, forcing all the thrashing to turn into squirming and twitching. The Hydro Monster's arms folded up as his regular arms curled up from the volts and watts in the water as the lightning froze a serpentine body into a straight trunk. Satisfied that all of that should have done the trick, I stepped back, pulling my horn back from the pillar and backing away. The pillar stayed upright for a while before falling down, landing on the deck beside me. The water splashed down, spreading out flat and draining off the deck and leaving a wet trail to the hole. Timberpine lay down on his back, covered in wet powder and still legally dead except for the moving and gurgled curses. The glyphs on his wizard leg glowed a shadowy black, indicating the next element was chosen. The powder attempted the Cthulhu monster trick, but only managed to make little grass-like strands on his body. His still functioning bloodshot eye glared at me.
You will burn, vermin,
he still insisted, crawling away with his arms and attempting to reach the ocean.
You will die when they hunt you down for your treachery against the natural order.
How was his brain still functioning? How? I hated magic. I shot him in his functioning eye, as well as a few times in the head. Looking at his sorry state, I noticed that the black powder on him was seeping into his wounds, disappearing as his body ate it away. Aha! So that was the trick. His body was absorbing things, not just filling up with them. And I was right to think it was limited to only one at a time. Looked like physical things like water and gunpowder required a constant supply, or it'd switch over to something else touching the body. He'd always relied on air being the only nearby substance, allowing him to do his flying trick. Now he was just stuck to however much powder I let him have. I grabbed his wizard leg, dumping some more black powder on him as I flipped his body over. With a lift and a stomp, I snapped whatever remained of his stump as the leg moved parallel to his back. He screamed at the sound of it, still trying to paw away at his freedom.
How can a vermin do this?
He asked me on the verge of tears, wiggling himself about as he tried to get away.
My charms are unbeatable. I am immortal. I am a god amongst wolves. Who are you? You can't be a rabbit. What are you? Are you the hunter?
Kneeling on the peg and periodically dumping more powder, I ignored the weak pawing of his mangled arms attempting to reach behind himself.
As the arms grabbed my shirt to try to pull me down, I pulled out the machete and slashed at both of them, cutting them nearly halfway through on each as their grip loosened.
"You can't be the hunter,"
he screamed.
"He's gone. His magic is ours. He can't ever come back. We made sure of it. You can't be him."
Curious word choice there for talking about a guy who's a couple of thousand years dead, or a couple hundred if he made it back to my world. Especially when you weren't supposed to be able to remember him with your short-ass memory. Things weren't adding up. His arms fell off completely as I hacked through them, still hanging onto my shirt in a death grip as they hung off. My attention returned to his wizard leg once again, my first slash peeling at the meat like sliced ham. The next slash brought the leg closer to his chest.
"Please,"
he actually pleaded with me.
"I'll give you anything. You can have all of my slaves, all of my pack, my mansion, all the Timber Pine estate. Please, don't kill me."
My veins were piping with heat as I slashed against the flesh. I could feel myself getting slower in my chops, savoring the kill. Call me sadistic, but I couldn't help but feel more human than I ever had in my life while putting an end to a real monster, inside and out.
"Everything is yours,"
he begged through a sob.
"Just let me go. Let me go. I can't die from the vermin or the hunter. I can't. Please."
No mercy for the likes of you. No mercy for anyone who acted like you do. No mercy for the monsters who kept this world under their hairy thumb for too long. No mercy.
"I'll surrender to your challenge."
He tried one last desperate trick.
"I'll concede. My strength recognizes yours as superior. I will be loyal only to you."
Until one of us dies, I know. I finished for him. You have the gall to offer me what's already mine? Learn your place. With my machete raised high, I made one final chop at the stump until it finally came off, running towards the ocean and frisbeeing the magic piece of driftwood before it exploded like the first. The explosion rang out, sending swirling winds, fire, and sprays of water and powder in random directions and raining them down over the water. I looked down to the mutilated cadaver of the noble, watching the powder spray out of the wounds in thin streams, change into a wet powder, then a stream of water, a steam spray, a heat vent, an air vent, and finally, gushing blood, quickly deflating the corpse into less than a skeleton with skin draped over it. I shot the thing a few times near where the head used to be, just to be safe. This infinite magazine was smooth stuff, but I'd have to service my gun as soon as I could from all the extra wear and tear from the rapid fire. Glad I wore hearing protection. I couldn't help but feel the knots tensing up in my back and neck, rubbing the side of my shoulders as I put my finger on the thick nodes of stressed muscles. All the anger and strain from this trip over the past 2 weeks had finally shown its ugly face, patiently waiting for me to be relaxed to make its move. With the bulk of the craziness finally past, I could finally rest for a couple of seconds. I mean, yes, there were still things to do. They could wait a few seconds. I needed to just take a seat. Or maybe lie down. Or maybe take a nap. No, I hurt too much for the wood deck to be comfortable, and I didn't want to be mistaken for dead and eaten or something. I sat back up with a groan, thinking about how long I could stay here before I had to get up and do more things. After not too long, Hopper came bounding over, charging me with a tackling hug. I didn't have near the energy to react properly, just letting the hug happen. Hopper kissed me over my cheeks and across my face, smothering me with affection and hugging as she snuggled into me. If she pressed any harder against me, I swear I'd be absorbing her just like Timberpine's wizard staff things. She rubbed her nose against mine, looking me in the eyes.
"I knew you could do it, my lord."
Hopper sat on my lap. God, that hurt, but I was happy she was there.
"Don't ever do that again."
"Do what?" I asked between breaths.
"Make me leave you alone like that," she shouted. "You could have died, Hank."
"Didn't you just say, I sighed out in a labored effort. You knew I could do it?
That doesn't mean I want you to try.
She rested on my aching shoulder.
That was the scariest thing I ever had to do.
What about when you ran, I pointed out, taking a breath, through a dark wood, chased by giant hungry wolves, then jumped to a brand new world and ran into a fantastic new wild creature who tried to eat you? She hid her eyes in my neck. Scarier than that, huh? My skills in the emotional awareness during combat could use a little work, I guess. Or when I'm tired. Couldn't go to any school to learn that. Just had to have people who loved you keep you grounded. I'll try to keep that to a minimum, I said, but I'll have to do that sometimes. It was my fight. I couldn't let you get hurt. That'd be the scariest thing I'd ever have to risk.
You'd never do that if you didn't need to, she whispered. You're a good man.
That's a strong word. I disagreed a bit. Not that I didn't want to be one, just had a lot to do to get there is all. I tried to do my best. Guess it was enough today.
It's enough every day. She kissed me on the neck. You make it happen, no matter what kind of disaster is happening. You got us out of being stuck in a whole other world.
That was you, I corrected her. I didn't do anything. You're the superstar.
That was you, she corrected me again. I would have been stuck there forever, without you to give me a way home. Well, a way back here. Home's somewhere else.
That's right. We have an estate now, I remembered. With a bathhouse. Oh, God, a bathhouse. That's gonna hurt. So good. Home, sweet home.
The bathhouse is nice, she said. It's a very noble abode, but it wasn't home either.
It'll be great, I assured her. We'll get it all nice and cleaned up, scrub out all the nasty timber pine smell, then it'll be the best home you've ever had.
It'll be home when my home gets there.
She looked me in the eye.
And he'll be there once I get off his lap, and we can go tell everyone he claimed Timber Pine's estate.
I kissed that sappy romantic right on her lips, craning my neck from the aches. And get off me, I told her with one last pick on the cheek. I got an estate to claim, a home to make, and a bathhouse to soak in. She pouted, begrudgingly getting up even though it's what she wanted. With only reserve muscle and energy to spare, a regular sitting up to a standing position became a struggle for the ages that Hopper helped me succeed in, keeping me on my feet.
Where is Timberpine?
Hopper asked as she held onto my side and stabilized me. I pointed at the shredded skin bag with the bones inside it, surrounded by wet deck and powder.
Ew!
Hopper shriveled her little nose at the sight.
Are you sure?
Unless a different magic monster popped out of where he landed, I answered, equally revolted. We'll have to hope his pack believes me. I'm running low on ass pulls for today.
I can pull anything from your ass if you need it, my lord,
she commented loyally. Do you see the Lord's coat in there? I chuckled. I left mine in the alley. Hey, boss! The familiar voice of Old Yeller came bounding in from a street from the city. Look what Shepard and I found! He held up my blue Lord's coat in one of his hands as Shepard caught up to him. It was just lying in some alleyway, Shepard added. Good work, boys, I commanded them, a hand out to grab the coat. Now you can have 2 of them, Old Yeller happily reasoned as he handed it to me. Oh, boys, what absolute treasures of knowledge and common sense they were. Sure thing, bud. I winced as I put the coat on. Find someone from Timberpine's old pack and bring them here. We gotta show them that... Hey, boss! The other familiar voice of Poodle came rushing in from a different street. Me and Toby found these guys from Timberpine's pack. Toby came pouncing in as well, leading the 2 bodyguards from before with him to us. They say they were looking for him and wanted to know where he was, Toby called out. We figured you would know since you guys were fighting in that challenge. Good work, boys. I hit a disbelieving chuckle. What a beautiful coincidence. And you 2 used to work for Timberpine? Yeah, sure, one of the bodyguards said. We still do, but I guess we used to, too. You no longer work for him, I amended his statement. He's dead, and I won the challenge against him. You work for me.
What?
The other one said skeptically.
That doesn't make sense. Timberpine can't die. He told us that himself,
The first one continued.
That's why we'd always be working for him, he said. Very loudly, too.
I found out how to kill him, I stated, struggling to bend down and pick up the meat sack that used to be Timberpine and hold it up for them to see. Here he is, dead as a doornail.
That's a meat sack,
the first one said. It's Timberpine's meat sack, I clarified.
That could be anyone's meat sack,
the second one argued.
Why should we believe it's Timberpine's?
Oh, come on,
I cried out for a break. This is his actual body. I know it doesn't really look like him right now, but I swear it's him. You guys can smell it, right?
Well, it does smell like him.
The second one surveyed the smell like a wine connoisseur.
But it has a gunpowder after scent with a hint of hot wetness. A little breezy, but distinctly Timberpine's coniferous odour nonetheless. You still could have just put the odour on a meat sack,
the first one argued.
You could have just rubbed the meat sack on him a lot.
Wouldn't that mean I'd have to get close enough to do that? I reasoned. You think I could just get close enough to ennoble a Timberpine's strength to rub him with a sack of meat just so I could steal his estate from him? He would just let me do that.
Well, he was in a wheelchair,
the first one pointed out.
It's not like he could move away from you to do that.
Hey, boss!
Foxhound interrupted the debate with his entrance.
Me, Lassie, and Scooby found Timberpine's wheelchair.
On cue, Lassie and Scooby came in together, holding both sides of Timberpine's special throne. They came up to me and sat it down, coming behind me.
He must have left it when you two were fighting,
Lassie said.
We thought you might want it since you were going to claim his stuff. One of us could wheel you around if you need it.
The implications divulged from the evidence of missing persons from the wheelchair in question may call into question Timberpine's supposed immobility and his current whereabouts.
Scooby started a long-winded explanation.
The possibilities available within an environment employing arcana and supernatural forces could fabricate phenomena capable of providing the subject ample circumstance for his ability to maneuver beyond the confines previously proposed by his position in the wheelchair. The likeliness that an individual attempting to counterfeit the impairment inherent to the disability he built his falsification upon would implicate himself so drastically in vacating the predicament that supplies the illusion, unless the repudiation of the falsehood was calculated to ensure a function of greater importance was instated, such as martial effectiveness in a confrontation with fatal intent for both parties. Unless anyone who hesitates to recognize the current delineation of the personage of the noble's location submits further evidence to invalidate it, the extant supposition demands general acceptance.
Everyone stared at Scooby, who, as usual, wore the blank expression I'd come to accept from him after his vocabulary outbursts. He could never repeat himself if he even tried, and yet, somehow, once you sifted through the big words, it always made sense.
The first bodyguard tried to piece something together.
Does that mean Timberpine was a ghost the whole time?
That explains why he couldn't die,
the second agreed.
Ghosts are already dead. Guess now that he's gone, we gotta kill each other until the estate stuff is all claimed up.
Without hesitation, the two of them were clawing and biting at each other with no regard for anything around them.
No!
I put a stop to them right as they had each other's throats. Timberpine is missing from the wheelchair, so he had to have gotten out, meaning he probably wasn't as stuck in it as you thought. Since we live in a world of magic, it's possible that he could have used that to move about, and if he was faking with the wheelchair the whole time, he would have only gotten out and exposed himself to fully engage in a challenge. Unless you guys have any evidence to go against me, my explanation is the only one we're going with. Deal?
Oh, that makes a lot more sense.
The first bodyguard gasped out as he nodded his head, still holding the second's throat.
Yeah, I can agree to that,
the second wheezed.
That's a nice summary of what the other guy said.
So, I prompted them to speak the oath, so I knew they were on board.
Oh, right,
the first one remembered, still frozen in his intertwining clutch.
Our strength recognizes yours as superior. We will follow you until one of us dies.
Perfect. I sat down in the wheelchair. You are now Tweedledee, and you are Tweedledum. Hopper can explain the names for you. Follow me to the estate. Scooby, wheel me around. I've got a bunch of new wolves to name. Chapter 20.
That was horrifying,
Hopper commented on the story back in the catacombs.
but yay! After all of that time, the estate is yours. I'm glad Timberpine's dead now.
So is everyone else who's decent in this world, I added. God damn, was that the absolute worst fight I'd ever been in. I couldn't get a fix on how to deal with him to save my life. Almost literally, in that case.
That was an amazing fight.
Tinker hugged my side.
Just like the Hunter of Legend. How do you stay so calm in those fights? It's like you found a way to kill a god.
Let's not get crazy, girl, I said to her. He was crazy, magical, and hard to kill, but he wasn't a god. I'm certain any god could smite me with a thought if they were so inclined. He was an asshole who glued some magic wands to his legs to fly around. Just because they're hard to kill doesn't make them worth any admiration like that. I don't need them propped up to be one just so I sound more impressive. Rabid dogs get put down, no matter how big they think they are.
So you just treat them like they're inferior to you?
Tinker asked, looking up from the hug she was still giving me as we walked.
You're not scared of them because you know you're better than them?
It's not that at all, I expounded my statement. Of course, I'm scared. It'd be stupid not to be. Fear's good in a fight. It keeps you from doing something stupid if you work to let it guide you where you need to be. You can't let it freeze you up or it'll kill you. Timberpine had every edge on me. I didn't know anything about his arsenal, and I didn't have a lot of arsenal to match. If he wasn't fighting like an animal, he probably would have killed me. That's why I had to rile him up first, get him emotional. Even the smartest people give up a smart decision for a chance at a little catharsis. That's why you gotta let your win be in getting justice, making things right, not in making people suffer all the time. That being said, when I was cutting off Timberpine's last leg, I was indulging my primal side a bit more and taking my time with it. It was bittersweet to hear him beg for his life. I wanted his pride to break, to peel away all of that facade he was using to bleed everything out, especially his own people. But then I saw what he really was in the deepest part of himself, and it made me wonder how something so horrific and pathetic ever got his hands on so much power to abuse.
Still, it felt good for me that he finally got what we came here to do.
Hopper wrapped an arm around me, above Tinker's.
Taking Timberpine's estate was the goal that started Lord Hank on the quest in the first place, and now we'd done it.
But we weren't done yet, I finished. With the growing estate inside of the city, and the chaos from fighting Timberpine, it was only a matter of time before the Baron decided to do something about me, and we had to prepare for that. Back in the story, I'd finished naming my new sailors after their strange colors, learned nothing about the reason for that from questioning them, and left them to their fishing after taking their slaves to the Timberpine estate. While the rest of the boys herded the ship's slaves, Tweedledee and Tweedledum stuck around with me, while Scooby huffed and puffed as he pushed me up the hill towards our destination, and I felt a little bad not getting out to walk myself. I also felt bad since I let Hopper fall asleep in the wheelchair on my lap, so Scooby was carrying 2 people now. Including himself, that was 3 bodies he was lugging up that hill.
I'm just getting pumped, boss,
he said to my concern as he kept trucking along.
You stay in that seat. I can do this job. I'm Scoobying like I've never Scoobied before.
Well, all right then. I leaned back into the chair and let Scooby do his thing.
We used to do that job, boss,
Tweedledee said.
We can do it again if you want. Yeah, we were his chair pushers,
Tweedledum added.
If you don't think he's doing a good job, boss, we'll take over for him.
That's up to Scooby, I told him.
What do you mean?
Tweedledum questioned me.
Are you saying you want me to move him because you can't be bothered to?
No, I'm saying that it's Scooby's decision to make, I told him flatly.
His decision?
Tweedledee tried to grapple with the concept.
You want him to give an order to do something?
Sure, I answered, maxing my relaxin' in my seat with Hopper. In this specific instance here, I'm giving him the authority to give a command about it if he wants to.
But he's not the pack leader.
Tweedledum exposed the obvious.
You are. You give the commands, not him.
Yeah, I know. My eyes closed as I leaned my head back. And my command is to give Scooby the authority to command either of you to take over his spot in pushing the chair up this hill. If he wants to use that authority or not is up to his discretion.
So, is he the chair pusher now, or are we?
Tweedledee asked, still unable to process the dynamic shift he was experiencing.
If we're not the chair pushers, what are we supposed to do?
Whatever I tell you to do, Tweedledee, I said, falling into a serene groove. That's what having a name means. You do everything I want you to do. You do the jobs I want you to do, and you listen to the people I tell you to listen to.
So, are you putting us in his pack?
Tweedledum kept sharing the same mind with his counterpart.
Can you do that? He hasn't earned the win, though. Do you want a pack of chair pushers?
Nope, I said. Anger with him wasn't helping, and I didn't have the energy to try to work it up. You're still a part of my pack. I'm just telling you, just listen and let him exercise his free will as he makes a decision on my behalf. What do you want, Scooby?
Oh, I want to keep pushing,
Scooby said.
Oh, now I can do this well. I can get you up this hill. I'm a good Scooby.
You sure are, Scooby. I applauded him softly. Good job. And there's your answer, boys. He's gonna keep pushing for me.
So,
Tweedledee started to ask,
are we not the chair pushers? Yeah, what do we do now?
Tweedledum finished for the other. Right now, just follow, I told him. You'll be given more to do later.
More chair pushing?
Tweedledee asked, almost excited at the idea. More of anything, boys, I clarified. You might not push this chair. You might have to cook or clean or guard a place. Heck, you might not ever push this chair again. Or you might have to push this chair every day. Depends on what I need.
Yeah, that's part of what makes working with Lord Dragonoak so great,
Scooby said, still pushing with his whole body.
You always have something to do, and it helps him out with what he needs. Sometimes you get to do stuff that he doesn't tell you to do, but he tells you what he needs from you, so you can do what you need to do to get him what he said he needs. What if he doesn't like something that we do?
Tweedledee asked Scooby.
How do we know if we're doing what he wants us to do if he doesn't tell us to do it? He's only got a few rules for that,
Scooby answered them.
Always listen and obey him if he wants something. Don't harm or talk bad about rabbits, ever. Don't harm any other pack members. It's easy. Also, you got to respond to your name. That's a tricky one, but I think I got it down now. Don't worry if you don't get it at first. But that's...
Tweedledum tried to formulate a thought.
You don't... How... What are we supposed to do? What's our job?
How about you just listen in for a little while to what I tell you, I said to them. You just do the things I ask, keep those rules Scooby said in mind, and maybe you'll get the hang of things once you've been listening long enough. The two Tweedles looked down at the ground as they thought all these things over, trying to fit it into their little head spaces. Good job, Scooby, I congratulated his odd string of coherent thoughts. That's probably some of the smartest stuff you've ever said.
Thank you, boss,
he said, putting his head down to keep pushing. We were all left to contemplate the different things we just experienced as we headed up the rest of the hill. Just seeing the walls of the estate made the whole ordeal worth it. The place was enormous, with walls spanning out past where I could see and raised up at least 30 feet. It was a large estate, so it had houses on either side that just served to make the place that much larger to take in. It wasn't the most eventful thing to look at, being mostly large walls on the outside, save for a few banners. They were emblazoned with an emblem of 3 trees arranged in a triangle, pointed towards the top, along with the tree trunks themselves. A giant wolf's skull in the middle, mouth open with an intricate snowflake inside, rested between the 3 trees and the whole emblem, giving the image an unwelcoming feel to it. They had to be coming down as soon as I could get someone to do it, but it did get me thinking about my own emblem to have. Something that took into account everything I was trying to do here. Not that it needed to be majestic or fancy, just something that could let people know what they were up against if they were fighting us, and who was coming to help if they were under our protection. Coming up to those wide and mighty black doors, I put the Tweedles in front. Here's your job for right now, boys, I told them. Get all the estate guards out here so we can explain the situation.
Are we heralds now?
Tweedledee asked. For right now, maybe not later, I said to them. Call them up.
With a howl, the Tweedles signaled the guards to come to the door as we watched them creak open. Like grains of furry sand, they poured out and lined up in front to greet us. All in all, it looked like we had 50 total here. After the fairly expected ordeal of explaining that Timberpine was dead, naming them all, and explaining the expectations of rabbit treatment, Scooby finally wheeled Hopper and me through those doors to see the fruits of all our labors. For an evil shitbag, the late Timberpine sure had some expensive and beautiful architecture. Stonework lining up and down the walls with some craftsmanship that probably took months to get done. Flowers and trees, perfectly symmetrical in the garden, were segmented by pathways crisscrossing through them, framing the whole greenery like a mosaic.
You can stop pushing, Scooby, I informed the chair valet. Put that off to the side, out of the rain for now. If someone needs it, we'll have a spare. Send the rest of them in once you're done, and make sure any wounded find their way to beds and medical care.
Now that we were finally here, I figured it was time to get up and start moving around. As the wolves and slaves all came into the courtyard to settle in, pouring through the courtyard into the various hallways, I gently woke up Hopper and set her to her feet. She blinked, yawned, and stretched as she came out of her peaceful rest. We both took a few steps as we took a moment to settle.
It's so...
Hopper took a look around at the place she'd called home for so many years. Yeah, I'd imagine, I said, knowing what she was probably thinking. It must be like a faint dream, coming back here like nothing's changed. Unless it has changed. Anyway, it must be intense. We can take it as slow as you need. Just be ready for some big changes.
We have the room prepared for the new lord.
A voice with a slight warble chirped from nowhere.
We look forward to serving as we did before.
A smaller, older hair slave, very much rabbit-like, coated in brown fur with gray stripes and wearing a meek outfit, a brown tunic and slacks, shoveled up to us. I stifled a yelp. Where he came from, I had no idea. I didn't even notice him approach. Maybe I was just tired.
Thank you, good sir, I said to him. Very much appreciated. I have some questions for you, if you don't mind answering.
He didn't acknowledge me. His jaw dropped open as he looked at Hopper, who was just as confused as I was at his side. After a bit of a pause, I finally broke the tension.
Excuse me, I said to him, to no response. Hello? Sir? Are you okay?
I thought you were dead,
he whispered, tears welling up in his eyes.
I'm sorry. I don't remember ever meeting you.
She looked at the strange strapped hair.
Did you hear about me running away? When I look at you, it seems like it was just yesterday.
He went to touch Hopper's face.
All of these years, and you haven't aged one day.
Years? Hopper said. What are you talking about? Who are you?
How long ago did Hopper leave? I asked the elderly hare, already suspecting who he was from Hopper's escape story.
By now, it's been about 50 years, he answered. I was just a young housekeeper under you, tripping over my own feet. Then, one night, after one of Timberpine's parties, you just disappeared. We thought the wolves had eaten you. Oh, my goodness!
She gave the older servant a hug.
I can't believe it's you! Are you sure it's been 50 years? Not that I don't think you're right, it's just hard to think about.
The implications were definitely not fun to think about. Maybe the boys weren't so wrong after all in thinking wolves were unaging. That just raised 1,000 questions and answered only one. I didn't have the information to even begin to work that out without just guessing. Like any person, I had a few hunches, but they had no real substance at all to them, and it really didn't matter since they were killable with bullets all the same.
I don't know how you got here with your youth, but I had to take the long way around, he giggled. Timberpine was never the same after that night. He became more vicious, crueler. He eventually stopped having those parties he was so fond of, slaughtered many of the nobles who used to attend, and took their land. I thought it would never end. He insisted he was immortal and would recover from mortal wounds as if they were just a bad night of drinking.
Yeah, that was a real pain to work around, I told him. We got it taken care of, though. And now I'd like to have a few questions answered.
You're the new lord,
he scoffed, then resumed a polite posture as soon as he was able to.
Forgive me, my lord. I was just under the impression that the Wolf Lord was still waiting outside. I should have seen your regality by your illustrious blue coat. It comes as quite a surprise to many that a hare would be able to even survive a challenge with a regular wolf grunt, let alone a noble as powerful as Timberpine. Though I see that you are no regular hare. May I just say that I sincerely look forward to working under you, the most esteemed lord amongst hares.
I appreciate the thought, but you can just stick with sir or lord or whatever fits your fancy, I said. So I've got questions, Doc. Can you answer them?
I will do my best, my liege, he said. I only know what these ears can hear, so I can't guarantee you any answers.
Well, what can you tell me about the missing bunnies? I asked. I haven't seen a single one since entering the city. What happened to them?
The Baron gave a high price for selling bunnies to him, and many accepted, he answered. The only bunnies left will be inside the breeding stables. A representative from the Baron comes at the end of the week to check on Timberpine, make sure that he isn't doing anything to try to supplant him. He'll be here in a couple of days, and he will want your hopping slave for his master.
If I may ask a weird question, I started another line of query. Do you have anyone here who knows how to read?
Well, I myself can read a few dozen words or so, but not terribly well, the housekeeper butler admitted. I think I'm the most adept of all the servants here, unfortunately.
What about the bunnies?
There was one, the butler said as he thought about it. She was a sharp carrot, always curious. It got her in a lot of trouble, too. But she was taken with the rest of them to the Baron's keep.
All the more reason to make an assault on the castle sooner than later, I said. We can't make solid plans until tomorrow, so we'll have to hope that whatever the Baron's been collecting them for doesn't happen soon. If the unaging wolf theory holds, the Baron has had every opportunity to make a collection like this before. There's something special going on, which means the bunnies are going to be saved for it. If we can find out what that special event is, we can plan accordingly and hopefully stop it.
What does a hopper do? The butler inquired of me with a burning curiosity. If I have the permission to inquire, of course.
I've given her a name, I told him. She's called Hopper, just like everyone else has a name. I pointed out to some of the new wolves in the pack moving about the house. There's Marmaduke, Snoopy, Crypto, Hashiko, Balto, Pluto, Odie. They all have names.
Are you to make all of the wolves into lords, my lord? The old servant bowed his head a bit. I had hoped that we wouldn't have to worry about wolves and their authority as much with a hare as a lord, but if you deem it wise...
Call in the rabbit servants, I said to him. Bring them all out here. Everyone gets a name. Hopper's just the only rabbit servant I've had until recently. I don't like calling people maid or butler or slave. Everyone gets a name. It's just easier.
Surely you don't mean to make us all nobility, my liege, he said incredulously.
No, I don't, Bugs. I gave him his name. But I do plan on treating everyone like they deserve to be identified as a person, rabbit and wolf alike.
Who is Bugs, my liege? He asked, the discovery stretching his eyes open. Is that me?
Sure is, Bugs, I told him. Get the rest of them out here. All of them.
My name is Bugs, Bugs said, mostly to himself. I am in service to a hare lord, and I have a name. My name is Bugs. Bugs hopped off, mumbling his new name to himself as he went to fetch the other slaves.
Since you already have a name, Hopper, why don't you take the time you need to get settled? I said to her. Feel free to go anywhere you like. Nothing is off limits. Tell me if you find something interesting or want to show me something after I've done naming.
Thank you, my lord. Hopper gave me a kiss on the cheek. Don't take too long.
Depends on how many I'm going through. I rubbed her cheek with my fingers.
I'll try to make it quick." Hopper slowly walked through the nearby hallway, taking in every inch like a cat would, looking up and down at all the visible things. She disappeared around the corner as she swayed down memory lane. After she left, a few estate guard wolves came into the courtyard, taking positions at each of the 4 walls. Without any words between us, the malicious intent was in the air, like a humid fog, stinking up the place. These guards were not happy with the loss of their previous lord, and they weren't afraid to show it. It would have been an annoying and heartbreaking process to weed out all of the wolves who were going to be a problem. I couldn't afford that now, or a lot of people would die. Chapter 21. Like a dull roar of thunder, the bunnies all hopped into the courtyard, like a panoply of different rabbits and subspecies of rabbit. Every possible rodent color found a home here as they all lined up, wiggling their noses and shifting in their places nervously.
"If you don't mind, my liege," Bugs began as he hopped beside me, "I took the liberty of calling in the breeding slaves as well as the new slaves that had come by earlier today."
I would have been upset if you hadn't. I congratulated him. Did Timberpine get regular shipments of them or something? Just the thought of treating anyone like a battery or coffee filter to be replaced regularly was enough to get me worked up.
"Not quite, my liege," he answered.
At least we didn't have to add that to Timberpine's list of horrendous evils that'd make a demon sick.
"These ones had come in just earlier today before you arrived, during the commotion in the city. A few wolves, directed by a bunny I know now as Hopper, were directing them up here away from the chaos. We accepted them under the impression that other lords wouldn't have noticed them gone under the chaos, and perhaps we would have been rewarded when Timberpine returned. He was always looking for ways to increase his power and property."
Huh, would you look at that? Maybe that's what got Scooby all excited before, talking about doing things without being told to. Almost brought a tear to my eye. Out of the crowd, one of them hopped high above the crowd, shouting and pointing at me. Looking at him, I realized he was the one I ran into before, the one hiding inside the building when Timberpine first turned into a fireball of tentacles. I honestly thought he was too scared to listen before, but was happy to see him all the same.
"That's him!"
he shouted into the crowd.
"That's the one who told me to come here. He'll vouch for me with the master. You'll see. He'll tell him to let me stay."
"You've been telling him about me?" I said to him.
"Yeah, you were amazing."
He kept bouncing in the air.
"He was fighting with that crazy flying magic wolf that turned into some kind of hairy fireball. Oh, you guys should have seen it. He's got a little musket that shoots out lightning."
"Wait, the wolf was flying?" Another one, an orange-brown one with very wide ears on his head in the crowd, said.
"Was his hair white?" "Yeah, it used to be,"
the bouncing rabbit said.
"Before it got burned off with the fire. Why?"
"That's our Lord Timberpine Jewels,"
a third in the crowd, a dark brown jackrabbit of manlier proportions, spoke out.
"I've spied on some of the secret jewels he had. He leaves the chair and flies around, slashing the other nobles from the air. I don't remember any fire, though."
"Maybe the fire's another way he fights when things get rough,"
a fourth chipped into the debate.
"He was a powerful noble. Why wouldn't he be able to do that too?"
"But if he fought Timberpine in a duel, then,"
the orange one said, prompting every last one to look at me with open jaws, waiting for me to respond in anxious anticipation. I swear a pigeon could have gotten tangled up, flying through all the tension in the air. "Well, yes, but," I raised my hands from my sides in a dismissive gesture meant to calm things down. My word did the opposite, as every hair whooped and hollered, bouncing just as excitedly as the first one with a continuous roll of thunder. "Hey, settle down!" They didn't listen, still celebrating my victory over Timberpine as hard as they possibly could. "It's not that big a deal. Let's all quiet down." I learned quickly that my words were absolutely useless at pitching through the noise, especially since I wasn't putting much effort into stopping them. It was probably super exciting for them to see a hare defeating a wolf noble people thought was unkillable. It wasn't a bad idea to let them celebrate.
"Shut up, you ingrates,"
A gravel voice roared over the crowd, stopping all the celebrating as they slapped back into upright, at-attention positions, fear in all of their eyes. Some of them were fighting back some tears as they all shook in their spots. I saw the source of the voice, Gmork, one of the estate guards I had just recently named, midnight black fur with some mangy bare spots here and there, especially on his face. He looked like something out of a nightmare, so I gave him a name that scared me when I was a kid. His breathing was heavy from his explosive yell, still amped from all of the tension that was in the room that he just added to in buckets.
No one wants to hear a bunch of vermin wailing about like dying prey,
he continued his angry tirade.
You think that just because another dirty vermin managed to crush a weakling lord in a challenge, you all can forget where you belong? I ought to...
He had raised a hand to backhand a nearby slave with his fist.
Over here,
I interrupted him, waving him over.
Now, I will not repeat myself.
I could already feel that this was going to be a session of harsh and brutal lessons with Lord Dragonoak today. I only hoped it would end as quickly as possible so that we could all move on to more important things. But maybe this was important. Even with their loyalty, they could have still found ways to work around my leadership to do whatever evil things their hearts desired. Maybe this would have been a blessing in disguise. We'd just have to see how Gmork responded to my authority being enforced. The angry wolf seethed, then took slow steps, filled with the residual angst of a tantrum left unfinished. All the bunnies kept their eyes on him as he moved along in his snail pace. Eventually, he made it over to me, snarling at me as he stood there. The insubordinate punk was trying to intimidate me, like a rebellious teen who just got a new stepdad. I had more than enough fight left in me to handle him.
What is it, my lord?
He sarcastically addressed me, motioning his head over to the scared rabbits.
I was only treating the slaves the way they've been treated for the past several thousand years, the way that tradition demands. This is just natural for us. We live on top, and the slaves cower beneath us. That's just facts, my lord. It's the natural order.
As if Timberpine's wizard leg immortality trick wasn't cheating to the highest degree. How do you win a duel to the death against someone who doesn't die? If anything, I was wrestling a bear without my arms or flying a plane with no wings. But I beat him dead and got where I needed to go. No matter the issue, I got it done.
Apologize,
I commanded, popping my neck.
You're getting punished even if you don't, but I will be far more merciful if you do.
I knew how this was going to go down, and I was getting myself a little limber beforehand.
These hares don't deserve my piss in their cups to drink, and they don't...
Gmork could only get that much disrespectful talk out before I had locked his bottom jaw in my hand and ripped out one of his teeth with the other. His wails of pain echoed through the courtyard and out into the town as Gmork held his mouth, his hands soaking in blood dripping from the missing tooth that I held. The rabbits didn't move from their spots, but quaked in place at the noise of the wailing wolf. He fell to his knees, holding his mouth still as his wails turned to whimpers.
Who did you think you were apologizing to?
I asked him as I knelt down by his face.
By taking the discipline of the slaves into your own hands, you disrespected me. You've shown me that you don't think I'm capable of dealing with the servants as I see fit. I can now see that you think I'm weak. And by not recognizing that disrespect, you've shown how little you actually understand the situation you're in. Do you understand now?
Gmork, still not ready to understand humility, jumped over to the crowd of hares, grabbing one by the throat. Before he could do anything else, like trying to eat him, I kicked him in the chest, knocking him over and forcing him to let go of the hare he was holding captive. I didn't let him have any slack, charging him and slamming him into the wall beside us. Other wolves had come out, many of them as state guards, hearing all the ruckus. When they saw Gmork and me at each other's throats, they stopped to watch. More wolves had come pouring in, encircling the outer edges of the courtyard as they all waited in anticipation for the outcome of this match. As Gmork went for a slash against me, I deflected it by the elbow, throwing him off balance to open up a free hit. Taking that free hit, I punched him in the throat, keeping him from breathing for a moment. With his hands reflexively grabbing his neck, I threw him to the ground, stepping on his back. I pulled his arms up, bending them up in the air at the wrong angle.
Why do you protect them?
Gamork struggled to get up, but had no leverage in his position.
They are weak. They are born with weakness. If we don't put them down where they're supposed to be, that weakness will rot away at everything you have built. The natural order protects all of us from destruction, just as it always has.
If you mention the natural order ever again to anyone, I will make your punishment more severe than I've already decided to. I wrenched up on his arms to the point that they wouldn't move anymore. Now that you've both defied me and, worse, threatened another life inside my estate, under my service, I've had to increase the severity far higher than I wanted. But I can't let that behavior just slide. I wrenched his arms up more, the pitch-black mutt howling as I did so. Do you think your natural order is stronger than me? I asked with another push of the arms. What right does it have to challenge me? Even if it could, it's too much of a coward. It's only sent weakling after weakling to defend itself. Every last one that the order you love so much has sent to fight me, your best examples of how successful it is, have all died. If your natural order is truly so strong, why doesn't it challenge me itself instead of hiding behind those who've grown weak off of it?
They were lazy,
Gamork strained to say.
If they had always kept gaining more power and bigger packs, they would never have lost to you.
And why did they get so lazy? I asked him. Why would they have gotten so weak if they were living under the natural order that's supposed to be keeping y'all strong? It seems that beating people into thinking they're weak gets you thinking you're strong yourself, and you overlook those who can beat you. Your order lets them get that way. It tells them that they got what they have because they deserve it. They never did. Hell, I don't even deserve any of this.
Then how did you take it, if you didn't have the strength to deserve it?
Gamork asked through teeth gritted by the floor.
Why'd you have all these servants if you didn't earn your right but strength to treat them as they are? You were once a slave, now you're a wolf in hare's clothing. That takes strength. Don't tell me you would abandon all of that strength you've earned for a sad attachment to these weaklings.
The only thing I've earned is the privilege to serve, I said, pushing even more against the bones, stopping me from pushing his arms further. None of this is mine to abuse. It's by abusing this power that I embrace weakness. By serving and protecting those below me, I embrace the strength I need to conquer anything that would stop me. Serving and protecting gives me the strength I need, so everything I do will be a service to others, so I may always be stronger than anyone I have to fight. Even this here is a service to you. I don't want to do this to anyone, but I will if I have to if it means I can get you to understand. It's my duty to strength to protect those that I serve, and to keep them from endangering others I serve.
This is nonsense!
Gamork was still incredulous. I was still hoping I could get to him. He was one of mine now, and I would have liked to keep everyone safe.
You would have all of us embrace weakness by lowering ourselves under these vermin. How would cleaning and trimming make you strong? Strength comes from fighting.
Strength comes from having a reason to fight, I corrected him. If you fight only for the sake of strength, your strength is hollow. It's actually a weakness that you've embraced to make you feel better about becoming weak, even to fool yourself into thinking you're not. Think about it. I've beaten you completely square, and I'm physically weaker than you. But I'm much stronger than you'll ever be if you keep loving this weakness you've eaten up like cow shit.
There are other lords,
Gamork spat out.
Stronger than me, stronger than Timberpine, stronger than the Baron. If you struggled against Timberpine, you'd die in a second to the others. They are the true examples of the natural order, and they'll crush you.
I'll be dealing with them in due time. I yanked his arms up yet again. While others have a lot, I make the most out of a little. I'm the king of crushing others above my weight class. If you don't believe me, believe what happened. Believe what you already know. Timberpine had magic that allowed him to fly and be unkillable. I had 3 guns. He had a giant estate, many pack members, and even more slaves. I had a small piece of land, a handful of wolves, and 1 slave to my name. He was a wolf noble, second only to the Baron. I was a rabbit-looking lord from somewhere far away. Timberpine challenged me. He lost. So who do you think was stronger? The guy who had all of those magical advantages, noble titles, and bloodline gifts? The guy who's sucking every power out of the natural order that he possibly could? Or was it the guy who killed him in a challenge? The guy who has you pinned down with nothing but his bare hands? Imagine what I'll be able to do with all of Timberpine's resources. The mangy black wolf had nothing to say to that. Honestly, I was talking big, but it was all about confidence, luck, and recognizing assets for what they are and what they could be. Anyone could have done it if they really tried. I don't think that I could run up to the Baron now and fight him. No, sir. You didn't need an IQ above 50 to see that was suicide, even with everything I had now. But I was going to take him down, along with whoever else I needed to in the meantime. Just needed to evaluate my options right after this lesson in obedience. Do you have something to say to me? I gave him one final chance.
I'll concede, he leaked out. My strength submits to yours.
Does it really? I pressed into his back. What did I want from you before?
I apologize, he grunted out begrudgingly. I shouldn't have disrespected you. These are your servants, and I will not question how you treat them or how you command your pack members to treat them either.
Perfect. I sighed in relief, though I didn't believe the sincerity. You saved yourself from much of the fate I had planned by picking up some humility and some true strength. But you still disrespected both the rabbits and your fellow wolves by resorting to being an animal and living as if you still served Timberpine. So, to make absolutely sure that you're honest about what you've just said... I wrenched against his arms until the bones in his shoulders cracked and snapped, forcing a howl from his teeth. Yes, it was harsh. Yes, it was necessary. There was a method to my madness. Without knowing if he was telling the truth or just going to sow dissent among my people, it was either this or kill him outright. Your fate is now in the hands of the rabbit healers, I rendered my judgment, setting his arms down as gently as I could. I'll have no use for those who are unfit to serve me in any work. If your arms do not become usable again, I'll have no choice but to kick you out of the pack and out of my estate. Of course, that wasn't true at all. I could have found a use for him if he was just a torso. That was just to make sure he had incentive to listen. If he continued to be a stubborn ass, he would have already resented me and refused the help of the healers, and his arms would never have healed properly. It wouldn't be a real problem for anyone, except me, if I needed to deal with him again. If he was actually going to listen and obey, he'd submit to the healer's instructions to get the treatment he needed. Now I had to keep any prejudices building on the rabbit's end from messing with Gamork's treatment. Where are the healers? I addressed all the rabbit slaves, keeping my foot at the base of Gamork's spine. I need a volunteer to take care of Gamork here as he heals and to make sure he's in an able condition to serve later. If the volunteer fails to heal him to my standards, I will kick both of you out into the street. As expected, they weren't exactly getting all up at once to do this, which was the point. I'm sure that he'd done his fair share of abusing slaves under Timberpine, and he may have been more than willing to do so. So were many wolves that I'd be taking under my wing. I'd be crippling my own war effort if I rejected thousands of wolves on past crimes without giving them a fair chance to redeem themselves. The wolves who had gathered felt their own muscles with worried faces, wondering what would happen if they were injured critically in a fight or an accident happened to take their own arms away. It must have been something they were worried about every day, being fit to serve and be protected in their pack. From what I had seen, being a part of a pack was a lot about being protected by strength as well as serving it out of pride. While the wolf was expected to be loyal until death, they would only be at risk for anything that their pack leader commanded them to do, or if they were threatened by a more powerful pack leader or lord. If they did die, they could die proudly. They lived under the confidence that their pack leader was stronger than them and could protect them, but whatever killed them was also strong and would be honorable to die to. Those same leaders were also protected in their own packs all the way up the chain. If they were ever deemed unfit to serve in any way for any reason, especially by Timberpine, and especially for different reasons than just crippling injury, I'm sure they would have been kicked out into the wilds. If they weren't able to fight, they would have never been challenged, and they'd be packless until they died. And if these wolves were indeed somehow unaging, that could be forever. Forever the weakest, forsaken by strength. It'd be eternal torment. Some of them may have deserved it 100 times over, but that wouldn't make it any less terrifying. I could feel Gamork tremble by my foot at the weight of the fear of judgment. Felt like my hunch was right about Gamork being a willing extension of Timberpine's cruelty, or at least an effective one. And that Gamork didn't have the confidence to go it alone with broken arms. This ultimatum was for his sake as well. Whoever was going to heal him was going to have to be devoted to the task, without any thought to abusing him during the healing. I also wanted him to get the best care he could, and he'd be sure to get it this way. As disrespectful and asshole-ish as he was one of mine now, just like any rabbit. I wasn't going to abandon any of them. The silence among the crowd deafened the entire mansion. Under my foot, I could feel Gamork trembling a bit, the fear of his judgment and his treatment of the rabbits eating him alive. I'd put the judging rod in their hands now. It was now up to them to decide if he was willing. "If there is no healer that wants to volunteer, you will have forced my hand," I eventually cut through the quiet. "I'll have all of you thrown out along with Gamork, since he will not be healed to fitness for duty, and you have chosen to disobey me by not healing him. You would only be allowed to return if Gamork is brought back with intact and functioning arms." God, I hoped I didn't have to commit to that one. I was sure I had the basic field medicine skills I needed to train a new set of healers, but that was not something I had time for. I also didn't have the time to deal with a mutiny from the other wolves if they thought I was favoring the rabbits. And I couldn't have the wolves and rabbits fighting inside my home if they kept hating each other. Someone had to come and bridge the gap, and I couldn't have believed that it had to be now. This was almost getting too much for me to handle. I was banking on at least one of them having the decency to save this estate from falling apart from under me. I had faith that there'd be one.
"If I may, Your Grace."
An elderly servant bunny stepped forward as my heart skipped from the explosion of relief I was just given. No banishment today. She was a small and frail creature, barely over 4 feet tall. As rabbit-like as she was round, and probably 60 at least, with whitish pink fur over her whole body, she slowly hopped to the front of the crowd as they split open for her.
"I was a healer once," the old bunny continued. "I was chosen for propagation by Lord Timberpine in the hopes of replacing my talent. It would be my honor to help this wolf return to work, as you have willed, as well as return to work myself, if only you would spare the other healers from your wrath. Rest assured, you will have him back in better condition than ever. I took pride in my work in my healer days, and I shall do so again for the sake of my fellow healers."
Under my foot, Gamork was sucking in breaths between sobs he was trying his damnedest to suppress from being seen by anyone. Without the use of his arms, though, the tears flowed out one by one, betraying his emotions to everyone who was looking. You bet your ass he was going to be thankful for this for the rest of his wolf life. "I mean no offense when I say this, ma'am," I said to preface my query. "Given your apparent age, you were still able to produce offspring?" "She's a bunny matron, Your Grace," Bug said. "Amongst bunnies, there are those who are born infertile and those who are born able to reproduce as long as they live. Bunny matrons discovered by the nobles were always put into breeding. In recent days, that seems to have been her good fortune, as she was not sold to the Baron like the other bunnies. It also ensured that we kept one of the best healers that have ever graced this estate." "So," I looked down at the old healer, "would you be willing to heal anyone I put into your care, not just this wolf?"
"Of course, Your Grace."
She curtsied as much as her fragile legs would let her.
"I would heal any that you deem necessary in your wisdom."
"All of my pack members?" I continued to probe, though I knew her answer already. A kind soul like that was reliable as the sunrise. "All my servants? Any in my household? No matter where they came from? No matter who their masters were before me? No matter what offenses they've committed against me or mine now, before, or in the future?" any who I would claim under my service as a lord. The shoulders of all the estate guards loosened. With a healer, they'd always been able to heal up when they needed it. They'd never be unfit, and therefore they'd never be at risk of getting kicked out as long as they played it safer.
If my lord does not discriminate, your grace,
She lowered her head.
what place have I to think myself better than those who would claim you as their lord?
Would you teach others to heal as well? I probed further still. Any I deem fit for the task? Would you teach them to teach others I've also selected?
It would be a blessing to pass on my knowledge, your grace,
She answered. Very well then, Apgar, I said, addressing the healer and giving her the name of a famous doctor I read about. Seemed appropriate. For your obedience, the other healers will be spared and allowed to work as healers again. But I expect good work from you. The rabbits were all overjoyed at the news, hugging the healers as they whooped and hollered again, bouncing in the air. It got a bit noisy, and I could see the discomfort on the estate guards' face as they were forced to watch. With a hand raised, I slowly quieted the mob as they listened to what else I had to say. And for your bravery and will to risk your own safety, I continued my verdict, I will release your fellow servants from the breeding stables to do other tasks as I see fit. I was planning on doing that anyway, but this was almost too good a moment to pass up. That last part got many gasps from the rabbits. A murmur rose from them as they whispered to each other. I already had an idea why, based on Apgar's age and former job, what their concern was, but I wasn't going to revisit my statement yet to give them a chance to speak up about it. This would let them know that they could talk to me, even though I was a hard-ass on punishment.
Your grace, if I may speak again,
Apgar entreated me.
Some of the bunnies in breeding have been unfit for any work for a while now. Breeding was the only thing they were capable of contributing to Lord Timberpine, and by your word, they would be banished for their unfitness to work elsewhere. Would you allow the otherwise unfit to continue their service in the stables until they pass away? The wolves beyond these walls are not beholden to your command, and not nearly as merciful for it.
You do raise a fair point, I said, pretending I hadn't already thought of what I was going to do. If I'm willing to banish the wolves for the inability to serve, surely that would apply to you as well. But I had already agreed to release the breeding slaves, and I don't plan on going back on that. And there's the thought of proper punishment to still consider. I can't redact my verdicts if there's justice to carry out. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to those I've had to punish before, like Gamork. And wolves can't take the job if they ever become unfit. They'll hesitate in battle in fear of becoming crippled, dying to those otherwise weaker than them. Even if they survive, if they lose their arms or legs beyond repair, they'll be unfit anyway. They are more at risk, and yet you have the option to stay while they don't? What am I going to do about that? I put a hand on my chin, playing up my thinking about the issue that had come up. The hares, former breeder bunnies, and wolves all held their breath as they watched the internal debate that wasn't happening. They had come to make a tighter circle around Gamork and me, the wolves having interwoven with the rabbits unconsciously to all get a closer view of me for my final decision. Eventually, I came to the conclusion I'd come up with near the beginning of the conversation. It wouldn't be much of a reward for Apgar if I freed her fellow servants to be eaten by wolves, I declared my ruling. She's gone above and beyond, risking her own punishment to keep the healer safe and to help my pack member, especially since she's never wronged me. That kind of selflessness will always be rewarded in the best way. So, to help keep all of these rules, I'll add this. Any who Apgar, or anyone I've deemed fit to receive her teachings, has been tasked with healing shall be spared from banishment from my household. Apgar and Bugs sighed in relief, while the rabbits looked at each other, confused by the statement for a second. They huddled together, puzzling the riddle I'd given them, while the wolves who'd gathered around looked upon them with anticipation, until one of them popped up with the answer. That's everyone! And there was much rejoicing. It was a strange sight, seeing everyone celebrating together like this. I was sure that the road to lasting peace was going to be harder than just one dramatic confrontation in a courtyard, but I had more hope than ever before that we'd get there one day. My work wasn't nearly done, since Gamork's little interruption and the subsequent spectacle I had made it into wasn't what we actually came here to do. After calming the crowd down, I went about naming every last one of the new servants, each of them ecstatic about the new name, even though many of them didn't quite understand the system. Fortunately, once Bugs and Epgar got it, they were able to start spreading the information much more efficiently. Once everyone had been named, they stuck around to talk about their names, wolves and rabbits alike, although the groups were very selective. They were friendly, but they weren't friends with each other in the slightest. There was too much history. They could wait. I was glad all my hard work was starting to pay off anyway, even this much. All right, everyone, I addressed the group once it had started getting a little late. We've still all got jobs to do, but in celebration of the new names, I'm ordering half staffing and half workloads on everything. For every job, half of you can rest up, then take the places of the people who worked for the first half. With all the new wolves and rabbits we have, we can easily fill up where we need. They all hustled over to their jobs, and I thought it'd be a good idea to start appointing leaders amongst the groups, so I wouldn't have to micromanage everything. Maybe then I'd take a break to plan out the next step in taking on the barony, now that I was in his line of sight.
My lord,
Hopper whispered in my ear amidst the crowd, pulling me back while everyone was distracted.
if I may borrow you for a moment.
I didn't notice that she'd even showed up, and had hoped she was still exploring the mansion instead of worrying about where I was. Not that I wasn't happy to see her, I just didn't want my grandstanding to get in the way of her time she needed to adjust to returning after finding out she'd been gone for 50 years.
That was quite a show, my lord.
She kept dragging me through the hallways as she spoke to me.
Wolves and rabbits wouldn't stand close enough to touch the bristles of broomsticks, and you have them sharing a party on your first day, like they've always been friends.
I'm not the one making them come together, I told her jerkily. I got no mind control powers. They're the ones making the effort to find a peace that'll keep both of them safe and happy. I'm just making dramatic speeches, dealing with ruffians, and breaking arms. Some people might find that a bit barbaric, unhinged, or even cultish, and who can blame them?
You make it too simple, my lord, she said, still pulling me through more hallways and upstairs. If you'll allow me to, I'd like to argue just how much you've helped my people, not just in appreciating the responsibility of lordship and taking the role with its full weight, but also in striving to create a place that everyone can call a true home, no matter who they are. That kind of selflessness always deserves a reward of the best kind, and I'm willing to debate all night if I have to prove it.
I mean, who'd say no to that?
Chapter 22.
The next morning, having debated for the better part of the night, I had stiffened like an ancient sculpture in an embrace with Hopper on my chest. The silk sheets covered the two of us like a black shroud, hiding most of us from the world, save for hands and feet. I could feel the breath inside her, filling her up as she rested on my chest, her warmth bleeding into every muscle in my body, relaxing them beyond any tension I could have mustered to move. And her smile? How could I have left that? Even as I awakened, I was determined to sleep there for the rest of forever. Bugs, though, was determined to rouse.
My liege, I cannot begin to apologize for this intrusion upon your privacy.
His voice pierced through the unconsciousness as he stood by the side of the bed, tapping the sheets frantically.
Something has come up that requires your utmost attention immediately. Expeditiously, my liege.
My eyelids were like iron shutters, taking strongman levels of effort to open up to break the morning crust upon them. As soon as I regained blood flow to my brain, I managed to turn my neck to look at the little hair butler.
Is the mansion on fire?
I droned to him, still not fully awake.
That might be the only thing getting me out of this bed right now. Not quite as immediately life-threatening, my liege,
Bugs admitted.
Then can it wait until I can get up? I asked, ready to turn and lay back down. Based upon all that I've witnessed of your
Bugs coughed out his embarrassment.
Interactions with your Hopper, I assumed that you might consider this more pressing than a house fire, if you do not mind my assumption.
That woke me up better than 3 shots of black coffee. What's going on? I began to rouse myself. Is it the representative?
Indeed, my liege, he revealed. He has requested an audience and speaks with the authority of the Baron. While you are not under the influence of his pack, you are within his claimed territory. He may consider a rejection of discussion to be an act of treasonous war and bring his full force to answer in turn.
I escaped the inviting silk sheets in the master bedroom, as well as the soul-warming embrace of Hopper's unconscious cuddles. A little embarrassed at the indecency of my person, I thought it best to just find clothing as quickly as possible.
Good gracious, what is that?
Bugs looked upon my form with confusion. My guess is, as a rabbit, he was confused as to why I was still out. Rabbits, like dogs and other pawed creatures, have most of it tucked away when it's not in use.
Were you in the middle of... I didn't think you would have still been... since you started rather early last night.
Eyes up here, Bugs. I kept him on task, putting on boxers and other clothes. Is the rep in the courtyard?
Of course,
Bugs snapped back.
Yes, he's in the courtyard, waiting patiently, though he may not be patient for long. A sluggish response to a summons like this may be seen as rude, especially since you do not belong to his pack. The Baron will have instructed him to look for any reason to subjugate you, just as he would with Timberpine.
I suppose telling him to go chew on a bone is out of the question then. I put on the last strap of my overalls as I joked. Thank you for coming to get me. I'll handle this.
Would you like to wear one of the manor's coats, my liege?
Bugs asked.
I noticed that your other coat was rather, banal, if I may be so bold to say, for a lord of your current stature. For all of his faults, the old Lord Timberpine knew how to accessorize to impress. It may suit you to do the same with the Baron's pack.
I'm a big guy, but not that big, I answered, gathering all of my equipment and guns. I'll have to make do with the one Hopper worked on for me. I know that one fits like a glove.
Hopper had spent quite some time in this room while you were busy naming the slaves,
Bugs informed me.
Would you suppose she worked on these in the same way?
With a raised eyebrow, I picked out one of the dark blue coats from the armoire. They were all embroidered with gold lacings, a dull golden trim, and beautiful artwork. The one I picked had images of wolves running down the arms, drawn in the gold. These creatures were depicted in fine clothes and gaudy frills as they ran with their arms out, as if they were running away from something. Some of them looked behind them with open mouths to scream. In a rather macabre display, dancing along the sides, some of the wolves had spears through their packs, falling over while the others kept running. The back had a large circle taking up the upper section, as all of the fancier wolves ran from it. Around the circle was a heater shield with 3 points crowning the top, centered as if the circle symbol was etched into its design. The lacings of gold were intricate throughout, touching and weaving around the circles like vines of light. Powerful creatures took guard to protect the shield, 10 wolfish creatures that stood equally apart and posed more like wolves from my world than wolves from here. The 2 of them had the bipedal wolves in their mouths at the bottom, trapping them. Inside the circle, there was a landscape headed to a horizon, with the rising sun just cresting. More wolfish creatures laid down beside this circle, watching and guarding the small rabbit-like and hare-like creatures that snuggled together, creating a half-circle audience to the sun. Drawn to be illuminated by the sun, with his lower half blurred to fading, a figure shaped like a man held his arms crossed, a spear held in each hand with the points facing down. In the iconography, I guessed that this man inside the circle was the one throwing the spears. I also guessed that this is not how Timberpine chose to depict himself. With one sleeve, then the other, I found the coat to fit just as perfectly as the other. Looking in the full-length silver mirror beside it, I couldn't help but admire the exquisite craftsmanship. Hopper did amazing work. I looked good. I would have been fine wearing Timberpine's coat like it was his pelt, but this was much better. I'm going to have to give it a once-over, just to see if I can't tone down the religious tone she went for with this. I gave it another look. It was amazing beyond words, but I didn't think that this was the image of myself I wanted to give to others. I wasn't something to worship. I was just a guy with a job to do. Sometimes it was hard, but it wasn't worth building shrines to me or anything.
Still, see if you can start whipping this shield up onto banners for decoration once we have a long moment to rest. I'll give my final approval once they're finished."
"It will be done, my liege," Bugs agreed. "I will make sure it isn't forgotten."
"I shall attend to our new guest," I told the small furry butler. "When Hopper wakes, make sure she stays put for a while until the rep leaves. Lord's orders. I can't have the Baron getting any greedier when he's already itching to fight me. We have to find a way to buy some time. And tell her thanks for the coats. They really are the best I'd ever seen."
"Of course, my liege," Bugs complied. "Shall I disseminate your command to the other bunny slaves, since they are no longer protected as breeding stock?"
"Thank you, Bugs," I answered. "Tell the washers and cooks to start taking stock of all our supplies. Weapons, ammunition, food, anything we could use in a fight. Take a wolf to help you identify usable weapons for each group of sorters. Keep it quiet. Stay on the far side of the mansion until the representative leaves. Have some cleaners sweep through the courtyard as well. Best to keep up appearances for the time being."
"It will be done, my liege," Bugs acknowledged again. "When should we have this stock finished and organized?"
"Yesterday," I told him. "When the rep leaves, have the wolves begin barricading the place from any attack. If the estate guards know anything about the Baron's forces and tactics, let them take the lead."
"At once, then, my liege."
Bugs hopped out of the door to carry out my orders. Then I had a thought. Why should the Baron have sent a representative over to check on Timberpine every week? Anyone with half a brain would have known that people always put all their skeletons in the closet when the boss comes around. You'd never found anything out that was actionable. And why was the representative coming early? Sure, they might have heard about her in the chaos with Timberpine, but why send the representative so early? That just screamed scheming plots. And how did the Baron constantly win over Timberpine, who could fly and be unkillable? My instincts were itching something fierce. Something wasn't right. I figured, just like Timberpine had a mole in the city guard, the Baron had a mole in the estate. Even pack members and leaders didn't always get along if they were nobles. "One last thing, Bugs," I stopped the butler. "Take all the estate guards off of their posts, wherever they are, and have the former sailors and my ragtags cover their shifts. Make sure they are all accounted for. Send them out to the courtyard at the walls, but tell them to wait until I officially call them in to enter. Then they are not to leave until the representative leaves." The elderly hare nodded, changing his direction of hopping to carry out my most immediate order. Like everything in this town, this was probably going to get hairy quickly. I had to make absolutely sure I didn't have a mole in my house. If this representative was just a distraction, I couldn't afford to let the spy or spies work freely while I couldn't do anything about it. And if I'm lucky, I could use the representative to fish them out. I took one last look at Hopper, resting peacefully, though her smile disappeared from before. No one was going to take her while I was alive. I'd have choked out the Baron with my arm before I let him touch her. A straightening of all my clothes to look fine, and I headed out. Making my way to the courtyard, I found the wolf representative in question. He wore a powdered wig upon his head, not fitting well over his long shelf-like neck. All of his fur, the hues of gray splattered over him like paint, was combed down in an attempt to streamline his look, but several rebellious hairs stuck out all over his body. He wore a brown coat with frills on the inside, puffing out his chest even more than he already was trying to. He was accompanied by 2 wolf guards, though they weren't like the city guards from around the town. They had more metal plating on them, adorning much of their upper body in shining armor, while their lower half was still as leathered as most wolves. If I'd let him begin the deal, he'd have found out where Hopper was, then he'd have gone to tell the Baron about it. I couldn't let either of those happen. I had to keep him there until I knew everything I could have gotten from him. For now, the Baron could only have suspected that I was keeping her as long as none of his spies confirmed it. I could live under the shroud of having hidden her at another property I owned, and that could always buy me time. The representative would be trying to levy his Baron's power to intimidate me into giving up Hopper. If I showed that I wasn't intimidated and I wasn't budging, he'd just go off to the Baron and order the assault. I had to find a middle ground that kept him here until I found a piece of information that I needed. The representative looked at me, letting out a low, unmusical hum as he did, walking up to greet me with a smile of closed lips.
I had heard the rumors, though I thought them far too scandalous to be taken seriously.
The rep spoke through his strange humming.
Now that I see it with my own eyes, I still find the whole affair to be rather ridiculous, even if true. Tell me, how does a rabbit so hideous and mangy come to slay a demon of a noble like Timberpine?
Oh, good genes, I told him. I guess I was just born with a better lineage. I mean, with a bloodline like mine, it isn't hard to guess who'd win, me or the nobles. But I tend to ruin arrogant people's big plans a lot.
So impetuous, the rep's humming continued. You must forgive me for indulging a curiosity. You are, by far, the most interesting thing that's happened in Thumperton Port for 1,000 years at least, though the younger pups like these may not remember those times.
So they've gotten new wolves. They had a method to make more. If we could have found that, we'd cripple their supply of soldiers. I'd have thought to use the method to increase my own supply, but I had a sneaking suspicion about the true origin of these wolves, and it's far too grisly to take advantage of. We had to shut it down if I was right. Maybe that was part of what the Baron was saving bunnies for. Are the newest wolves not adjusting well? I said, hoping to probe a location or any information we could use out of this creep. What's happened?
Nature has happened, I'm afraid,
the rep answered with more hums.
Though I speak too much already. Tell me, where is the tasty morsel you've brought to our fair city? I would very much like to take a look at what the Baron will be purchasing. I assume you've been informed as to what it is I require.
If you'd be willing to indulge me in some questioning, I changed the subject. Is there something I should be worried about in my youngest wolves? I'd certainly like to know if there is some sort of defect among my pack that I must take care of as soon as possible.
There is nothing that you could possibly do, lowborn.
He hummed, a subtle frustration cracking his smile.
Oh, fair lord. Now, if you wouldn't mind presenting...
Dear me, nothing I can do. I crossed my arms as I pretended to grow worrisome. Oh, good heavens, I have so many wolf soldiers, though. How am I to have any confidence in their abilities? Am I to just throw out half of them if they are defective?
Your lifespan is far too short for you to ever worry, fair lord.
The rep attempted to reassure me.
Your concern should be more immediate, like the bargain you are partaking in this very moment.
How can I think about any sort of bargaining if I cannot stop thinking about what will happen to my estate? I pretended to panic. Boy, I never knew being a lord required so much acting. I would have taken acting lessons. Or found a way to portal in my whole truck so I could have just run over most of these wolves instead of all this political bullshit. But it was necessary. No amount of truck driving would have told you how to deal with magic wolf nobles. I can't even begin to guess what the defect is. I whipped myself around like a maniac. What will I do? I'll have to inspect every wolf under my employ. I'll have to do that now. I'll never be able to rest until I can get to the bottom of this. I'll start with the ones that belong to Timberpine's former estate. It will be thorough. I'll probe through every memory and function until I can find the truth. Guards, please.
No, that will not be necessary, Lord Dragonoak.
He interrupted me as quickly as he possibly could. Fucking got him. I had a spy in my pack. Now it was just a matter of using this guy to root him out.
You don't have to be so worried. It really isn't anything to be worried about, I can assure you.
You won't even tell me what it is.
I slapped his arms away as he tried to reach out to touch me.
How can you tell me not to worry if I can't be told what not to worry about?
If you aren't willing to help me, I don't know what I'll do.
What if... Lord Dragonoak,
the representative spoke sternly.
We are getting far out of hand here. Bring out the merchandise so we can discuss...
Should I have one of my defective wolves do that? I shouted at him. Should I have them break everything in my mansion on the way? How can you be so sure anything I bring out will be usable?
I can just have one of my pack take care of it, you impossible...
The representative calmed himself down before he really exploded.
Lord Dragonoak, even a low... Even a lord such as yourself must know how completely inexcusable this kind of behavior is. If you could lead the way to where you are keeping...
How do I know this guard isn't defective as well? I kept up the hysteria. I'll excuse myself whenever I feel like it, jackass. How do I know that you're not defective also?
Listen here, you low-born vermin, the representative snapped. Do you know who you're talking to? I have walked for centuries. I have lived beyond all the years you could possibly fathom. I have taken advantage of every blood moon by eating bunnies underneath its glow so I could grow my mind to greatness beyond any wolf here. I am not defective. I have regressed the forgetting from any wolf in Thumperton Port outside the Baron's keep. No one, least of all a rabbit without ears or fur to speak of, could ever be so haughty and boastful as to think to question that. You will cease your insolent idiocy and present the bunny so that the Baron can properly prepare Thumperton's banquet and keep your city from falling behind the others. You will sell her, and the Baron will give you more wealth than any lowborn could ever hope to ask for. If you do not comply, the entire force of the Baron's power will be thrust upon you. I will not ask again.
I never imagined he would have been such a treasure trove of information. Maybe a secret into the keep or something, a juicy rumor, or fishing out the spy, but this? This damn fool may have doomed the entire nobility at this very moment. The representative's incessant humming turned to a wheezy, gasping sound as he had flared up his temper. The forgetting. Related to the wolves not remembering anything further back than a year, no doubt. The wolf nobles were centuries old, at least, and they'd been forgetting all that time. They were eating bunnies with magic inside them to keep that from happening, and if I was interpreting him right, it only worked on the blood moon, whatever that was. That meant I was right about the bunnies having been stockpiled for something special and not eaten until then. That gave me until whenever this blood moon happened to flush out every noble in the Great Boroughs. I hoped that it was a long way away. And I still had a spy to flush out right here. I guess I couldn't keep redirecting the conversation anymore. But that didn't mean I couldn't redirect the focus. Oh, my, I finally said after a long pause. That must be upsetting. I never realized. How insensitive of me to fly off the handle on an esteemed guest such as yourself, who represents the interests of the Baron himself. You want to trade, and I will oblige. Quick, let me call in someone to help guide you to her. Oh, guards! Come into the courtyard. I have something that requires your help.
I'm glad that you've come to your senses. The representative returned to his creepy, humming self before long, having regained control of his mind. The guards came pouring, filling up the edges as they covered all the stone walls up to the 7 feet. Once they all had come into the courtyard, they settled and stood at attention, obediently waiting for one of my commands. Thank you, I said to them. I have a task for one of you. Why do you need all of these guards, then? The representative asked me. Please, Lord Dragonoak, I grow sick of these games. If you could simply point me to where she is, I could get her myself.
Nonsense, I said to him. I have been so incorrigibly rude to you. How terribly awful of me to question you and your resolve or the functionality of these wolves. It's only proper that I find a way to repay all of the debt I've accrued in your presence. You shall have only the finest of my wolves to escort you to where I keep the bunny in question. These hallways can be treacherous. I've instructed my staff to install traps at every corner. You'll need a guide to help you navigate.
Blood and fangs, you're paranoid. Do you think I'm...
The representative swore under his breath, then recomposed himself after looking into the crowd. His eyes brightened as he realized that his mole was here.
Your gift is most gracious, fair lord. I would love for a volunteer to escort me.
Of course you would, I said to him, turning to all the guards. Who would like to escort my dear friend here to the secluded area of my estate, with my absolute trust that you will bring her back here so I may relinquish the Baron's representative of precious valuables he may require later, and might certainly reward whoever can keep those valuables from leaving the Baron's possession?
I'll do it.
The spy revealed himself with his eagerness. I had named him Balto. Now that name could go to someone else. The brown wolf, with golden spots, stepped forward to accompany the lord through the hallways. "Excellent," I said. "How absolutely gracious of you. Now, kneel so I may properly check to see if you're ready to survive all the traps."
Dragon Oak, the rep stomped. If I didn't know any better, I would say that you have been stalling me this whole time. If I search those holes and she isn't there...
"Now you question me, Representative?" I said incredulously. "I can assure you with absolute honesty that I am not stalling as I check this particular underling, and the bunny to which you are referring is within the vicinity. I just need to check something to make sure everyone in my estate is safe."
This is becoming monotonous. The
representative lost his patience.
I'm sure he'll be of fine help. Now come here, so...
He addressed Balto with that last command. The representative realized his mistake, hoping he had silenced himself before revealing his spy. As Balto reflexively went to obey his real master's commands, he stopped as I pressed my hand on him. If you didn't know any better, you'd have thought he was frozen at my touch. It looks like everybody was caught red-handed. "I gave you a name, Balto," I said to him. "I treated you as one of my own. I let you into a pack and a home that I assured you that you'd never have to leave so long as you wanted to stay. Do you want to stay, Balto?"
What nonsense is this?
The representative tried to cover up his mistake by burying himself further.
Of course he'd want to stay. You've made a lovely home here. So lovely. Just spectacular, I guess. Why would he ever want to leave? He'll always want to stay in your service.
"Does this wolf speak for you?" I asked Balto. "Does he represent you? Does he represent your pack?"
No, boss,"
Balto spoke nervously.
"But, yeah, he's right. You're totally the boss."
"Could you say the oath to me then?" I said to him. "You know the one. I know that it's a sacred pact and no wolf with any balls would think to fake it. But it should be easy to repeat to the one you're committed to as your pack leader."
"We really don't have time for this, Lord Dragonhoak."
The representative began to laugh nervously in his humming.
"We have a deal that you need to consider, as well as a baron that can send his forces here to claim what he wants. We all need to stay in his good graces."
"All I'm asking for is a simple recitation of an oath he should have already sworn," I said quietly. "Many wolves manage to pass off not saying the oath themselves by being recruited in groups. Many don't have to ever say it themselves. But it should still be easy. You wouldn't be faking it. We've all heard that I've been called paranoid, so it would just ease my worried heart."
Well, then let him recite it to you if it's that important,"
he relented.
"I can stand right here beside you, and you can see for yourself."
He might as well have admitted to the spy and to being the spy's pack leader. That simplified things. With him admitting that the 2 guards with him were part of his pack, I was sure I had all the pieces I needed. "Excuse me," I said, pushing him away as he came up to me. "You come into my house, demand for my things, and now you come into my personal space? Have you simply come here to challenge me, sir?"
"What? No."
The representative looked fearfully at me, turning himself to the side as if I didn't see him grab for something in his pocket.
"I would never dream of such a thing, but attacking me would definitely be considered a challenge of the Baron, and he'll bring down his wrath upon you to take all of the property you had built."
"So, a noble can come into my house." I leaned in as I moved toward him, waiting for him to whip out his magic bauble the Baron must have given him, demand things from me, reprimand me and my blood in my own home in front of my underlings, and then suggest that this is his right, and I'm not supposed to take that as a challenge? I am not beholden to your master, Sir Representative. You step into my home as a foreign agent, and yet you act as if you own it. How does that not challenge my authority?"
Because, Dragonoak,"
he stopped in his tracks,
"killing you won't be a challenge."
He actually waited for me to be done talking to say a quippy line. That was just precious. The representative put his hand forward, now with a charmed ring, punch in the air to activate it as a sneak attack I absolutely, positively, completely, sincerely, for realsies, didn't see coming. Dodging to the side as soon as his hand even flinched, I was missed by the pulsing sound column that tore through the space, creating a pillar of rippled air as it screeched in everyone's ears. With a quick shot from the pistol under his chin, he was down. Sometimes it would have been hard to find the best spot to kill a wolf in one hit, but at this range, it was like playing Where's Waldo with a crowd of 5 people. He fell to the ground as I spun to see what he had hit with his sound pulse. Thankfully, it looked like it was only dangerous at close range, with the hair of several guards blown back, but still perfectly fine in the line of fire. I turned to Balto, walking over as the wolf avoided eye contact with me, while still trying to look at me. Without a word, I stood over him, daring him to look me in the eye and show me why I should let him stay.
Oh, I wanted to, boss,
he said with a quiet whimper, still looking down and away.
I wanted to say it. When I heard that Timberpond died, I didn't know what that meant for me when my boss came around, and I was afraid that I'll get kicked out because I wasn't fit for my job anymore since I was just supposed to watch over Timberpine. Then you said all that stuff about how nobody can get kicked out of your pack or your estate no matter what, and you were letting the wolves get healed, and nobody was ever going to be unfit in your house. I wanted that, boss. I wanted to say it. I wanted to shout it.
He moved his head as if he was trying to dislodge the next few words from his throat, but they wouldn't come out. But he still had the win over you. I spoke the words for him.
I couldn't do nothing, boss.
Balto had tears in his eyes now.
I couldn't scream, I couldn't say anything, I couldn't do nothing, and then he came here, and he was going to want to hear all the things I saw about you, and I didn't want to tell him, but he...
The tears fell down from them. Apparently, dogs were really nasty criers in this world. Funny, since they didn't have tear ducts in mine.
He had the win. The win's sacred, boss.
I know, Balto, I said, raising his head.
Boss, I swear, if there's anything...
He looked into my eyes with a desperate longing. Damn, I was ready to lay this spy out for daring to endanger my house. What I did to Gamork would have seemed like a blessing in comparison. But while he was feeling forced to do the bad shit, he didn't actually do anything while working for me. For all intents and purposes, he'd always been working for me, but just didn't have the wind to give out. But now I took it, and he was mine. Still, I gave Balto a smack over the side of the snout with the butt of my gun. You're mine now, I said to him. Never forget. Say the oath.
My strength submits to yours and recognizes yours as superior,
he said as he looked straight at me with a fire.
Until I die, I will obey you and your household. All who live within it are mine to protect and serve.
That's not how it usually goes, I said with a smirk.
You're not a usual lord, boss,
he responded.
I am never letting my wind go where I don't want it ever again. It's always yours and your people's, for as long as your household lives.
Very well, Balto, I said, ruffling the hair on his head. I like it. Maybe others will do the same in time. Anyway, you can get up now. I walked over to the 2 keep guards, who were still just standing and waiting patiently for me. So, do you 2 see me as your pack leader? Please swear your oaths individually, if you don't mind.
Yes,
the first one said.
My strength submits to yours. I will serve you until one of us dies.
Of course, the second one followed. My strength submits to yours. I will serve you until one of us dies. Very good, I said, popping my neck. With your boss dead, we don't have much time before the Baron catches on to us. Let's get to chatting about what you've heard in that keep. Chapter 23. That doesn't make any sense, I pondered as I discussed what Huckleberry and Droopy, the 2 former keep guards, knew about the Baron, the keep, and the missing bunnies. Hopper was sitting beside me across from them, having finally woken up and dressed without ever knowing that her life was in danger. After learning about the keep's defenses and the Baron's known abilities, we were stuck on a clear mix-up with the bunnies. So the numbers are exactly what they're supposed to be, and yet they're also not? I think I'm missing something, boys. Work with me.
I dunno, boss,
Huckleberry answered.
Our old boss would always come over to check on Timber Pine to count the slaves and all. The Baron wants it exact for the bunnies, I suppose, so the boss had us to be extra special, extra careful with them. But when we collected all of them, the boss got angry at us. Something about the keep number and Timber Pine number both being wrong or something. We got the big total right, so we thought it didn't matter, but the Baron wants all of them, so we still got a good beating for it.
That can only mean one of those two groups has an extra, and the other is missing one, I reasoned. Could they be talking about Hopper? She ran away 50 years ago. That could be one of the unaccounted ones.
We didn't start collecting until half a year ago, boss,
Droopy said.
We'd only been keeping an inventory of the slaves since a few weeks before that.
Damn it, none of it made sense. We were missing a bunny, and I didn't have the slightest idea where she might have been. If she was alive, I had to find her. If she wasn't, I had to know for sure. But we would have found her either way. Unless the Baron was putting on some kind of act, which I couldn't find a tactical reason for, Timber Pine would have been the only one who'd be messing with the counts. But he couldn't have been trying to get more bunnies if they were all going to the Baron. I would have said that Timber Pine was duped, but the incorrect keep number kept throwing me off. Collecting slaves could have interrupted Timber Pine trying to steal or swap around with the other lords, so we only got the one girl switched up or something. But how could he have switched it up with the keep? And why? It was far too severe a risk for almost no gain. And why only the one? I was still missing something. Maybe if I worked backward from where she could be and found her, I'd find out why he did it later, since that was a more important matter. Where would Timber Pine have even put her? Do any of you know of places Timber Pine would head off to regularly? I asked the estate guards around me. Any places he had you check on to make sure it was secure? Do you guys know about a hidden bunny?
Timber Pine would leave to go off someplace on his own sometimes,
Odie, one of the estate guards, answered.
Told us not to question it, and he'd wheel away by himself.
That was especially demeaning for a noble like Timber Pine. He was being ridiculously paranoid about keeping his secret from the Baron, which meant he needed to always have access to this particular bunny. Since wolves don't screw or fall in love at all, it could only be for her magic. Was he going to recharge his magic peg legs? Why would he have needed to switch out the bunny for one of his own then? Was she more powerful? The wizard legs certainly weren't running out of juice when he was overloading them in our fight. Maybe we hadn't fought long enough for it to matter? Maybe it was for a skill? A charm making? Possibly. Wouldn't that have been convenient? A charm boost was just what we needed to guarantee our victory. I shouldn't have hoped for that. That'd be too good to be true. But none of that was getting me any closer to finding her, just telling me how much harder it would be to find her when they were putting her away. And with Timber Pine gone, it was only a matter of time before the Baron discovered her. However, maybe I was thinking about this all wrong. The Baron's keep was the one with the extra bunny. That would heavily suggest that the missing bunny had to be where the extra keep bunny used to be. So why would the Baron put just one bunny away, and where would she be if Timber Pine felt confident he could just switch her out without him noticing? If he were saving all the other bunnies for the Blood Moon, he had to be keeping the one for her magic elsewhere. But it was forgettable, so it couldn't be for charging weapons or something like Timber Pine. It couldn't have been for charm making, or the different bunny would have been caught almost immediately when they went to get the charms. The magic had to be powering something offhandedly, but they didn't have electricity, so why would they have needed power? It had to have been a maintenance thing, something always running, like a water heater or a fucking anti-portal hopping generator. That was it. That was how the Baron kept the portal suppressed. He used a bunny to generate the magical power he'd need. I'd have thought something like that would have been inside the keep, but Timber Pine wasn't stupid enough to get so close to the Baron every time he needed a recharge. Even for being unkillable, he'd have exposed his little operation, and he'd never be able to get the bunny again. So it had to be outside the keep somewhere. Why not have the generator in the keep?
Because it needed a special place to set it up, or it was way too big to fit inside. Either one of those would have been easier to find than one Bunnygirl. We had to find a way to save her if she was in danger. Disrupting the generator would have let us make portals again, and that'd be the greatest military asset we could have hoped for. None of that mattered, though. Saving the girls in the keep wasn't an immediate danger. They wouldn't be in any danger until the blood moon. The girl, though, was in an unknown danger, and we were going to save all of them. "What big-ass buildings or structures around here, boys?" I asked all the nearby wolves. "The bigger and stranger, the better. Any place you could hide a generator that covers 100 miles of land."
Generator?
Odie asked.
Is that like the thing the regent's supposed to have?
"Yeah, that's the landlord, right?"
Snoopy, another estate guard, popped up.
"The noble lord of all the land, like a double baron for all the barons."
"Yeah, that's the guy,"
Odie replied.
"And he's got one of those generator things covering most of the land with something or other. Timberpine was talking about it himself in his office one day, saying how the baron was getting his own and he didn't know why. Then he just got grumbly and I didn't hear much else."
"One generator for the whole country?" I asked him. Damn, that thing had to be crammed with bunnies. Or maybe it just had one, but she was just absolutely loaded with magic. She definitely needed saving at some point, especially before the blood moon. No way would they leave a bunny like that to waste until the next blood moon. But if that bunny covered the whole country, why would the Baron have used his own? That was a problem for another day. The next one after we killed the Baron. "Boys, focus. Places for generators. What do you have for me?"
"There's a big mound a few miles to the west, boss,"
Snoopy answered.
"It's usually got wolves just standing around it in a circle."
That sounds like an underground generator to me. I stood up. "Let's go sabotage it. It'll take a few wolves and Hopper with me. Maybe we could split the Baron's focus if we were lucky. Any of them coming for me wouldn't have been coming for the mansion if they had decided to attack." To the surrounding wolves and bunnies already busy making the preparations for a battle, I made my announcement for war.
"All barricades and siege prep need to be on double time,"
I declared.
"Every wolf to their posts and set up a perimeter. Every window gets boarded and blocked. Every musket preloaded with a fast reload setup. Those of you not making those preparations need to get the extra supplies organized and mobile for taking over the keep. Any unable to help or otherwise occupied with critical work needs to be moved to the master bedroom immediately. We don't know when the Baron will realize his spies aren't coming back, so he could bring his forces at any minute. We can't be caught off guard."
Like busy bees, my words sprung them all into zooming speeds, supplies and ammo shuffling about with rabbit feet. I made my own preparations, finding all the ammunition I would need and taking as many of my boys as I thought I needed. I grabbed Balto by the shoulder. "When danger comes, you're in charge of the wolves," I told him. "Keep everyone safe and make sure everyone comes out of this alive. Survival over victory."
"Oh, me?"
Balto hesitated.
"Are you sure? I was just working for the other guys."
"And now you work for me," I corrected him. "You're committed, and you were able to stay hidden from Timberpine for as long as you did. That takes brains. I trust you to handle this for me. Keep to your oath. We'll be back soon." Time to kick some ass. Although getting past the city guards at the front gate may have proven to be a challenge. If they were told to keep us inside the city to be watched by the Baron or the captain of the guard, then we might have needed to finagle our escape with some drastic measures. Chapter 24.
"Oh my goodness, that's me!"
Tinker interrupted the story back in the present with the realization.
"You guys were coming to save me! I'm the bunny in the generator!"
"Hey, don't spoil it," I jokingly chastised her. "I was going to make the reveal dramatic. Maybe give some red herrings to maybe another bunny or something. Then it was going to be like, hey, it was Tinker all along, and you'd be all like, wow, I can't believe it. What a crazy and unexpected twist."
"I don't mean to question you, sir."
Tinker raised an eyebrow.
"But who would I be spoiling it for?" Hopper was there in most of the story, and it's obvious I'm the only bunny you could be referring to. That's a fair point, my lord, Hopper agreed. She's the listener for your story. If she's already guessed it, who else needs it hidden?
Well, I paused for a moment. There was a feeling of cosmic pressure, as if I was coming close to a great truth about the nature of my existence, but then it was gone. I don't know. I just feel like now there's not a whole lot of punch to the ending. We already know that we got out.
I still don't know how,
Tinker shouted, pulling herself off the ground as she grabbed my arm in an acrobatic feat I couldn't quite figure out.
There were so many guards, and you still had to get out of the city. How'd you deal with all of them?
With style, young Tinker, I told her. The city guards were especially tricky, but with just a pinch of cunning wit, a dash of tactical brilliance, a teaspoon of expert espionage, and a hint of shadowy stealth, all mixed together with some fantastic execution, we found a way. Do you know what doesn't take wit, brilliance, espionage, stealth, or execution? Passing by city guards that were already too terrified of you to try anything. Hopper's secret wind, along with my victory over Timberpine, made me a freakish monster to them. Apparently a rabbit with the ability to slam people into walls and topple unkillable pillars of the community is an unnatural evil, as one of them put it. Hey, whatever gets me through as quickly as possible. Even if they did have orders to keep us caged in here, one look with my unnaturally evil eye and they were putty. Plus, the spies in the guard working for Timberpine before now worked for me. Very helpful, boys. Fido and Spot, your service would be rewarded when I took the barony. Plus, then I could officially give you your names in front of others. It was also far too easy. They thought they could plan the assault for when I was gone, maybe send some wolves out to kill my boys and get me out by the generator too. As long as my people kept their wits about them, they could deal with anything the city guard could have thrown at them. I, myself, needed to act as if an attack on both of us was imminent and plan out my movements accordingly. Fully kitted out, me now wearing some chainmail Bugs pointed me to along with the rest of my paraphernalia, and Hopper sporting some tailored leather under a flannel, we went west. Moving through the countryside past my ranch spas, the mound with the generator was only a few miles out, just as Snoopy said, like a pimple on the cheek of the dead forest, still shaved to stumps like the rest of it. At the very top, a steel pipe crowned it like a little capper on top. I took Snoopy, along with Balto, Old Yeller, Foxhound, Toby, Scooby, Lassie, Poodle, and Shepherd, with Hopper and me as the assault team. With the estate's supplies, I had half of them with hammers and the other half with spears, while they each had a musket if needed. A mile out, the group of us huddled down by some stumps more than 100 yards out from the mound and hunkered down for a bit while I took the rifle to scope out the area. About 10 guards outside total, all standing in equal spacing around the mound. No easily spotted leaders among them for a quick fight, and that's why I brought the wolves along. However, it was strange seeing their blue uniforms and stained leathers. Blue was supposed to be a noble color. Were all of these guards nobles too? The Baron was just showing off his power by posting all of them here. Unless the Baron was absent-mindedly replacing elite wolves all the time when Timberpine killed them, I was sure he had a sneakier way into the place. Maybe he had some sort of pathway inside tucked away somewhere else, but we'd be searching for that for miles before we found anything, and we were on a timer. So we had to go through these guys. This might be a tougher fight than we thought, boys, I whispered over to the group. Looks like we've only got nobility protecting the place. I don't know how the Baron managed to get 10 prideful sons of bitches to do grunt work, but there they are. Each of them's gonna know how to kill another wolf, so do not take them lightly. They must be elites, boss, Balto whispered back to me. It's sort of the middle ground between grunts and the nobles. Sometimes a powerful noble promotes a grunt to get their own pack and eat some of the noble's bunnies while still doing grunt work for their boss. Most of them are just in it for the bunnies. Now you tell me, I said, lining up my shots. Do these guys have packs, then? Probably not, if they're not here helping. They're stronger than others we've fought, most likely work directly for the Baron, eat bunnies regularly, and have more inside. I summarized the situation. We'll have to play it smart, like always. Hopper, you and the boys go ahead, quiet. Spice yourselves, pick a different target each, and get to the edge of the forest. Wait for me to take the first shot, then shoot and charge. Fast as they were silent, they shuffled off like ninjas to their positions. I had their muskets loaded with twice as much powder for one shot since I needed kill shots with such a lousy reload time. I thought I was overly cautious with that, but now it seemed like I didn't put enough in them. When I saw that they were ready, I picked off the first one with a bang that shook the air. As soon as my shot went off, the rest of my crew's muskets went off too, leaving only 4 enemy wolves standing with grievous wounds, while the others fell dead. Before they could see what was happening, my boys were on them like racing hounds, each doubling up on leftover elites as they fell victim to our trap. Surprisingly, 2 of the elites did fairly well on their own, taking on both attackers with very little trouble. The other 2, one hounded by 3 attackers and the other assaulted by Hopper, didn't stand much of a chance. Hopper's foe fell quickly after she joined the battle, with a few swift kicks that knocked the beast out faster than I could line up a shot to nick it. By the time I went to help out the first 2 groups, it was already too late for me to fire. I couldn't get a clear view with all the bodies now spreading to help the other groups, which fell one by one until there were only my boys and Hopper standing. I rubbed my ears. Even with hearing protection, this rifle was a loud one. Getting up, I jogged over to the mound to meet my people. "You see anything resembling an entrance?" I asked Hopper. She pointed to the top of the mound, which had a metal tube coming up with a hatch on it. Couldn't have told you how I missed that connection. "Oh, right. That'd be it." I walked up to the pipe with the hatch, the group following close behind. 6 of you will hang back and watch for anybody who heard the noise. You run into problems, howl, and I'll send the other 3 back to help you out. After they acknowledged my command, I snagged a key off one of the dead elites. I unlocked the hatch with my pistol pointed down the tube, ready for guards on the inside to pop up. Seeing no one with harmful intent, I put my feet to the ladder and made my way in with Hopper, Snoopy, Toby, and Scooby. At the bottom of the ladder, we came across a set of catacombs, with chambers about 30 feet wide and almost twice as tall, connected in a chain curving by openings that gave a feel of invisible walls between them. The cave-like walls echoed every sound, including the thumps and taps of fingers and feet against the metal ladder. I made sure to take quiet steps with my bulky boots to give us a better sense of stealth. Hopper was light as a feather, and her steps couldn't have woken an alarm clock. My boys, on the other hand, did not possess the grace or tact for a subtle entrance. With 3 booming stomps as they decided to jump down from halfway up the ladder, the sounds alarmed through the catacombs, bouncing back and forth between us and whoever else was here. I got the pistol ready as I gave him a quiet glare before looking out through the curving tunnel. As if it was species-specific, a discord of paws smacking the cavern floor through the chambers warned us of the imminent number of wolves we were going to face. I guess this is what happened when you brought brutes on a stealth mission. Machete in one hand and shotgun in the other, I waited for the assailants to make their grand entrance. As soon as I saw the first one, I made my best effort to unload a magazine magically without a final bullet to unload. They were just outside of my accurate range and clear vision, but that didn't quite matter when you filled the air with bullets. I had to admit, the lightning bolts coming out of the gun made it feel like laser tag. War was serious, but lightning bullet live shows were fun. They were coming in one at a time, which I thought was going to make this easier, but I underestimated how many bullets each one was going to take, which was much more than 1. Out of the 7 that came up in this wave, 2 were floored early, another 3 were slowed to a crawl by the shock, and the last 2 were just injured by them. Damn, most of the regular grunts were down for the count with 1 of the electric bullets, even on flesh wounds. Elites were tough sons of bitches. 7 would have been a pain, but 5 spearmen were manageable. 2 teams of 2, Scooby and Snoopy, tackled the first elite to charge, and Hopper helped Toby with the second. Walking past 2 of them, I slashed at Hopper's foe with my machete and shot Scooby's, leaving them to handle the rest while I took on the crawlers. I couldn't have told you how great it was to never worry about reloading in a fight. The first of the 3 just couldn't handle so many lightning bolts to the face. The sparks flew from the gun, tearing up his maw as he fell to the ground. The other ones took the hint to hoof it away from my line of sight, trying to strafe me on their injured legs.
With that thankful handicap, I kept my eyes on both of them, keeping a blade between one of them and me while I shot the other. Once he was down, the last one took the split-second opening to get in close with his spear. The blade scraped against me, sliding against the chainmail as it tore a gash in the side of my overalls. Ripped clothes aside, it gave me the chance to pin the spear in my arm and side, using the pistol in the other arm to make a charred hole in his neck. Turning to the others, I saw the end of the fight as the others surrounded the surviving elite. Hopper kicked the elite's head upward an instant before Scooby smashed his fists over the wolf's head, slamming him into the floor. Then Toby and Snoopy skewered him with their spears, and the elite was dead. Hopper gave a victory hop.
Good work, boys, she congratulated the wolves. That went well, although I think it'll be easier if we start low with our strikes. They usually start out with those twirling attacks, going high to low when there's a bunch of us, so we can get them in the gut early.
They're so fast, though, Snoopy debated. I'm always trying to keep my face out of the way before they're going for the legs.
If I'm helping out, I'll try to get that low hit to the leg, you block the top hit, and then I can get that gut, Hopper suggested. Maybe if you have the top of your spear to help block, you can use that position to force the spearhead down into their lower body.
Sounds good, I guess, Snoopy said. Thanks, Hopper.
Pshaw, she bounded over to me. It's just a suggestion.
Are you giving wolves pointers in combat? I asked to the bunny sensei. They've been fighting each other for centuries. You fought in your first battle ever less than a month ago. Against this guy. Toby waved when I gestured at him.
I'll have you know that I've been in this world for around 50 years, and I've spent most of that time in combat, my lord.
Hopper submitted her false credentials with a huff.
I've got all the experience I need to teach. You're never too old to learn a new thing. And Toby's a great fighter, thank you very much. Beating him is a trophy.
You were literally in and then out of this world around those 50 years. I chuckled at her pouting. Literally, around them. We circled around those 50 years and avoided them entirely.
I've been winning my fights every time since then.
She outsassed me with the classic side-to-side head shift and the accusing finger move.
Just ask Toby.
She's pretty good, boss, Toby agreed. You should have seen her in the fight in town. She beat 6 guys in a second one time. She trounced a noble while she was hopping around, but then she kicked all the grunts that were trying to swear their loyalty to her.
They snuck up on me,
she justified herself as she blushed.
I spook very easily.
So that's the secret to fighting. I scratched my chin, just getting really freaked out. Of course, I've been going about it all wrong. I've only been freaking out on the inside.
The supplementation of flexibility and balance paired with both her insubstantial weight and proportions that allow the full utilization of the impossibly titanic force she's able to exert upon objects and opponents constitutes a combination for martial potentiality unrivaled unilaterally by any governed by conventional physical limitations, Scooby added. Does he do that a lot? Snoopy asked us.
I think it builds up if he doesn't talk for a while, I answered.
Sorry.
Scooby excused his outburst of words.
It's worked so far.
She hugged my side in her embarrassment.
I apologize for my arrogance, my lord.
Hey, you've got nothing to apologize for, I rubbed her arm. You kick ass. End of story. We traveled further down the catacombs, which were just tremendously huge. Just walking and walking and walking and walking. It felt endless. Thankfully, the exciting new development of a straightening of the path was able to keep our excitement just long enough for the slight bend to curve the other way. Whoa. I figured we killed most of the guards, so the exciting part was mostly over.
Do you want to ride on my back, boss? Toby asked. You don't seem to run as fast as we do. It might make things go along quicker.
You know, I was going to ask, but it seemed degrading to both of us, I confessed. A grown man asking another grown man for a piggyback ride just ain't right.
But I'm a wolf, Toby insisted. It's a wolfie back ride.
I didn't have anything to say to that. All right. I hopped onto his back and just tried not to think about it. As a big guy, there weren't enough times to count on one hand that I'd felt like a kid since elementary school. Riding on the back of a giant, shaggy monster man, only taking up the upper part of his back as I clung on, rushing through the stone halls like they were a roller coaster, That counted on the hand. Rounding a corner, Hopper stopped, prompting the others to a sudden skid and all jump into the side, out of sight by the edge of the chamber exit.
More of them up ahead,
Hopper reported with a wiggling of her nose.
A lot more than last time.
Glad we had a super sniffer. But if we could smell them, they could smell us. Can you smell them, boys? I quietly hopped off his back, pulling out the pistol and the machete.
Nothing, boss.
Snoopy tickled the air with his nose.
This whole cave's got a weird smell. Makes it all blurry.
You sure they're close? Actually smart, keeping the place cloaked so that every fight is blind for any wolf who might try to break in.
They're here, my lord,
Hopper affirmed.
There's a big group.
I guess they didn't account for Hopper, though. How many? I asked her.
A lot more.
Hopper gave a vague amount.
A lot more.
How far away?
Fairly quick for us, pretty far for you,
Hopper answered. Another blush came to her face.
Not to imply that you're slow, my lord. I just meant that, you're just specialized in other areas besides...
I'll flat out say that I am. I looked inside my pack for supplies, coming up with a plan. Just spent 10 minutes playing horsey because I couldn't keep up with y'all. Guess that makes me the tortoise to all you hares.
We're wolves,
Toby stated the obvious.
And she's a bunny. You're the only hare. Maybe he's not a hare, but actually a tortoise,
Snoopy theorized.
A superior breed of animal that sacrifices speed for strange abilities and the brains of the most powerful nobles. He's just a smaller one that's taken his shell off to fight better. That'd explain why he's able to beat all the other nobles so badly all the time.
Do tortoises have hair?
Hopper scrunched her nose up with her lips.
Timberpine always called them lizards, and they had scales when he ate them.
Biological oddities comprise vast quantities of unexplainable mysteries beyond contemporary understandings of biomechanical...
A shotgun butt to his nose shut Scooby up.
Sorry. Do you know what I said?
I'm not actually a tortoise. I nipped that crazy conspiracy theory in the bud. I'm just slow. Let's focus. One of these days, that misinformation would spread like wildfire. With all my gear reevaluated and a plan formed, I put back the pistol and machete in favor of the shotgun. Time to stop dicking around with elites. Hopper, you're with me. I laid out their parts of the plan. Boys, get their attention, but don't fight. Draw them back here. Group them together if you can. When you jump through the smoke, immediately move out to that back wall and wait. Do not lean towards that wall before you clear the smoke. Give yourself a lot of space between you and them. I repeat, do not let them get ahead of you when you're coming back here. Do not engage them alone, and don't touch them directly when they're on fire. You have spears for that.
Sure thing, boss,
Toby acknowledged, and they went out.
What about me?
Hopper asked.
Am I supposed to still kick the on-fire elites?
Hey, you're my backup plan, I told her. The not-on-fire elites will be the real problem, which you are the solution to. Cracking a few of the road flares I still had, I handed a couple to Hopper, and we set them up on the exit to this chamber of the tunnel, flooding the large opening with smoke. With a few smoke bombs I had packed just for safe measure, I felt confident the wall was obscure enough. Pulling Hopper back with me, we hid back in the corner, ready for the wolves to start coming in. I lumbered myself up as I heard the rumbling paws scratching the rocky floor, lining up my spot to get the best spread out and catch the most elites. As the roaring echo built up, I loosed the shoulders a bit before tensing them for the kick of the shotgun. 3 wolves jumped through first. My trigger finger twitched, but they were all my boys, who all masterfully obeyed my orders, jumping to the wall opposite us as soon as they landed in the chamber. Last time I'd used the fire shotgun, the last wolf was immortal and just pissed off by the flames. Now we'd see how well it worked on mortals.
They're getting away!
I heard one of the elites express what was happening in front of him in true and traditional evil henchman fashion. And like an evil henchman that wore his bunny-eating pride on his uniform, he and his friends were going to get a little crispy. Spreading the smoky veil apart, the wolves clamored out to hunt down their supposed prey, and I started unloading. Now that we were in a more spacious area than a street alleyway, the fire of the shotgun had a little more room to stretch its way out, filling a third of the whole chamber with blazing heat. The elites crumpled over themselves as their blue armors and furs were engulfed by red flame that crashed into the floor and slammed into the bottom edge of the entryway to the next chamber. Like a bonfire of bodies, the elites piled up in a heap, with every new flying dog making the pile that much bigger. My boys skewered the elites in the burning pile that was still twitching, standing at an angle to let the bodies pile up freely. But the shotgun didn't have the infinite ammo that the pistol had, so the fun had to end at some point. If I hadn't left the endless powder horn with the mansion, there would have been a lot more fire here. I might have been tempted to fill the bottoms of every chamber here with powder if there was time, or if the ventilation in here wasn't so sketchy. Indulging the crazier part of my pyromania would have to wait. Now we had elites who weren't immediately getting set on fire, but were still landing on the pile of bodies, so fire was still applied generously. I thought that 9 instantly dead elites was a fine way to start a battle, with more than half of the rest who jumped in catching fire from the burn pile. See, Timberpine, that was how you died properly to fire. Immediately when the fire cooked your insides. Excellent form, elites, perfect 10. That cheating white cannonball, on the other hand, wouldn't stay down and kick the bucket like God intended. 2 out of 10. Not that I'm still bitter. The last 4 to jump through the smoke caught themselves quickly enough to bounce off the elites, not quite fully burning on the pile, and landed outside the zone of hellish death I'd set up. Far less than I was expecting, honestly. Hopper immediately went into action, not giving her first opponent any room to breathe as she directed his attention forcefully with her kicks. I had already taken the sword and gun combo I was so accustomed to, putting 2 rounds in each leg of another elite, keeping him on the ground long enough for me to stab him in the roof of his mouth. As I slashed the next elite trying to crack his musket over my head, I realized that I didn't check the backs of the others for musket rifles. And if I had to hazard a guess, I would have said that they were all loaded with gunpowder, and more than half of them were inside a giant pile of fire. I may have accidentally created the universe's biggest and meatiest splinter bomb. A prestigious category of bomb, I know. "Boys, on the ground!" I shouted, hitting the floor as the musket swung way above my head. Obedient to the last, my wolves were busy fighting the still-cooking elites that could only partially save themselves from roasting, but took my words straight to heart. They all fell as if they had their off switches pressed, falling limp in stupidly hilarious ways. Snoopy and Toby were in mid-strike positions, pulling strangely brilliant feints as their blocking opponents failed to stop them from falling straight over. Scooby was deflecting hits with his spear, but had to take one to his side deliberately to prioritize getting to the ground exactly when I told him to. Not quite what I meant, but I'd take it. Hopper danced and whirled around her opponent's head, having 2 elites on her. With her victim indisposed and her other opponent too confused to help, Hopper locked an arm in one of hers, pinning the elite's neck as she threw them both down on the ground. While the second opponent saw his chance to skewer the bunny to the ground, Hopper kicked the grounded elite back up as he still recoiled, pushing him in the way as the spear dug straight into his side, right in the bare part of the armpit and into his heart. I was champion of time calling right then, as the bullets popped out of the pile of bodies in one huge bang, shooting out randomly and ricocheting off the walls, hitting the on-fire elites as well as the last 2 unharmed ones, dropping all of them to the ground one by one. As the last few shots popped out, and only the sound of the fire charring the bodies was left, I gave the all-clear. "Good work, boys," I congratulated the hard workers. "Brought 'em in like lambs to the slaughter. Yes, I know they're wolves, it's a figure of speech. Just take the compliment." "Thanks, boss," Toby admitted. "Holy shit, Hopper," I turned to the bunny. "Where'd you learn some of those moves?"
Well,"
she blushed as she twisted side to side nervously.
"it's easy. You just move your legs around and just do the moves, I guess. Keep moving all the time. They can't really hurt you if they can't get a good hit on you."
She had no clue how much of a natural she was.
My lord."
"Very pleasing," I congratulated her, to which she smiled. I shouldn't say I'm surprised, considering who I'm talking to, but I'm still impressed nonetheless. Do we have anyone else to worry about?
"The burnt bodies are making everything smell, boss."
Snoopy twitched his nose.
"I can't get nothing except that and the weird cave smell."
5 more.
Hopper tweaked her little nose a few times.
Plus a bunny. We're close. There are more grunts and wolves up there, Not as much blue-stained smell as here.
Boys, I looked at them, disappointed, as I gestured at an invisible snout of my own with my hands. This whole thing you've got here is supposed to be designed to make your smelling top tier in the animal kingdom. How are you losing to the bunny with the tiny sniffer?
It's above a top-tier smeller then, boss,
Toby concluded. Must be. I started walking towards the last stretch of the tunnel chambers. Head on back, boys. See if you can't see what's happening up above. We've moved a bit far away, and I don't want to come back to a bunch of dead wolves up there just because I can't hear them calling. Scooby will come back and report the situation to me if there's a problem.
Yes.
Scooby, very tight-lipped, peeped out.
Sir, yes.
Big word build-up, I guessed. The spotted fur dope nodded. Get it out while you run back. I let out a laugh. Boys, just ignore him. They rushed out, Scooby soliloquizing about how long the tunnel was as they echoed off into the distance. Let's get moving so we don't leave them out any longer than...
Of course, my lord.
Hopper was prepared to act. And, as if this tunnel ride hadn't been humiliating enough, Hopper got under my legs, picking me up with her powerful legs, holding my lower back as she zoomed towards the goal at lightning speeds. I could feel my upper body bending us from side to side, steering us far too close to the catacomb walls. Keeping upright when I made us so top-heavy was a pain in the abs. Then, the next moment later, I was set down at the last chamber of the tunnel, next to the steel door in the side of it.
Here we are, my lord,
Hopper whispered and whipped her ponytail back. Why did we walk at my pace anywhere? I asked myself quietly. Like our big trip to the port. That could have been much faster. I feel so slow now.
You never asked, my lord,
Hopper hushed.
I'm sorry you feel that way. I don't think it's a bad thing. You've beaten a lot of fast wolves and became a lord. That's more than I've done.
I'm not looking for a pity party, just rethinking how I might have done things differently, I sighed. But I don't think you could have done that the whole time. You'd have been just as tired as the wolves, and then you couldn't have helped keep them from eating us. And sure as hell they weren't being cooperative. Would have just been bucking broncos the whole time. Plus, I'd have crashed us more times than my head could handle.
Check on the others,
I heard a muffled and gravelly voice on the other side of the door.
See what they know about this.
Company, I whispered. Stick to the wall by the hinges. When a few of them step through, kick it closed. Loading up the shotgun and switching to the pistol, I took my position at the other side of the door. She plunked against the side, I said, as the door opened. 2 spears jabbed through in a probing motion, then retreated. Shortly afterward, 2 wolf grunts slowly tiptoed through the opening, looking everywhere except where we were for intruders. Hopper slammed the door closed, and I popped the 2 of them in the smalls of the back easily. Neither of them made a peep as they fell down effortlessly, convulsing as they fell unconscious. With that out of the way, we prepared for more to step through. We're only killing the elite, I told Hopper. If I can get the other 2 grunts away, we can get 4 more wolves out of this. Be gentle. Gentler. Hopper nodded her head.
Cowards!
The voice spoke again, now very, very miffed with our behavior.
Come face me. Your popping trick won't work so easily on the strong.
Can you believe the nerve of this guy? I asked Hopper.
May I go in first, my lord?
Hopper beseeched.
To call me a coward is one thing, but you, my master, Timberpine Slayer?
She took a deep, fuming breath in.
I am not happy.
She positioned herself farther back, giving herself a head start for a grand entrance. By all means, I allowed, loading my shotgun up. I have some things of my own to discuss with the gentleman. I opened the door for her. With a runner stance, she flexed her legs, popping her neck. Then, as if her launch was the gun, she boomed through the door as she leapt inside to make her opinion of the wolf's comment very clear. Flipping my shotgun to have the butt out like a club, I entered right after to make a similar argument.
Chapter 25.
And then we saved you, but you were there for that, I said, wrapping my story as we headed down the next stretch of tunnel. I probably should have asked this earlier, but what would Timberpine have you do for him when he came to see you?
He wanted me to help keep his chops working,
Tinker said.
He said that they kept cracking, and he learned I taught myself how to read, so he had me learn how to fix them while I was tied up here. Prove I'm still useful. I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't know that they would do those horrible things to him.
I might have done the same thing in your position, I assured her with a stroke of her hair. It is more than fine. He's dead. More importantly, you fixed charms?
Yeah,
She said.
if you have too many charms on a single object, the energies bounce off each other and start breaking them, so I fixed them. He had 5 on each leg, and since he wanted them permanently on his legs, it was like 10 charms were pushing their energies through him.
Do you, I started to say, make them? I was putting a lot of emotional charge in the hope bank here.
Yes,
She answered.
I've actually been working on the casings for a few charms as you were telling your story, using the stuff from your bag.
She showed several little flat stones, like the charms I've been using, but without any glowing parts.
There's still a lot of work to do to make it an actual charm, but this should save us a little time when I have some blueprints.
Last question, I said to her with a grave look in my eye. Can you take charms off of things and put them on other things?
Yeah, it's easy,
She said as my heart skipped.
Do you have any you need to be removed?
We're in business! My voice echoed through the cavern as I clapped once in victory. I picked her up and twirled her around. You can read, you can fix them, you can make them, and you can move them. You are just the whole package.
Oh my!
Tinker was at a loss for words as I kept her spinning around.
I'm so happy that you're happy, sir. I can make as many charms as you need. I'll get started as soon as I get some blueprints.
I'm getting my jerky. I set her down, going over to Hopper and picking her up. All the jerky. Everybody gets jerky. We'll be drowning in it. I'm in a shower in that jerky every morning. Jerky!
And now that Hopper's fixed, we can go wherever we want.
Tinker jumped up for joy. I set Hopper down with a bit of a dour look on my face. Hopper's face was much more so.
What happened? Did shutting down the generator not get the portals back up?
No, I said to her. We wouldn't have walked this tunnel if they did. Don't get me wrong, it's better, but it's not quite working. Hopper placed her hands out in front of herself, channeling her power to make a portal. A faint, thin oval of purplish energy, almost completely transparent, tried to come into existence, but didn't get any clearer, no matter how hard Hopper tried to bring it about. After a moment, she let out a breath, and the faded portal disappeared. She didn't lift up her head, even after the portal closed, as she rested in her supposed defeat. We're getting close, though, I pointed out. We weren't able to do even that before. Once we get that other generator, we'll be able to go wherever we like.
My lord,
Hopper tried to apologize before my fingers were on her lips, closing them. We're doing just fine without portals, I told Tinker. We're kicking ass and contributing equally, even without magical powers.
But what if you didn't have to?
Tinker said, the cogs turning in her mind. Do you have something for us? I asked her, seeing those cogs turning.
I think I do,
she bounced excitedly.
I think I have a lot of things for you, sir.
Glad to hear it, I said, but first you get to meet the boys. We had finally reached the ladder after our long travel and riveting stories. Before we got on, I made sure we were all prepared in case things were bad up there. If those boys were as literal as I knew they were, and something happened to Scooby, the rest of them would have kept fighting all the way to their deaths instead of thinking to find me to help. We could have been coming up to a face full of spears and musket fire as soon as that hatch lifted. With my gun and machete ready to unsheath as soon as I was out, I went on up first, not being one to presume to take a position below a woman, and we all headed up. Getting up to the hatch itself, I prepared myself for the worst, taking a quick peek as quietly as I could. And there was Toby's pale gray fur, along with Old Yeller's blonde and Scooby's spots, Foxhound's dark red, all calmly shuffling about. No sounds of battle. It seemed safe enough. I lifted the lid all the way, climbing out of the metal tube to breathe some fresh air again, bringing up the girls with me. Going through the mental tally in my head of names, all of the wolves were accounted for, plus the 4 we got from the generator. Inky, Blinky, Pinky, and Clyde seemed to be fitting in just fine, and I was running out of names. While I noticed something particularly alarming, they greeted us with wolfish hospitality.
"Hey, boss!" Lassie shouted. "Glad you're back."
Is that the bunny?
Old Yeller shouted.
Hello, new girl. My name is Old Yeller. I don't yell at old people. I was a shepherd before I was shepherd,
Shepherd countered.
I don't think they was related, though. Hello.
Boys? I inquired about the alarming thing I noticed, hands together like I was praying and pressed against my nose. Did you guys howl for me?
No, why?
Poodle answered, oblivious to my implication. Can you tell me what this is about? I said as I gestured towards the alarming thing.
What about, boss?
Toby asked as if it wasn't obvious. On the ground below us, there were the 10 bodies of the elites we had fought before. That wasn't confusing, I was there for that. I was not there for the other few dozen bodies of city guards and keep guards on the ground around those first bodies, lining up the mound as if it was some kind of decorative pattern on a macabre picnic blanket. They were all dead, of course, but that was not the point. The point was that there was an army of them going all the way down to the edge of the stump line, and at no point was I given any indication of this event occurring, even though I had specifically instructed these wolves to provide such indication should an event such as this occur. Such specific instructions were ignored. I took a deep breath. Scooby, Toby, Snoopy, I called each of them by name specifically to get them to pay attention. Were there other wolves besides my pack members up here when you got here?
Yeah, there were a bunch of them,
Toby said.
They were charging up the hill on all sides and everything.
Scooby, I addressed him specifically now, and still up on my face. Did I not tell you to come to me if there was fighting?
No,
he answered.
You said to report to you if there was a problem.
My eyes widened in my subdued frustration. Are you telling me that you didn't see the encroaching armies of the Baron on the tube as a problem, Scooby?
Well, at first they almost were,
Foxhound defended Scooby.
There were a bunch of them, so we were going to howl for you, but then the first 3 showed up. So we thought you knew about it, and we just kept going. But then there were even more of them, and we were going to howl for you, but then 4 more wolves came up from the tube, saying you sent them up. We thought you knew about that too.
He made a compelling case for their innocence. In fact, I would have been the incriminating party here, given the wording and the reinforcements timing. All right, let's head out then. We've got a lot to do. Back at the mansion, I saw that wolves and rabbits were still working around each other, preparing the mansion for battle. Strangely, it seemed that the barricading and reinforcement work had not progressed since I left, even though there were clearly bunnies and wolves working to put more boards down. Everyone seemed to be working just as hard as before, much to my pleasure. It seemed I didn't miss any skirmishes yet. Hopefully, we wouldn't have anything to worry about until we were ready to strike back. For now, I was counting my blessings. My wolves took jobs as soon as they were inside the courtyard, including the 4 new ones, taking cues from the others as to where to be helpful. We had barely made it through the door before I found myself stripped of my guns and my supplies, only to see them rushed off on 2 little bunny legs as they charged through the hallways.
"I'll bring these right back, I promise, although some of it might be used up. I'm so sorry, sir,"
Tinker blurted out in one word, disappearing into the corridors. Show her where the blueprints are, Hopper. I leaned over to her. She's got a lot of steel beams and no house to build right there. Yes, my lord. She followed after the little kleptomaniac.
"I can't wait to see what she finds. I hope we find something fun."
Will you be needing those retrieved, Your Grace?
Bugs hopped over to me as I rolled my shoulders. No need, Bugs, I instructed him. Give her free rein of the place. Anything she needs for her work, she gets. Keep her away from the healers and their things, though. She needs those supplies, so have her come ask me.
Are you sure, Your Grace?
Bugs asked.
Do you know what she may inquire about? What she might take? She seems to be quite forward, if you don't mind my saying.
That's a common trait among bunnies, Bugs, I reminded him. Never a dull moment with them. And this place is going to be converted into another structure once I take the castle. No one person needs this much space just for them.
Oh,
Bugs seemed a little solemn.
And will you still be needing the servants here, Your Grace, or
Are they? Of course, I told him. First of all, I'll need people to get this reworked into something the city needs. Secondly, I'll be needing people to staff whatever I decide to build here. And thirdly, I'm taking almost everyone here with me to the castle, save for whoever would fit best working at the place I come up with. Don't you worry, Bugs. That's an order.
It will be done, Your Grace.
Bugs bowed. How are the preparations coming along? I asked, taking a look around. Do we have an estimated time we'd be finished?
We had a bit of a hiccup come along when the city guard paid us a rather hostile visit, Your Grace, he reported grimly. We were much further along before their assault.
How many dead or wounded?
No dead, Your Grace,
Bugs informed me to my relief.
The wolf you have named Bolter organized quite the defensive effort. In fact, his leadership caused quite some confusion in the ranks of the guard, as they were strategizing specifically to kill him and dissolve our defensive effort. They managed to capture him, having burnt through more than half of the forces they rallied to do it.
Shit. I stroked my hair with distress. But he's still alive then? Do we know where they're keeping him, or why?
Oh, no, they released him shortly after, Bugs continued. When they realized the error they made in thinking he was a pack leader, they retreated. Turns out, their whole plan was to retake the estate by taking the pack leader they thought you would have left in charge of it. He's still helping reorganize the defenses, if you'd like to see him.
I'll get to him in my rounds, I told him. So that's why we're still barricading then? You guys cleaned up the war debris like it was never here. I was puzzling about why we weren't further along. Good to know you've held the fort just as well as I could have hoped.
I would hope that our efforts would always please you, Your Grace.
Bugs bowed again.
We live to serve as you need.
You can tell them I am very pleased with all their efforts, I commanded. You're all doing amazing work. What about the wounded, though?
Yes, we have quite a few of those, Bugs sighed. Even a few of our more foolhardy rabbits decided to take up a fighting stance, despite warnings from myself and many others. We are near capacity for the healers in your master bedroom.
Have the servants' quarters converted into an emergency clinic for now, I directed. Give them all the space they need and make sure every healer has an able-bodied assistant if they need one. Anything else they need, make sure they get it.
Of course, Your Grace,
he complied.
Anything else?
That will be all, Bugs, I dismissed him. Thank you as well. You've done great work with not much to work with.
I live to serve, Your Grace.
Bugs hopped along to carry out my orders as faithfully as always. They really were the cream of the crop. I've been putting everyone in danger from the moment I stepped into this world, and everyone I worked with was top-notch at helping me rectify that. You didn't need a lot of people if every last one you had was the best of the best. They'd really saved my ass. Every single one of them served me faithfully, assisting me personally, fighting for me, helping those I was sworn to protect, or otherwise advancing my goals, even those like Gamork. Maybe it was time I paid him a visit, see how he was doing. He was still an asshole. Chapter 26. After visiting Gamork, who was still being an asshole, I gathered that my tough love had been working on him, albeit slowly. He was prone to snapping at the healers attending him, but Apgar was quick to knock that out of him whenever he started. But according to Apgar, he'd actually said thank you to one of the healers earlier. We weren't quite at the standard yet, but progress was key. But that growing act of kindness was also without the looming threat of banishment and death looming over his head. I took that as a sign that he was changing. And if he was acting, I could have just as easily broken him again. I went to see Balto next to give him my thanks personally. I'm glad I discovered him right before the assault. Although not to diminish any of Balto's accomplishments, many of the wolves I'd worked with longer could have done the job with similar effectiveness, if only because the critical factor was the fact that they thought he was a pack leader. But he was fiercely loyal to what could have very well been his end. The Wolf Society taught that all of the pack members were to have been loyal until they died, but that last bit of effort was always lacking when they thought they were going to switch over to another pack leader. If I was going to keep winning all the way to the top, everyone who worked for me had to fight harder and longer than the enemy. Anytime I brought wolves and rabbits over to my side, they'd be better for it,
and I would be able to trounce any force of equal number. I wondered if I would have had sub-pack leaders in my pack, but that seemed like a recipe for someone to come in and dissolve my estate the same way I did. They'd all broker with me. Dealing with the nobles in the city was going to be a bitch once I dealt with the Baron in that case. They all had packs, and getting them to give them up may be too directly against wolf culture to not end in bloodshed. I figured, after visiting both the worst and the best my wolves had to offer, all that walking and talking was enough time for Tinker to get at least some of the papers translated for me. I found her and Hopper in the office, poring over papers as she handed them to her assistant. It was more paper than Bunny at this point, while she simultaneously worked on a set of magical charms with tools from my bag. On her face, I definitely saw the bits and pieces of my binoculars had become a set of goggles, and many of my toolkits had been reshaped into strange mechanical wrenches and screwdrivers, chisels and crafting tools, completely reworking many of the things I had brought along for our early survival. Both she and Hopper were also in completely different outfits. Tinker in a long leather coat and suspenders over a plaid shirt, like she was a mix between a scientist and a mechanic, and Hopper in a double-breasted, old-timey medical outfit, with a skirt that went just far enough that it technically was at her thighs. Yes, that was all very fun to see. I was willfully ignoring the charred black marks over the desk and shelves as they noticed my approach.
"Sir!"
Tinker's hands twitched, and the charms flew into the air. She caught them in her big, thick leather gloves before they fell to the ground, slapping them down on the table before running around the desk to come to me.
"There are so many things I've got to show you."
I'm excited. Let's see. I walked over to see what she had made.
"First, the guns."
She pulled out my 3 babies, my pride and joy. I was a little worried she had messed with the delicate yet sturdy balance of the designs, but she seemed very capable of coming up with what she needed.
"This one, your smallest musket, I've added some special features."
She took it out to show me.
"Since you're using an infinite charm on this bullet carrier in the handle, I shortened it and used the rest of the space to install a portable explosive you can throw and detonate. I also miniaturized some of the mechanisms inside the slider part so I could fit in some stabilizing elements and improve accuracy."
You shrunk the magazine, put a grenade in there instead, and you shrunk the action to reduce the recoil? I clarified. It seems she didn't have certain technical vocabulary figured out in that big brain of hers. How did you know how to make this? Didn't Timberpine just teach you how to make charms?
"There were some mechanical designs with the hunter's papers, so I just adapted what they knew as I took apart your guns to discover what makes them do their thing."
She put the pistol away to present the shotgun.
"With this one, I found a way to make the pumping handle thing go by itself without making it heavy or losing any shooting capability, so you can fire it in one hand."
You automated the pump action without sacrificing weight or firepower, I summarized with better terminology. But how'd you learn all of this so fast?
"I just looked at it, I guess, and then I got it. It's easy once you see all the things it can do."
She got out the rifle.
"This one, I added a lightweight blade at the end that shouldn't make you shoot any worse, and I made a stand for it that folds in and out with these pressure things I used some charms on to keep them working both ways. You can stand up yourself and turn it on or off, and the little stand can make some feet for it instantly, and can go away instantly too. It also can do it while you're lying down if you want."
A bayonet and a magic bipod stand I can use while standing myself? More simplifying for my own sake. So you can just look at something and learn everything about the sciencey stuff, and yet you don't know any of the technical words?
"Not unless somebody wrote them down."
Tinker put away the rifle to take out the charms.
"All of these papers and things didn't have any of them from what I read, but I can always reread them in my head to double-check."
Hold on. You perfectly memorize everything you read? I felt like a damn computer, just translating everything she was saying into something I could understand. You read something, and then it's just there forever.
"Yeah, I've already memorized everything Hopper's holding."
Tinker laid the charms out onto the desk as she brushed off some more papers. Hopper's papers all fell to the ground as her arms also fell limp in protest.
"What?"
she shouted at Tinker.
"Why did you have me hold all of these papers for you then?" "Oh, I just needed them out of my way."
She made some finishing touches on the charms as she presented them.
You could have just tossed them to the side. My arms hurt, Tinker, Hopper chastised Tinker for her absent-minded behavior. I was thinking I was helping. I don't know all of this magic stuff like you do, but I wanted to be doing something useful right now. You do useful stuff all the time. Tinker looked up from her work. Every time you showed up in Lord Hank's story, you were fighting like 5 wolves at the same time. Yeah, but that's in a fight. Hopper's hands closed as she put them up to her lips. Now that nobody's fighting, I don't have anything to kick. Hopper, you know you can take a break, right? I told her. You can just sit back, take 5 minutes, and relax until we're ready to head over to the keep. You deserve it. Everyone else is helping, Hopper whined a little. I don't want to be the only one being lazy just because Bugs is already cleaning the house and nothing needs kicking. I want to still be doing something for everyone. I'm sure there's some job that needs people around here, I said, thinking about what she could do to feel better. Maybe Bugs can direct you to someone who needs... You can try out the charm on this belt I made for you. Tinker held up the belt in question, which had a glowing rune on the buckle. I like it, Tinker. Hopper took the belt and put it on, still sounding sad. I really do. It's one of those belts that goes with everything, but I don't think... It's a magic belt, Tinker interrupted her. I said try out, not try on. I need you to test it for me, see if it works. Oh, what does it do? Hopper asked the lingering question. Well, if I did it right, it should be perfect for you. The inventor looked over the charm on the buckle. I tried to make it do the opposite of what the generators do, since I saw how those work while dangling above all the machines and stuff. It'll make a big area around you that should weaken the effect of the generator, stopping the portals from opening up. I don't know how big the area is, and I don't think they'll be able to make the portal to Lord Hank's world, but you should be able to make portals around here. I need you to learn more about what it does. Hopper put her hand out, and a portal appeared just by the front door of the office. Looking at it, it was just a strange, purplish, staticky mist, not leading anywhere. Hopper then put her other arm out, making a portal right next to the first, mirroring each other. In between them, the portal's electric purple haze disappeared, showing a strange funhouse version of the office with infinite versions of it. Hopper stepped in between the portals as Tinker and I watched her discover her powers for the first time. The backside of the portal was still staticky and purple, which got me thinking that these only worked one way. As she stepped inside, the funhouse reflections showed versions of herself, but they were all facing the same direction as her. Reaching through the portal, she went to poke the shoulder of one of the portals, and the other portal's duplicate of Hopper did the same to her, tapping her on the shoulder in the exact same way that she tapped the shoulder of the duplicate she was focusing on. She gave her own shoulder a few scratches using the portal, smiling to herself like a child who just found a BB gun. A devilish giggle came out of her mouth as she looked through both portals. Please be careful. I couldn't help but worry, what with the defying of the perfectly good laws in nature we all abided by being a recipe for disaster, I just wanted everyone to not be losing limbs or something. She released both the portals, looking out through the hallway for her next target. With a hand out, she opened another portal about 3/4 of the way through, and one right beside her. Looking through the portal in the office, it was as if we had a doorway right through to the hallway. Looking through, I could see the office way at the end of the hallway, facing the opposite direction, and the three of us inside the office looking through the portal. Hopper stepped through the portal, into the hallway, and I turned my head to see out the office door through the same hallway to see Hopper standing 30 or so feet away. But she was also right through the portal in the office, not 2 feet from me. Ugh, my head hurt. The portal in the office closed, but the portal next to Hopper in the hallway didn't. The picture of the office in it disappeared, leaving the staticky purple haze once again. She pointed her hand to the side, making another portal that created a picture of more hallway in the first one, stepped through, and closed it behind her. Then the next portal opened up to a new location nearby in the mansion, and she jumped through with a victory cry, disappearing. While I was still trying to keep the endless maze of understanding quantum physics out of my head, Hopper cartwheeled past the office door outside, having made a path of portals leading right back here. Moving out through the doorframe to see where she went, I saw nothing in her place but the hallway, at least until another portal showed up and she jumped through it, making yet another portal as she disappeared yet again. Please, careful, I said to the air, hoping she heard me somewhere with her super hearing. I will,
Cartwheeling by the office door again, I heard Hopper affirm that she heard me, before disappearing yet again into nothingness. Chapter 27.
So, you want to see the charms I made now?
Tinker displayed the charms with a showy wave of her hand while we were alone in the office. Yeah, let's see how else we can laugh in the face of nature. I walked over to see what else she had to show.
I left the full cup charm on your pistol.
She previewed her charm collection.
But everything else I took off for you, plus the one on the powder horn and the ones I just made, so you can put them on where you like.
What are the new ones? I picked one of them up.
That one you're holding is an ice charm,
Tinker explained.
Makes things cold and icy.
With the lightning and fire, I think that's all the painful elements collected, I commented, picking up the next charm. And then this one?
Oh, that's for silence,
she said, taking it from me and placing it on a hammer she made.
Watch.
She slammed it against the desk, making a sizable round dent in the wood. However, you would have only known that from watching, as it made absolutely no sound. It was like I was watching the hammer on mute. She then took a screwdriver-like tool, scratching it against the side of the hammerhead with no scratching noises. With her demonstration done, she put her finger against the charm and it glowed at the edges, touching the metal, until it popped off on its own, right into her hand as she set it down. That's really something. I picked up the charm again. How big of a thing can it silence? Could I make a silent boat or craft for stealth tactics? Or maybe silence an elephant? Do charms stick to living things? Could I make something like a suit of armor silent?
They don't stick to alive things,
she informed me, to my slight disappointment.
You can put a rock in a box, put the charm on the outside or inside of the lid, and you wouldn't hear it rattle around inside. However, if you were trapped in the box, you would hear yourself and the stuff in it, but not anything outside of it.
How big can the box be?
About 3 horse-drawn carts.
She made measurements of an imaginary thing in her hands.
Cubed.
That's pretty big, I think. I tried to picture the strange measurement she decided to pick, then just remained satisfied that it was bigger than I'd probably need. Do you have a cup around? Let's try to duplicate some of these a couple of times, or really an infinite number of times for the wolves' weapons too.
The full cup doesn't work on any charms, sir, she warned. Trust me, I tried that already. I was going to pour out a bunch of full cups and make millions of charms of all the types. It only makes duds appear. Thankfully, it doesn't eat the first one in the process. Now we have a bunch of fake ones.
I can find a use for the fake ones. I put a hand to her cheek. Could you make more yourself, though? It looks like you were only able to make one of each of the new ones.
Yeah, it takes a while to make the small materials for it, she answered. And there's special little formulas and measurements to make, so you can't just make another one of the one you have unless you know the schematic for it. Then you have to make it balanced just right, or it doesn't work, and you have to enchant it yourself every time, which can get exhausting, and it takes forever, so you can't get a whole bunch of them done as fast as you want, and... I'm sorry.
No worries, I'm just talking logistics. I picked up the next one. How about this bad boy? Some kind of crazy laser or something?
No, she murmured, not laughing at my joke. It was supposed to be a feather charm, but it's busted. It's got a charm effect, but it doesn't work right.
Busted? I looked at it. You can't fix it then? Is it going to break on me?
No, it's busted.
She took it from my hand.
It doesn't work how it's supposed to. It was the last one I made before I started reading more from this office, and I think I stretched myself out too far. I wanted to make as many charms for you as I could, but I made a busted one instead.
What's so busted about it? I asked, looking at it. Does it make things heavier instead?
No, it just doesn't turn off when it's supposed to, she said. Well, I mean, it does, but only for a second, then it turns right back on again a second later.
You can turn charms off? I asked her, kicking myself for not finding Tinker sooner. She was a treasure trove of information and gadgets that would have made life so much easier.
Yeah, anyone can,
she said, grabbing the fire charm on the desk.
You just do this.
She rubbed her finger on it from top to bottom, and it stopped glowing. Then she went back from bottom to top, and it glowed again as before.
See? Easy.
That would have been handy to know,
I said, as I tried it myself with the lightning charm, finding it just as easy as she had. Can they all do that?
That's the usual way they're built to.
She put the fire charm back down.
You can change them to do that with another kind of touch, but that's the way they did it in the schematic for the others.
Can you make it just a tap?
Yeah, but do you want that?
She took a look at the charms as she thought about how to change them.
Well, if you accidentally slip your hand over it, then go to shoot and you've got the wrong one. Or you accidentally put too many charms on at once. That seems really sensitive.
I need sensitive, I told her. I want to be able to switch what kind of shots I need on the fly. Switching guns can kill if you time it wrong, and we're only running into crazier kinds of things as we keep going, so I need the special bullets as quickly as possible. Who knows what the Baron can do if Timberpine managed to make himself unkillable with charms?
Will do, sir.
She picked up some tools from the desk and started her work.
Do you want me to get rid of that busted feather charm?
Definitely not, I told her. So far, it's one of my favorites. I'll be keeping it until I come up with a special gift for you.
For me?
She halted her work for just a moment to blush at the surprise.
Why am I getting a gift? And what does it have to do with a busted charm?
This beauty is certainly not busted. I looked it over, figuring out the perfect place to put it, especially if the momentum stays the same at both weights. The way it is now is actually perfect for the idea I have. It's going to make you a force to be reckoned with for sure. Do you think you could swing a big stick?
I think I can handle your big stick,
she said confidently with a smile. Her cheeks flushed the moment she realized the innuendo she just made as she turned around to hide her face. I'm sorry, I backed away a bit. Does my breath smell bad? I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt. I didn't want to assume she meant it like that, in case she wasn't trying anything right now. Respectful and all that.
No.
The pink of her cheeks grew darker and darker as she turned to face me again.
I didn't mean what I said. I mean, I did. I think I can make use of it if you gave me the stick. It's a good gift. I could keep a firm grip on it and, not like, like the handle. It's got a handle, right? Because it's just a wood stick for swinging and nothing else. You were asking about a big wooden stick. That's actually perfect because I like big wood. I mean, yes, I think I'm capable of what you're asking. I can swing. Gift it to me, please. I want your stick. The wooden one, made of wood, from a tree. A regular tree with branches and birds. Is your wood hard? Like from an oak tree, hardwood trees, or cherry, or hickory, or maple. It doesn't matter. I would love all of your hardwood. Oh, why can't I stop talking? Please say something.
God damn, you're just as bad as me. I stopped that train in its tracks. How does a bunny know how to talk around a private subject so blatantly like that? Wolves seem to want anything related to that literally in its own box in the corner to forget about.
Oh, some of the books I would read before I got put in the generator had some references like that.
She put her head down and looked up at me.
A lot of hares and bunnies going on adventures, fighting monsters and saving the day. The hunter saving the world long before now. Then, in some of them, they'd talk about things like that. It was always with different words, but they had the same feel to it. Besides the hunter stories, those were actually some of my favorite ones.
So, you were aware of what it was referring to then? I put the feather charm in a pocket in my overalls. And you were drawn to that? She avoided my gaze with her eyes, bouncing around the room in her anxiousness.
A few of my other masters had those stories in their libraries and offices. They never let slaves inside, but I didn't care. They weren't going to bother to read them. They just have them, so they look more civilized. I read those stories whenever I could. A couple of times each.
I thought you memorized everything you read on the first go, I questioned her.
I kept telling myself that I was just making sure I didn't forget them.
She rubbed her little bunny footpaw on the floor in a twist.
But I think it was really just easier to be there again in those moments.
Does it feel better when you're looking at it fresh? I took a step toward her. Like you're there, a part of it, as one of them, as the bunny in the story.
Not me,
she whispered out.
I knew I could never actually be in a story like that, but just feeling it was enough, being present in it. I guess the emotion of it felt more alive, you know? Not just a memory, but an experience. It made me feel like I wasn't alone. It made me feel like someone was there for me when things were always getting worse. I always had somewhere to run to when I went back to those people's lives, a brave adventure I could just fall into when I was tired of everything. When I was in a generator, I imagined those stories again to distract myself, except I needed to feel like I was there again, so I could not be where I was, so...
Take your time. Another step to her, getting right up to her as she came up to my chest. I'll be right here when you're ready. I want to know more about you.
It wasn't enough to just think about it.
She pressed up next to me, her hands on my sides as mine reached down to hers.
It still hurt. I couldn't leave and run like before. It had to be like when I read them on paper. That's when I started imagining myself as the bunny, but it was the hunter who was with me. It felt the most real then, even more than reading it. Having the hunter be there for me kept me going when I wanted to give up. I wanted there to be a real hunter, so I could get as real as I could.
Tinker, if only we had more time. I put a hand to the side of her neck. Once this nonsense with the Baron is over. With a crackling glub, a purplish misty static burst wide into an oval, breaking us both out of the trance we were in as we looked to see one of Hopper's portals manifest itself.
We should have found Tinker first!
Hopper's voice emanated from this portal just created in the office, heralding the portal jumper to jump out of it. She bounced against the empty bookshelf on the wall opposite of her portal as it smacked against the wall and fell forward. As Hopper bounced back, she closed the portal behind her and opened another in front, just in time for the bookshelf to fall through. The bookshelf was pulled into it, flying, or better said, falling through the air to wherever Hopper set the other end. After a moment, a splintering crash rang out from the portal, along with a simultaneous muffled one just on the other side of the wall in the hallway.
"Oh, sweet mercy!"
I heard a Hare's voice, Roger, through the portal speak.
"Hopper broke the sky! Somebody call Lord Dragon Oak! The Master's sky is breaking!" "Calm down, Roger. She just explained this to us."
Another Hare, Peter, the one I saved from Timberpine before, called up to us, most likely yanking at Roger's collar by the choking sounds.
"That's enough wood, Hopper. Thank you. Are you sure we can use this? It's broken now, but it looks like it came from Lord Dragon Oak's office. I don't want to make him mad today, or ever."
"It's fine, Peter." I walked over to the portal, looking down to the ground, even though the portal was sideways. "I am aware of the situation, and she has my blessing. After the fact, admittedly." He and Roger were outside, in the defunct garden just a dozen feet or so from us geographically, though we'd have to walk all the way around through the kitchen and out to get to it ourselves. The two Hares were making piles of wood to put in bundles as emergency stock to put the barricades back up if needed. While both were frazzled by the flying bookshelf, Roger was not handling the portal with grace.
"Your Grace, what are you doing in the sky-hole?"
He gasped out at the horrifying miracle he was experiencing.
"Do you need me to help call someone to get you down?"
No, like all things in my household, this is my sky-hole." I looked right at him, with the widest eyes and the most furrowed brow.
"Because I'm always watching, Roger. Never forget that." "Of course, your grand and unknowable fierceness,"
Roger's squeak barely eked out. "Fine work, gentlemen." I returned my face to normal. "Use anything you want from the grand dining hall as well, if you haven't already."
"Thank you, Your Grace."
Peter bowed.
"May I say, your powers are as magnificent as they are droppings-inducing."
You can thank Hopper for that.
"That's Portal Hopper to you."
Hopper put her hands to her hips like a superhero. I rolled my eyes with a smile as she recoiled at her outburst, closing the portal.
"I'm sorry, my lord. Please forgive my presumptuous intrusion."
"It's perfectly fine." I chuckled off the incident. "I'm glad you're finding work to do. The portals seem to be handy, and very exhilarating. I haven't seen you quite this amped up about anything in a while."
"The portals are amazing, my lord,"
she said as if she were punched in the gut.
"They're the best thing that's ever happened. I can only make them out to about 30 or so feet from me, but as long as I can picture where I want it, I can make it. There's so much you can do with them."
"Amazing," I congratulated her.
Anything funky about them?
They don't do that well inside or around solid things, my lord, she said, relaying her discoveries. The edges sort of press up against them sometimes if you try to stretch the portal into its space. I can make more staticky or more rubbery edges, but it doesn't really do much yet. But they get more staticky and hurty if the portals are smaller, and I can do more to the edges. I got one to burn through a table long ways, so that was fun. If I try really hard, I can move them just the tiniest bit at that size. Otherwise, they don't move ever. I can only get it as big as a wolf right now, and I can only make the 2 connected portals at a time. And they're always oval-shaped, all the time. But they're a lot of fun. Best gift ever, Tinker. Best gift ever. Besides the freedom, security, self-respect, and a sense of purpose from Lord Hank, of course. Best holdable gift ever.
That's 4 things in my gift list, though, I contended. A portal belt totally beats any one of those on their own, hands down. And I didn't give you those. I just gave you opportunities to find them yourself.
I'd have traded thousands of portal belts for my freedom, Tinker said, coming up next to me. Because I feel like I can go anywhere in the world when I'm with you.
You really have been reading a lot of stories. I put my hand to her side to bring her in. That's some mighty fine, sappy language there.
Oh, ho, ho!
Hopper guffawed with a knowing wink.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
The magical leapster made a portal and exited the room in a leap. As Tinker and I looked at each other for a moment, a little confused and embarrassed, Hopper was right back where she was before, but now with one of my flannel shirts.
Here you go, my lord.
Hopper handed it to me.
For when you change. I will be making more shortly, since I know we'll be needing them right after we beat the Baron. Tinker, if you need it, I can show you how to make the shirt into a sundress so that we don't have to adjust it, and Lord Hank can wear it later.
Why would she... I didn't understand until I realized Hopper's implication was based on an earlier conversation back in my world. Bunnies have a particular thing for specific smells.
Oh, no, we don't have the time. You can't leave the mansion unprotected until the barricades are complete,
Hopper told me as if it were absolutely necessary.
Don't worry. The mansion's already been attacked, and your wolves dealt with a lot of guards at the generator entrance. There's no way they can strike again for at least the next couple of hours. That's almost enough time, and she'll take it.
Hopper, I really appreciate what you're trying to do here. I put my hands up in a calm protest. If we had even a half hour to spare, believe me, I'd use it all, but avoiding another attack is the main...
Hey, Bugs!
Hopper called into a portal she created beside her as a rebuke to my protest.
Bless my ears!
Bugs put a hand to his chest to check his heart as he recovered from the shock of Hopper's surprise entrance. He was working with some hares in the kitchen to bring out meals to all the workers and staff.
Hopper, good heavens! Please give me a little more warning. This heart's not nearly as young as it used to be. Thank you for keeping your portal out of the walkway this time. Always a pleasure, Your Grace. Do you need something?
Can you repeat what that wolf who came by was saying a little earlier?
Hopper asked the hare butler.
About the captain of the guard and stuff.
Oh, I was about to come to find you after I was done here, Your Grace.
Bugs composed himself.
One of your spies within the guard managed to come to us with news of the captain's movements. It appears they've been ordered to all report to the Baron's keep. With their numbers and supplies, they believe they can outlast you. Simply starve you of your resources and redirect them with the Baron's connections. It seems they won't be attacking us at all and wish for us to die on our own, so as not to bother them with the trouble of doing it themselves anymore.
Attrition warfare was always a bet made by a tactician who was confident they were already winning. But he'd be right if I tried to call his bluff. He definitely had the resources to outlast me, and the ability to starve my resources while keeping himself full. That would practically force me to attack him to have any chance of winning, from a logical standpoint. And he'd be ready for any time we attacked because of it, making the frontal assault a suicide. He could have won just by watching me thresh about and waste my time. However, without any city guard in the town, I could have made my fortune in dead nobles, gaining their stuff to supplement me. I could have claimed everything around him. That keep can only hold so many people. And there would have to have been a few who didn't make the cut. They'd be the lowliest and weakest of the bunch, with maybe a strong dissident or two, if I hadn't already killed that one when I killed Timberpine.
Probably not a smart bet to make if I was going to wage a war. I probably could have done it if I was desperate, and yet, with all the time to waste, that'd cost too many lives that I could be saving to fight later battles. With this wolf culture of strength, asset acquisition, every battle was like a part of the Civil War. In a strange sort of way, I was always attacking and weakening my own future resources. The smartest thing to do might have been to look to other towns and cities, move my resources away from here. Try to gain territory elsewhere and fight them another day, another way, with more to work with and without the chokehold on what I could work with. But he could have just taken back the estate and returned everything to what it was before as if I did nothing. Then, as I'd have been moving a giant force of people, he'd have sent out raiders to catch us where we'd be most vulnerable. You couldn't protect a valuable asset reliably without speed or stealth. I'd have neither. He may have even wanted me to leave. That could have been why he let my spy come warn me, as a scare tactic. If that were the case, we would have played right into his hands. My spies were dead meat already if that was true, and I didn't have any way to pull them out. If they knew about the spies, they could have been playing all kinds of mind tricks and misinformation to try to trick me. Or to get me to overthink their cleverness. They weren't wealthy, but they were still wolves. There was a bit of a cap. The Baron's was definitely higher than average, so I couldn't underestimate him, but he was also the guy who let me get this far in the first place. Maybe we wouldn't give him too much credit then. We could try some guerrilla warfare, attack supply lines and such to cripple the keep from the outside and starve it, creating an effective siege. Technically, that was always a winning strategy in the long run, but that also required knowing the geography better than your opponent to hide effectively. That would have taken far too long, also, and I still had no idea when this blood moon was. If I dallied about trying to get this one city, the whole world's bunnies could have been endangered when I was still here, and the blood moon was active. I didn't have time to wait like that. I had to claim that fortress soon. Thankfully, because of the Baron himself, I had much more time than I thought. I could relax a bit. And the strategy was already in place as soon as I learned about all the charms. We were doing the frontal assault. Why the suicide attempt? Because the Baron wasn't actually expecting the frontal assault. He just wanted to make it look like he'd be ready for it. No one in this world had been ready for me yet. I wondered how he would fare. With some creative use of charms and other magic we had in the arsenal now, I'd have them whittled down to half before the battle even started. It'd be crippled from the inside before they knew there was an assault. But more on that later. Have either of them been compromised? I asked, just to be sure that we didn't have to pull them out too. Warning us was pretty risky. If he thought they might be onto him, I would have told them to come back to us. No, sir, Bugs replied. He came alone, our conversation was unseen, and he has returned without anyone being the wiser. You're sure? I gave the hare an eye. Wolves aren't the most socially observant people I've worked with. Something may have gone over his head. You are quite right, Bugs agreed with me, to my slight chagrin. I was sure he had more to say. This is my observation. His city guard fellows seem to think he is a loyal guardsman to the end, from what I overheard from afar. He was actually planning to come back into our fold, as you would have wanted, but I advised against it upon the discovery. Why? I questioned, almost accusing him. He'd be safe here. I don't view my wolves as expendable. Wait, how come you knew, but he didn't? Just wait, Hopper said to brace me. This part's hilarious. A rabbit's ears pick up many things, Your Grace, if one knows where to hear. Bugs gave his own a bend as they were mentioned. For example, he was asked by his fellow guardsmen why he was heading over to your estate. He had told them, I'm off to give the Dragon Oak estate a message, go to hell. And off he went with his tactful self. Based on their discussion and laughter after he left, I reasoned that they must have thought he said, I'm off to give the Dragon Oak estate a message, and that message was, go to hell. They thought that was a rather funny message for us to receive, and I was laughing at something similar. Good call, then, I said with a laugh that bled into a sigh. He acted well enough with what he knew, and I'm proud of both of you. Thank you for telling me, Bugs. Return to work. You're quite welcome, Your Grace, Bugs said as the portal collapsed into oblivion. All right, so we have more time than I thought. I sighed in defeat. Thank you, Hopper. And yes, it would be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. But is now an appropriate time? Hopper looked at me with wide eyes and a constant nod, darting her eyes and slightly tipping her head over to Tinker, as if to say, there has never been a more appropriate time in the history of all times ever recorded for this. Just look at her and the vibe she is radiating off like a furnace on a cold night, so you can see how stupid you look. I looked down at the petite bunny, her thin, snowy white fur looking so soft, and her eyes were so pleading, though she was trying to hide it. The effort was purposefully lacking, as she had already taken off her makeshift mechanic gloves and shifted her blackened shirt to almost totally expose a shoulder, but technically be on it. With some undone buttons, she was making the whole ensemble ready for me to rip off with one swipe of my hand, should I have been so inclined. And I was, very much so. While still a respectable and mostly functional outfit to wear around on the street, even in this state, it was easily transitioned to the floor like a pair of ripped-off pants. Except, significantly less silly since an attractive woman was modeling all of it. Although the intimate and tender moment we were having before wasn't there anymore, the way that she arranged herself said that she definitely still was. There was a certain, rightfully earned, stigma to the phrase, look at what she was wearing, she was asking for it. And I'd have completely agreed with that stigma in almost every context I could have imagined. But when the woman was dressed how Tinker was right then, especially considering she wasn't so just a minute ago and made the changes herself, there may have been a certain unspoken request on her mind. I don't suppose you'd portal us to the master bedroom? I asked her, seeing as you grabbed his shirt from there earlier. I did not do that earlier. She made a portal completely elsewhere with one hand and shut the office door with the other. Get to it. Unless you really want the servants and wolves to see a half-naked bunny trying to tear off your clothes as you pop in and out of random places in the house. But there's only a desk, I tried to argue. She deserves an actual... I don't see her caring. She gave me more direction with her eyes to look at Tinker again, who had somehow done more as I was distracted. I couldn't even imagine how the little thing could have added to the look of desperation for my physical attention and fail in an attempt to hide it. She did, though, as she had grabbed my hand with her soft little hands without my noticing, pulling it up so that my middle finger was just touching the neck of her shirt. The look in her eyes as they hungrily pawed for me said, I'm doing my best to be respectful and let you finish here, but we really should have started at least 5 minutes ago, if not in the generator when we first met, and now I don't know if I'll be satisfied with what little we can do today. It was a look that said I might have had to pay for stalling so unnecessarily on some later date. Good luck, Hopper said as my focus was locked with the little alchemist bunny and her energy, hopping through another portal to leave us be. And don't worry, I can clean up afterward. Just have fun. And the portal was gone. As soon as, if not before, I willingly pulled down my hand on her clothes to unleash Tinker's lustful savagery upon me, she had leapt up onto my chest, simultaneously climbing and stripping me of clothes as she clawed her way to my lips. Our lips locked, and our bodies meshed as we dove into the most primal and visceral parts of each other, like I was not prepared for, but welcomed generously. I slapped the silence charm on the wall of the room as a necessary precaution for Tinker's enthusiasm, as I was learning thoroughly. We hit the floor in a tumble of clothes and limbs, and I was impressed at how quickly she had stripped me of my shirt and loosened my pants. It wasn't hard for me to return the favor, as she had already done some of the work for me, and once the dark fabric was freed from her shoulders and her bare skin was exposed before me, I immediately pulled her close and inhaled her scent, kissing across her chest and down to her breasts. She ran her fingers through my hair and grasped it tightly as she moaned over my head. I found her nipple and took it into my mouth as I let my hands roam over her entire body. Her soft fur, gentle curves, and smooth skin trailed below my fingers as I explored her entire body with my hands, and her hips pressed up against mine as our bodies moved together. She pulled back from me, releasing her grip on my hair as she slid her hands down across my shoulders and my chest, pushing herself up into a seated position as she went. I propped myself up as well to keep myself close to her, wrapping one arm around her waist to steady myself as I looked up at her. Tinker reached behind her, her hand yanking the fabric of my pants to the side to wrap her fingers around me. Her hands were soft, but her grip was firm, and she slid her hands up and down as I continued to explore her body, first with my hands and then with my tongue. Tinker's back arched as she pressed her body up against mine, and I slid my hand up her back, grabbing hold before flipping her over so that I was looking down at her. Her eyes lit up with a hunger as she reached up and pulled me close, and I kissed her deeply, pausing to nibble at her lower lip here and there, eliciting giggles from her as she clawed at me to bring me closer. I slid my hands down her side, luxuriating in her curves as I went, and then slipped in between her thighs. She writhed beneath me in anticipation, gripping my shoulders firmly as she fixed her gaze onto mine. When I slid my fingers inside of her, her eyes widened as she gasped, and then I felt her relax into a puddle of ecstasy as I traced delicate patterns against her. The moans and gasps escaping her lips became louder and more intense, and I was grateful for my foresight with the silence charm. Tinker's eyes bored into mine, and they pleaded with me for more, and I didn't want to keep her waiting any longer. I slid my hand back, grabbing hold of myself and running my length along her damp skin, teasing her as I went. She giggled and moaned as she squirmed beneath me, but I held off, refusing to give her what she wanted. It wasn't until she pulled herself up and clutched my arms, her eyes pleading with me, did I concede, sliding myself into her as slowly as I possibly could. Her breath caught, and she felt me swell inside of her, and she didn't loosen her grip. Instead, she pulled me even closer, kissing me deeply as I moved inside of her. I eased her back down onto the ground, pressing my body up against hers. I soaked in the warmth and the softness of her skin as I braced myself against the cool, hard ground, kissing my way down her neck and across her chest as I moved slowly at first. My movements grew quicker and more aggressive as Tinker's moans grew in intensity until she began clawing at my back in earnest. Her eyes widened again, and her breath became rough and uneven, and the squeals coming from her grew louder yet. I knew she was close, and so was I, but I wanted to hold off as long as I could to draw out this bliss for as long as possible. I slowed my pace and saw a flicker of disappointment as she eased off of her edge, but she whimpered as she continued to squirm with pleasure. Her hand slammed down onto the floor, and she reached for something to grab onto, and as I leaned back down to kiss her again, she must have found something, because I heard a large clatter behind me as something toppled over. I pulled back and looked into her eyes, and she grimaced apologetically, but one firm thrust of my hips had her head thrown back with pleasure again, and I resumed my rhythm, once again picking up speed. Tinker tried to sit up, but I pushed her back to the ground, the palm of my hand flat against her chest, and she relented, a small smirk twitching at the corners of her lips as she laid back down. I felt the pressure building back up slowly, and this time I knew we were both ready. I listened as she writhed and moaned with no consideration for the amount of noise she was making until finally her entire body tensed up and her back arched. Her fingernails dug into my skin as she let out a high-pitched scream of ecstasy, and I quickly joined her as the pressure released, the sensations coursing through me as I gave myself over to her. Tinker's body twitched below mine, the aftershocks of her climax still taking hold, and I felt her muscles twitch around me, which sent white-hot sparks shooting through my gut. I struggled to keep myself propped up, but eventually gave up, collapsing on top of her. Her arms wrapped around me, pulling me close as the sensations subsided, and we laid there, tangled together for a while, catching our breath. After a few minutes, I rolled off of her, the cold floor a shock to my senses. I looked around to see what Tinker had knocked over earlier, but it hadn't been much. I glanced over to her to find her lying there peacefully, her eyes closed, and a small smile on her lips. It hadn't been the atmosphere I had intended, but I found at that moment that it hardly mattered. Chapter 28. Less than a month ago, I was in Tennessee. Humans were the only species that could hold a conversation. I was a handyman with only a log cabin and a truck to my name. Magic was a bedtime story. Other worlds were light years away. And not that I really minded that much, but I was fairly alone. Now I've met 2 other species that I talk to regularly. I was a noble lord with land holdings and a mansion. I used magic as regularly as most people use a cell phone. I was in another world. And I had company to spare. Dozens of wolves, 100 or more rabbits, and 2 particular bunnies that I wouldn't trade for all of the great burrows. Speaking of which, I had many more bunnies to save from a world that wanted to eat them. Now that I was relaxed, yet energized, thinking clearly and rationally, we were ready to begin. The plan was simple enough. I had assigned a few select leaders to hide the wolf assault parties nearby, waiting until night. When the front gate opened, hopefully without any fuss or alarm, then the wolves were to storm the place while I dealt with the Baron. Simple and straightforward. While killing the Baron was the easiest way to win the fight, I wasn't going to trust the Baron to fight fairly and let a one-on-one duel just be that. And the girls needed to be safe. Splitting up and whittling down their numbers kept them too busy to pull any tricks. Also, an invasion was more likely to help the Baron's subordinates to believe that I challenged the Baron and claimed his stuff. Thus, the wolf assault party distracting the guards. How were we going to get the front gate open? Simple and straightforward, if not just a bit more technical, also letting us get right up to the Baron's face before he could get out of bed. But first we had to set the stage for the strike team to infiltrate the place. And that meant getting rid of the guards who'd spot us without tipping the alarm. From the rooftop of my estate, I could see the whole castle, especially from the elevated point the mansion was built on. With my best scope, I could see all of the guards patrolling the top of it. A regular bullet, even from a rifle like mine, would have had a bit of trouble getting all the guards quickly enough for none of the guards to notice the missing ones. And, under normal circumstances, the first shot would probably give our position away from the noise. Hooray for charms. Jokes aside, Tinker was instrumental in making this plan viable. As was Hopper, but her bit wouldn't be until later. With the lightning charm, full cup, and silent charms on the rifle, I took a perch on the rooftop, while my wolves found places in the city near the keep to wait for the signal. Taking a good look at their patrol patterns, I mapped out when they wouldn't be looking at each other before I started. Counting all the guards that went in and out of the tower, connected at the back of it, that was 27 to take down without any mistakes. I took my time, memorizing a pattern, making a sequence, calming myself down to an intense focus as the world outside of my scope faded away. If I slowed down for even a second, if one of them suspected a thing, or if any of them found a body, the whole assault would have been that much harder to do. I couldn't afford that with so little to work with. Even with a flawless plan, the actual assault was going to be tough. It was eerie, spine-chilling even, watching the guards just drop every time I pulled the trigger. No impact delay, no sound, and no waiting between shots to reload. It was like I had a kill switch for wolves that punched me in the shoulder every time I used it. There were almost 30 of them patrolling, and I'd cleared them out in less than 40 seconds. For those of us doing the math, that was a second and a half for each shot. And no one was the wiser. Magic was slowly earning its way into my good graces again. Tinker's special charm-switching mojo let us clear the rifle and get out the other 2 for the situation. Silence and lightning on the pistol, fire and ice on the shotgun, with 2 full cups that had taken a load off my mind. Honestly, I didn't know how I'd live so long without magic. Now, it had to get us into the place. That was the trickier part of the plan and also required skill and precision of inhuman proportions. And thankfully, Hopper had just that. Having cleared the top of the keep and gotten what I wanted on, my girls and I were ready, as the infiltration team, to get up to the Baron's face as soon as we could. The 3 of us stood out in the courtyard, a host of hares surrounding us, as well as a few wolves I left at the mansion to protect it. I stood behind Hopper, and Tinker stood behind me. Apparently Hopper had a great idea for getting into the keep as stealthily as possible. I was less than convinced it was the most efficient, but she insisted, and Tinker was willing. We would be in her hands.
"You guys ready?" Hopper whispered over to Tinker and me.
Along with her leather ass-kicking outfit and her Kevlar leg guards, she had put on a pair of metal-topped ballerina slipper-like boots Tinker made for her. Keeping in mind both mobility and pain, it was covered in spikes for hurting and shifting plates for bending.
Why are we whispering?
Tinker also whispered. She had my special gift for her strapped to her back, the biggest, heaviest, and gnarliest metal maul I could find in the mansion. The nasty and spiked crusher of spines looked like a ceremonial or decorative piece, which worried me at first when I found it, since I thought we'd have to settle for just a regular old maul. But when 4 of my wolves struggled to get it off of the armor display it was sitting on, I figured it'd be perfect. Slapping the broken feather charm on, I had easily carried it back to Tinker, who had been very delighted to grab the big stick, now knowing what I meant. Light when we needed, heavy when it counted. "Yeah, we're nowhere near the keep," I said normally. "No one's going to hear us yet."
I'm getting into the sneaky mindset,
Hopper voicelessly shouted to us.
Tinker's already there, obviously. Good job being so on top of things, unlike some lords I know.
Okay. I lowered my voice to a whisper. Sneaky mindsets, then. I'm ready. "What exactly is the plan here, Your Grace?" Bugs spoke up from the crowd of hares.
Shush!
Hopper put a finger to her lips to quiet the butler. Bugs nervously moved in place, attempted to start speaking 7 or 8 times. Giving up, he rolled his eyes and head as he hopped out of the crowd and over to us. "What exactly is the plan, Your Grace?" Bugs whispered to us. "Would it not be better to be nearer to the keep to use Hopper's portals to get inside? From what you told us, they can't possibly reach the keep from here." "Conventionally, you're right," I told him. "But unconventionally, we'll be right on top of them before you know it." "I'm not—" Bugs squinted his eyes as he tried to speak his concerns.
Shush!
Hopper spooked Bugs with a glare and a finger to her lips, into remembering the mindset we were all trying to achieve. Tinker helped with an equally intense glare. "I do not quite understand what you mean," Bugs voicelessly spoke his concerns in the correct mindset. "Is the plan to chain the use of portals to shorten the distance? I suppose that would be faster, but then you should get a move on instead of dawdling here if you want to get past the gate before they notice the rooftop is missing all of its guards." "That'll tip 'em off to us, even with how fast Hopper is," I whispered, wrapping my arms around Hopper's stomach. "Plus, I already cleared a path for us on the roof." "How in—" Bugs tried again to state his concern, but was met with Hopper's and Tinker's glares, having not maintained the mindset of stealth. He corrected himself accordingly. "How in the great Burrows' breadth are you going to scale the wall? Has Hopper's portal range increased while I wasn't looking?"
Portal shenanigans ignore all distance limitations.
Tinker hopped up onto my back, latching onto me with her arms and legs. The tightness of her grip told me she wasn't as confident in Hopper's skills as I was.
"I'm just going to close my eyes until we're there. This should be over quickly, right? Really, really fast, don't worry."
Hopper shook her hands out in preparation for portal shenanigans.
"We're gonna fall up to it."
Bugs reflexively began to question Tinker's statement with a simple, loud, "What?" but remembered the proper mindset at the last moment. The word left his mouth as an exhausted breath, our vague answers not helping him in the slightest. Hopper opened a portal on the ground and another far above us. Without another word, our group jumped through it, falling down from the portal above. As we fell down, Hopper moved the upper portal, then the bottom as our column of falling rose higher and higher into the air, all the while increasing speed. Keeping both portals in range as to not dissolve either one before we fell through them, the strike time flew stories above the estate, far above the town. Eventually, our speed of falling came to a point that Hopper couldn't safely move both portals at the same time. With our maximum speed having been reached, Hopper turned the upper portal to face upward at an angle, and we fell upwards. The old organs didn't like that, no sir. Hopper wasn't quite finished yet, though, as she made portals to raise us even higher and fly even farther, creating and collapsing portals with her hands over and over again while we held on for dear life. In a zigzag of a curve, we flew over the whole city and would have had an amazing view without the inner ear's internal measure of down flipping my brain over and over again. That didn't matter since the pilot of our unconventional vehicle was doing just fine. She was in total control.
In the name of honesty, I would have to admit that coming so close to the castle at such high velocities was pucker-inducing. And it didn't help that Hopper thought it was funny to put the final portal right next to the main tower's stone balcony. I didn't think I had panic attacks until then, but Hopper was still completely on top of it, so we fell through it, falling upwards once again to break our momentum before gracefully stepping onto the balcony as if it was right next door, touching down without so much as a scooting stop. Portal shenanigans.
Good luck, my lord,
Hopper spoke in the sneaky mindset before portaling away to open the gate. I gave Tinker's hand 2 taps to let her know she was safe, and she unclenched her hold on my back to step down. We had made it alive. The balcony led directly to a larger bedroom, pompously elegant and repulsive at the same time. 2 massive chandeliers covered in gemstones hung from the high ceiling, shaped like bronze onions and seemingly incapable of giving off light. Dangling from them were giant poles, hanging down from the bottoms like tassels. The ceiling's artwork was scratched and faded, but a few wolf-like cherubins and angels were still visible, pointing and dancing in classic Renaissance fashion. Everything, from the blue paint on the walls to the blue finish on all the furniture, had a distinct, transparent brown glaze to it that I didn't even want to guess what it was. From the vanity to the dresser to the nightstand, flies had found a haven for their kind, flying in every direction, finding homes all over the place. The smell, the stank, the stench, the miasma surrounding everything, filling the air with more greenish-brown. My eyes watered. My nose was on fire. My skin itched. This place was unholy. The bed curtains were open on the giant bed, twice the size of a king in every dimension, with pink sheets and purple frills to them. On the bed was a round sphere sunk into the mattress and to the floor, about the length of a car, with a pair of thick columns shaped in lightning bolts stuck to the side closest to us. Behind the curve of the sphere, 2 long pillars poked out, hanging off the bed on both sides. The entire thing was covered in metal plates, and the snoring clued anyone close that this thing was actually a creature, specifically the Baron. The thick columns were legs, and the long pillars were arms. And he slept in his armor. Before we could move to take any actions whatsoever, paws padded up the steps, curling at the back edge of the room, followed by a thin and spindly wolf walking up the steps. He wore the classic lordly blue I'd become accustomed to, with enough white frills coming out of every possible place they could choke a blue whale. He wore a very white pair of pants, with even more frills at the bottom, not covering the giant paws or grand red mixed fur on them. His face had the same fur, with some of it at the back braided like human hair into a ponytail. On his snout were 3 different pairs of glasses, all of which he looked through as he looked at the book in his hand. I pushed Tinker with a hand, and we took a few steps back, hiding under both the snoring and the shadows to conceal us. Completely ignoring us, he turned on a pivot to face the bed as he peeked the stairs, walking straight to the snoring mass that was the Baron. They didn't even see us. The soft entrance meant nobody heard us, and all this brown sticky fly shit meant they couldn't smell us. We were invisible. I put a hand up to Tinker, slowly encouraging her out and around. We had to get the Baron to fight us in a fair fight anyway, so we couldn't sneak attack him, but we could set up a position to start the fight well. I wanted to know what this noble had come for, too. The sneaky mindset? Activate.
Your gloriousness, he who is beyond all in Thumperton Port.
The noble spoke the full title of the Baron.
The Blood Lord, War Incarnate, Prestigious Noble of Nobles, Bull of the Night, Burning Fire King, Powerhouse who rocks the blouse, Rock Crusher, Sir Lord Baron Mufton Schaffnar Cherrywin Mesquite Burl, Squirtin Leaf, Zibble Trunk, Toothback, Blurgaturga. I request an audience with you.
If you... Why? The Baron, who I now understood why he was referenced only as such, stopped snoring, unclogging nostrils of wet and slimy mucus as he was roused from his slumber.
Yes, my liege, quite important, actually.
The noble answered the question the Baron somehow asked through his mumbling nonsense.
It seems that your request for a trade for the Mana Crusher Field Generator's bunny has been denied by the Regent.
That's a lot of information in one sentence. So the big generator my boys were talking about was called the Mana Crusher Field Generator. Was the one Tinker was in called the Mana Smusher then? He talked about it like it was the generator, like there was only one. Does that mean Tinker's generator wasn't supposed to be built? It seems they'd want everyone to make generators to stop bunnies from portal hopping, unless that was only a beneficial side effect. That meant the generator was built for something worse. The Mana Crusher name was a ruse. Why the fake name? God damn it, that was all speculation, no facts. Maybe I was overthinking this. I hoped I was. And the bunny in the generator, though, was much more important. She must have been something special if all the bigwigs of the wolf nobility were after her. We had to find her. That would have been a monkey wrench for all the nobles, and whatever that generator was really doing. It was going to be Blood Moon related, and I still didn't know what that was. The Baron shifted in the bed, wiggling and breathing heavily as he continued his gibberish speak. He better not have been giving critical information in that gibberish, too. I'd have been pissed if we found out he was. Out of the corner of my eye, Tinker had crouched down like a frog, holding her mallet up above her head as she pretended to be another piece of furniture, yet slowly inched by to a spot right behind the noble.
Criminal charges, your gloriousness,
the noble responded to the mumble again. I swear this noble was talking to himself and pretending the Baron was responding.
They informed us that, upon the discovery of the bunny facsimile your lowly and stupid servants had foolishly created as a decoy, you were deemed a criminal of the state, and therefore were no longer suitable to trade with. Because of this, they are sending a champion challenger to take over your position.
We just came here at exactly the right time, didn't we? A fake bunny for a trade meant the Baron wasn't helping the Regent and heavily suggested that his generator was unsanctioned. He needed a more powerful bunny before the Blood Moon, either for the banquet or for whatever the generator did. If he was willing to risk a fake bunny trade, which I'd have had to find out how he even did that or what that even is, he had to be desperate or confident enough to use the real bunny for whatever he needed it for. Either way, that pointed to the Blood Moon being real soon. I was running out of time. And a champion challenger was on the way. Name and context alone, that would have been a heavy hitter the Regent sent out from his own pack to replace whoever he thought he needed to. I'd have to deal with that, too. Problems for another day. Being a lord was going to age me an extra 30 years, I could already feel it. The Baron spoke, now in tighter lines of gibberish as he began to wake up. The shifting in the bed was much more violent now as a giant metal ball attempted to bring his head upright.
In this screw.
Your highest majesty, please calm down.
The noble stepped back from the Baron's round form.
We cannot replace the furniture again. The deposits of blue dye and wood are dwindling as it is.
Yay, low supplies. Just the kind of thing I would have loved to inherit when I won this city from these people.
I will break whatever I need.
His words were finally making sense, even if they were still slurred.
I will break whatever I need. Do not question me again, scribe, or you will be one of them. That cotton ball will be mine. Mine! Mine! Mine!
And the bed cracked and bent with every slam of his hammy fists. Real charmer, this one.
Please forgive my impertinence, your absolute rotundness.
The scribe, more than likely the master for that toll wolf from before, cowered beneath his book.
Of course, you will have the bunny. We would be foolish to think otherwise. Perhaps you can use this time waiting for the Lord Draganoak to leave to come up with a new...
Interrupting the scribe, the clanking of chains and creaking of metal resounded from behind us, signaling Hopper's completion of her task, flawlessly done as always. As the front gate clicked and screeched open, the Baron hoisted himself up to look out the balcony with the scribe, only to notice, finally, that I was standing nearby. Complete in the armor, the Baron's head was also adorned with a metal helmet, but with a distinctive charm on his head.
Don't stop on my account, please,
I said to them as they paused to comprehend the situation.
Say everything you were going to say.
I wouldn't want you dying with anything left on your conscience. What kind of Baron would that make me?
Chapter 29.
I'm only asking this question because it's bugging the crap out of me, I continued as the Baron and the scribe both simply gawked at the audacity I was displaying. Tinker was still getting into position, and I had to buy her some time. What is with all the titles? You're not even wearing a blouse right now, and what Lord of the Night would be sleeping during the time that he's supposed to be lording?
You.
The Baron pawed the air to come to a sitting position as he fumed.
Scribe, you told me that our defenses were unbreachable.
I assure you, your nebulousness, I have no idea how this cretin got in here.
The scribe defended himself, both with arguments and with his book.
Your keep is guarded and impassable at all times. He should have been killed as soon as he was within eyesight of the posted guards.
Huh, and it's a good thing nobody saw me, I shrugged. That would have been an awkward conversation to have. Again, the titles, it's a mouthful and a waste of time.
For your information, those are all titles he has collected from those he has slain.
The scribe stood up, indignant at my question.
They are a display of his power over other nobles, and they are the indication that he is superior to all, most of all the likes of a rabbit.
All right, I got it. I put my hands up. No need to yell. It's midnight, for crying out loud. People are sleeping, like your guards on the job.
I shall deal with this impertinent whelp myself, your magnificence.
The scribe dropped his book and put his thumbs into the frills on his chest, pulling out 2 rings tied to ripcords. Like a sea creature's feelers, all the frills on his suit retreated into it, streamlining his look immensely. From his sleeves, 2 miniature pistols popped out as he held them up high, looking down at me like we were in a western shootout.
You're not the only one with fancy,
was all the scribe could say before he was pancaked to the ground, his knees folding and spine collapsing as Tinker's ultra-feather mallet slammed the noble on the back. The cracking and crunching mixed with the sloshing and slurping were grossly satisfying as Tinker stood up from her spot, satisfied in her destructive powers. She lifted the hammer back up, watching as the Baron turned his gaze to her.
Hey, eyes over here, big guy.
I snapped my fingers to call the Baron's attention, keeping Tinker as safe as I could.
I'm the one breaching your unbreachable defenses. Can't say I'm terribly impressed with your scribe's definition of the word.
Yes, I must thank your slave for delivering punishment on my behalf.
The Baron turned himself back over to me, placing his elephant-like sabatons on the ground to stand.
And I must thank you for saving me the trouble of waiting for you to leave or die. As a reward, I will have the 2 of you stuffed after I eat you instead of eating your pelts.
Does that mean you accept my challenge, then? I asked him as I heard the clashing and scratching of metal weapons from the fight far below us. I would hate to have invaded your sanctum so easily, only for you to turn me away.
If you wish to die, I will gladly kill you.
The Baron stretched his legs up, standing at about 10 or so feet high.
But I'll reject the implication that you pose a threat.
Look, I don't need you to be scared. I pulled out my shotgun and pistol in each hand. In fact, that'll make this easier if you underestimate me. I just need to make sure that I officially get your stuff when I kill you. Would that happen?
Neither of us will have to worry about that when I dine on your flesh, Pelt Prince.
The Baron reached his hands up, grabbing for the chandeliers.
Perhaps then I will taste what makes you dream of lordship when other rabbits gladly serve. Tell me, who have you bred with? I will need to eat those bunnies as well, quickly, before your blasphemous progeny infects the bloodline.
How about no? I unloaded both the shotgun and the pistol into him, fire and lightning, as I made a mental note to have the healers look at my shoulders after this. Unsurprisingly, neither weapon did much damage, but instead turned in opposite directions at right angles to burst into the walls on either side of the 2 of us. The armor glowed white at each impact as if a magic bubble around it had been pressed in by every bullet and pellet. I thought we were friends again, Magic. You're back off my good side. The Baron grabbed both the poles of the chandeliers, pulling them down as I quickly realized that they were not chandeliers, but giant maces. As soon as they went down, they cracked the ground as they fell, shaking the whole room so much I thought a small earthquake must have happened. The sumo knight chortled in his throat at my meaningless attempts to harm him.
If you truly believe that was going to work, I pity you.
The Baron heaved one of the bejeweled uber maces over one of his shoulders to show how strong he was.
Unlike the cripple, I will not be so easily defeated.
These wolves downplaying my victory over the flying bullet sponge was starting to irk me. I would hope not, I said, looking around at the very little room I had to avoid those giant maces. It'd be a little underwhelming if you were actually worse than one of your pack members. Talk about anticlimactic. I've been looking forward to this.
Only a fool looks forward to his own death, Pout.
The Baron took heavy steps towards me, dragging the mace on the ground along with him.
Did you talk this much while fighting the cripple? I've never heard of someone dying from words before. An interesting tactic, and one that will ultimately fail to kill me.
Honestly, I was just stalling until Tinker got into position. Having crawled up his back, Tinker slapped her hand on the Baron's forehead, forcing the charm on it to glow as she ripped it off. The Baron flailed about, roaring as he flung both maces above his head to hit the bunny, but missing as she jumped down to the bed, picking up her feather hammer as she went to look at it. Her face dropped as she realized what it was, while I picked up from her expression that the charm was a decoy. The Baron turned himself around as his maces dragged along the ground, grinding the stone beneath him while he laughed. It sounded like he was choking, but not from lack of breath, but from something being lodged in there.
That charm keeps my armor looking pristine.
The Baron loomed over Tinker.
But do not mistake my cheery tone for a lack of contemptful rage towards you. Without that to protect my armor, it'll get scuffed when I splatter your blood all over it. How dare you?
He raised a mace over his head to slam down on her. I reflexively jumped to kick at the Baron's side. With a veil of white coming between the Baron and me right as I hit, my whole body launched backward like my foot had just spawned a rocket inside of it, damn near breaking the shin as I flew into the vanity behind me. My back bent over it, right on the corner, in what may have been the most annoyingly sharp pain I might ever have had in my life. Not the worst pain, just the most frustrating. You could show off a bullet wound, but a scar from furniture was just klutzy. The mace above the Baron's head fell to his side again, laughing his choking laugh again while he turned back around to me. As much as I was glad neither of us was being hit by those things, I already hated this battle more than timber pines. I was thinking up ways to get that armor off while the armored wolf stepped up to me.
Have you learned nothing from your previous foolery, Pout?
He lifted one of the maces to the side.
I am invincible. You had no hope of defeating me as soon as you defied me. In fact, you were doomed as soon as you stepped through the doors to this city, thinking you were anything more than worthless. A slave who can't obey must be thrown away. Even your pelt will be useless to me when I'm done with you.
And he called me chatty? He raised his mace over his head again as I pinned my back to the wall. As he swung down, I leapt out of the way at the last possible moment I could. The mace crumbled the wall like a stack of wooden letter blocks, exposing the side of the wall and the roof over the Baron with the chain reaction of crumbling stone spreading up into the ceiling. It was a painful reality to realize that the architecture he was destroying was going to be mine. Everything he would crash into was going to become a problem to fix later. And maybe I'd just abandon this top room of the tower to save myself the headache of trying to dodge brass wrecking balls while still trying to find a way to hurt this guy. Grabbing Tinker, I picked her up as we kept ourselves right in the safe spot between the noble lug and the mace heads he was swinging. He was obviously using charms, just like everyone who cheated at this dueling thing, including myself. I'd have admitted it, it was true. Charms are a very easy way to gain a very steep advantage against someone who didn't have charms, especially if you didn't let your opponent know what charms you had. The charm on his head was a decoy just to get people to try to attack his head, which would have been done with hooks or with a pole from far away, thus forcing whoever was fighting to get right in the range of his reckoned maces. The real charms protecting him were probably underneath the armor, or on the underside. If every piece had one of these charms, we'd have been here all night, peeling him of his armor to get to him.
But charms get more and more unstable the more you put together, which meant he had to have only a few or he'd have exploded already. If that was the case, it was just a guessing game of where those charms were. And even then, we couldn't even touch him to get those charms off without bouncing away from that force field of his. Unless... I grabbed Tinker's mallet, ducking the two of us underneath a mace swing as I tapped the Baron with it, specifically without turning off the feather charm. The hammer bobbed on the white force field like a rubber ball, and the white force field close to invisible and reflecting it. When the hammer stopped bouncing, it clinked right against the edge of the armor, touching it. There it is. The bullets flew off at blinding speeds, my foot launched me back painfully, and the hammer barely bounced. If everything was flying around at those crazy speeds, I'd have died, and the hammer would have flown out of my hand. The force field directly reflects the impact strength of whatever's hitting it. If there's no forceful impact, there's no force field to counter it. But that didn't help us here. How are we supposed to not impact the armor at all when we were busy dodging mace swings? However, the armor wasn't the enemy. The Baron was. We didn't need to strip the armor if we could just kill the Baron while he was in it. Impact or no impact, I could roast him alive with the fire shots, or better yet, freeze him to death with the ice blasts. His perfect turtle shell would become his coffin. Unless the reflector reflected that too. And that'd just be a waste of our time, and we'd have been more and more tired as the fight went on. Dodging was exhausting. Or, even better, the charm could have been used against him. We could get him over the balcony, and he'd reflect off the ground, bouncing just as high as he fell. He'd be stuck bouncing forever as long as the charms were working. That one was risky. I had no idea how powerful these charms were, and an elephant weighing as much as 2 elephants carrying 2 baby elephants would have created quite the impact. If the charms prevented the Baron from bouncing, we'd have a giant crater on this island full of my wolves in what would have become my keep. Also, he would still be alive, and I wouldn't win the right to all his stuff. And also, it meant losing out on the Baron's reflection charm, and that was too good to pass up. I had plans for that. We stood by the balcony opening, which at this point was more like an outcropping of the stone platform, with the missing walls and ceiling, when I got an idea. Like most ideas I had, it was as risky as it was crazy, and as crazy as it was completely untested. How did this unstoppable force do against an immovable object? "Hopper!" I yelled out the window. "Get up here!"
Calling for help, Pelt Lord."
The Baron made another swing over his head, cracking down on the ground below us, which had a lot of fissures at this point. Maybe the whole tower had to be a lost cause.
"Have I proven too much for you? Are you really so pathetic that you cannot die without the meagre comforts of slaves? Or are you so selfish that you cannot bear to part with this life alone?"
The first one, I said, looking around myself for where all the cracks were. This tower was going to collapse with a few more mace smashes. If he fell for it, that might have worked out in our favor. But call me paranoid, that was just asking for a dramatic rise from the rubble unscathed moment to show that everything is hopeless. That I wasn't sure was worth the trouble of staying within mace range for that long. For now, I was just checking to see how this small battlefield was going to fall apart, if that were the case.
"Oh?"
The Baron took a small step back, thrown off by my curt answer.
"You've actually given up on fighting me. You really have resigned to your fate. I thought I was taunting you with my remarkably intelligent jabs at your pride, but you were already broken."
If that's what you want to think, I won't judge. I kept careful track of all my footsteps. This place was a minefield of loose floor stones.
"That is what I think, pathetic pelt."
The Baron walked up to us, staring down from his helmet at his enemies.
"You do not realize how dull you really are, if you thought for even a second that I was going to let you go after everything that you've done. A true noble would have been demoted to grunt work, or even pardoned were I so inclined. A low-born slave gets no such chances. There will only be consumption and death. In that order, you have no hope."
Nonsense. There's plenty to hope for, I spoke with a lighter, calmer tone.
You're strong, you're smart, you're funny, you got all the goods. You're a firecracker. Don't let a little thing like this get you down, my friend. When a door closes, a window opens. There'll be more chances.
Oh, don't.
The Baron slumped his shoulders, no longer preparing himself to swing his maces.
Are you appealing to my mercy? Is that what all of that means?
I'm not trying to control you or push you into a decision you're not willing to make. I kept up my nonsense. You are a free spirit, and I cannot change that. Your will is your own, and it would be foolish of me to think that I could make it mine. Your feelings are valid, and I've taken them for granted for far too long with my self-centered actions. I've let you down, and I know that now. I've broken your trust, and it won't be an easy thing to fix. I'm sorry that I've put you in this position. What are you doing? Tinker whispered to me as she dangled in my arms.
Oh, the hunter's corpse.
The Baron laughed again, forcing me to gag at the sympathetic reflex of the choking sounds.
Is this your attempt to swear fealty to me? In your final hours, you actually hope that I will be merciful to you. You're quite scared of being eaten, aren't you? Do you wish to take Timberpine's place amongst my pack? The arrogance of a low-born pelt, thinking that the power he's gained for himself thus far has earned any respect from me. I detest the fact that you've gotten so far as a slave. It makes us look weak.
I understand that you're upset. I kept talking, kept the conversation going, all the while stepping out to the balcony as carefully as I possibly could. This is a very tense time for everyone. We've all been through a lot, and it's worn us down and made us irritable and prone to outbursts. Things were said that maybe we didn't mean at the time, or maybe we didn't want to say it the way we did. We're hurt. We've let these tough times break us down and disrupt our unity. Our relationships are all suffering between all of us, but we can still make it right. We can start the healing today. Seriously, what are you doing? Tinker whispered, much louder and higher this time, like a teapot whistle.
What do you mean?
The Baron puzzled at my words.
What are you playing at? Are you just trying to make a fool of me?
My mom was an avid fan of those self-help doctor shows when I was growing up, and I'd sit along with her as we watched old reruns. Never thought it'd ever save my life for 1 second before this moment, although it didn't look like it was going to for much longer. It's how the healing begins, my friend, I answered, still in my TV doctor voice. Tell me what's wrong. Help me help you.
You know, I'm actually glad that you came to my city, pelt.
The Baron tensed his shoulders, preparing to swing those maces again.
Keeping Timberpine in line was a hassle, but you will be easily disposed of.
You seem to have a deep hatred for this Timberpine person. I put the barrel of my pistol against my nose. Do not do that at home, and keep your finger off the trigger unless you're going to fire. You've said a lot of things about him during our time here. What if I told you that Timberpine was with us and listening today?
What?
The Baron pulled his maces off the ground, poised to fight.
He's alive? You've been working for him this whole time. Oh, the nerve of that dog.
Why don't you come on out from the back, Mr. Timberpine? I gestured with my hands towards the stairs. Tell us how you feel about what's been said today.
I'll kill you, Timberpine!
The Baron spun around to the stairs, stomping toward them as he stormed towards them with heavy, floor-cracking footsteps.
You'll never take this city away from me. No one can. I am his gloriousness. He who is beyond all in thumper and po...
At that moment, Hopper finally portaled into the scene, right next to Tinker and me. I took a massive sigh of relief. Oh, Jesus Christ, finally! My head fell as I shook off all the TV doctor vibes off of myself. I've been stalling the Baron just waiting for you to get here. Oh! Tinker said as I let her go from my arms. Stalling! That makes more sense, sir. I couldn't even begin to make sense of what you were saying. Neither could I, Tinker. Neither could I. I'm sorry I'm late, my lord. Hopper curtsied. I was stalled myself by some guards, and climbing with portals is trickier than it looks. And speaking of which, I started to mention, those tiny portals with the static...
toothback, blurger, turger, and you will remember your place, cripple. I will.
The Baron eventually noticed that no timber pine was coming up those steps.
Where is he? You did say he was coming, right?
When he turned to us, he noticed the new member of the team standing there.
What the hell is this?
Her name is Hopper, you beach ball, I said, pointing to her. She's the reason I came here to your city to take your stuff. And this is Tinker. She's actually the bunny that was in your generator before I took her out. I'm sure you don't mind. After all, she already was one of mine. Come on, big guy. One angry mace slam was all I needed, or even a foot stomp.
She's not you.
The Baron's mental gears clicked and whirred until he finally got it.
Oh, the miscount. You switched her with one of mine.
Only to break her out at the risk of life and limb? Sure, I taunted. Timberpine is the one who outfoxed you there. I just took her out again. So, the generator's empty now, and fairly broken beyond repair. Whoopsie, hope you weren't using that. A bellowing roar came out of his mouth as the Baron raised his maces in the air, shaking them with the violence of his rage. As the maces came crashing down, they cannoned into the ground, folding stone slabs upward under their weight. The floor cracked and crunched, the fissures finally giving way and fully breaking. "Should I get us out of here?" Hopper frantically requested of me. "Hold up on that," I denied her. "If we start falling, sure. Right now, make a teeny tiny portal underneath the Baron for me, if you please." "I can't picture what it looks like, my lord." Hopper put her hands up to her mouth and lifted her shoulders. "They don't solidify unless I can see where it is in my mind's eye. I'm sorry, my lord." I gave her a big bottom lip look of, would you look at that, in light of the new information. "Oh well, could you do it when the ground gave way?" As soon as I said that, the ground gave way underneath the Baron, stone bursting and shards flying as the giant wolf fell down through the floor. The great beast howled, turning forward into a spiral of limbs in the air and crashing through every floor on the way down. The stones his body crashed into shot downward, cracking the floors beneath the Baron before he even reached, as they bounced off the armor in his free fall. "Never mind that now, Hopper," I said, looking down the hole. I walked back to the edge of the balcony to see how the battle was going. Pretty good from what I could see. Still, a few of my boys were getting surrounded by guards, so I picked off a few in the bigger groups with my pistol. Still eerie to shoot a completely silenced weapon. "Sir, the tower's collapsing!" Tinker climbed onto my back, already prepared to hop some portals. "Can we please leave?" "Almost," I told her. "We're close, don't worry." "When?" Tinker breathed out as she clung tighter to me. "Just a second. We're waiting." "To what, die?" Hopper panicked. Quickly after, she took a big breath and regained her calmness. "What are we waiting for, my lord?" The tower cracked, and underneath us, the balcony shifted forward a bit as we all struggled to keep our balance. The piece of tower we were on slowly tipped forward, no longer held in place by the rest of the structure. I took Hopper by the shoulders, shaking my head at her as she freaked out. Just then, the metal noble's roar funneled through the broken tower, piercing through the air as the Baron bounced off the last floor of the tower. Looking down, I could see the eye slits of the Baron's helmet looking up at us. "Now he'll follow us down." I took Hopper by the waist as I jumped for all three of us. "Get us to the main courtyard down there as fast as possible." As we fell, Hopper opened portals in front of us, skipping chunks of our fall time with every jump until we were at the ground in no time. The last two were on the ground itself, both pointed upward as we fell in one and fell out the other, canceling the momentum of our fall as I landed on the ground for the three of us. The battle still raged on, though I could see we were definitely winning it by far. "Hopper, get ready," I directed her as I muscled through the pain in my legs. "Tidy portal right under the Baron as he falls." "Not a big one?" she asked me as I was looking up to see the Baron already falling down to us. "Teeny tiny," I restated myself. "Very staticky." I shot 2 keep guards with the shotgun as they got too close to us. She obliged, looking for the spot the Baron would be. Once she found it, she made the little dot about an inch wide appear 20 feet in the air, with crackling purple energy and mist flaring as she crinkled her hands. The second portal sat to her side, facing away. The Baron fell down upon the lightning spot in what would be the moment of truth for my plan.
The truth was grosser than I was expecting or wanting. Just like when the Baron bounced before, a part of the Baron bounced again. A small cylinder of compressed Baron shot out of him, metal plating, leathers, and flesh all scrunched up like a little sausage. The meat rocket flew high into the air, causing many onlookers to miss the second hollow Baron meat tube to shoot out from below. Bouncing back from the ground, the Baron passed through the tiny portal again, only from the actual portal side this time. The portal edges caught the armor, making the tube, and the rest flew out the second portal, splattering into the ground next to the pieces of the meat tube. The Baron tried a howl of pain in his flight upwards, but only managed a burbling splatter as the portal removed pieces of several necessary organs. Ew! Hopper removed the portals, shuddering down her spine as she walked over to me.
Did you plan for that?
Half, I told her, still staring at the messy, bloody carnage I orchestrated. I did not plan for the meat pieces to come out.
That was pretty smart, sir.
Tinker kissed me on the cheek as she slid down my back.
Very creative portal shenanigans.
Ah, crap, you know what this means? I said to my girls. Hopper's the one who actually killed the Baron. She's the new Baron now.
What you mean, Lord Hank?
She yelped.
You're my owner. I'm a part of your household. Anything I do would be considered an extension of your actions, just like your hand.
She pointed at my pistol.
It is like saying that your pistol is the rightful winner of the duel with Timberpine.
She smiled at me.
Besides, I like serving you, Lord Hank. That is what pleases me.
Can't argue with that, I guess. I laughed as I put a hand to her cheek. It was a fair point. Having this kind of role meant taking all the responsibility that came with it. That was a heavy burden to hold, owning the actions of another life. It's not something I'd wish on anyone, but I'd gladly take it for her, or any in my household.
Do we know he's dead?
Tinker asked.
Maybe they'll see you take the killing shot if he's alive.
Yeah, we should check. I looked up at the Baron, now falling back down. He'll keep bouncing forever if we don't stop him, and we'll sandwich him between two portals.
Will that work?
Hopper looked up with me.
I can't make a portal big enough to fit him, and the edges may not be staticky or hot enough to cut through him.
But with less surface than the ground, it should slow his bounce a bit, I reasoned. You'll have to keep making portals on the fly until you can get him caught. Just put one over him to billiard him into the pocket. Keep him close to the ground when you trap him.
Yes, my lord,
Hopper said as the Baron crashed into the ground, bouncing off his white force field again, but this time capped by a portal as she recreated another one, lowering the ceiling of the Baron's bounce every time.
Sir?
Tinker tilted her head down and looked up at me.
I'm sorry I wasn't as useful in fighting the Baron as Hopper. Next time, maybe I can make more charms to...
Hold up, honey, I said to her, grabbing her cheek. Who told you that you were not instrumental in this fight? I didn't. You were absolutely essential in making this all happen.
I just took a useless charm off his head.
She looked down at the ground.
Hopper was so useful that she's technically the one who killed him.
First off, there's a little bookish wolf we're all forgetting. I lifted her face up to look at me. That scribe noble probably had more than just those sleeve guns to worry about, and you took him out in one hit. You know how much hassle that saved everyone? We could have been fighting the big guy and some techie gunslinger at the same time. One of us definitely would have been shot, and maybe even dead.
I was just doing my best to serve you, Lord Hank,
Tinker told me, leaning into my hand.
Was this fight easy for you? It must have been. You were so calm.
That's called a full circle panic, darling. I swooshed a finger to represent the circle. It's what happens when you're so overloaded with things to worry about that your brain can't handle it, so it just throws all of it in a corner where it can be ignored with a fake calm. I was panicking like a chicken with his head cut off on the inside. I picked her up and gave her a kiss on the lips. Part of being a person, I guess.
Was it like that with Timberpine too?
Tinker said, returning a kiss to my lips. Almost, but his fight was more annoying than anything. I put her back down. The cyclone thing was scary, but when he just rolled around town, I'd already won. I just had to go about keeping him down long enough to prove it. The crumbling tower and giant wrecking balls were a bit more of an issue for me. I like my bones. Tinker giggled at that last line.
My lord, I have him!
Hopper shouted over to me.
I saw that she had him stuck between the ground and two portals, pressing him against his own bouncing armor force field on two sides, as each touched each other through the angled doors. Clever. I hadn't thought of that. A sizable crowd of wolves, both my boys and keep guards, gathered around the body to witness the death they had never believed possible. Great job, Hopper. I walked over to the fat noble to see the situation. Those holes in him were as nasty as they were thorough. I looked down at the Baron's head, very slowly removing the helmet to keep the force field down. When I took it off, I could see the gray skin of a hairless wolf beneath it, wrinkled and lumpy like unmentionable places on an old man. His eyes were open, his tongue hung out of his mouth, and blood had stained his canine teeth. He was very dead. "The Baron's dead!" one of the keep guards shouted. "What a day! You know, I was just thinking, wouldn't it be crazy if someone actually could kill the Baron, and now someone did?" "He was so fat," a second guard spoke beside him. "Truly an inspiration to all wolves who want to eat lots of rancid meat. I thought he'd be fat forever. Who killed him?"
Baron Draganoak has slain the farmer Baron,
Hopper shouted as a proclamation.
Using all of the tools at his disposal, including his pack members and servants, he outsmarted and outmaneuvered him on all fronts, even with the Baron's superior numbers and physical might. Truly he is mightier than any in Thumperton Port. Long may he reign undefeated.
I mean, if they bought that, I was more than happy to skip whooping 100 asses in a night to reestablish my authority. "Does that count?" the third guard shouted from the crowd. "Can you use someone else and still claim the win?" "Well, I mean, they're still his stuff, so he's still the one doing things with his stuff, technically," another guard replied with a shrug.
"Technically counts."
Tinker threw her hands up in the air in victory. The keep guards' collective gaze burned away Tinker's confidence in her answer.
Right?
The paws hung in the air like a dead fish, reeking through the whole courtyard. "Yeah, all right," a keep guard from the back of the crowd spoke up. All the keep guards cheered, with my boys joining in, making a thunderous crowd that I couldn't deny was all under my protection anymore. "One of the keep guards, go free the bunnies!" My voice cut through the crowd to give my first official order as Baron. "They've waited long enough."
"Right away, Baron Draganoak,"
a keep guard answered, bringing another with him as they went into the side of the keep walls to find the girls in the prison cells.
"I've got more flannel shirts to make,"
Hopper said, portal hopping away out the gate, and to the manor before I could say a word to her.
"I'll have to use silk to fill out all you'll need."
With her speed in the portals, she was gone. And I really was going to have a long night after all. And there was a lot more to do, even immediately, with wolves and bunnies to name, nobles to sort through, assets to reassign, packs to reorganize, city planning to restructure, and a war to plan. That was going to be a lot of work. Necessary work, and we'd make it happen. With all the power I had to use now, I could start getting some real momentum.
Chapter 30. Regent Silverfang.
"Sire! Sire!"
My herald drilled his shrill voice into my ear as I tried to return to my council chamber. It was a high, whistling sound coming from a fairly small wolf. He'd have been no more than a grunt if it were power I needed from him. With black fur and white stripes down his back, he reminded me of a skunk, and his news never smelled good. "Does it pertain to the blood moon, Herald?" I adjusted the cuffs of my red and purple double-breasted jacket, keeping the cufflinks shiny and facing outward, as they should while I combed my hair back. I was so glad that I was more majestic than other nobles, who only wore blue upon them when red and purple were far more rare and majestic, and gold was absolutely necessary to show others how majestic you were. My hair slicked back into a majestic wolf's tail tied at the back of my head, which I checked to make sure it was still just as bushy and majestic as my tail. With my height being so majestic already, I was sure to show the councilman who was important and who was majestic.
"Well, that's hard to say, sire."
The herald answered a half answer.
There are elements of it that have an effect.
If it's anything less than a herd of bunnies missing, a slave revolt in our citadel, or a storm that would wipe out the continent, I don't want to hear it. I grabbed the herald by the neck of his petticoat, lifting him into the air. We don't have long before it comes upon us, and we've yet to solve the increasingly vapid yields of bunny magic on reversing the forgetting. I don't have time to play around with your idle gossip or trivialities. Out with it already.
Sire, it's about Thumperton Port, sire.
The herald got out with it. I threw him to the ground in my contempt. That's already been taken care of, I said, continuing on to the council chambers as I was before.
Sire, you don't understand.
The herald skidded his feet back up to follow closely behind me.
There's a situation developing.
And it's being handled, herald, I shouted back at him. I've already sent a champion challenger to reorganize and restore order. To be perfectly frank, I'm glad to have the excuse. That Baron made an attempt to smuggle a replacement battery with the same energy signature as ours. Turns out he had sent a hare with a charm to falsify it. Can you believe the fool he tried to make of me? He's been a thorn in my side for quite some time now, and this is the perfect chance to have him slain for his treason.
That's just it, sire.
The herald slid across the marble floor of the citadel hall to get in front of me.
A message from the Scryer says that something's happened to their Baron.
Oh, bite my tail. I slowed down my pace. Please tell me he's still alive.
It seems not, sire.
Well, that's the champion challenger's problem. I returned to my speed walk to get to the meeting I was already late for. He'll have to subjugate his underlings himself. Inform him of this development, though I doubt it'll bother him. I've sent one of my personal best to the place. If he was a match for the old Baron, he'll recollect his underlings in no time at all. And tell him to prioritize redistributing all of their bunnies over to the Citadel immediately first, regardless of the chaos. We need every last one.
That's not the problem, sire,
the herald clarified.
The Baron was slain in a challenge.
What? I stopped myself, shaking off the unmajestic audacity of my lackey. I will have your arms broken, Herald. Do not play your games with me.
I'll play no games,
he pleaded with me.
What I say to you is what the Squire has reported. They have seen it.
Of all the times for Timberpine to make his move, of course he would have picked now. I fussed to myself, majestically, of course. He's been building up his power underneath the Baron all of this time, and it's obvious that he's become more powerful than the Baron himself. With the Blood Moon practically at our doorstep, we have no resources to spare to deal with him ourselves. But if my suspicions of his supposed invulnerability are true, the champion will deal with that cripple just as easily as he would have the Baron. We can only hope that Timberpine doesn't know of the champion ahead of time. The Baron would have been stupid enough to face him head-on, but Timberpine won't be so hasty. He's so famously cool-headed and tactical, so never prone to fits of blind rage and brash decision-making, he'd have the champion assassinated before he stepped into the city. But my champion should be strong enough to handle even that.
Sire, it wasn't Timberpine.
The herald insisted on a ridiculous theory. Now you jest with me, I laughed, pushing the herald over, majestically on my end and clumsily on his. Timberpine is the only noble with the power to face the Baron in the area, both in magical might and in political power. If it wasn't him, it might as well have been the hunter himself come back.
What are you doing, sire?
My herald whispered, continuing his audacity, but to a far less humorous effect.
You cannot speak that title here. You'll be stripped of your rank as well as your skin.
Please, he can't hear me, I assured him. His predatory powers are not nearly at their peak as they may have once been. He grows weak. If he is so scared of a fairy tale, then he can die with it.
But the legend isn't dead, sire.
My herald grabbed at my majestic jacket, looking at me with dreadful eyes that did not make me feel majestic at all, even with all of his superstitious nonsense.
The legend is real.
Get off me, you vermin bather! I ripped his unmajestic hands off of my coat, throwing him off to the side. The hunter is a rabbit myth made to inspire the rabbits into revolting against us. It was a failed experiment, since they've never even tried once to do so. They are weak and frail to their core, and their hunter is just as pathetic.
He killed the Baron.
The herald stood back up.
Lord Regent Silverfang, or just not. I am of right mind and sober diet. I'll tell you only the truth that the scryer has revealed to me. It was him.
You saw it wrong, herald. I turned to refute any more of his inanity. The hunter is as real as the shadows of a unicorn. No substance, no history, only vague stories too old for even us to remember in our prime regression of the forgetting.
Then how do you explain the rabbit heading the barony of Thumperton Port?
The herald shouted.
My eyes have seen a hare built like a mountain commanding the guards of the keep through the scryer's vision. They obey him as if he were a pack master. Who else could he be but the rabbit legend? Who else could he be but some sort of next incarnation of its evil?
You know as well as I that the visions of the scryer can be vague and misleading. I tried to return him to sense. Just because you've seen something in the vision means next to nothing without any proper context.
He wears Timberpine's coat.
The herald became hysterical.
He stands and acts as pack leader to Timberpine's guards, as well as the cities and keeps guards together. And he has rabbits, hares and bunnies alike, walking and talking beside his wolves. He has them working together, the bunnies out of cages and free to frolic, and the hares giving commands to wolves. It's a dark blasphemy, one only brought down by the unholiest of figures. It could only be the black magic of one so malicious.
You will speak of none of this to anyone. I put my snout right up to one of his eyes. If your lies and hysteria reached the greater public, the rabbits might find their reason to rise up against us, and the wolves might resist their work in keeping the rabbits where they belong. And by no means are you to let him know about this. You are merely to tell the champion challenger to expect a new baron and not to fall for any tricks they might pull. When he finds the real baron, he'll take his head just as planned. No more of this heresy.
He will not be happy when he finds out, sire.
That's why he'll never find out. I smacked him upside his snout, knocking him back as I readjusted the cuff of my jacket. Go, and be silent about your wild fables. The herald crawled to the ground as he shuffled off to follow my orders. Infuriating. Now it had his unmajestic blood on it, just to add insult to injury on this day. It didn't help that I was already late to the council meeting and further delayed by this interruption. I'd have to whip my cleaning slave twice as hard to get these stains out. Not to mention the distraction of my herald's story rattling in my brain now. And just before I was to meet up with the council members. And him. For all of his declining prowess, he could still always tell when I was hiding something from him.
This has been Bunnygirls, a Bunnygirl harem adventure. Written by Simon Archer. Narrated by Ron Osborne. Thank you for listening.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.